What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 5 PS Chapter 121 Eve of Extermination. Time passed day by day, and it has been exactly 1 week since Bai Ye and a group of people came to Wuyin Village. The environment is getting colder and colder, and Wuyin Village also ushered in the first snowfall after the winter this morning, which dyed the surrounding scenery white. Are you sure that Wuyin Village will launch an action against the Shui Wuyue clan tonight? Bai Ye and Kazuhiko were hiding on a big tree covered by snow, which was about half a kilometer away from the family land of the Shui Wuyue clan. On the other side of the street, next to Akina are two clones of Kazuhiko, one of whom is vividly pretending to be a white knight. It is impossible to completely confirm, after all, it is information intercepted from other villages. However, judging from the recent reaction of the Mizuno Yu family, the reliability is still very high. When Kazu Yan was inquiring about information, he discovered that the Shui Wuyue clan had secretly sent a small group of people out of the clan. No matter how you think about it, you should hear some wind, and want to preserve some blood for the clan as much as possible. It is estimated that Bai's mother was among this small group of people, and successfully survived for many years, until Bai Shuijiji suddenly awakened and ushered in death. At the same time, Bai Ye also understood why Bai's father was so afraid of the mother and daughter after he learned the truth, so he could hardly hurt the killer. In the hearts of most ordinary people, the Shui Wuyue clan is now probably regarded as a demon clan, not to mention that the Wuyin high level will definitely try their best to smear it afterwards. In fact, when they will do it, it has nothing to do with us. Why do you have to come over and observe it closely? Kazuhiko was really puzzled, and Bai Ye seemed to be a little too concerned about this matter. In particular, he also knew that the other party would escape, and his unkind mind made up a drama of bitter feelings. You should know that I also know a little bit about being done, so I want to come over and see if I can learn something from it. Bai Ye had already figured out the fake reason, and it was used to fool Kazuhiko. As for whether the other party believes it or not, it doesn't matter to him. And he was still thinking about what method should be used to get to the core area. The current distance is still a bit too far, and the pendant can't absorb the soul energy that escapes. At this time, Xiao Si, who was hidden in the pendant, did not continue to sleep, and all three small faces were filled with excitement, which was also one of its main purposes for following Bai Ye. Advertisement, it's up to you, but if we are discovered, we are absolutely dead, and there will be no chance of escape. Kazuhiko shrugged helplessly, because he couldn't persuade Bai Ye, he had to follow him to help hide his figure. As the sky slowly dimmed, the number of ninjas hiding in the surroundings gradually increased. The timing of the extermination seems to be correct, otherwise these ninjas should not come over to conduct exercises. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. By the way, how far is the release range of your insect evil folk artifact? As the surrounding atmosphere gradually suppressed, Bai Ye was also ready to find an opportunity to move forward. And he didn't want Kazu Yan to continue to accompany him deep, because the other party can help him hide here for so long, it's already benevolent. If the range of the Changshe folk artifact cannot be too far, Bai Ye will still choose to move on, but the level of danger will increase sharply at that time. You are really. I can only guarantee that the effect will not be weakened within 500 meters, and the farther away will start to be greatly reduced. The limit range is about 750 meters. Kazuhiko wanted to persuade him a few more words, but after seeing Bai Ye's firm eyes, he finally couldn't say it, so he had to tell the other party the specific scope. 500 meters. I feel pretty good. However, this range is still somewhat insufficient, and the area occupied by the Shui Wuyue clan is definitely no less than 1 mile. But now it can only support the distance that Bai Ye reaches the extreme edge, and if you want to achieve the best results, you must continue to move forward. There are ninjas you have marked in other villages. How many are there now? Since he couldn't guarantee his own safety, Bai Ye wanted to muddy the water a little bit, and planned to pull the other people who had come close to him into the water. Only 6 came, and 2 came from the other 3 big ninja villages. The people in the other small ninja villages probably didn't dare to come or did not find out the news. Kazuhiko deliberately closed his eyes and felt it carefully, confirming that only so many people had come. Regarding the other 3 teams in Konoha village, he had tried to secretly contact them before, so he didn't come here to collect information. Instead, during the turmoil in Wuyin village, I wanted to see if I could get some information about the interior of the Water Shadow building. Originally, Kazuhiko was more inclined to this plan, but he didn't know what was wrong with Bai Ye, so he had to come with him. Brother, I'll rely on you later. Advertisement. Shiraya stretched out his hand and patted Kazuhiko on the shoulder, showing a look that would take you to a spicy drink after returning home, and of course Akuna would pay for the money. So don't you really need me to go with you? Don't worry, I didn't mess up in the past, and I will be back after a while. Bai Ye resolutely rejected the other party's proposal again. Then he took a deep breath, and used Shunbu to its extreme, moving through the woods as fast as he could when he could not open 8 doors. Regarding the specific location of the staff in Wuyin village, Kazuhiko informed Bai Ye in detail before and calculated the most secure route. Coupled with Bai Ye's ultra-high-speed movement regardless of consumption, as long as no one pays attention to him in advance, it is basically difficult to be found. Hey, what happened to Master Shuiying? Not only did he decide so many weird policies, but now he is also preparing to annihilate the Shui Wuyue clan because of such a small matter. Hush. You don't want to die, dare to talk about this kind of thing at will. Under a big tree, a ninja who looked a little fatter, saw his companion so unobstructed, a lot of cold sweat was directly on his forehead. It's okay. There are only 2 of us around. You are afraid that you have forgotten what I am best at. The other ninja, who seemed a little thinner, shook his head indifferently, but he was always aware of the surrounding situation. Little did he know that right above his head, Mimi had just touched a figure, and this position just happened to be able to barely hear the conversation between the two. Who can say no? In the past few years, Master Shuiying was so kind, how could he suddenly become so tyrannical? Is he deceived by some treacherous man? After the fat ninja heard the assurance from the other party, he was relieved, and at the same time he said the question deeply buried in his heart. To be honest, if I hadn't been lucky enough to meet Master Shuiying once during this period, I almost thought it was not him who gave the order. You will have a chance to see it once. I can't even get near the Water Shadow building. Let me tell you, Master Shuiying looks a little cold now, it's almost like a different person. Chapter 122 Chance encounter. Not long ago, when Bai Ye saw a figure under this tree, his heart suddenly seemed to be grabbed, and even the toes of his feet were clasped subconsciously. The current situation is not due to Kazuhiko's negligence, or it hasn't been long before these two talents arrived at the predetermined positions. Fortunately, the attention of these two people was not so concentrated, and the slight vibration produced when the White Knight fell did not arouse their vigilance. At the White Knight that could have taken the opportunity to move on, with a thought, temporarily gave up the initial plan, and carefully stayed in place to conduct an eavesdropping operation. These two ninjas have been complaining most of the time, and only occasionally reveal some information that Bai Ye needs. For example, the 4 generations of Shuiying, as he thought, had already begun to refuse to meet most of the ninjas. Some of the usual tasks are also communicated by the opponent's personal guards, and only a few special tasks will be personally recruited. The thin sensory ninja below was fortunate enough to be met for a special mission. According to him, not only the 4 generations of Shuiying looked weird at the time, but the entire Shuiying building inexplicably gave him a sense of oppression, as if there was something terrifying in it. It is worth mentioning that the place where the ninja was met was not the usual Water Shadow office. Instead, he stopped him directly in the hall at the door, especially after explaining some things. He was immediately driven out. As a result, Bai Ye had a suspicion that Madara might be staying inside and controlling the 4th generation of Water Shadow, instead of staying where he first met Dai-Tu. Therefore, the main purpose of blocking the Water Shadow building may be because Madara needs to hang himself on the outside golem at this time, but he can't hide such a big thing. Go, it's almost time. I don't know how many people will die after this battle. The movement of the two people leaving under the tree inadvertently disturbed Bai Ye's thoughts. Are you going to start? Bai Ye regained her concentration and began to hide more carefully, because a figure would pass by from time to time. As a result, he is currently unable to move forward, and he must be especially careful not to be spotted by people who happen to pass by this tree. Wow! Advertisement, stab. There was also a slighter sound of physical tearing, mixed with these two sounds. Zintian, why did Li Hao suddenly disappear? What do you care about that kid? He rushes the fastest every time, just like rushing to reincarnate. It feels like something will happen sooner or later. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. With 2 more swishes, 2 uninvited guests passed by the tree where Bai Ye was. But the 2 of them didn't notice. In the dark corner next to him, Bai Ye used the Zanpaku knife to penetrate the heart of Li Hao in their mouths. Bai Ye's left hand was also not idle, and he was clutching the mouth of the ninja in his arms, preventing him from screaming for a while. The warm blood kept dripping down the hilt of the knife, and the white snow below it melted a little and was stained with blood. Bai Ye felt that the ninja who was forcibly controlled by him was struggling less and less, and the power of his whole body was dissipating with the blood that kept overflowing. At the end, Bai Ye stirred the Zanpaku knife in his hand again, and only after confirming that the other party was completely dead, only slightly slowed down some of his tight nerves. This person just didn't seem to see himself. This hand is so cheap, why do you start so quickly? I almost played myself to death. After hiding the ninja's body, Shiraya couldn't help but stretched out his left hand and slapped the right hand holding the knife. He really didn't intend to kill people this time. It was entirely due to the instinctive reaction of his body, thinking that he was in danger, and he subconsciously made an attack. After this ninja came to the present tree, he was ready to move on without stopping, and even his heels had already been raised halfway. Then he was attacked by Bai Ye hiding by the side, and he didn't even know who killed him until he died. He also watched the 2 teammates pass by not far in front of him and disappeared into the night completely. It seems to be transferred in advance, it's really troublesome. Bai Ye moved the tip of her nose, and could smell the strong bloody smell around her. People who are a little bit more sensitive will definitely find something wrong here, so it is no longer suitable to continue to hide. Hey, why haven't I met you? Did you graduate this year? Before Bai Ye ran far forward, a voice suddenly came from behind, which made him stiff and almost fell into a shit. Advertisement. He swears that he had definitely observed the surroundings before he slipped out. He didn't expect to be discovered so quickly, but it sounds like the other party has misunderstood something. Bai Ye strongly shook the Zanpaku knife in the handshake, and turned around cautiously. If the situation is not right, he is ready to try to kill the opponent. Terumi. Ming, however, after Bai Ye used the light to leave people, he found that the people were a little familiar. This was the first time he saw the original characters in Wuyan village. However, he did not relax his vigilance because of this, but became even more jealous. In the future, being able to become a person of the 5 generations of Water Shadow, at this age, is probably not too weak, and Bai Ye has no certainty that he can kill the opponent with a single blow. Hey, you know me? Is my reputation spread to the next one? Terumi Ming did not do anything bad as Shiroya thought. Instead, he tilted his head and poked his dimple with his index finger. It looked cute and cute. Yes, Terumi Mei, I am the leader of your fan club. Upon seeing this, Bai Ye secretly dissipated some of his own killing intent, and even pretended to be a little fan. However, Bai Ye's right hand continued to hold the Zanpo Dao tightly. If the opponent actually wanted to yin himself, then he could also make an effective defense in an instant. In this case, you have to follow me later, I will cover you in time. But I didn't expect that there will be people younger than me to perform this task. Will you have any tricks? Secretly tell you, I have mastered 2 blood succession boundaries, and when I grow up, I will definitely become a water shadow. I don't know if Terumi Ming is too young, which leads to a slight lack of experience. Anyway, it seems that there is no doubt that Shiraya's identity is wrong. On the side, he was forced to follow Terumi Ming's White Knight, pretending to be grateful, but there was a trace of helplessness hidden deep in his eyes. He never thought that the other party would talk like this when he was a child, and found that he could not find any room to intervene at all. In this way, Bai Ye, who couldn't speak a refusal, was taken by Terumi Mei and hurried to the center of the battlefield. Chapter 123 The White Knight that slipped away. Shiraya was dragged forward by Terumi Mei. Her heart raised her throat, for fear that she would be hidden by the other fog around her. But his luck was not bad for the time being, and no accident happened until he reached the edge of the Shuiwuyue clan's residence. At that time, he would be able to find the right opportunity to wipe the soles of his feet while Terumi Ming came forward to fight. However, it was so immortal, a figure that Bai Ye was familiar with appeared in front of him, and the other party stopped the two of them. This person is Terumi Ming, who will become a powerful confidant of Shui Ying in the future. Qing. Ming, you are late again. Master Qing, the main reason is that this kid is too slow. I wasted a lot of time in order to bring him over. Qing didn't pay much attention to Bai Ye in the first place, but it was fine now, but suddenly Terumi Ming pulled it out of her bag. Originally, this kind of behavior was harmless, but the main problem was that Bai Ye was just a Konoha craftsmanship mixed in. Pulled out, Bai Ye and Qing innocent looked at each other for a few seconds and the atmosphere suddenly became embarrassing. If possible, Bai Ye really wanted to take the opportunity to kill Qing. In the future, when the 3 world wars broke out, the opponent would still have a high probability of snatching Swift's eye, and Bai Ye really wanted to put this possibility out right now. But at the moment, he can only yell and pray madly that Qing will not find anything wrong. Of course, you can also look forward to it for a while. Maybe you can continue to travel to other worlds after you die. Then let's go first. Seeing that Qing did not continue to reprimand herself, Terumi breathed a sigh of relief, pulling the stiff Shiraya and quickly slipped away. Why don't I remember having arranged for this person to come over, and who is this kid? I always feel like I don't know each other, but I seem to have seen it somewhere. Qingjin Baya came with Terumi Mei, and subconsciously thought that the identity of the other party should be fine. In fact, he has indeed seen Bai Ye, and just a few months ago, he saw it in a list of Konoha's new shinin. However, because Bai Ye hadn't done any brilliant tasks at all, he didn't continue to come out to brush up on his sense of existence, and gradually he was completely forgotten. Qing did not continue to think about the trivial matters in this regard. As the commander of this area, he still had many things to deal with. Advertisement, is this what you call protecting me? After stepping into the territory of the Shuiwuyue clan, Bai Ye completely confirmed that Qing had not followed, a little annoyed, and broke away from Terumi Ming's little hand. The realization of life's big rise is too exciting, and he never wants to see this guy in front of him again. I promise to protect you. What's wrong with charging you some interest? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Terumi Mei also pointed at Shiraya's nose angrily, completely unaware that she had done something wrong. HMPH, I can see you clearly. I will disband the fan club after I go back. I don't need your protection either. Seeing Terumi Mei's angry look, Shiraya's eyes flashed, and she continued to add fuel to the fire. It was best to be so angry that the other party didn't want to care about him. The White Knights that have already successfully mixed in, at this time only need one person to act, find a secret place, and absorb the escaping soul power safely. In that case, Bai Ye should actually be grateful to Terumi Mei. After all, the border is the most vigilant. In addition, Kazuhiko's disguise just started to become imperfect here, and it is really difficult for him to break through this line of defense alone. How come you don't have a sense of humor? I apologize to you now. Seeing that Shiraya seemed to be really angry, Terumi suddenly transformed into a well-educated eldest lady and actually apologized sincerely. Bai Ye really wanted to shout, "Go away. The other party is just like a dogskin plaster. After sticking it on, it won't be thrown away." He doesn't want this kind of protection at all. It's not always certain whoever wins in a fight between two people. The reason why Terumi Ming is willing to protect Shiroya is mainly because the other party is younger than him, and a desire for protection has grown in his heart. In addition, among the people who attacked from this side, the opponent was such a peer, which made her instinctively feel a kind of intimacy. Of course, the most important thing is that Terumi Ming has always regarded Shiroya as a fellow villager. It is not surprising that if conditions permit, he is willing to reach out and help her own people. Well, don't be awkward, we have entered the danger zone. After smelling the pungent bloody smell, Terumi Ming's little face was full of seriousness, knowing that there were already casualties around. At this time, Bai Ye also felt a warm current coming from his body, and all aspects of his body's qualities were slowly strengthened. Swish swish. When the two moved forward vigilantly, they suddenly shot a large number of Chiban from the left and right. Shiraya saw Terumi Mei dodge forward to avoid, turning his eyes, he controlled his figure and jumped back. Advertisement constantly wielding the Zanpaku knife, he forcibly shot down some Shinbin who couldn't dodge. In Wuyan village, there are not many manpower arrangements to deal with the Shui Wuyue people. First of all, there are many ninjas scattered throughout the country, and there are also many ninjas patrolling everywhere in the village. Among the people who were sent, some of them needed to guard the border to prevent the Shui Wuyue clan from breaking out. Therefore, although Wu Yin's actual combat power can still suppress the Shui Wuyue clan, it does not mean that it can completely crush the opponent. There are not a few cases where people like Bai Ye and the others are secretly ambushed and even die directly. This is also one of the reasons why Terumi Mei is not assured that Shiraya will act alone. Terumi Mei, who was hiding in the front, found that Shiraya's hiding direction was completely opposite to her own. Although she was a little worried, she didn't have time to care about so much. The seal was completed the moment she landed. Fire escape dragon fire art. A straight line of flame spouted from Terumi Mei's mouth, and the target was exactly one of the locations where he launched the attack. The sudden emergence of fire light illuminates everything around them, and the two ninjas hiding in the dark suddenly exposed their figures. However, the person chosen by Terumi Mei as the target of the attack had already shifted his position in advance. So the flame only hit the room in this direction, ignited it completely, and began to provide a continuous view of the surroundings. Where did that kid go? Terumi Ming was alert to the two ninjas, and took the time to sneak a glance at the location of Bai Ye avoiding, but there was no one on that side. Am I a bit too wicked, if I want to help her? Shiraya is currently lying on the roof of a room not far away, watching Terumi Ming below being hit by two ninjas, one on the left and the other on the right. What kind of help? It's best for these three to die together. Xiao Si also appeared on Bai Ye's chest at this time, with an expression wishing everyone around him would die. It was specifically called out to help watch out for the surrounding situation, and Bai Ye had already made plans to stay inside until the last minute. Chapter 124 Can It Be Saved? Terumi Mei, who was abandoned below, initially dealt with two ninjas at the same time. Although he couldn't say that he was easy to do, he didn't suffer too much. And the ninjas of the Mizutsu clan basically have a mortal mentality, and want to take away a few more people from the village who are unkind to them before they die. So seeing that he couldn't attack for a long time, he directly identified the opportunity without considering the consumption of chakra, and used a unique trick, the magic mirror ice crystal. A large amount of mist suddenly appeared here, enveloping the three of them. Terumi Ming, who sensed that the situation was bad, couldn't escape from it for a while, and was left in place by another person desperately. Before long, as the white mist slowly dissipated, multiple ice mirrors appeared here, trapping the three of them. This is the blood succession boundary of the Shui Wuyue clan. I don't know if it can be copied with Binglungwen. Bai Ye, who was hiding by the side, also began to concentrate and observed carefully. Bai Ye didn't deceive Kazuhiko completely. If he could, he really wanted to learn a few tricks. The more things you will meet, the more solutions you can think of if you encounter any tricky things in the future. Really, who arranged that guy to come in? There's no ninja who runs away in battle. If two people are together, they won't be trapped by this thing. No, it should have been one long ago. At this moment Terumi Ming's eyes were full of resentment, and Shiraya's figure was firmly carved into his mind. This B*************** D had better pray not to let me touch him in the future, otherwise he must let him know why the flowers are so red. The appearance of gnashing his teeth shivered while hiding in Bai Ye not far away. At the beginning, Terumi Mei didn't think that Shiraya had actually escaped alone, but thought that the other party was going to hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity. That's why she fought these two ninjas stupidly, otherwise she would have slipped early under normal circumstances, and there was no need to fight for her life in a stable win situation. To solve some lonely ninjas, or to support some unsatisfactory battle situation, these are the tasks arranged for her. Stab. In the case of single-player use, the magic mirror ice crystal is already considered to be a very powerful killer trick. What's more, the two ninjas, who are fully acquainted with each other, move quickly between the ice mirrors together. He also picked up dead spots and threw thousands of books towards the target to attack, and his power definitely doubled several times. Only a few seconds passed, Terumi Ming had already changed a miserable appearance. She could barely guarantee that she would let her body escape, and the clothes on her body were constantly being pierced by thousands of books that had been rubbed over her body surface. Advertisement. There were also bloodstains on some parts because they couldn't avoid it. The pain caused by the body began to continuously stimulate Terumi Ming's nerves, causing her dodge movements to appear a little uncoordinated. In this way, a vicious circle occurred, and the bloodstains on her body began to increase rapidly. In terms of strength, Bai Ye felt that these two ninjas were not as good as Bai, and they were much slower in terms of attack frequency. However, the two men took turns to take over the attack, not only made up for the lack of speed, but the direction of each attack was also more difficult to predict. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, and they are not as kind as Bai, and the parts they aim at are all key points. This allowed Terumi Mei to dodge desperately, with no room for counterattack. Do you want to go up and help? Seeing that the other party seemed to be able to hold on for a while, Bai Ye didn't rush to make a decision. Rationally speaking, the opponent is a ninja from the hostile village, and it is still a very powerful one. If there is a chance, there is nothing wrong with killing the opponent with his own hands. However, when I watched Hokage before, Bai Ye compared to miming senses. Originally it was just like this, he would not care whether the other party was dead or alive. After all, Shiraya is currently Konoha's ninja, and at best he will not provoke him when he has no mission. But Terumi Ming's previous concern has caused Shiraya's mood to become somewhat complicated now, even though he actually doesn't want that kind of concern. Huh. Huh. These two men are so weak, they won't last long. Some eager Bai Ye settled down again, quietly watching the three people on the court who started to gasp. Hey, for your staying power, why don't you go and reincarnate earlier? Seeing how embarrassed she had been, Terumi couldn't help but mocking him. Her chest was constantly rising and falling rapidly, and it was obvious that a lot of physical energy had been consumed in a short period of time. Brother, you can't do it if you fail, why do you make me stop too? You are ashamed to say that the chakra consumed by letting you melt into the ice mirror is mine. The two couldn't help but confuse their mouths while resting. And when Terumi Ming saw that the other party was distracted by her own words, she didn't continue to rest, and immediately mobilized chakra and began to quietly seal the seal. If you don't seize such a good opportunity, then she deserves to die here today. Advertisement, boiling escape skillful fog technique. Terumi Ming spit out a white smoke from her mouth and quickly spread to the surroundings. The objects she touched showed signs of corrosion in an instant. But Terumi Mei suddenly discovered that the brothers seemed to have been prepared. At the same time she released her ninjutsu, she also happened to be out of the scope of the magic mirror ice crystal. But she didn't have the time to think too much at present, and continued to use this strong corrosive acid mist to destroy these ice mirrors. I wanted to save some chakras Terumi Ming, but found that the current acidity was not enough, so I had to continue to increase the output of chakra. When the complete destruction was completed, her face had changed from ruddy to pale, obviously a bit too much consumption. The performance is over, then it's our turn to perform again. Terumi Ming looked at her brother who was talking guardingly, but couldn't find where her brother was hiding for a while. Ice escape secret technique mirror ice crystal. Soon, Terumi Ming heard a voice that made her desperate from behind, and the ice mirror that had been destroyed after hard work was quickly regenerated. No matter how you think of the current situation, you are all overcast. Even if Terumi Ming just didn't take the initiative to destroy it, this secret technique will probably not be supported for long. The brothers just now obviously deliberately gave her the opportunity to release ninjutsu, in order to achieve the purpose of consuming her chakra. Damn it. My goal is Shui Ying, how can I fall here? Before the words fell, Terumi Mei stuck several thousand books in her body. The exhausted body can no longer support her to avoid perfectly. Is it really going to die? Fire the city. How come I heard that B's voice? Terumi Ming felt the tingling sensation that kept coming from her body, and her consciousness had begun to blur. She could only rely on her body's instinctive response to barely avoid the fatal injury. Boom! Terumi was confused, feeling that the surrounding ice mirrors suddenly burst open. A wave of air hit her from all directions, making her feel a little warm in this cold environment. Vaguely she seemed to hear two screams. Then it went dark in front of him, and finally completely lost consciousness and fell into someone's arms. Chapter 125 Nearly Annihilated Spies. You messed up, I just saved her. The unconscious Terumi leaned against Bai Ye's arms, and Xiaoxi, who was also on Bai Ye's chest, stretched out three small mouths and bit Terumi Ming's neck at the same time. I'm thinking about you, right? Such a dangerous enemy ninja should be resolved as soon as possible. Xiaoxi released the middle mouth in response to Bai Ye, and the other two of it continued to bite and didn't want to let go. I think you are simply staring at her soul. You will think of me unless the sun comes out from the west. Bai Ye freed up a hand to grab Xiaoxi's tail and lifted it up, so that it could no longer do evil. It's up to you. Let me remind you that the movement you made just now is a bit too big, and many people are already rushing over here. Xiaoxi curled his mouth, struggled hard, and squeezed back into Bai Ye's arms. The situation just didn't look right in the white night, and for the first time he liberated the fierce blades. And a huge flame like a palm was released from the blade of the blade, enclosing all the magic mirror ice crystals in it. The temperature of the flames released by Liu Bianruohuo is as high as 6,000 degrees Celsius. In an instant, due to the excessive temperature difference, all the ice mirrors directly sublimated together, and the time between dissipating between the sky and the earth was less than 1 second. In addition, a lot of snow in the surrounding area of nearly 100 meters began to melt away quickly. The flames rising into the sky and the scorching temperature successfully attracted the attention of everyone nearby. What should this guy do? Bai Ye looked at Terumi Ming, who was unconscious, and she started to have a headache, so she couldn't run around with her. That's why I said just kill it directly. Xiaoxi obviously hadn't completely given up its plan, showing an expression of eagerness. So troublesome. After thinking about it, Bai Ye decided to leave quickly with Terumi Ming, and was about to find a corner where no one was going to throw the corpse directly. After pulling out the chinbin all plugged into the opponent's body, Xiaoxi confirmed the direction, and the two quickly left the incident center. People have already left. It didn't take long for a figure to appear in front of the flame made by Bai Ye. Advertisement: he is carrying a large hammer in his left hand and a machete in his right hand. The two weapons are connected by a rope. This person is the user of the blunt knife and stalker. Whizzing. Then two guys with strange weapons appeared. They are the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, the user of the sword and the shark muzzle, and the Loquat Juzo, the user of the broken sword and the behead sword. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bait people, you made this. The newly appearing Shizang only saw the baitman staying here, while the pufferfish ghost arrived at the same time as himself. Stop it, you don't know if I can make this thing. The bait who arrived first were a bit speechless, let alone they tolerate the swords of the 7 people. He didn't know anyone in the Wuyan village who could be proficient at this level. The scorching sensation produced by this large circle of flames feels the strongest he has ever been in contact with in his life. No one continues to output chakras, and can still maintain this intensity. This person is very strong. Who is it that sneaked into the village? What is the purpose of this guy? Who knows? I chose this opportunity to appear. The 3 of them stood here to communicate with each other, forgetting their current primary task for a while. Some people in the village will come in to inquire about the news, and they will not be surprised. But there are people who are so strong, they have to wonder if the other party has any special purpose. Of course, more than the 3 of them were attracted by this special flame. The people of the Shui Wuyue clan turned around and ran after seeing these 3 people. Instead of going to death in vain, it was better to find a way to kill a few more people. The other ninjas also did not choose to approach after coming over. After all, neither of them were of the same level, and they had no right to interject in the past. And they don't dare to be lazy and open, and they are looking for targets everywhere. In a dark corner, Bai Ye was sneaking around. Without knowing his casual blow, Wuyin village imagined a terrifying enemy. I always feel a little uncomfortable in my body. Am I struggling with my soul? At present, there is only a small fourth left beside Bai Ye, and Terumi Ming really doesn't know where he left the corpse. Can you have a little bit of common sense? How can your soul eat to support it? Is it because you eat too much at noon? Advertisement. Stop making trouble. I haven't eaten anything at noon. It's definitely a problem with things. Bai Ye stretched out his hand and took out the pendant and shook it. The original warm feeling has disappeared, but now he only feels a little painful and uncomfortable in his body. One person and one dog didn't notice at all, and a bloody color flashed through Bai Ye's pupils from time to time. In the water shadow building in the distance, there was a strong smell of blood, and the ground and walls were stained with blood. Mutilated corpses can be seen everywhere, and blood is still flowing out of the wounds, indicating that they have just died not long ago. If Misty Ninjas come here, they will find the water shadow building that they were originally familiar with, whose interior has been completely remodeled at some point. The ceiling between each floor has been forcibly opened with a huge hole, and many load-bearing walls have been broken. Therefore, on the edges of all the openings, there are thick tree trunks to prevent the wall from collapsing completely. It was specially transformed into this because there was a huge golem right in the middle at this time. The golem is in the form of a huge human with 9 eyes, the color and body are like dead wood, and there are 10 pillars on the back. Really, I just made a little movement and got out so many small fish. There was a figure sitting under the golem, his back connected with the golem behind him. This person looked very old, with long stray hair, and the left eye that was exposed was a 3-go jade riding wheel eye. Tomorrow I will send someone to clean up the village to get rid of all the bugs that come in. In front of him stood respectfully a figure that looked like a child. This man has green hair and purple pupils, and under his left eye there is a scar that looks like a suture mark. A stick-shaped weapon with a front hook and green flowers adorned on the back is tied. These 2 people are Uchiha Madara, and the 4 generations of Mizukage Tachibana Yakura controlled by him. Not long ago, there were many ninjas from other countries lurking in when there was a shortage of people around. Most people were stunned directly after seeing the outgoing golem behind Madara, and Yakura took the opportunity to take care of them easily. Some vigilant existences were also killed by him after a little effort. Among the dozens of figures lying here, 4 of them belong to Konoha. Chapter 126 Evil. This unspecified breath. Madara frowned as if feeling something, and looked in the direction of Bai Ye through a bunch of buildings. Master Madara, what happened? Since this unknown breath was not strong, and because it was far away from this place, Yakura didn't notice anything wrong. No, it's nothing. After thinking for a while, Ban shook his head. Although this breath made him feel uncomfortable, he didn't feel very strong and didn't care about it. Next, he will improve the follow-up plan after Shui Wuyu annihilates the clan, trying to avoid some unnecessary errors as much as possible. Hey, Bai Ye, should we withdraw early? I always feel that your current state is a bit not very good. Xiao Si raised his little head and looked at Bai Ye with a worried expression on his face. After a long time, it finally noticed the changes in Bai Ye's body, and the changes were more dramatic than at the beginning. At this time, Bai Ye's right eye pupil had completely turned bloody, and the state was extremely stable. Some white matter was also attached to his right cheek, and it was still slowly expanding. Looking down, you can see that the same white substance appeared on the neck and right hand that were not covered by clothing. Don't worry, wait a while, it will be done soon. When Bai Ye heard Xiao Si's warning, she was startled first, and she didn't know why this change occurred in her body. Then I was a bit unwilling and didn't really want to leave here right away. Because Bai Ye discovered that the Zanpaku knife in his hand had only spent a night of effort, and he was already close to the edge of promotion. According to his own estimation based on the past situation, if it is the experience generated by normal exercise, then it would take him about half a year to a year for Zanpakuto to evolve to the next stage. Bai Ye didn't want to wait for such a long time. What he lacked most now was time, and the distance to the outbreak of the Third World War was getting closer and closer. Moreover, Bai Ye had an intuition that even if he entered the next stage, his strength should still linger in the category of Zongren. Advertisement. The experience value of Zanpaku also evolves continuously, giving him a feeling that it is getting harder and harder to improve. Without the aid of the pendant, Bai Ye felt that in the three wars, he could only reach the level of forbearance at best. Although this speed is theoretically terrifying, it is estimated that it may be promoted faster than Kakashi in the original book. But in this kind of world war, Konoha does not lack his ordinary forbearance, and only the best among them are qualified to change the situation of the local battle. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, or go one step further and become a shadow-level powerhouse whose strength has reached the level of Watergate. Only then can he have the ability to rewrite the direction of a whole theater of war. Although Bai Ye felt that as long as the Zanpo Dao plugin could not drop the chain, he was confident that he would slowly touch the shadow level and super shadow level strength during the Fourth World War. Even if he is a little arrogant, he thinks that the strength of the sixth level is not completely impossible. But this is the situation of spending more than 20 years for the White Knight. If the outbreak of the three wars is not unexpected, there will only be more than 4 years left, and it may even be shorter than he expected. If you want to quickly improve your strength in 4 years, there is only this seemingly dangerous shortcut. Being reasonable is just absorbing the energy that escapes. It shouldn't have this kind of change. Is it because you still have a physical body? The three small heads of Xiaoxi looked at each other. One person and one dog also absorbed these energy, but it didn't see any changes along with it. Couldn't it be Huang Quan that be D pitted me? Hidden in a white night in a room, sitting leaning against the corner of the doorway, breathing began to become rapid. As he walked, he suddenly found that his right half of his body began to become a little uncontrollable. I had to hide for a while, wanting to see if the situation would continue to deteriorate. How is it possible? If you die, I will follow along and finish playing. Now a small part has spread to your left face, let's leave early. On the contrary, Xiaoxi looked more nervous than Bai Ye, and couldn't help but urge. Give me 5 more minutes, just 5 minutes. Bai Ye once again called up the Zanpo Knife's panel, and estimated that it only takes 1 minute at most to usher in a new round of evolution. It was only 10 days after this evolution and the last one, and the unstoppable excitement temporarily suppressed the worries deep in my heart. However, Bai Ye didn't sit down and waited silly, and pinched a small bug from the back of his neck. After placing it on the spot, he turned and walked towards the periphery. This is the secret sign that Bai Ye discussed with Kazuhiko in advance. When he lets the bug get out of his body, the other party will make preparations. Advertisement. After staying in it for so long, are you finally ready to come out? Kazuhiko, who was sitting cross-legged on the original tree, opened his closed eyes at the same time. Then immediately rushed towards the 6 predetermined targets, preparing to expose them by special means, allowing them to distract Warren's attention. I said, are you sure you can break out of the misty surroundings in your current state? Xiaoxi found that Bai Ye seemed to be walking slower and slower, and she looked like she was going to die. Would you like to call Huang Quan over to see the situation? After walking another distance, Xiaoxi felt an evil breath burst out of Bai Ye's body, and even the color of his hair quickly changed to blood red. This breath made it feel uncomfortable, and regretted not contacting Huang Quan in the first place. Seeing Bai Ye's current unconscious appearance, it was obvious that he couldn't communicate well, and it didn't have the authority to call on its own words. Damn, you wake up soon. A bunch of people are leaning over here. Xiaoxi, who was thinking about how to take Bai Ye out, suddenly smelled several smells approaching this side. I couldn't care too much, so I jumped onto Bai Ye's shoulder, and slapped the white cheek in a series of slaps, trying to see if the pain could awaken the other's consciousness. Bai Ye really slapped Xiaoxi with a little reaction, and looked at it with blood-red pupils on his side. This look made the hair of Xiaoxi's whole body suddenly rise, and the raised dog paw suddenly froze in the air, and a trace of fear appeared deep in his heart. Ah, I don't know why my head is itchy. Xiaoxi Lu rolled his eyes, pretending to know nothing, scratching his head with his hands in midair. Don't look at me, let's go, if you don't leave, it will be too late. Seeing that Bai Ye suddenly became unresponsive, Xiaoxi almost stretched out his paw again and shouted directly. Go. Why do you want to go? Kill these people soon. An evil smile appeared on Bai Ye's face, and a deep sense of bloodthirsty was revealed in his eyes. Handsomely, he turned the Zanpadao in his hand, and finally chose a direction, holding the handle of the knife, and proactively greeted him. Chapter 127 Hunt. No. Can. I know. Ming. Avoided. A man wearing a combat uniform in the shadow of the fog reached out his hand to cover the huge wound on his waist, which almost cut him in the waist. The corners of his mouth under his mask kept pouring blood, his face was filled with incredible color, and the brilliance in his eyes gradually dissipated. Tisk, if you can't kill even a trash fish like you in one hit, it won't be no different from the trash of Bai Ye. Obviously mastering so many powerful abilities, the combat capability is still at such a primitive stage. Quote. White Knight stretched out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, giving a sense of sight as a big snake pill. The right hand holding the Zanpei Dao vigorously waved to the side, leaving a long blood stain on the ground, throwing out all the blood attached to the knife. It's hard to come by, but let me relax a little bit, don't worry, I will help you solve some by the way, you guys who dare not move. White Knight twisted his neck, moved his muscles and bones a bit, and quickly rushed to the next goal without even looking at the undead guy on the side. The breath radiating from the body of White Knight seemed to be able to be directly controlled, and he was very skilled in suppressing it in a circle with a radius of about 10 meters. All the guys who are not so strong will lose consciousness for a moment after entering the range of the aura. The vast majority of such people have been killed by White Knight, with a single shot after returning to their senses. The remaining guys who will not be disturbed will be misled by the sharp gun that keeps the shape of a short knife in his hand. For the slashes launched by White Knight, in addition to using weapons to resist, there were also avatars for evasion. The other people who performed regular dodges were basically all cut by the instantaneously elongated blade, and they didn't understand how they were fatally injured until they died. However, the existence of these very few responding quickly will also be lured by the flaws in the sale of White Knights. After all, he would really be hurt by the opponent's attack every time, and at the cost of this, the opponent would also expose a trace of flaws to achieve the effect of injury for life. In the end, these parts that were deliberately attacked will all recover quickly due to overspeed regeneration, so that White Knight can continue to maintain its best condition. And along the way, White Knight has only used the ability of a sharp spear. It looks like it is dealing with these miscellaneous fish, and it is not worth his other ability. Of course, the most important point is that the sharp gun consumes less in short-distance combat than its Zanpaku knife, so it was specially selected. Advertisement. The goal here is closer. After White Knight successfully solved the goal, Xiaoxi will reappear to point out a new direction. White Knight can easily win every time, and there is some relationship with the target selected by the small four. Those existences that it feels more powerful will all be deliberately avoided. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although Xiaoxi is very happy to watch White Knight actively hunting others, he cannot take the initiative to guide the other party into danger. Moreover, it felt that the evil spirit in front of him was full of White Knight, and the fluency of attacks was not at the same level as before. The angle of each attack is also perfectly grasped, and he never makes any extra moves, giving people a pleasing feeling. To be honest, Xiaoxi likes the current White Knight even more. It feels very similar to its temperament. It belongs to the character who will do whatever he wants. Although the original Bai Ye Xiaoxi didn't have a long time in contact, it could clearly detect that the other party's mind was too heavy, and no matter what, it had to calculate the gains and losses before talking about it. Of course, in theory, people with this mentality can often live longer, but their own strength will also be restrained by this. If you pull the angle of view to the maximum, you can find that there are 10 hunters shuttled in this area. 7 of them are the 7 ninja swordsmen, and they are hunting and killing the ninjas of the Mizuki clan everywhere. There were also 2 masters of the Mizutsuki clan. They deliberately avoided the 7 ninja swords and hunted down other misty ninjas who performed missions everywhere. The last one is White Knight, and he is completely unrestrained by those who come. All the ninjas who are moving around are his targets. The density of ninjas in this area is also constantly decreasing, and the sound of fighting from everywhere is not as dense as it was at the beginning. At the same time, some riots suddenly occurred at the outer cordon of the Shuiwayu clan territory. Bai Ye's scam, I've got it all done, he's still messing around in it. Kazuyan panted slightly, a few drops of sweat condensed on his forehead, and it was obvious that the previous actions made him consume a lot. According to the agreement at the beginning, he successfully exposed the 6 ninjas, and successfully led away a part of the ninjas who defended the border. At this time, Shiraya should have slipped out of the weak defense area, but Kazuhiko sensed the bug that was left on the opponent's body for positioning, but found that he was still wandering around inside. This idiot, those people will come back if you don't hurry up. Advertisement. Kazuhiko senses that one person has been successfully captured by Wuin, and several others are estimated to be caught after a long time. He looked a little struggling now, thinking about whether he should take the opportunity to get in, so as to at least ensure that the 2 would not be easily spotted by the perception ninja. Hey, I know you can judge the approximate strength of these people, and tell me the position of the people who might be the Ninja 7. White Knight drew Zanpaku Dao from the heart of the opposite person, and for the first time made a request for the target selected by the small 4. What is the 7 ninja swordsmen? The little 4 who just showed his head was stunned. He had never heard of such a novel vocabulary. These are the strongest ones in this area. White Knight was actually not sure that the 7 ninja swords must have come to perform the task, but wanted to observe the situation closely first. If these people are not there, then White Knight will be ready to change the target, but there is still a guy in Wuin village that he wants to kill. I'm telling you, you are swollen. Well, just go over there. Xiaoxi didn't want to say anything at all, but after seeing the others' indifferent eyes, he still chose to give in. It is now uncomfortably forced, in order to successfully come to this world, causing its current strength to drop greatly, and it can only succumb to the other side's lust. Of course, dare to tell the exact location of White Knight, there is actually another reason, that is, Xiaoxi has also absorbed a lot of soul power during this period. As a result, its heart actually swelled, thinking that it suddenly broke out at a critical moment, and it was no problem to run away with the other party. The look of this knife, this person should be Loquat Juzo. I remember you successfully escaped in the future. White Knight has completely reduced the aura he exhaled at this time. If you want to deal with this level of power, these auras are of no use, and will only expose your position in advance. Of course, he wasn't the kind of silly rushing directly, but calculated the opponent's forward path, and laid ambush where he must pass in advance. Although White Knight came here very arrogantly and wanted to kill the other party, but he would also take advantage of all the advantages and want to achieve his goal at the La Chapter 128, White Knight vs Shizo. Boom. The right hand of White Knight dropped on his side quickly waved upward, and Shazang who was galloping, suddenly burst into a large dust on the soles of his feet, enveloping his entire body. Seeing that the White Knight that had reached the predetermined goal was not idle, he opened 3 doors in a row, the veins raged all over his body, and an air wave spread to the surroundings. With a swish, he rushed into the smoke and dust, leaving a spider web-like crack in place. As the smoke dissipated, one could see the charged blow of White Knight, and at this time it successfully hit Shazang's lower abdomen. A large number of pink petals are floating around the bodies of the two of them, and many cut marks can also be found on Shazang's body. These petals are Senbon Sakura that was buried in the ground in advance by White Knight, and the wave of the hand just now was specifically for enhanced control and sneak attacks. As for why it is rare to bring hand movements, it is because if you choose to use hand control, the attack speed will be 4 times faster than usual, and of course the consumption will also increase. Cut, it really isn't the same grade as those miscellaneous fish. However, after White Knight hit the target, he found that the touch from his fist was wrong. Basically, he didn't feel any particularly big resistance, and his fist pierced the opponent's lower abdomen directly. Then with a pop, Shazang's penetrated body turned into a pool of water stains. After detecting that the situation was not right, the pink petals floating around quickly gathered towards the right hand of White Knight, trying to regain the form of shallow hit. Before the blade was fully condensed, his right hand stretched out to the back to block. Clang! A sound of metal clashing came as the Zanpaku recovered. Shazang did not know when he had already appeared behind White Knight. The body of White Knight sank under the pressure from the decapitation knife, and some cracks appeared on the ground on the soles of the feet. Although I don't know how your little mouse got in, don't underestimate the Misty Ninja. Shizang's face was bloodthirsty, and he continued to increase the strength of his hands, preparing to forcibly behead the opponent in this posture. With a huge bang, the ground under the feet of the two of them couldn't bear the force, and it burst directly. Advertisement. White Knight took advantage of the moment when the opponent's strength was loosened due to changes in the terrain, the soles of their feet rushed forward with a sudden force. Because of the friction between the Zanpaku knife and the decapitating broadsword on the back, sparks appeared at the intersection. You perceive my existence through smell or sound, it seems that the experience of fighting with your existence is not enough. White Knight didn't seem to be depressed because of the failure of the sneak attack. Instead, his little face was full of excitement, giving people a feeling of enjoyment. That's not bad boy, the fighting intuition and brain are very strong, you can definitely become a scary existence when you grow up, but now. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shizang showed an expression of surprise, and expressed his appreciation for White Knight for capturing the momentary opportunity to escape. Moreover, the other party can quickly determine what he used to perceive in front of him, indicating that his analysis ability is also very strong, and he has the basic conditions to become a strong one. But Shizang was also very excited at this time. From the only collision just now, he knew that the hard power of White Knight was not enough. It is a very comfortable thing for him to obliterate a genius who has not fully grown up. As for who the White Knight is, it is completely irrelevant to Shizang. The moment the other party made a sneak attack, the two sides had already fallen into an endless situation. Hey, do you look down on me? White Knight showed a wicked smile, and the Zanpaku knife in his hand took advantage of the nonsense of the opponent, and it had transformed into the form of Binglunmaru. Shazang, who swooped over with the decapitated broadsword, felt the corner of his eyes jump and kicked his right foot against the ground, immediately stopping his momentum. Bing, I don't remember that you were on the list of the Shui Wuyu clan. The moment Shazang stopped, a hexagonal icicle condensed out of thin air at a position less than 10 centimeters in front of him. Seeing the signature ice escape of the Shui Wuyu clan, Shizang couldn't help but produce some confusion in his mind. Before the action tonight, he had specially read the list of ninjas of the Mizumusuki clan. Moreover, the unique skin color of White Knight, at present, as long as you have seen it once, you can't forget it no matter what you think. It seems that Master Shui Ying's actions to destroy your clan are indeed correct. Shizang was obviously thinking about things at this time. He didn't know what existence had been replaced by Bai Ye brain, and Guo Mizi was thrown onto the Shui Wuyu clan. The White Knight, opposite the icicle, was looking upset at this time. Advertisement. He was also particular about the position he had just retreated, specifically allowing the 6-clothed Bingji formation set up in advance to be on the path between the two. A total of 2 traps were prepared in advance, but Shazang escaped, and the other party's vigilance was too strong. I don't know if you have any other players. If you don't, you can rest in peace. Shizang vigilantly observed the surrounding situation, and after confirming that there were no other traps, he quickly walked around from the side. With a fierce force, the decapitating knife slashed towards the right shoulder of White Knight from the upper side. Moreover, the angle chosen is also very tricky. If White Knight wants to block with Zanpaku knife, the current position will prevent the right hand from exerting its full strength. As the decapitating knife fell, a stream of blood spattered directly, covering the blade with a new layer of blood. You didn't hide. Shizang couldn't help but frowned. Although he successfully slashed the target, the current situation was a little different from what he expected. In his opinion, this attack, White Knight should be able to dodge, and then he launched the next attack in the direction of the dodge, until he forced the opponent to reveal a fatal flaw. But the current situation is that White Knight not only uses Zanpakudo to resist. And because it was unable to completely block the offensive, the decapitating broadsword really successfully slashed to the predetermined position, and the bones were chopped with some cracks. A large amount of blood kept flowing from his shoulders and dripped down the blade. From Shazang's point of view, White Knight shouldn't be so stupid as to think that he can take the blow with his own strength. But this kind of situation actually happened, then the other party must be plotting something, he doesn't think he will miss it. Why hide? My purpose is to restrict your actions. Ignoring the injury on his right shoulder, White Knight stretched out his left hand in advance, already holding the opponent's right wrist holding the knife. Even if you barely control my right hand, I still have my left hand to use, and now your hands are controlled in disguise. I don't know if you have heard of one thing, for the ninja, lack of intelligence is very dangerous. Zhang looked at the weird smile of White Knight, and some uneasiness arose in his heart for some reason. Chapter 129 out early. With the continuous decrease in the number of people, the battle tonight has also come to an end. The two masters of the Shui Wuyu clan finally fought with the Ninba 7. I hope I can survive today. On a weakly defensive border, Kazuhiko's figure is about to enter this battle zone, and a corpse is lying down in a dark corner not far away. After some ideological struggle, he still chose to come in to support Bai Ye, and rarely made a sensible decision. However, Kazuhiko did not lose his judgment, and sent out a large number of bad bugs to observe the surrounding situation. Perfectly avoiding all the ninjas in battle on the route, he quickly touched the direction where Shiraya was. Flap, pop, pop, let go. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** back of the decapitated sword. After gaining the new strength, the decapitating sword slowly sinks into the shoulder blades of White Knight. The intense pain made him frown unconsciously, and the strength of his right hand declined due to the trauma. Suddenly, he fell into a vicious circle. It is estimated that in a short time, Shi Zhang will be able to completely cut off the entire right arm of White Knight. Although the situation seemed to be more favorable to Shi Zhang, his face at this time was full of anxiety. Compared to cutting off the right hand of White Knight, in one breath, Shi Zhang was very willing to give up this opportunity at this time, and even more wanted to get away from the other party quickly. He deliberately patted the back of the knife, just wanting to make White Knight suffer from the pain and release his left hand. It's just that the situation deviated from what Shi Zhang expected, and it was obvious that the resistance of the opponent's right hand was greatly weakened. But the left hand gripped tighter, making him feel that the bones of his right wrist were about to be crushed. To Shi Zhang's crazy roar, White Knight had no way to respond. He was opening his big mouth with exposed teeth, and a ball of blood began to condense a little outside of his mouth. Shi Zhang could feel that the chakra of this blood-colored ball of light was extremely cohesive. He also didn't understand how the other party did it. Without the assistance of Kian, he could still use this powerful ninjutsu at a glance. Damn it. Since you want my life, then don't want to be better. Advertisement. Shi Zhang looked desperate, and had given up the idea of continuing to dodge and avoid. Unreservedly, he gathered all the chakras into his hands, preparing to take away one of the opponent's arms even if he died. At the same time, Shi Zhang actually has a faint desire in his heart, hoping that White Knight can give up on attacking in order to preserve his arm. Pouch. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi clang. With a flash of blood, an arm holding a knife also flew in the air. The final attacks of both sides were used at the same time, and both effectively achieved their goals. Don't kill me with one hand, have I ever offended you? Shi Zhang smiled bitterly with a hint of helplessness, and a lot of blood overflowed from the corners of his mouth. At the position of his chest, a bowl-sized hole appeared at this time, from which he could clearly see the things behind. He already knew that he was out of help, his strength was constantly dissipating, and death was getting closer and closer to him. Who told you that your hand was broken? You can't take it back. White Knight released his left hand and took a slight breath. It could be seen that this blow was quite expensive to him. After a while, he walked towards the place where he had severed his hand and picked it up from the rubble. Ahem. Even if you know a medical ninja who can take over. But when you escape from the land of water, your right hand will be necrotic. Ha, ahem. Shi Zhang's pale face barely squeezed out a smile, which was the only good news he had before he died. In his opinion, after White Knight loses an arm, most of the ninjutsu will become unable to release, and it is the other hand that is holding the knife. Tisk tusk tusk, seeing you so happy, in fact, I don't really want to hit you. White Knight shook his head sarcastically, and thrust his right hand directly to where it should belong. Suddenly, a large amount of white matter gushed out from the wound, enveloping the separated limbs. With the constant squirming, the white matter became less and less, until it disappeared completely. The place where it should have been broken has now become extremely clean, just like the illusion of what happened before. Puff. Shi Zhang's face was unwilling, and a lot of blood spewed out of his mouth. Finally, the corners of his mouth moved, and he could not say anything. Advertisement. He still maintained a standing posture holding a knife, but his eyes had completely dimmed. Fortunately, I personally killed a lot of miscellaneous fish in advance, otherwise there would be no more energy to recover my right hand. White Knight whispered a little, and was about to leave the scene quickly. After all, his last blow just now made a lot of noise. Before White Knight, he specially cooperated with Xiaozi and hunted down a lot of ninjas who were inferior. They were all prepared for this battle. For the creatures killed by oneself, you can actually choose to refuse to absorb them directly, but as a blue medicine-like existence for storage, and borrow them when needed. However, this method did not originally belong to Bai Ye, or it could be said that he didn't know about it at all. His use of soul power is still at an extremely basic stage. Although, White Knight didn't use much abilities, the combat time was also very short. But because they are all high consumption abilities, if it weren't for preparation in advance, in the end, I almost couldn't reattach the arm perfectly. It is worth mentioning that it is not that Bai Ye's recovery of the injured body does not need energy, but that power he cannot control at present. It can be said that it belongs to the power of this somewhat evil, White Knight, but in the orthodox world of death, it can be called an imaginary power. This guy is really desperate by you. According to the strength of your age, your current hard power should only be able to touch the threshold of special supremacy. The Shaozi who came out again couldn't help but sighed, and it could be said that he hadn't thought of this development at all. Before the start of the fight, its estimate of White Knight's winning rate was only 2.5, and 2.5 of them were still given to those two traps. Especially after both traps were avoided by Shi Zhang vigilantly, Xiaoxi was ready to show up and run with White Knight. Hard power does not show everything. After all, most ninjas are very fragile. As long as the opportunity is well grasped, it is not surprising that people who are more deadly dead. White Knight shrugged casually. This is also the reason why he looked down on his own body, and he didn't dare to try what he had the opportunity to do. At present, there is no record of other shinobu villages regarding the information about Bai's ability. In addition, these abilities themselves are not of Naruto world, leading to a huge hidden bonus when fighting against others. Just like the previous Shizang, if you know enough about the situation, you will definitely not be easily controlled. Under such circumstances, it will be much more difficult for White Knight to kill the opponent. Of course, the same will not be the case now, just to provoke the opponent at will, and fighting for life also requires sufficient capital. Chapter 130 Return. In the Shuiying building, Madara looked up at the top without expression. Master Madara, do you want me to go out and see the situation? Yakura also looked up, but his expression didn't look very good, and the depressed atmosphere made him shed a few drops of sweat unconsciously. I saw the original intact water shadow building, but at this time a large piece of the ceiling was missing. As long as you look at this side from a nearby high-level building, you can definitely find that something is wrong here, and the top of the outer golem has been completely exposed. If you want to continue to conceal the secrets in the water shadow building, you must fill them up quickly. This person is very strong. Don't be busy doing it until you find out the specific purpose of the other party. Also, quickly find a way to plug the hole above. Quote. Madara retracted his gaze and commanded Yakura in an orderly manner, while feeling a little fortunate in his heart. When he was just finishing the plan, he suddenly felt a blood-red light flashing above, wiping the head of the outer golem and flew over. Because this attack did not target Madara, he did not have a sense of crisis in advance. In a flash, Madara realized that there was a powerful force in it. If it happened to hit the head of an outside golem, it would definitely cause a big explosion directly here. After all, this head is not as well penetrated as a building. Even if Madara can guarantee that he is okay at that time, the news hidden here will be forced to be exposed. In this way, his plan to control Wuyin village will be forced to be shelved, which is equivalent to all the effort so far was wasted. At that time, it will be necessary to waste time rescheduling a new plan, and it may not be as perfect as it is now. As for why Madara chose to temporarily let go of the instigator, it was mainly his current physical state and he was not allowed to move at will. If Yakura is sent, there is no guarantee that he will be able to win the opponent. If he fails, he will be troublesome. So as long as the other party doesn't interfere with his plan, Madara doesn't bother to care about what the other party wants to do. But if he could go by himself, Madara would definitely push him to the ground repeatedly, eliminating all unstable factors. Even if his current physical condition is very poor, the attack intensity like the one just now is only a level he can achieve with a little thought. Advertisement. I just sold the old house. I specially pooled money to buy a new house. A middle-aged man was kneeling in front of his house, 2 tears shed on his desperate face. This scene happened everywhere in Wuyin village, and it was even more miserable when it was rubbed by the blood-red light just now, and even his life was directly lost because of it. These events happened to happen in a straight line, and the person who caused it all was in a bad state at this time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. White Knight, are you okay? Why your skin suddenly started to crack? Xiao Si stared at White Knight a little entangledly. Originally, it looked at the other party so fiercely, but it still thought it could continue to kill. But the current state seems a bit inappropriate, don't be counter-killed by then. It's okay, it seems that the body has regained the sudden increase in power. The only pity is that it only solved one goal this time. White Knight carried a decapitating knife on his shoulder, and he seemed to know why his body was in this state. So the original White Knight is coming back, what are the conditions for your appearance? Xiao Si understood the other party's meaning as soon as she heard it. As for Bai Ye's body problem, it had already learned detailed information from Xiao San. It didn't take long for him to come out with no thoughts, and he had already encountered the situation where another soul occupies his body. If Huang Quan knew about this news, the other party would definitely come over and observe the situation by all means. Since there has been an accident, next time I will have to wait for me to appear deep in my heart. With each step forward, the more cracks appeared on White Knight. There is a sense of freedom and ease on his face. Although it feels great to come out to play, there is nothing to miss too much. What? White Knight suddenly stopped, and with a loud roar, he stretched out his left hand to clasp his cheek. Then, with a strong tug to the outside, a mask-like object was snapped off, revealing the original skin color inside. The white matter in other parts of the body also began to detach quickly and autonomously, and disappeared invisible after it fell on the ground. The long bloody hair on his head also began to shorten quickly, returning to its original black color, and the pupils also changed to their original shape in the end. At this point, Bai Ye has completely returned. Huh. Advertisement. As soon as he recovered, Bai Ye began to gasp, and stretched out his left hand and shook in front of his eyes. Finally, I can control myself. An unknown meaning flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. Immediately after losing control of the body, he found that all his senses were still functioning normally. It also means that everything that happened just now is no different from experiencing it in person, except that you can't actively control your body. At the same time, he really didn't know what to say. He had only received news from Huang Quan, and as a result, he was worried about this immediately. However, after this time, Bai Ye was not so afraid at the beginning, at least grasped the reason why the other party would suddenly appear. Leaning on the pendant in front of him, the strength that he gained in one breath was too great, and the main reason was that he didn't slowly train himself, which caused the power in his body to run wild. The appearance of White Knight is actually to help suppress the power in the body and to experience the thrill of fighting by the way. Until Bai Ye readapted to the new power, he could retreat. Of course, there were no loopholes to continue drilling, and it was one of the reasons. Hey, you boring fellow came back so soon. Seeing the White Knight turned back to its original state, Xiaoxi couldn't help shaking his three small heads and sighed 3 times at the same time. I feel that the recovery speed of my soul must not be as fast as that of another White Knight. After all, as soon as it appeared, a very powerful Shang Ren was dead, and this efficiency was absolutely leveraged. Your kid is itchy, right? Bai Ye stretched out his hand to catch Xiaoxi and angrily, ready to let it experience the new trick of his own comprehension. Your companion will be leaning over soon, I will hide first. Seeing that he couldn't avoid this claw, Xiaoxi immediately slipped back into the pendant. If you have the ability, just keep shrinking from the inside. When Bai Ye heard the news from Xiaoxi, he didn't move on, and directly chose to sit in the corner next to him. Feeling that the body at this time is particularly exhausted, Bai Ye, ready to rest while waiting for Kazuhiko to come and find him. Chapter 131 New Ability. What are you doing? You are still sitting here to rest. Tonight's battle is nearing its end. It will be hard to get out if you don't leave. Kazuhiko, who rushed over in a hurry, saw Bai Ye still sitting in the sheik and waving hands with himself, and suddenly stopped getting angry. Because he was so worried about the other person in front of him, he would have known this guy a long time ago. There was a small accident when I just evacuated, and I accidentally fell into an ambush and had a fight with others. Bai Ye borrowed the beheading knife and stood up on the ground, preparing to leave quickly with Kazuhiko. Why are you picking up a big knife and coming here? Kazuhiko looked at Bai Ye with a little puzzled. The other party was obviously not carrying a weapon that he usually used. Carrying this kind of useless thing may cause a drag when evacuating. It's one of the 7 ninja swords of the Wuyi ninja sword. I saw that the user died in the battle, so I picked it up. Also, I remember that you have not studied the sealing technique. Can you directly seal this knife? Quote. Bai Ye directly pushed Shi Zhang's death out, but even if he admitted that he killed it, no one would believe it. Is this the decapitator? Wait, when have you heard that I can seal it? Because this mission was not a head-on fight, Kazuhiko didn't waste his heart to memorize these. However, he has learned a little about some of the most foggy people. After Bai Ye's reminder, he immediately guessed the origin of this somewhat familiar knife. Well, didn't you say that you want to fight with me again? I specifically collected some information. At the beginning, Bai Ye was stunned by the opponent's rhetorical questions. After all, Kazuhiko had told him personally. Then it suddenly occurred to him that Kazuhiko's memory seemed to have been sealed by Xiaosun, and he immediately made up a reason. You can even inquire about this kind of news. I remember this matter seems to be known only by myself. Kazuhiko was also a little confused at this time. He had studied the sealing technique by himself at the beginning, and he had not disclosed the news to others. Don't worry about this. Didn't you say that the battle is about to end? We have to retreat quickly. Seeing that the situation was not right, Bai Ye immediately interrupted Kazuhiko's thoughts and forced the decapitation knife into the opponent's hand. Kazuhiko took the knife and didn't say much. He took out a blank scroll and quickly wrote a lot of text on it, leaving only a blank circle in the center. Seal. Advertisement. With his low drink, the bang of the beheaded knife turned into a cloud of white mist, disappearing in front of the 2 people, and the word, broken, appeared in the center of the seal scroll. Hurry up. The fighting around is getting smaller and smaller. After Kazuhiko put away the scroll and tied it up, he threw it to Bai Ye at will, and immediately led the way and ran in the other direction. As for why he didn't choose the place where he came in at the beginning, the main reason was that he was afraid that the body would be found, but that place would be more difficult to break through. And among the 6 people who were pitted by Heian, there are now 2 more powerful people who continue to escape. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. At this time, choosing the location where the 2 of them were exposed at the time, relatively speaking, the chance of escaping should be higher. Kazuhiko just took the White Knight with him, carefully avoiding all the remaining mist on the road, and rushed to the outside. The two quickly reached the outermost periphery. Leave this person to me to solve it, and your current state is not very good. On the roof of a certain room, Shiraya and Kazuhiko are lying here to observe the situation outside. After Kazuhiko's reminder, Shiraya easily discovered the one hidden in a tree on the border. And because of the shortage of manpower, the positions of the other two outposts are far away. So as long as the movement is not too big, then as long as you solve an enemy, you can successfully break through. Originally speaking, it would be more convenient for Kazuhiko to sneak an attack at this time, as long as the insects were touched secretly. However, when Bai Ye saw the other party's face paled like this, it was obvious that chakra was already a little overdrawn. Coupled with this period of time to continue to explore the surrounding situation, obviously it is not suitable to waste energy to do this kind of thing. Are you sure you can solve the opponent silently? How do I remember that you don't seem to be a ninjutsu? Kazuhiko couldn't help but remember that when he was taking the Zongan exam, he was a little unreliable no matter how he thought. At that time, it was the most violent in the White Knight. Every attack was a powerful destructive and spread to a wide range. It was obviously not suitable for a low-key sneak attack. It didn't matter if the enemy was only one person. After this period of hard training, my assassination ability is also very strong. Bai Ye replied in an angry voice, but he did not know what to do. What he knows, think about it carefully, it seems that there is nothing particularly small. The only sharp gun with relatively small movement, but it is not suitable for a frontal sneak attack. With the alert level of the ninja opposite, he can definitely detect and avoid it in advance. Although Bai Ye has regained some new abilities following the evolution of Zanpaku, there is also no such thing as using less dynamics. Advertisement. Zanpaku knife. Zanyu, 3,497,000 new. Broken road. 58 broken road Tan Lan, 3,497,000 new. Binding Dao. 61 of Binding Dao 6 Rod Light Prison, 3,497,000 new. White Fight. 7 segments 3,497,000. Instant Step. 7 segments 3,497,000. Overspeed Regeneration. 7 stages. Zanyu. Pour chakra into the blade and split it out to form a crescent-shaped blade to attack the enemy. The 58 of Breaking Path. Tan Lan. Unleash a huge whirlwind to attack the opponent. 61 of the Dao. 6 Rod Light Prison. Use 6 light discs to lock the enemy's actions. Bai Ye has another powerful control skill, but this kind of radiant thing is a bit too dazzling to use at night. If only I could escape. Bai Ye thought about it, but still didn't think of a good plan. After secretly deciding to go back, even if Oshimaru doesn't help, he still has to find a way to learn some practical ninjutsu. If you really can't do it, let me come, okay, keep dragging here, it will not be a small consumption to me, okay. Kazuhiko looked at Bai Ye a little speechlessly, waiting for a long time, and still didn't see the other party's actions. He also has to spend his energy to always be aware of the surrounding situation to prevent sudden people from breaking into this area. Well, come on, how did I find out, why are you such a fool? Seeing that Bai Ye gave up without hesitation, Kazuhiko suddenly felt very tired. If he were to settle it earlier, he might have returned to Akita's house now. Kazuhiko, who had worked hard all night in secret, just wanted to lie down quickly and take a good rest. Chapter 132 Hidden Threat. It hurts. Where am I? Why is it so crowded? There is still a stench. Vomit. In the darkness, there was a whisper. Bang. As the person struggled desperately, suddenly there was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and he felt that the whole world began to rotate non-stop. At this time, tonight's battle has completely come to an end, and Wuyin began to send ninjas guarding the border to clean up. A teenage boy was searching symbolically among the ruins. But there was a sudden noise behind him, which scared him very much, thinking that in the area he was searching, there were still the remnants of the Shui Wuyu clan hiding. Subconsciously, he took out Kuwu to be on guard, but what was greeted was a trash can that kept rolling. Master Ching, there seems to be a living person here. At this time, he who should have personally stepped forward to investigate the situation, because his heart was too weak, he couldn't help but speak loudly to call for the youth who manages this area to come. Ching came very quickly, and it took less than 5 seconds to reveal her figure. You, what's the matter? He will come so fast, mainly because he thought that the other party had encountered an enemy. After all, if it was a partner, it would be fine to deal with it directly. However, Ching fought for his life and rushed over, only to find that there was only one person around, and he didn't know what the other party was talking about. Master Ching, I didn't bring down the trash can, but it rolled up suddenly on its own. Ching looked in the direction of Yu's fingers, and couldn't help being full of black lines, really wishing to kick him out of his team directly. This fart is big and small, but you have to call yourself specifically, as if you were the other party's nanny. I'll clean up you later. Ching glared fiercely, and was about to step forward to investigate. After all, since they've already come here, let's check the situation inside by the way, and see if someone is really hidden. Ching didn't lose the vigilance he should usually have, so he chose a water body so that he could guard against even traps. Crack. Advertisement. Ahem. As the lid opened, there was a coughing sound. The more nervous he glanced at Ching, he had no choice but to put on a fighting stance. If it was an enemy, then this was his first battle after becoming Zongan. Almost thought I was going to die here. Oh, soon, a delicate hand came out from the trash can, and the people inside seemed to be climbing towards the outside. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote opening parenthesis. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The moment Qing's body showed his wrist, no matter who the other party was, he was ready to attack first. When the person inside was controlled by his left hand, he was shocked inside, knowing that he hadn't heard voices just now, and that someone was actually guarding him outside. Forcibly restraining his discomfort, his right hand quickly touched the ninja bag on his waist. At the moment of being pulled out forcefully, the 3 shurikens drawn out by the right hand were also thrown at the opponent's body. It was the water body used to eat the trap, and it was directly pierced by the shuriken without deliberately dodge. Water escape. The technique of water prison. Qing, who was hiding not far away, had been prepared for a long time. When the water body turned into a mass of water stains, he directly used it to launch a second stage attack. When the person inside saw that the target being attacked was just a clone, his heart jumped, creating a strong sense of crisis. But the pain from all over the body caused her body to prepare to respond, causing the water ball that was generated to be completely wrapped in without resistance. Yu. After controlling the opponent, Qing could see who the target was, and a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face. Gurulu. The person in the dungeon obviously also discovered who was attacking him, with an angry look on his face. Immediately opened his mouth and prepared to say something, but he was interrupted by the water pouring into his mouth, and his face became a little pale. Ah, I'm sorry, I will remove this technique right away. After seeing the deterioration of the opponent's face, Qing outside remembered that he hadn't released the ninjutsu. The left hand that was controlling the technique of the water prison suddenly pumped out, and the water block that lost chakra's support immediately fell towards the ground. Cough cough. Cough cough. After being saved, the other party tried to support the ground with both hands and began to cough non-stop. That, Ming, I thought it was the remnants of the Shui Wuyu clan hiding in it. Who would have thought that you would hide in it in a decent way? Qing scratched his head a little awkwardly, and said the identity of the person in front of him. Advertisement. Ming, Master Qing, is she the genius girl in your mouth? But why is she hiding in the trash can? Even if she can't beat her with her strength, she should be able to get out easily, so she won't be reduced to such a shameful thing that she needs to do. Quote. The more at this time, he leaned in undeadly, madly making up for Terumi Mei who was already uncomfortable. Master Qing, don't tell me if you don't say it, why are you beating me? The more aggrieved he clutched his head, obviously he didn't understand the other party's meaning. Qing couldn't stand it anymore. He covered his eyes with a headache and really didn't want to see this B*********** D again. Obviously, he is usually timid, but at this time he dares to go crazy. Terumi Mei, who fell on the ground, flushed with her small face, if it weren't for physical inconvenience, she would have rushed forward and desperately. At the same time, I was wondering why I was there, and the memory before the coma was vague. By the way, it must be that guy, and only that B********** D can do such a B******** D thing. The figure of Shiraya suddenly appeared in Terumi Ming's mind, thinking that the other party must have done it for no reason. Who? Yomiru Terumi was gnashing his teeth, and couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He didn't expect that someone would make this little devil suffer. That's the person who was next to me at the time. His name. By the way, what's the name of the fellow, Master Qing? Terumi Mei said bitterly, but suddenly got stuck when thinking about Shiraya's name, and found that she didn't seem to have asked the other party's name during the whole process. But when I saw Qing, my eyes lit up. I felt that Bai Ye was arranged by the other party, so I should know the name. Didn't you bring that fellow? How would I know? When Qing heard Terumi Ming's question, his brows couldn't help but frown, and he realized that something seemed to be wrong. Where did you meet him? It was about 200 meters away from you. At that time, I saw him walking around alone, so I decided it was better to act together. Terumi Ming saw Qing's face serious, and he also understood that the matter seemed to be serious. I said why he didn't even wear a forehead at the time, but because he was with you, he didn't think much about it. It seems that he should be the 7th spy lurking nearby tonight. Quote. Qing closed his eyes to recall the appearance of this white knight, ready to draw it directly, and then issued a wanted order. Since it may be a problem to determine the identity of the other party, then you can't let the other party continue to be at ease in the village. Chapter 133 Emergency Retreat. Spy. Impossible. Terumi Mei was entangled, and he was fighting between heaven and man in his mind. Judging from the performance that Bai Ye wanted to get rid of her as soon as she came in, it was indeed very problematic. Especially when you think directly about the worst, it's really no surprise that the spies in other villages are. However, the only thing that makes Terumi Ming really puzzled is why he would come out to save himself at the last minute if the other party is really an enemy. You also know that the village is not very peaceful lately. It's no surprise that someone took the opportunity to get in. I don't know the first one. Qing is determined to release a wanted anyway. If someone really knows that the other party is a member of the village, then someone should come over and give a reminder. Of course, there is another possibility that it is too low-key, so low-key that no one really knows it. However, Qing didn't plan to kill Bai Ye on the spot. Anyway, it's okay to control it first, and then there will be ways to verify his identity. Why is there a sudden chill behind me? Is there someone who wants to secrete me? Because they came back a little late, Bai Ye and Heian missed the supper time, so they sneaked into the kitchen to find something to eat. After several days of contact, they knew that Akitas usually deal with the leftovers the next morning. By the way, has your face been exposed? Didn't you say that you have fought with people before? Kazuhiko held a cold, hard-steamed bun in his hand and gnawed at it. The two came back in a hurry, and he had never been able to find a chance to ask questions before. Well, I remember it seemed to be killed by me. Bai Ye recalled the scene after losing control of her body. She felt that no one had been left out, and her skin color was completely different from now. However, even if you missed it, the energy absorbed by the pendant is real. About Terumi Mei, Bai Ye subconsciously ignored it. He subconsciously believes that based on the opponent's current judgment, there should be no doubts. And Terumi Ming was indeed as Shiraya thought, at best he just wanted to vent his anger. Advertisement. But what Bai Ye didn't expect was that he had only fought a green face, but found something wrong with it, which made the situation go in another direction. It's fine if I don't have one. I will try to contact the comrades who sneaked into the Water Shadow building later. After sharing information with each other, I can prepare to retreat separately. Kazuhiko understands that this should be the best time to mix in the short term, and there should be a lot of people trying to get in. If it fails even this time, there is no need to continue wasting manpower to freeze here. First bring back all the news of the harvest, and then look at the next policy of the senior management. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Are you ready to retreat? I hope nothing will happen at the last minute. For this decision, Bai Ye agreed with both hands. He had known the most important information of Wuyin village at present, but he couldn't tell it directly. Then it took a few days to get some details that I didn't know. For Bai Ye, both what should be known and what should not be known are now known, and there really is no point in continuing to waste time. Regarding the information that Madara might have controlled the 4 generations of Shuiying, he was going to mention it in the report vaguely after returning. It is best if it can affect the other party's plan, and it doesn't matter if it doesn't. At most, it's just going on according to the normal plot. I'm a little too lazy. How come it feels like I've been pushed to Kazuhiko? While Bai Ye was still eating chicken legs, watching Kazuhiko, who had left 2 steamed buns at random, his black conscience was a little bit painful. Then he began to solve the leftovers of the Akita family tonight without any image. How come there are more people on patrol? I knew I would take a little more rest. Kazuhiko, who slipped out of the Akita mansion, found that with such a short meal, the number of ninjas patrolling secretly was at least 2 to 30% more than the previous one. But these people weren't arranged by Ching, and he wouldn't be so excited for a kid who sneaked in. The extra people were all Yakura waiting for the completion of the Mizuki clan destruction plan, and specially deployed some of the extra personnel to search for the person who emitted the blood red light. And because you don't know the specific image, the search target is the new face that behaves suspiciously. All of a sudden, the spies who survived suffered a lot. They didn't know what Wuyin suddenly went crazy, and for a while, he didn't dare to show his head at will. Tisk, it's really troublesome. I don't know if they will go to the agreed place. After Kazuhiko walked nearly half of the distance, he found a dark corner to sit and rest. He regretted not putting some positioning bugs on his companions, otherwise it would be very hard for him to go so hard and find no one. After spending a lot of time, Kazuhiko finally stepped into an old house that seemed to have been abandoned for a long time. Advertisement. You finally came, otherwise I would like to retreat by myself. Konoha Onbi hidden in this room waited for a long time, and the expression under the mask was full of anxiety. Don't look for it, I'm the only one. Shiji has already left early, and the rest are probably dead. I stay here to deliver the message to you, and there is a greater chance of taking it back separately. Quote. Seeing that Heian was still looking around, the man immediately understood what the other party was thinking. I don't have time to tell you more. I have prepared 2 information scrolls for you in advance. You'd better immediately separate and evacuate with your companions. Kazuhiko was holding 2 scrolls that had been forced over in his hand, looking at the direction where the other party was leaving. His whole person was almost stupid. Since he came in, he didn't even have a word to say, the other party just ran away like this. I finally touched it, and this told me to touch it back immediately. What kind of evil did this make? Kazuhiko took a breath and hurried back immediately, although he didn't know what happened. Anyway, listening to the other party's hurried evacuation is sure to be correct. Don't sleep, get up quickly. Kazuhiko, why did you come back so soon? I thought you would choose to rest there tonight. Feeling that someone was shaking his white knight, he immediately woke up, and after seeing the other person's appearance, sleepiness came back to my heart. Don't sleep, you guys, I'm the sleepier one. Okay, you can just retreat after getting dressed. In order to get back quickly, Kazuhiko had already knocked a lot of Liang pills on the road, and his face looked bleak now. Especially when I saw Bai Ye and wanted to continue to sleep, I suddenly stopped getting angry. What news did they get, so anxious? After hearing the word, retreat, Bai Ye was completely drowsy and looked at Kazuhiko with a serious expression. I don't know. I don't have time to watch it all the way back. I'd better slip out and talk about it. After Kazuhiko finished wearing his clothes within a few seconds of the White Knight, he threw an intelligence scroll in his hand to the opponent. I haven't said goodbye to Akuna, and I don't know if she will be angry. Shiraya took the scroll into his arms, and then left Akita's house behind Kazuhiko, and quickly retreated outside the village. Chapter 134 Start tracking. I heard that this person has lived in your house during this period of time. Early the next morning, Ao and Terumi appeared in the Akita mansion. Originally speaking, he shouldn't deal with these trivial matters on his own. However, regarding the portrait of Bai Ye, Qing had just asked someone to distribute it, and someone immediately responded that he had seen each other near Akita's home. Then Terumi Ming immediately took the initiative to apply to go there in person. Some uneasy Qing, seeing that it was still early, decided to accompany the other party to have a look. Since Shiroya didn't intend to hide himself at the beginning, the two people who rushed to Akita's home quickly got some information they wanted. Master Qing, I don't know what happened, can I tell the old man first? When Shengming saw the portrait of Bai Ye, he was a little surprised and asked calmly. If it is not a major event, he intends to try his best to help the other party take it down. But if it is particularly serious, then he is also ready to find a way to notify Bai Ye and let him escape secretly. It's not that Shengming doesn't love his village, but a series of recent events that made him hate the ninjas in his village. If this kind of thing happened before, he might have to think carefully about whether he should help. Then I'll tell you directly, this person may be a spy sent by another country, so you'd better not conceal something. We have found out some information before coming. Qing also didn't plan to go around the corner with the other party, but directly pointed out his own purpose. To be honest, this kind of ordinary person with no talent, he actually didn't care at all. After all, the other party could never have the opportunity to threaten him. At best, he could only guarantee that he would not bully ordinary people at will. Father, sir, do you know where they went at night? I just went to wake them up and found that there was no one in the room. Akina, who was rushing over, suddenly saw that there were outsiders around, so she changed her words to honorifics. Shengming had some headaches. How to delay time, but Akuna brought him good news. Master Qing, it's not that I deliberately embarrassed you, you also heard my little girl's words, the other party seems to have left silently. The corners of Shengming's mouth rose unconsciously, and he immediately felt very comfortable in his heart. It's okay, can you take us to where the other party sleeps? Qing didn't expect that the other party had already slipped away. These things were made temporarily by him, and it was impossible for the father and daughter to discuss them in advance to lie to him. Advertisement. However, he was not unprepared, he had planned for the current situation a long time ago. When Shengming saw this, although he felt something was wrong, he couldn't think of how to reject the other party. I had to take the initiative to get up and lead the way, thinking that Bai Ye had already left anyway, there should be no problem. Miss Sister, that guy's name is Yi. Terumi Mei, who was lagging behind, began to sell her cute to Akuna, trying to deceive some information about Shiraya. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Before entering here, she only knew that Bai Ye was Akuna's savior. Other detailed information, it is impossible for passersby to know about it. Yes, I told you that at that time. Shuna, who was not sure about the situation, couldn't help but talk excitedly when the other party asked about Shiraya's topic. Of course she was not that stupid yet, and the incident that they came back smuggled together has been selectively forgotten. It turns out that he is a samurai from the country of iron. Terumi Ming judged by his instinct that Akina should have not lied to herself. Then Fang Guang repelled Zhang Ren with the sword technique, indicating that the identity of the Iron Kingdom was relatively reliable. But in terms of purpose, it is certainly not that simple to travel the world, otherwise it would not appear in that place last night. Moreover, it was also not that there was no big greeting, and he left directly like running away. Is it here? Then this pajama is from that night, right? As soon as Qing came in, he saw the still messy bedding, and threw a set of pajamas on it. He deliberately stepped forward and squatted down and touched it, confirming that the other party did not leave in a short time, so this incident should not have been secretly notified by the Akita family. Master Qing, I don't know what else you want to know. There was a smile on Shengming's face, and there was sarcasm hidden in his words. However, Qing ignored him. After standing up, he used his right hand to blow a loud whistle, and the voice came directly from the mansion. When Shengming saw this, he couldn't help but jump in his heart. He didn't know that everyone had already left, and what the other party was going to do. Not long afterwards, there was a shinobu receiving the signal, rushing towards where they were. This ninja dog is not a blue psychic beast, otherwise it would not be possible to call it over this way. Advertisement. This is what he asked someone to borrow before the action in the morning. Just to prevent someone from covering up, it is easy to find if there is a shinobu nearby. Yesterday's non-stop light snow stopped as early as the night, so the remaining smell is also enough for tracking. The ninja dog who was called over smelled the clothes on Qing's hands with the tip of his nose, turned around and ran out in the direction of the smell. Qing and Terumi Mei didn't stay too much, and left the Akita mansion quickly along with them. What the hell is going on? What are these people doing looking for Yi? There is also Yi, how can they leave without saying hello? As expected, Chu Na was pouting her little mouth angrily, worrying about it. The other party has his own pursuit. We can't let him stay at our house forever. As for the ninja, we don't care too much. Katsumi didn't choose to tell Akuna about this. After all, saying too much would only make the other party too worried, and it didn't make much sense. After praying for Bai Ye in his heart, he completely left the matter behind. There are still a lot of things waiting for him to deal with today. Master Qing, that knight should be the samurai of the Iron Kingdom. That's right, they have been neutral all the time, maybe we made a mistake. Terumi Mei, who was running non-stop behind the ninja dog, thought for a while and said this to the green one on the side. No matter what Bai Ye was for, she had saved her once after all. If possible, Terumi Ming really didn't want to catch the other party back. Be prepared to let each other go at least this time, so that the two people will be cleaned up. If the two sides can meet again in the future, she will definitely not be soft. Do you know why I have to act with you? You said you are still not what a ninja should be. Xing is very optimistic about Terumi Ming's potential, but doesn't want the other party to develop the habit of making mistakes at this age. I know, but don't be it. If the other party brings back any important information, it will eventually cause the death of your relatives and partners. Xing violently interrupted Terumi Ming's words, trying to completely cut off the thoughts that Absolute Fang should not have. It seems that I have successfully left the village. It is really troublesome. I still have a lot of things to deal with. After the two ran a long distance in silence, a high wall at the border of the Wuyin village appeared in front of them. Chapter 135 Run away separately. What the hell is it to split up and run away? How can someone like me who can't confirm the position go back? Last night, with the help of Kazuhiko, Bai Ye successfully escaped from the warning area of Wuyin village. But then he told him to act separately, and didn't know who was brainwashed, saying that this would increase the chance of bringing the information back. But he had already ran most of the distance, and he hadn't seen anyone coming to follow him. He felt that Kazuhiko was a little too nervous. The others were indeed as Bai Ye thought, no one specifically followed them, but there was a small tail not far behind him. Don't worry, would you still be afraid of getting lost with me? Xiao Si was lying leisurely on Bai Ye's head at this time. After Bai Ye separated from Kazuhiko, he specifically called it out to judge the surrounding situation. Although he felt that as long as he didn't get close to the small town, theoretically, there should be no danger. But it's always right to be careful. It doesn't require him to pay extra chakras anyway. Could you still be able to smell the position of Konoha? Don't think that you have 3 mouths, so you will be more convincing. Bai Ye rolled his eyes in angrily, a little dog who came to this world for the first time, and he opened his mouth to speak. Hey, I can sense the position of the vortex country at any rate, otherwise you will find your way all the way. Xiao Si stretched out his paws and scratched Bai Ye's hair, and all 3 small faces were full of discomfort at the same time. Stop making trouble, I'll make you a barbecue banquet after I go back. When Shiroya was fooling around with Akuna, Xiao Si, who didn't have to eat, was completely obsessed with the taste after tasting the barbecue once curiously. Hearing these words, Xiao Si swallowed unconsciously, and seemed to be more at ease. Regarding the issue of the identity of Xiao Si, Bai Ye did not intend to conceal it after returning home. After all, there were a lot of peculiar-looking psychic beasts, and he got one by the way and it can only be said to be lucky. Moreover, Xiao Si's body doesn't know how it has been transformed. As a soul body, even if it doesn't stay in a specific area, most people can see it. The reason why I chose to keep Kazuhiko from the front was mainly because the other party had amnesia, which could not explain why I suddenly had a psychic beast. White Knight, there seems to be someone following us behind. Advertisement. I have changed directions several times, and the other party has always changed directions. Quote. Xiao Si noticed that the other party had been there for a while, and during this period of time, it deliberately directed Bai Ye to change routes several times. The reason why Terumi Ming and his team were able to catch up with Bai Ye was because he felt that the situation was not in crisis, and the speed of action had not been maintained fast. Therefore, although Bai Ye ran all night, his physical condition was better than at the beginning. Is this information really important? It actually sent chasing troops. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Bai Ye frowned. He thought about taking the time to take a peek at the scroll, but the information was encrypted. For someone like him who has not studied this aspect of knowledge, even the simplest encrypted file can't be understood. At present, Bai Ye can only think of the information that can make Wu Hide so nervous. But if he really saw Madara's face, he didn't think that the level of these people who came from Konoha could find a way to survive successfully. One of them should be the little girl you rescued last night, and there are 2 other smells that I have not smelled in advance, so I can't judge it. Xiao Si looked at Bai Ye jokingly, meaning that those who listened to it didn't care about the girl's life or death, maybe there would be nothing so much now. Terumi Ming. Don't come to trouble me specifically, I just hid it in the trash can for her safety. Bai Ye didn't have the consciousness of doing something wrong at all, and she thought that she did a good job. He put Terumi Mei into the trash can specifically, and he also had many considerations. Many ninjas in the mist have very sensitive noses. If they are hidden in the trash can, they can interfere with the emission of their own odors. Theoretically speaking, it is indeed a relatively safe place, but the environment may be much worse. By the way, do the other 2 guys feel strong to you? Bai Ye suddenly remembered another one. She seemed to have said that Xiao Si could perceive the general strength of others. He is prepared to formulate a reasonable response plan based on actual conditions. One of them should feel weak, and the other doesn't feel much weaker than the person you killed last night. Xiao Si frowned and felt it, and expressed his own judgment. Do these guys really come here for intelligence? Isn't the Ninja 7 ninjas exaggerated? After hearing this news, Bai Ye suddenly felt that the whole world was darkened. Advertisement. He is not sure that he can win single to single, and now he has 2 more helpers. Hey, boss, don't sleep, come and take over my body, otherwise everyone will finish playing together. The desperate Bai Ye tried to call another self. At this time, he didn't want to worry about the issue of sovereignty. First of all, he had to continue to survive. This B asterisk 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 D, he lost the chain at a critical moment, and don't even think he will be able to come out in the future. After Bai Ye waited for a while, as he expected, there was no change in his body. Perhaps it is the need to recite a special spell, just like you usually release the kind of ninjutsu that needs to be chanted. Xiao Si felt that the other party was getting closer, and there was a hint of eagerness in his heart, and he put forward some ideas of his own. Well, it doesn't seem to be completely unreasonable. Come out, another me. Start super transformation. Hidden dark power. Bai Ye blind chicken read a bunch of messy things, and the only thing that changed was the little four. It barely covered its 3 small mouths with its 2 paws to prevent it from laughing out loud. It felt that Bai Ye's current state was really too second. I really believe your nonsense. If you can go back alive this time, don't even want to eat your barbecue. Seeing that Bai Ye saw that there was really no way, he didn't care about his physical strength, and started speeding up for the first time. Be prepared to continue running first, maybe you can think of a way to get out on the road. The other party suddenly started to accelerate, it seems that they should have discovered us. The shinobu not far behind, noticed Bai Ye's actions, and informed the Qing and Terumi Mei that were next to him. Originally, I kept pulling in the distance, but now there is a faint tendency to expand again. It's okay, we will be at the beach soon, and he will have nowhere to run. Qing did not choose to continue to speed up, otherwise, compared to miming, the pressure was still a bit too much. Terumi Ming, who was not primarily based on physiques, after a long period of high-intensity tracking, a trace of fatigue was revealed in his face. Chapter 136 Encounter. Damn it, isn't it? It's over so soon, is this trying to force me to run directly from the water to the country of the vortex? Bai Ye accelerated for about half an hour, and passed through the last jungle, before seeing a vast ocean. According to the original plan, he should now stop and collect materials on the spot to make a small raft across the sea. As for food, just take a few days of Bingliong pills. Anyway, I'm ready to go back to the village. There is no need to use it and it is as economical as when I came here. But the sudden pursuit of soldiers from the rear completely disrupted his plan. Actually, it's not very long, maybe 2 or 3 days to get there. Xiao Si was very wicked and persuaded Bai Ye to continue running quickly, with nonchalant words written on its little face. You have the ability to come down and run with me. It's really not a pain to stand and talk. Standing in the white night by the sea, he reached out his hand and grabbed the little sea on his head, as if he was really ready to do so. Don't pull, the ninja following will appear soon. Xiao Si clung to Bai Ye's head tightly, and the resistance from the tail of the resistor felt like he would be torn off as soon as he let go. Why is your body so small? It's obvious that Xiao San's body is so big. Also, when will you be able to grow up? Don't you think it's a bit awkward to be a dog? Bai Ye didn't continue to play around either, he had already pulled out the Zanpaku from his waist, ready to see the situation. After all, unless he turned around and trot all the way with his feet, he would probably not be able to get rid of the opponent if he continued to stay in the water country. Bai Ye wanted to see who the Shangren was, and it would be best if he had a chance to die. Don't think about it, I won't grow up in my life, and I won't have a chance to ride it for you in the future. Xiao Si licked his own little paw, and he was also prepared in his heart. As long as Bai Ye showed his frustration, he would choose to support it. Of course, the physical problems are all nonsense, and there are actually ways to change the size of the body. Compared to being ridden by Bai Ye doing coolies, Xiao Si was more willing to lie on the opponent's head lazily. Yeah, long time no see. After seeing the figure that appeared in front of him, Bai Ye waved his free left hand, as if he was really just saying hello to a friend. Advertisement. At the same time, he glanced at the ninja dog secretly, and understood what the other party's tracking method was. Bai Ye didn't choose to do it the first time, mainly because he wanted to see what the other party had. Although the possibility of just coming over and chatting about the family is very small, after all, they have already caught up to the border line, but if you say it is not good, there is a surprise. Boy, I don't want to do it with you, it's best to take the initiative to come with us. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Xingjian didn't take the initiative to take the initiative, and he also had some thoughts about Terumi Ming, so he didn't take the initiative as soon as he came over. But it is also impossible to let the other party go, no matter what, at least you need to take it back to the interrogation team to ask again and say it again. After all, an outsider in Bai Ye, who appeared there in that situation, could not have any special purpose. Uncle, if you want to know anything, just ask, why bother to let me go back? There was still a smile on Bai Ye's face, and he was already ready to do it in secret. The other party's expression didn't look like he would let him go. Especially after confirming that the incoming person is Qing, his heart is also a little eager to move, but this is one of his goals that he kills very much. Coupled with the mockery of another personality last night, Bai Ye's heart also changed a little. The other party has successfully proved that, as long as you try and see, you can really achieve unexpected results. Can you tell us, what is your purpose here this time? Terumi Ming suddenly interrupted to ask a very ridiculous question, and after seeing everyone's gaze, he couldn't help but blush. She actually knew that asking was a question for nothing. Even if Bai Ye answered the truth, Qing couldn't choose to believe it. Asking such words is just subconsciously trying to fight for it. After all, the atmosphere has become more and more serious with the dialogue between the two sides. In that case, I have no choice but to be rude. Xingjian Bai didn't intend to be soft, nor was he ready to wait any longer. He was still anxious to go back to the village to deal with things. Uncle, do you still need to play a sneak attack when you bully a child? Bai Ye's right hand holding the sword slashed backwards, just in the middle of the figure that suddenly appeared behind him. Then the figure that was split in half turned into a large puddle of water and floated in the air. Xing's body. Bai Ye still finds it a bit tricky, and this kind of water body, which can only have 10% of the body's strength at most, is really only for serving food. Bing, are you from the Shui Wuyu clan? Advertisement. Behind Shiroya, I thought of Xing's voice again. This was the method he used to deal with Terumi Ming last night. The first water body was originally intended to make movement, used to lure Bai Ye to attack, in order to reduce the opponent's vigilance. The second water body that was hidden behind was the seal of the technique of water prison in advance. But after the green water body was sealed, he found that his technique had failed to activate, and the original pool of water in the sky had all condensed into ice. If he is not borrowing the water from the first water body, then the technique of water prison should be able to be used successfully. But if you want to trap Bai Ye, it is not that easy, and the chance of being avoided is quite high if the speed is not fast enough. Hey, uncle, you are not good at this quality, you actually exposed your backhand on the initiative. When a voice came from behind, Bai Ye's pupils shrank slightly. To be honest, he really didn't notice the other party's hidden backhand for the first time. Because most of the ninjas in Wuyu are good at using water to escape, Bai Ye had already liberated the Zanpaku knife into the state of Binglunmaru in advance, and it seemed that it might have a miraculous effect. In fact, the high temperature generated by the flow of blades is also quite suitable for restraining the water escape, but it is a bit expensive for the current White Knight, so I did not choose it. However, freezing the liquid water directly with Binglin pills can be much easier than condensing water from the air first, and then further transforming it into ice. The chakra consumed will also be greatly reduced. Just choosing to freeze the water in the body is purely easy. But after hearing the sound coming from behind, Bai Ye increased the output intensity. This time, he condensed a piece of ice out of thin air, freezing a small area behind him directly. Ming, this time I'm ready to make a real move. Xing ignored the White Knight that kept talking about Cao, but frowned and said to Terumi Mei. Just now, he was only preparing to control the opponent, not preparing to kill the killer, so he deliberately chose the more controlled water prison technique. But Bai Ye's current identity seemed to have some problems, not as they thought at the beginning, but just a spy from another country. It was actually possible that it was the remnant of the Shui Wuyu clan. Xing's secret already wanted to kill Bai Ye directly on the spot. Got it. Terumi Ming's face also looked a little complicated, and looking at her current posture, it seemed that she was also ready to take action together. Chapter 137 White Knight vs Blue. Feeling the killing intent emanating from Xing's body, Bai Ye's hand holding Zanpaku Dao couldn't help tightening. The state of the opponent at this time was completely different from the beginning, giving Bai Ye the illusion that he might die in the next second. Water escape, water turbulence. After thinking about it for a while, Xing made a plan for the battle. With the completion of the nodding movement of his hands, a waterfall-like water flow from his mouth rushed towards the White Knight. The spread of these currents is very wide, completely sealing off all the evading paths around the White Knight. Originally thinking of disturbing Shiraya in Aokian with a shuriken, Terumi Mei, who was watching from the side, also intercepted it with the shuriken. When he wanted to do something again, there was already a big stream of water oncoming him, and he was forced to jump onto the sea behind him. After stepping on the water, Bai Ye continued to slide backward in a semi-squatting posture. The tip of the ice wheel pill that he held in his right hand was also dropped into the water at will. The cold air naturally emitted from above left a long ice-bound path on the water. Bai Ye, who had been on his hind legs, saw that the momentum of the water in front of him had been unabated, so he turned his right wrist and threw the blade of Heilanmaru out of the water. As the tip of the knife quickly slid upward, a layer of ice began to condense in front of his eyes simultaneously. Until Bai Ye stopped his hand movements, an ice wall about 5 meters in height and width completely appeared in front of him, covering him perfectly behind him. With a bang, the fierce water hit the ice wall. Because the impact was not as great as imagined, only tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the ice wall. In addition, Bai Ye deliberately caused the condensed ice wall to produce a slight curvature, and the water flow was deliberately directed to the left and right. However, because it is above the water surface, this ice wall cannot be firmly rooted here, so it is still moving backwards continuously by the current. Behind the ice wall, Bai Ye was using the tip of Binglunmaru's knife against the wall to prevent it from collapsing on the face. Water escape, water dragon bomb. Before the turbulent water flow was completely calm, Xing also dodged and came to the surface of the sea. Advertisement. And inject the chakra into the sea water, let the sea water quickly condense into the form of a giant dragon. After Qing felt that the size of the water dragon was about the same, he controlled it to dive from high above the sky, facing the White Knight behind the ice wall below. He used the turbulent waves to force the opponent to the sea first, so that he could use the sea water to release ninjutsu more conveniently. Therefore, there is no need to deliberately use your own chakras to generate water, which not only reduces consumption, but also slightly increases the release speed of ninjutsu. Hiding behind the ice wall and still thinking of strategies, Bai Ye suddenly felt the strength from the tip of the knife suddenly increase. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The whole person was retreated backwards at a faster speed, and the ears also caught the very slight ice cracking sound in this noisy environment. Obviously, with the strength of this ice wall, it cannot withstand the attack of this water dragon bomb, and it is estimated that it will be completely shattered in a few seconds. I think you should hurry and run away. If you are a boat, you can do it yourself with ice cubes. Before the White Knight, Xiaoxi had been silent all the time after cutting the green water in the middle. There is clearly an idea in its little head, but it is only a little bit before it can be completely sprayed out. It wasn't until I saw this ice wall that the thoughts in my mind became one piece in an instant, and now I feel much more refreshed after I say it. Damn, why didn't you say such a great idea earlier? Do you think I still have a chance to escape now? Bai Ye's heart was moved by Xiaoxi first, but after feeling Qing's killing intent on him, he always felt that it didn't make much sense. No matter what the other party thinks, it is impossible to give him a chance to turn around and escape. It is only suitable to do this at the very beginning. Exposing the back to the enemy itself is a very stupid thing, not to mention this enemy is much stronger than himself. I gave you such a constructive opinion, you are not happy anymore, you are really too much. Xiaoxi stretched out his little paw, and wanted to scratch Bai Ye's head. But in the end, after thinking about it, I gave up. After all, if you play off, your life will be finished. 39 of Bound Dao Round Gate Fan. Bai Ye didn't have time to talk to the other party again, and directly abandoned the chant and used the round gate fan, and a spherical light curtain appeared vaguely around his body. At the same time, with the sound of bang, the ice wall in front of me finally reached the limit that it could bear, and pieces of broken ice shot towards the surroundings. This huge dragon head, after successfully penetrating the ice layer, swallowed the White Knight completely in one bite. Advertisement. Then the tail, which was several tens of meters long, slapped the dragon head on the water. The whole process lasted more than 10 seconds before it ended. This guy shouldn't die so easily. But she didn't want the other party to die just like that, otherwise she would definitely become a knot in her life. However, after successfully contacting the seawater behind him, he immediately felt a strong pressure, and the spherical shield could not hold on for even a second. Otherwise, if you are directly hit by the ice wall, you will also suffer a lot of damage. Bai Ye couldn't help but feel very lucky. Fortunately, he and the other party were fighting on the water. After all, if they were on the road, they might lose their combat effectiveness. As a result, Bai Ye found that the pressure he was under was much less, so he suffocated and hid underneath, until the water dragon bomb was completely dissipated, and then resurfaced to change his breath. After that, Bai Ye also tried to seal the water dragon with ice round pills, but he didn't know why it failed. As the shield shattered, Bai Ye only felt that his body was under tremendous water pressure in all directions, and his internal organs were directly traumatized. Chakra, who was originally condensed by instinct to support his body on the surface of the water, was also confused, causing his body to sink directly under the water. Terumi, who was still standing on the shore, was muttering to herself, she felt that she couldn't bear it anyway. A lot of blood overflowed from the corner of the mouth with the sound of coughing, dripping down into the sea water and quickly dissipating and invisible. At first, Bai Ye wanted to dodge and avoid, but the fast-approaching ice wall must be held by him with the tip of a knife. From her perspective, she could only see Bai Ye with the help of an ice wall to block it, and she didn't notice the flashing spherical shield. Originally, when he first came into contact with the water dragon bomb, Bai Ye felt quite good about himself, and did not feel the power of this trick, but was forced to follow it and fall towards the sea. Bai Ye, who was too late to think about it, pinched a round gate fan at the last moment, trying to reduce the impact on his body. If it were captured alive, Terumi Mei would be ready to try her best to save Shiraya's life. She felt that it would be better to live in jail than to die. Ahem. As the water column of several tens of meters penetrated into the water completely, a picture of Bai Ye supporting the water surface with his hands appeared on the sea. Ever since Terumi Mei saw Bai Ye resort to being done, she knew that Qing would no longer release water because of her face, thus leading to a very low escape incident. Chapter 138 P4's Plan. Oh, you can still act normally. A hint of surprise appeared on Qing's face, and Bai Ye's body strength was much higher than he thought. Although he had kept his hands secretly before, but at most it was to ensure that the other party was not dead. Unexpectedly, Bai Ye still had enough energy to keep Chakra's steady output to keep his body above the water. Phew. Bai Ye stretched out her tongue and licked the blood stain from the corner of her mouth, and then directly spit out the blood remaining in her mouth. In the neutral position where the opponent had not entered, he felt that his stiff body had recovered again, and he felt that at least his normal actions would not be affected. I just move my muscles and bones, don't say you can't do it in such a short time, uncle. Bai Ye didn't dare to keep lying on his stomach, quickly stood up, and moved his muscles and bones to confirm that there was no major problem in all aspects of the body. In this case, his mouth still kept talking, but after seeing Qing's emotions still not fluctuating, he couldn't help but secretly curl his lips. The reason why Bai Ye looks so humble is that he wants to try whether he can make the other person angry, and then he will lose his calm judgment. But obviously, Qing's quality as a ninja is very good, at least on the surface there has been no change at all, and he has no idea what he is thinking in his heart. Binglong Spear. This time, when Bai Ye saw Qing wanting to seal the seal, he learned from the experience and lessons just now, and did not use the shuriken, which is easily disturbed. The left hand also gripped the hilt of Binglan Maru, both hands exerted force at the same time, and it was pierced into the seawater fiercely. Immediately, an irregular ice cube was formed from the tip of the knife, and it spread rapidly toward the location of Qing. Sensing that the situation is not right, Qing slowed his hand movement, exerted slight force on his legs, and quickly jumped towards the back. Approximately 0.1 seconds after it jumped away, many ice cones pierced directly from below the surface of the water where he was standing. Moreover, the ice cones that pierced out were not just a wave, they continued to pierce in the direction that Qing retreated. He could only temporarily give up the idea of continuing the seal, and assigned chakra mainly to his legs, avoiding a series of attacks dangerously. Advertisement. Solving Escape the Art of Melting Monsters. Terumi Mei Jian Qing's current situation is not very good, and finally made up his mind to come and join the war. After the seal was formed in advance, he walked to Qing's side and spit out a bunch of viscous and highly corrosive light yellow liquid toward the surrounding sea. After the liquid covered the sea, it started to creak, blocking the cone of ice that wanted to continue to spread. Ming, trouble. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Qing took this opportunity to take a sigh of relief, and it was not easy to keep moving at a high speed. Unexpectedly, this guy doesn't need Jayan to release ninjutsu at all. It seems that the knife is very special. Before Qingjian Bai was able to freeze objects without freezing, he had already begun to pay attention. It's just that he didn't expect the other party to even need such a delicate technique to get the seal, which caused him to make some mistakes in his judgment and had to passively avoid it. However, he also understands that every time the opponent performs surgery, he needs to use the knife in his hand. That guy seems to see through your abilities. At this time, Xiao Si was staying in Bai Ye's arms, keenly aware that Qing Zhong focused his attention on the Binglan Maru in Bai Ye's hand. It didn't accompany Bai Ye to eat the water dragon bomb before, and it hid in the pendant as early as when the situation was not good. After the outside environment was stabilized again, Xiao Si got out again, so the current location will be changed. By the way, after a few tricks, that guy quickly blasted the enemy to death with his mouth cannon. How come I was so strenuous? Bai Ye also felt Qing's gaze, and felt that his advantage had become smaller. Then you go up to self-mutilation. Anyway, wait a little longer and you can recover. Xiao Si made a suggestion unscrupulously, and the three small faces were filled with insidiousness. Are I going to pick up ninjutsu? These two people are obviously not the same way. Bai Ye responded in an angry way, and he found that Qing's body had not approached him the whole time, and had always thrown ninjutsu in the distance. If you want to learn another personality to solve the Shazang, at least you have to be close to the other person. Moreover, even if he personally felt it last night, he still wouldn't release something like Virtual Flash, and he couldn't take the initiative to control the opponent's power. Advertisement. It's not like the power of the Zanpaku Dao. You can't be obedient, you can use it whatever you want. Hey, Bai Ye, I want to tell you something. While Bai Ye responded to Xiao Si, she used Hanamaru to block the shuriken that Terumi Mei had thrown away, and at the same time her figure began to move. If Bai Ye was hit directly, the damage would definitely be more serious than the water dragon bullet. Although he didn't know exactly what ninjutsu Qing was about to release, he was sure to keep changing positions, which could affect the accuracy of the opponent's ninjutsu. Don't worry, anyway, it wasn't for you to actually use this technique, as long as you can create a large cloud of white mist to fool the other side. It's not reliable, I won't use this technique in the first place, and it wouldn't be embarrassing if I didn't respond by that time. Xiao Si saw that the two opposite people were ready to act together, and hurriedly jumped onto Bai Ye's head, and quickly explained the plan he had thought. The only thing that made Shiraya a little relieved was that Terumi Ming did not continue to attack her together at this time, otherwise her body might have been fascinated a long time ago. Xiao Si waved his small paw unconsciously. Anyway, even if it failed, it would be Bai Ye who was ashamed by that time. Damn, can you count me in when you are avoiding? The little C who had just had a laid-back look suddenly hugged Bai Ye's head tightly, trying to make his figure smaller. Under this circumstance, Bai Ye had no chance to implement the plan that Xiao Si came up with. As long as he stays in the same place for an additional 0.1 second, he will definitely be beaten by dozens of water cannons instantly and cannot take care of himself. From the palm of the opponent's hand, countless water cannons were fired toward Bai Ye, and the sound of swish could tell how powerful it was. When Xiao Si was discussing the plan with Bai Ye, a water cannon the size of a marble happened to pass from its forehead. This was exactly the ninjutsu released by Qing not far away. As this Gatlin, shouldn't the rate of fire be so exaggerated? And in order to ensure his own avoidance speed, Baman Dunjia had already secretly opened to the life. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Obviously, I can feel that Qing used the power of ninjutsu every time. It seems that after such a long delay, his mind about catching Bai Ye alive is getting smaller and smaller. Seeing a large number of oncoming water cannons, Bai Ye couldn't help but spit out secretly. Chapter 139 Failed Youth. Unexpectedly again, this guy was deliberately hiding his true speed just now. Based on the movement speed that Bai Ye had shown before, Qing chose the water bomb technique that he thought could solve the opponent. It's just that Bai Ye's current flickering figure makes him always take a shot when his attack arrives. Moreover, the law of pace movement is also very messy, so Qing can't make an accurate prediction in advance, and the two sides are stalemate here for a while. On the side, Terumi Ming, with entanglement on her face, kept her hands in the loop of raising and lowering. If she intervenes in this situation, she will definitely be able to take advantage of the situation to solve Bai Ye, but at least the action that can make the other party avoid is not as smooth as now. As long as some small flaws are exposed as a result, Yi Qing's ability will definitely be able to catch it with a high probability. So Bai Ye put a small part of her energy on her body, just to prevent herself from being caught off guard. Deep. Qing didn't want to force Terumi Ming at first, but he became a little irritable when he saw that Bai Ye was avoiding it all the time. Oh, although the other party didn't say it directly, Terumi Ming understood what she meant by calling herself at this time, and the half-raised arm was eventually raised to her chest. On the other hand, the White Knight looks relaxed and free, but the state is actually not as good as it seems. The previous blow of the Water Dragon Bomb caused him a lot of internal injuries, and his recovery speed was slower than that of external injuries. In order to maintain a high-speed movement, Bai Ye was forced to affect the injuries in his body. In addition, the Baman Dunjia itself would cause damage to the body, causing his current physical exertion to be much greater than usual. Even if Terumi Ming did not choose to intervene at this time, Bai Ye couldn't continue to hold on for too long. Did you see it? I'll just say you don't save that chick last night. You will be ready to take revenge in less than half a day. Little C, who was lying on Bai Ye's head, saw Terumi Ming preparing to get Yuyan, and the three small mouths worked together, and they shouted very loudly. And its tactics really had an effect, so that the movement of the opponent's hand slowed down, and his heart began to struggle again. Your mouth is so powerful, let Qing also stop, I can't hold it anymore. Advertisement. A little sweat leaked out of Bai Ye's forehead, and the feeling of weakness in his body made him just want to get down and rest immediately. Puff. When Bai Ye was distracted by his words, a mist water cannon smashed his left shoulder and galloped past. The water cannon, which was originally transparent, was dyed with a bright red color at this time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The intense pain caused Bai Ye's brows to frown, and he could see that a small piece of meat had been dug out from his shoulder at this time, leaving only a small arc-shaped groove. Seeing this situation in the distance, Qing's eyes brightened, and regardless of whether Terumi Ming was helpful at this time, she took the opportunity to increase her chakra output. So that the water cannon, which was already enough, was suddenly upgraded to another level. After making the first mistake, it shows that Bai Ye's current state has begun to decline, and in the face of the further increase in water cannons, it has become impossible to avoid as perfectly as before. In terms of power alone, every water cannon that hits Bai Ye's body can only break through the skin surface and be blocked by the tough muscles, leaving a small pit there. These injuries did not affect Bai Ye's normal activities, it just looked scary. However, it is really unable to support a large amount, resulting in the recovery speed of overspeed regeneration, which is much slower than the injured speed. The blood that kept spilling from the wound made Bai Ye feel weak. This is also due to the fact that Bai Ye's wound can heal on its own, otherwise it is likely to lose too much blood and die. Hey, can you do it? If you can't, I'll just shoot. In order to prevent being accidentally injured, Xiaoxi is now hanging behind Bai Ye, his little paw firmly grasps the black dress to prevent himself from being thrown off. Even if it hides behind it, it can detect that Bai Ye is constantly hurting. Every time you are hit by water cannon, the muscles of the opponent's body will involuntarily tighten once. Huh, how did the uncle stop his attack? Xiaoxi, who was preparing to implement the plan in advance, suddenly noticed that the sound of breaking air around him seemed to have stopped, so he quietly poked his head out to observe. From the sea water that Qing is currently holding, it can be known that the opponent obviously had to stop attacking because of chakra's excessive consumption. Yi, you should give up resistance. If you don't stop the bleeding soon, you may die here directly. After Ao stopped his attack, Terumi Ming took the initiative to persuade Shiroya. Advertisement. Because of the lack of intelligence, the two men had obviously misjudged the current situation, thinking that the other party was about to die. I don't know that these can only be regarded as small wounds for Bai Ye, even if it is not treated, it will not take long to recover, which is far from fatal injuries. Are you ready? Don't make any mistakes later. Qing was somewhat careless at this time. After all, in his opinion, even if he had suffered such a severe injury, he would still die if he didn't hurry up for treatment. Suddenly understood that the White Knight was just talking nonsense for so long, just to drag time, there must be some bad plan. My requirements are not very high, at least to ensure that I will not be killed directly afterwards. Qing suddenly interrupted Terumi Ming's words. Although he didn't think Shiroya could resist, he never let his guard down. It's okay for me to give up resistance, but you must promise me some conditions. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Shiraya originally thought that the other party would have some conspiracy, but after hearing Terumi Ming say this, she let go of her heart. Wait, there is a problem, stop talking nonsense with him. The previous requirements are fine, but Terumi was overjoyed, feeling that she could finally return some of her favor to the other party, and did not notice some of the other's small movements. Because it is currently in winter, the cold air released by Binglunwan is not obvious, and the scorching sensation of Jifang Lubian after the fire is clearly felt by Qing. Prepare to seize this rare opportunity to try out the plan you thought of before with Xiaoxi. As long as it's not too much, I will try to find a way to satisfy you. And I hope I have time to release every week. After Bai Ye whispered to the little four, she began to communicate loudly with Terumi Mei, trying to buy as much preparation time as possible. At the same time, he faintly tilted his body, so that the Harinumaru on his right hand temporarily got out of sight of the opponent. After Bai Ye finished pulling out the request, he secretly read the words of Hajime, which made the surrounding environment a little hotter. When Bai Ye Ming was talking about it, he secretly lifted the state of Binglin Maru and restored it to a shallow hit form. Xiaoxi, who was hiding behind, also used his mouth to bite Bai Ye's clothes at this time, doing something similar to Jayin on his hands. Chapter 140 Startled. Water escape waterfront wall. Qing didn't care what kind of attack Bai Ye was about to release. After finishing the seal, he slapped his hands on the water and formed a wall of water around him. This wall of water rotates quickly in a circular manner, which can defend against attacks from all aspects. I won't just pretend, there is no need to be so cautious. Bai Ye's posture at this time was the same as when he released the ice dragon spear in front. He was holding the fiery handle of the knife with both hands at the same time, and he just finished his effort to stab into the sea. Because of this right action, Qing recalled the strange attack of the other party before, and he also noticed that the style of the sword had also changed. This shows that the effect of this attack should be different, so in order to prevent being overcast, a defensive posture was made in advance. Seeing that the other party did not choose to interfere with him, Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, otherwise he still didn't know whether he would dodge or not. Psychicism. Bai Ye then plunged the blade into the water as quickly as possible, and deliberately shouted the name of the ninjutsu he wanted to release. When the tip of the knife touched the surface of the water, a black formation instantly appeared centered on it. This thing was actually made by Xiao Si for the sake of realism, otherwise, at the level of Bai Ye's half-hearted, even fakes would not be able to be made out. Then after the blade entered the water, Bai Ye began to secretly exert his strength, and with the help of the strength of the blade, a small group of flames was condensed under the water. This sudden high temperature immediately caused the sea water here to begin to emit a large amount of white gas, which looked like real spiritism from a distance. At this point, all the work that needs to be done in the White Knight is over, and then it is necessary for the little four to start to perform their own abilities. Xiao Si first left a clone on Bai Ye's head, and then leapt towards the surface of the water below him. When its body is in midair, if you look closely, it will feel a little bigger. Seeing that the other party was about to be in place, Bai Ye pulled Lubian Ruohuo out of the water, released the liberated state, and inserted it directly back into his waist. At the same time, as soon as his limbs touched the surface of the water, the speed at which his body swelled several times. The head in the middle was against Bai Ye's feet, and it rose quickly to a high place, and it stopped changing until it was about to touch the edge of the white mist. Advertisement. Xiao Si's current huge size does not seem to be smaller than Xiao San, who is staying in the sealed land, enough to give people a strong sense of deterrence. It's a lie. How did he sign a contract with this kind of existence with his strength? Qing originally heard the yelling from the other party at first, but he didn't care very much. After all, psychic beasts were not difficult to obtain in theory. It's just that the average ninja looks down on the weak psychic beasts, and the strong psychic beasts also disdain to sign contracts with the weak, which makes it seem relatively rare. Moreover, according to his estimation, based on the strength that Bai Ye currently exhibits, the strength of something that can be summoned will definitely not be strong. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Looks like someone who has been forced into a desperate situation, trying desperately to grab the last straw. The result was beyond Qing's expectation. The specific strength of the small four was not considered first. As far as the current appearance is concerned, it still looks very bluffing. My father, that's this group of people, they just wanted to kill me. Xiao Si's avatar lying on Bai Ye's head, after the smoke dispersed, the little paw pointed at Qing and Terumi Mei and yelled. And at first glance, he is a powerful actor, his expression, demeanor, and action are all beautifully displayed. Bai Ye almost thought that the body under her feet really seemed to be summoned by herself. A sense of sight of Toad Kitty complaining to Toad Wen directly came to face him. The two little ghosts below can also force you to be like this. Are you usually lazy again? Xiao Si's body showed a look of disdain, and made a gesture of not putting the other party in his eyes at all. Xiao Si did a superb self-performance here, just to send some messages to Chowking. It is used to show that the reason why Bai Ye can summon herself is simply because her child is following each other. Willing to come as just for the child's face, so as to dispel the other person's suspicion. But Xiao Si didn't have too much nonsense, because if Qing couldn't help but launch an attack, it might leak directly. After all, its current state is just a mere manifestation. Withdraw first. When Qing showed a huge figure in the small fourth, although he had deep fear in his heart, he was not ready to retreat without trying. But when he saw Xiao Si three mouths and at the same time began to condense the black energy ball, he immediately threw his thoughts behind him. No matter how you look at this thing, it looks like it is very powerful. It is better to make a strategic retreat first, otherwise you may be bombarded and even the scum will not be left. How did you make these things so realistic? Advertisement. After Bai Ye waited for his injuries to recover some, he reached out and lifted the clone of Xiao Si on his head. Earlier, he thought that the small four would use illusion techniques, but now it seems that it is not like that. Don't ask. If you ask, I won't teach you. If you learn, then I can rely on what kind of food to eat. He felt like he was facing a tail beast in the village at this time, and his inner anxiety grew thicker. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. From a distance, it was like three black holes connected together suddenly appeared, swallowing everything around. After issuing this attack, Xiao Si's body began to shrink rapidly, and then he was swept in by the explosion along with Bai Ye. I am mainly afraid that I will not be far enough, so that the other party will be able to catch up easily. You have been holding back this trick for a minute. Will it seem too fake? Let's take the opportunity to withdraw. Xiao Si's clone showed a very stinky look, feeling that his canine student had reached the peak. After the 3 groups of black energy balls touched the water, they really caused a huge explosion, and the range seemed to cover at least a football field. And Terumi Ming, who was running away in the middle of the blue, became a little dazed at this time. In the short time since the meeting, Bai Ye's identity has been constantly being overthrown. If this makes the other party react to something wrong, you may really have to explain it here today. After Xiao Si's clone slammed for the body, it turned into a cloud of white mist with a bang. Now he suddenly summoned such a terrible guy, indicating that there may be other hidden identities. Especially with regard to Bing Dun's abilities, she had to be suspicious of the people of the Shui Wuyu clan who had fallen outside. Seeing Qingdu and Bai Ye had already run away and disappeared, but Xiao Si was still holding big moves here. When the two communicated easily and freely, Qing had chosen to clamp Terumi Mei to her arm to further increase her movement speed. After that, the small fourth who spoke with huge words at Bai Ye's feet finally chose to spit out the energy ball in his mouth downwards. Who is he? Knowing the identity of the other party is definitely not like Akina told her, these various abilities, Samurai completely does not have. Chapter 141 False Power. With the detonation of the energy ball, in addition to generating a huge black light ball, a strong wind was also set off around. Let Qing had to stop her figure first to prevent her body from losing control in midair. Seeing that there was no actual danger, he put Terumi Mei down by the way, and began to observe the distant scene. Does that psychic beast have bad eyes? Why did the attack fall so much? After being put down, Terumi Ming, after a short period of time, his emotions stabilized again, and he spoke out the place that Qing also felt puzzled. In fact, there is another point. At the beginning, I saw the speed of the opponent's ninjutsu condensing. It was estimated that only a few seconds would be enough, but why did we deliberately let us run for so long? The reason why Qing was so eager to run away with Terumi Mei at the beginning was because he felt that the opponent's attack would soon come. And after he ran for about 10 seconds, a doubt arose in his heart, but because he was unwilling to take risks, he did not return. Of course, if only Qing himself was alone, maybe he would really return. He was mainly afraid that Terumi Ming would follow along with him. Not to mention that Qing is very optimistic about the other's potential, and the relationship between his father and him is also pretty good. Therefore, in Qing's view, the arrest of Bai Ye is relatively less important than Mi Ming's safety. What's more, he didn't even know what Bai Ye did. He just didn't want to let him go for the benefit of the village. The movement has calmed down, should we go back and take a look now? Terumi Ming himself didn't know what his current state of mind was. She could judge the scope of the explosion just now, and it should have enveloped the White Knight and the others. In my heart, I couldn't help but start thinking about it, thinking that the other party might not want to hurt myself, and deliberately left a lot of time to escape. The target of the attack also seemed to be deliberately missed, but I didn't know how to spread myself into it. These thoughts are all because after she was rescued once, she unconsciously began to think about it. Therefore, Terumi Ming wanted to see if Shiraya was safe at this time. In her eyes, the other party had already been seriously injured. I'll take a look at it alone, and you will stay here. If possible, you'd better stay away. Qing didn't delay too long. After a little thought, he decided on the next plan. For him, there is no certainty that he can survive the battle with the opponent, let alone distracted and protect Terumi Ming. Advertisement. If you act alone, there will be fewer restrictions in all aspects, and you can better retreat even if the situation is not good. Terumi Mei showed a reluctant expression, opened her small mouth and was about to say something. All actions must be under the command of the captain, have you forgotten? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Xinguang easily guessed what Terumi Ming wanted to say from the other's expression, and directly interrupted the other's words. The serious eyes made Terumi Ming lower her little head, as if she had already accepted her fate. As for what he thinks in his heart, it's hard to say whether he will sneak over. If I don't come back, you just go back to the village by yourself. Qing had already had enough consciousness at this time, and he still chose to go, knowing that he might die. The main reason for him to have this idea was because Bai Ye exposed the fact that he would escape on ice. In Qing's eyes, Bai Ye's identity was portrayed as the remnant of an extremely talented Shui Wuyu clan. In order to prevent Bai Ye from coming back to retaliate when he grows up in the future, Qing decides to take advantage of the weakest moment of the opponent and find a way to directly kill it. Moreover, the picture of revenge in his mind was that a person brought two extremely powerful psychic beasts at the same time. No matter whether the village can withstand it by the time, it will definitely cause huge losses, and there is no running away. It doesn't have to be like this. Terumi Ming looked at Qing's leaving figure and began to mutter to herself. Regarding the task of destroying the Shui Wuyu clan, she herself was a little bit cold, and she didn't know what the higher-ups were thinking. Now there is a big clan missing in the village for no reason, and the overall strength has definitely declined a lot. If it weren't for the superior geographical location of the water country, then it is likely to be invaded by other big countries. Of course Terumi Ming didn't know how strong Hei's village was at all for Madara, who was controlling everything secretly. As long as you can achieve complete control and let them do their best for their own plans, this is enough. It should be within the range of the explosion. How can it look the same as before? Without the drag of Terumi Ming, Qing quickly approached the explosion site again, but the scene before him was completely different from what he had imagined. Advertisement. In his opinion, even if the power of the edge is weaker, there should be traces of things being destroyed. However, the environment in front of you can only be noticed, and here is just a simple sign of being blown by the strong wind. Perhaps the slender weeds that were blown off were the only damage caused by the explosion. And as he continued to move forward, Qing's face became more and more ugly. Although she frowned on the surface, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart, knowing that Bai Ye should have successfully slipped away. Unexpectedly, for so many years, I have completed a lot of large and small tasks, even S-level tasks, and I was actually cheated by this kid. But at this level of power, Qing can only do things at will. Then needless to say, according to the current situation, it is obviously only possible that he was bluffed by the opponent. No, I don't know how the other party did it either. You can tell from the changes in the environment that everything is true. Unlike the periphery, only a few weeds were blown off, there were also some weaker branches that were cut off by strong winds. A little deeper, although the extent of damage is greater, it is only a little bit more. Then I had to choose to go back home and prepare to report all this information. Qing has always stood in place, just thinking about the other party's means, and only after understanding it clearly can he prevent him from being deceived again in the future. Not long afterward, Terumi Ming still sneaked over, and he could see that there was only Ao here. Because of a mistake in his judgment, he let the ninja dog take the initiative to release the psychic state, which has made it impossible to continue tracking the whereabouts of Bai Ye. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Qing did not continue to say more, nor did he blame Terumi Ming for coming over without permission. Master Qing, are all these illusions? After thoroughly confirming that the situation was beyond expectation, Qing increased his speed to the fastest, and quickly returned to the place where he had fought. I also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, at least on the surface that there might not be a strong helper beside the other party. Sure enough, as he had guessed on the road, Bai Ye's figure had already disappeared, leaving only a green body that had been frozen in place for a long time. Let's go back. Chapter 142 Return to the Country of Vortex. Above the endless sea, there is a piece of floating ice floating randomly following the ocean current. Bai Ye was lying lazily on it at this time, holding the back of his head with both hands and looking at the blue sky quietly, without deliberately controlling the direction of the ice flow. I don't care, you owe me 5 full meat feasts. Xiaoxi also learned the appearance of Bai Ye at this time, lying there also very chicly. It's just that the position of lying down is on the belly of Bai Ye, because of its special physique, it does not like to touch cold things very much. If you want to eat meat, go hunting by yourself. I don't have money to support you anyway. In response to the request made by the other party, Bai Ye showed a look of disapproval. This is too much for you. You have to give me at least 3 of the good ones. Xiaoxi was a little panicked now, and had to take a step back willingly. If you are really greedy, then go to my teacher, I believe he will be very willing to help you fulfill your wishes. When Bai Ye was thinking about how to fall back on her account, she suddenly thought of Da Wan. The other party estimated that she would have a keen interest in Xiaoxi. And Bai Ye also wanted Da Wan to study by the way to see if the soul bond between herself and Xiaoxi could be lifted, otherwise it would be too responsive. Regarding this matter, in this world, it should be possible that only the other party has the ability to solve it. This sudden incident made Bai Ye suddenly very lucky to be a disciple of Oshimaru. Otherwise, with his current ability, he would really not be able to contact the other party, let alone help himself. Instead, beware of the other person, otherwise the most likely thing is that he suddenly disappeared mysteriously and was then pulled to the operating table for anatomy. After all, in the future, Maru will have an example of attacking people from the same village, and the main choice is Bai Ye who has no background. Will your teacher be so good? Xiaoxi didn't know why he suddenly felt a chill behind him, and always felt that something bad was waiting for it. Don't worry, it's not a problem with your soul, maybe my teacher can think of a solution. Advertisement. Bai Ye suddenly sat up, and he felt that after so long of rest, the injuries he had suffered before were almost healed. So I didn't waste too much time, picked up a side of the ice-made oars made in advance, and began to row vigorously towards the direction of the vortex country. Don't be funny, well, people in this world don't even know how to use their soul power. How could someone help me? Xiaoxi showed disdain, and if he only talked about strength, he would still believe that someone could surpass its heyday. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, but if it compares the perception of the soul, it really doesn't put anyone in its eyes. Even when Bai Ye was alive, it was able to use the power of the soul in advance, but it was also not fully recognized by it. From the perspective of Xiaoxi, Bai Ye's use of power is too crude. It belongs to the complete ignorance of the various changes in one's own power, but only knows that after chanting the Jifangyu, the shape of the Zanpaku Dao will automatically change. Then instill energy into the blade, and all kinds of wonderful changes can happen directly. Bai Ye only needs to consciously operate these, and does not need to understand the principle of change to achieve the desired goal. So for Bai Ye, the understanding of the power of death and ninjutsu is actually just a half caddy. It's just that the god of death also has the support of the Zanpaku Sword, which can exert a strong power, and the ninjutsu side is completely blind. This is also one of the reasons that Shiraya can't transform ninjutsu on its own to make it suitable for him to perform. After all, if you don't understand the principle at all, then you can only do all kinds of blind trials without purpose. As for ninjutsu, which requires fine manipulation, the probability of a blind cat encountering a dead mouse can be said to be extremely low. Bai Ye didn't understand these truths, but he wanted to become stronger quickly, and time did not allow him to understand these theories. The path of accumulation is only suitable for a stable age, otherwise the enemy will not care how strong your future achievements can be. Of course, there is another reason. Bai Ye's talent in this area is not very strong, and at the beginning, there was not a strong enough teacher to guide him. If you are a genius like Kakashi, who can successfully research A-level ninjutsu before the age of 12, then you can see how you feel. You must know that Watergate's current strength and insights are also the helix pills that researched A-level ninjutsu from scratch, but it took 3 years. From this, you can understand how terrifying Kakashi's talent is, and he is one of the few who successfully mastered all the changes in chakra's attributes in the later period. Advertisement. You will know then. Anyway, as long as there are no accidents, we will be able to return to the village soon. Bai Ye didn't argue with Xiao Si either, with a pity on his face, and he had already made up for the tragic picture of the other party in the future. It's rare to be calm all the way. Sure enough, it's still comfortable to step on the land. In the evening of the next day, with the White Knight's full power on, he finally set foot on the land of the Uzumaki kingdom again. In theory, there should be no accidents on the sea, but Bai Ye was cast shadow by those previous experiences, and nothing happened all the way, which made him a little uncomfortable. I'll catch some beasts back, you can do it yourself. When Xiao Si reached the shore, he jumped off Bai Ye's head. After leaving a sentence, he disappeared directly into the jungle. The small mouth raised by Xiao Si at Akuna's place, after almost 2 days of no food, got all 3 brains already a bit devilish. Is this guy stupid? Don't say I don't have any seasoning on me, even if I have it, I won't do it. Bai Ye, who was just about to stop the opponent, had not had time to open his mouth. Xiao Si was nowhere to be seen, and could only stare at the direction where the opponent was leaving. Forget it, let Huang Quan ask something first. Bai Ye thought about it and decided to ignore the other party. Anyway, there should be no threat on the island. The only hope is that Xiao Si can bring some fruit back by the way. Then he began to instill energy into the pendant on his chest, and he kept calling Huang Quan's name in his heart at the same time. Although I went to the space under my feet, I could directly see Huang Quan's body. However, Bai Ye finally decided to summon the opponent's phantom, because he faintly felt that the frequent opening of the door was not very good. As for why Bai Ye hadn't summoned Wang Chen when he was still in the water country, it has been delayed until now. The main reason is that the energy required for a single summoning is too much. It is very dangerous to not guarantee that one's strength will always be at the peak in that place. As a result, Bai Ye will have some questions that he wants to ask tomorrow morning, and he has to wait until he is in a sufficiently safe environment to talk about it. Chapter 143 Goodbye Wang Chen. As the White Knight continuously injected energy into it, the pendant began to emit a soft light blue light. Because he was rowing the boat all day, and the tired White Knight, his face gradually paled. It wasn't until the extreme point of this ray of light that it began to shoot a ray of light on the ground in front of me. The phantom of Wangquan began to emerge at the same time, gradually transforming from the initial transparent state into a substance. How long has passed since, so I can't wait to call me. Huang Quan showed a speechless expression as soon as he appeared. Judging from his age, these dozen days were indeed a blink of an eye. And because the medium for Bai Ye is different from the ghoul seal, it belongs to the body that can be directly connected to. Therefore, the price that Huang Quan needs to pay for one appearance is much higher than that of Bai Ye, and he cannot interfere with the limitations of the world. Therefore, Huang Quan had specially told Bai Ye to contact him only when he really encountered a particularly urgent matter. Of course, this one was added when he was facing the last time. After all, if there is Xiao Si next to him, it is enough to directly ask the other party about the soul. You thought I was okay and would want to find you, this ghost is about to suck me up. After successfully summoning Huang Quan, Bai Ye slumped to the ground uncharacteristically, not wanting to move at all. He found that he was still a little underestimated, the consumption needed to summon the other party. Had it not been for a wave of strength in the hidden fog village, it is estimated that he can only try to summon when he is in the best condition. Well, if you have something to say, hurry up, staying for a long time does not hurt my body small. Huang Quan waved his hand impatiently, he was not in the mood to chat with each other. And because Xiao Si chose to stay by Bai Ye's side, there were a lot of things that he had to deal with on that side. Why are you here? Xiao Si moved very quickly, and in this short period of time, he dragged a giant beast that Bai Ye didn't recognize back. Advertisement. Little C, why are you dragging this kind of thing back? I remember you didn't like eating. Huang Quan's attention was quickly attracted by Xiao Si, making Bai Ye a little suspicious of the other party, saying whether the matter of paying the price was fooling herself. You are so embarrassed to say that what you usually cook is the same as pig food, so who would eat it? Xiao Si looked at Huang Quan with disgust, dragging the ingredients and walking towards Bai Ye. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. It used to naively thought that food was inherently ugly, and only that low-level creature had to eat every day in order to maintain its own survival and consumption. As a result, after following Bai Ye with the courage to try it again, it turned out that Huang Quan's cooking was only unpalatable, so he decided to develop in the direction of senior foodie. Damn, I made all the high-end goods, okay, you guy who doesn't know how to appreciate. Huang Quan immediately fought back hard, not admitting that it was his poor cooking skills. However, because of his status, the ingredients are indeed high-quality goods, but the handling method is really not flattering, which leads to all dark dishes. Don't look at me with that look, when did you have the illusion that I can cook? Bai Ye looked at Xiao Si's big watery eyes, and was staring at herself with very longing eyes. She accidentally felt guilty in her heart, as if she would be a heinous bad person by not helping the other party. Okay. Don't talk nonsense, please come to me and tell me what's the matter. Seeing that the topic was developing in a direction that he didn't like, Huang Quan straightened his face immediately, as if he didn't bias the topic at first. The main problem is this pendant. How can I restrain it from absorbing soul energy? Bai Ye didn't bother to talk to Huang Quan, who asked him to ask the other party questions now, but this matter had been recorded in his notebook. He would specifically ask this question. Bai Ye thought in his heart that he should be able to deal with it. After all, another personality in his body had done it before. Although the other party also controls the people he killed with his own hands, what he wants to control is the people who died at the hands of others. You are sick, you don't want this kind of cheap things. Huang Quan showed a surprised look, saying that he could not figure out what was thinking in the other party's mind. Normal people obviously dislike the slow growth. That's the case. If Bai Ye absorbs too much at once, the power in the body will run away due to excessive growth. Advertisement. Then another personality can come out to control the body, although I think the other personality is actually better. Quote. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Even if it can be used to increase its potential, it should be a very late stage to show its true value. It feels pretty good. The cohesion of the energy of this trick, you are studying it carefully, maybe it can reach the level of Tail Beast Jade. There was a mess here, and the big trees that were chopped off caused the ground to tremble slightly and threw up clouds of dust. This is the sword that has changed the most since he first solved it so far, except for Senbon Sakura. After being rejected by Bai Ye, Xiao Si was a little unwilling, and ran back with a pile of firewood, and answered Huang Quan's question by the way. Immediately there was a light blue, and the shape looked like a crescent-like slash, separated from the knife and flew away. Regarding this new and extra power, Huang Quan's observation power was reduced by several levels because it was not from the body. Immediately after Bai Ye poured a small amount of energy into it, almost afterwards, he swung a knife at Baikong in the woods aside. I saw Bai Ye holding a huge blade that looked like a kitchen knife, without patterns or guards, a long bandage wrapped around the blade. After this blow, Bai Ye fell to the ground again, feeling that his body was completely drained. This move took more effort than he had imagined. There was a trace of admiration on Huang Quan's face, and he also spoke highly of this trick with his eyes. If Bai Ye fully grows up, this blow theoretically has the ability to cut off most of the material. Don't make trouble, I have a new ability because of this, don't say you can't see it. Speaking of Bai Ye, for the first time, he solved the newly acquired Zanpaku Zanyu last night. Huang Quan was at a loss when he heard it. He had originally made this thing to nourish the soul for Xiao Si, but it was given to Bai Ye because it was useless. After hitting those big trees, it easily penetrated through the trunk and continued to go away until the energy was exhausted before dissipating completely. Increase power. It's obviously something I made myself. Why don't I remember having this ability? If Bai Ye took the initiative to show it again, he really didn't notice it at all. Chapter 144 Return to the Country of Water. What I want to know is not whether this is good. Bai Ye returned to Huang Quan without angrily. He also knew that his new awakening ability was very strong, and it could be said that every kind of awakening power had a strong potential. If there is a way to pass on these things to others, then everything can be treated as a family secret. There is no need for the other party to specifically praise, or directly tell yourself how to suppress the reality of absorbing soul energy. This thing is actually quite simple, just take the initiative to reject these foreign objects, there is no need to let me come here to waste time teaching you. Huang Quan pointed his finger at the small fourth who was making a fire on the side to indicate that the other party understood this kind of thing. This Bai Ye felt very heartbroken, and Xiao Si's usual stupid appearance made him completely ignore the opponent's ability. Except for occasionally asking Xiao Si to spy on the enemy with his nose, Bai Ye almost regarded him as a mascot. Even if it was a little overestimated because of yesterday's events, it still seems to be far underestimated now. Well, then there is nothing wrong with you, just leave if you want. Bai Ye waved his hand with a sense of excitement, thinking that she might not have to look for the other party until she died in the future. Still think of a way to have a good relationship with Xiao Si, so that it will be easy to squeeze the knowledge you need. It's okay, since I've already been here, it's okay to stay a little longer. Although Huang Quan didn't bother to teach Bai Ye these basic things, it didn't mean that he didn't have anything he wanted to understand now. Just now, he heard Xiao Si say that another soul of Bai Ye has dominated the body once. And he even figured out the reason why it would appear. Huang Quan was wondering at this time whether he would make another shot for Bai Ye. Observing this kind of novel change may give you a lot of inspiration. Although you can do it, Xiaozi, why don't you know how to bring me some fruit back? Bai Ye didn't bother to care how long the other party loved to stay, anyway, it would not consume additional physical strength. He chose to help Xiao Si in the past to dispose of the corpse, because there was plenty of time, so he wanted to try his craft. In the usual gatherings with friends, Bai Ye has often peeked at other people's barbecue techniques, but has never had the opportunity to operate it. Advertisement. White Knight, do you have any power that you hate? Huang Quan seemed to have made a decision, and floated to Bai Ye's side and asked gloomily. Is there or not, why are you asking this? Bai Ye was confused by Huang Quan's question, always feeling that the other party suddenly became weird. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Obviously at first, he looked particularly reluctant to come over, but now he is inexplicably lazy to not leave. Regarding other shinobu affairs, Shiroya's current thoughts are somewhat contradictory, because the three wars will break out in a few years. To be honest, if possible, Bai Ye really wanted to wipe out all the villages ahead of schedule, and the people who cared about in the province died unexpectedly. But during the Fourth World War, the forces of all the villages had to be integrated, otherwise the vehicle would be overturned. This made him not hopeful of any village, because of his accidental intervention, he was really beaten to the point of collapse. Bai Ye hasn't swelled yet, he will definitely grow to the point of every second. If you want everyone to live safely all the time, you have to prepare a few hands. Since there are, please tell me quickly, uncle is in a good mood today, go help you to kill them directly. Huang Quan selectively ignored some of the meanings in Bai Ye's words, and when he pulled him up, he was ready to do it directly, just like the underworld brother. Aren't you saying that you can't interfere with things in this world? Bai Ye looked dazed when he was pulled up, and he still held the thigh of this unknown beast in his hand. Bai Ye increasingly felt that the other party was talking like farting, and she didn't know if the cost of being summoned was a lower IQ. What I said earlier is to pay a price. Well, who told you that you can't force interference? The word, sincerity, was almost written on Huang Quan's face, and he didn't know which corner he had thrown on his face for a long time. Then go to Wuyin village, I was chased by them yesterday. When Bai Ye saw the other person's artificial expression, he really wanted to slap him up. But on second thought, Madara might stay in Wuyin village at this time. If Huang Quan could be allowed to kill him early, then his future pressure would be much smaller. Advertisement. Judging from this point in time, Madara's layout must have not been completely completed, at least the soil has not been blackened by the opponent. If Madara died prematurely, then Highway wanted to resurrect Kagaya's plan, and he might also be stranded. In this way, Highway is very likely to continue to nest, and then go to find the next target person he likes. After all, he has been hiding in secret for so many years, and it is not too bad to hide for a while. In this way, Bai Ye only needs to find a way to think about how to survive the three wars safely, without having to worry about the 4 wars of the immortal fight in the future. It's up to you, Xiao Si, don't do it, you are ready to go. Huang Quan looked indifferent. With his strength, even if he was only a clone now, it was enough to crush most people in this world. So he didn't care about which village Bai Ye chose, and he was not really ready to wipe out the other party. The main purpose was to observe the changes in Bai Ye's soul. In addition to the other souls in his body during the day, Huang Quan is also curious why this pendant on Bai Ye's body can actually increase the strength quickly. Go back to Wuyin village. I'll be fine soon. Xiao Si was still roasting the meat intently, but only after Huang Quan called him out did he react, and all 3 pairs of eyes were shining brightly. I suddenly lost interest in the food in front of me, and remembered that if I wanted to eat meat, it would be better to just go over and eat ready-made. If I remember correctly, the direction of the hidden fog village in your mouth should be this side. After Xiao Si jumped on Bai Ye's head, without knowing what Huang Quan did, Bai Ye floated to him out of thin air. Then one person, one ghost, one dog quickly headed towards the direction of the water country. In the mid-air, Bai Ye once again experienced the feeling of flying in the air, and her hair was blown behind her head by the strong wind. He deliberately compared the speed of his rowing, and estimated that it would only take a few hours at most to reach the country of water. And Bai Ye had a feeling in his heart, this should not be the fastest speed of the other party. Not to mention that what is here is not Huang Quan's body originally, and it is completely impossible to estimate how much the opponent can advance at full speed alone. How do you feel? I can't bear it. If I can, I'll speed up a little bit, otherwise it will be annoying to be stopped halfway. After advancing a short distance at this speed, Huang Quan saw that Bai Ye's expression was still very relaxed, and decided to try a faster speed. Chapter 145 Block the way. It's okay, as long as you don't kill me directly, even if you get a little injury, you can recover quickly anyway. Bai Ye's current feeling is only a cool word, if it wasn't for Huang Quan's being beside him, he would definitely be able to shout out loud. Being able to fly freely in the air has always been an unrealistic dream that Bai Ye once had. This time the experience in the sky made him secretly swear in his heart that he must test himself to master this ability next time. Isn't it going to speed up? Why is it getting slower and slower? I was thinking of having a good time in the White Knight, but found that my speed after replying was not as fast as before. I wondered if I didn't say anything wrong, did the other party take the wrong script? Someone is coming. Huang Quan did not respond at this time, but the dignified little 4th generation said. Bai Ye looked in the direction of their eyes, only to see the endless blue sky, and found nothing wrong. And his body was falling continuously, taking Xiao Si farther and farther away from Huang Quan. It didn't take long for Bai Ye's feet to touch the surface of the water, and the strength that supported his body to lift up was completely dissipated. Who is it here? Grim Reaper seems to be very jealous. Bai Ye asked Xiao Si curiously, he had never thought that Huang Quan would be afraid of existence in this world. How would I know? Quote. Xiao Si's enigmatic answer caught Bai Ye a little bit by surprise, and some suspected that she had auditory hallucinations. Then you still have a 3-faced dignified look, you don't even know after a long time. Don't rub it, the other party is coming soon. Xiao Si struggled away from Bai Ye's hands, and the solemn atmosphere created before was instantly destroyed by them. You stay away. When Huang Quan asked them to leave, Bai Ye vaguely discovered that there seemed to be a small black spot in the distant horizon, and it was getting bigger and bigger. Then a feeling of oppression followed oncoming, making Bai Ye's raised right leg froze there, feeling that he could no longer control his movements. It's really lost to you. People haven't fully appeared yet. You're so scared. Advertisement. Xiao San was a little weak to cover his eyes, feeling that it was too hopeless to mix with this person, and some doubted whether Xiao San's judgment was wrong. 6 immortals. After a short while, Bai Ye's eyes went straight, and his mouth groaned slightly unconsciously. I didn't think that I was not a son of Naruto or Sasuke, so he would still have the opportunity to see the existence in the legend of Ninja World. What the hell? Run first, the other party is obviously unkind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Little Four seemed to have heard the other party say something vaguely, but he was not in the mood to care about the specific content. Analyzing the expression of the person who suddenly ran over, at first glance, it seemed that they came here to fight on purpose. If they don't run quickly, they will be able to eat a pod if they get a little aftermath. Huh, can you actually see me? Yuya's originally angry face suddenly showed a trace of surprise. He moved his gaze from Huang Quan's body to Bai Ye's body, and he obviously heard the other party's mumbling just now. Yuya who came here was just a soul body just like Huang Quan, and logically speaking, living people should not see him. However, I didn't expect that Bai Ye not only saw it, but also directly revealed his identity, making his mind suddenly a little confused, and for a moment he forgot what he was doing here. Yeah, Yui, it's been a long time since I saw you. Huang Quan was already ready to fight, but in his heart he knew exactly why Yuya came here, but he didn't expect that he would come so quickly. As a result, Bai Ye's words gave some signs of calming down the other party's emotions. If he could not fight, Huang Quan would certainly not run up to abuse himself. What is here is not his main body. Sure enough, it's been a long time, so long you have forgotten what you said 10 days ago. Yuya's attention that had been drawn away by the White Knight caused Huang Quan's words to come back again. Thinking of what he was doing here, he decided to deal with other things later. I haven't said that you are monitoring me. I just set off and you ran over. Seeing that the other party didn't use a good tone, Huang Quan suddenly got up with his violent temper, and began to fight each other. Although Huang Quan had expected Yuya to interfere with him, he hadn't even started to play the black hand, the other party had already appeared directly. It means that at the moment Huang Quan appeared, Yuya had already been staring at him in advance. It made him feel a little angry to think about it, and the other party didn't believe him too much. Advertisement. Go away. Standing still stupid, you are really desperate. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder between Huang Quan and Yuya became stronger and stronger, Xiao Si couldn't help but scratched Bai Ye's face with his paw. If it hadn't been for the lives of the two of them hanging together, it would have ran away on its own a long time ago, and how could it have stayed in such a dangerous place? Oh, the pain on the face finally made Bai Ye become more awake. Not continuing to see what they were going to say, they turned around and ran wildly. In order to pursue speed, they even opened the 8 doors of Dunjia. I knew I would hide inside the pendant first. The whole person was forced to leave the water with his feet, and rushed forward along with the huge waves behind him. The space seems to have been destroyed, a disgusting sense of distortion is produced where the fist strikes, and it is still rapidly expanding around. The water directly below the two of them sank several hundred meters deep in an instant, creating a huge wave as high as tens of meters and rushing in all directions. But just a few steps after Bai Ye ran, he felt a sudden surge of force behind him, causing him to lose control of his body. At this time, some white smoke was continuously emitting from its body, and its body temperature was deliberately raised, which was quickly evaporating the seawater on its body. The White Knight swallowed by huge waves swallowed a lot of sea water along the ocean current. At first, the punches of the two looked unremarkable, as if they had no power at all. It felt that the punches that Bai Ye had slammed had not been more powerful. At the speed of the White Knight, I was running for an extra minute, and I still couldn't avoid this aftermath. Ahem. This is really a fight between gods. However, it was this kind of punch that couldn't even sonic boom, at the moment when they fought each other together. The body drifted hundreds of meters with the sea water, and then successfully regained control of his body shape and swam back from the bottom of the sea with difficulty. Bai Ye's body was like a drift in the water. After sliding several tens of meters on the water, it was completely swallowed by the huge waves. On the other side of the sky, Huang Quan had officially handed over Yuya. And if it weren't for the speed of Huang Quan's previous flight, it's very likely that the country of Vortex would have ushered in a tsunami. Both sides seemed to be testing each other, both of them just threw their right fists towards each other. At the same time, an invisible ripple spread out in the dark, pushing everything around forcibly. Little C, who was still lying on Bai Ye's head, showed a rare appearance of wilting. Chapter 146 Heading towards the country of water again. In the future, I have to deal with Kagaiji who is at the same level as them. Why should I feel better than just pretending to be dead with a piece of tofu? Now there is no need for Bai Ye to take the initiative to run away, as long as he stays quietly, he will passively go away with the waves. So far, Huang Quan and Yuya are still fighting purely with their fists and feet, and they have broken the surrounding area. Bai Ye found that after experiencing this kind of battle with the strong, he felt completely different from what looked like on the TV through the screen. Can clearly perceive the gap between oneself and the other party, this is truly separated by a sky. This is a much stronger force than imagined, and it is a realm that mortals can't reach no matter how hard they work. If you want to solve Ludao Madara and Kagaya on your own, it feels a bit taken for granted. It's better to find a way to suppress the appearance of the opponent. Kagaya Ji, the legendary ancestor of chakra. Do you even understand this kind of existence? Xiao Si looked at Bai Ye in a little surprise, feeling that the other party's wide range of knowledge was a little frightening. Don't be funny, you don't even know the more famous 6 Dao immortals, but it's even stranger to know Kagaya Ji. Bai Ye didn't know what to say, and wondered if Xiao Si had a problem with his soul, so he went to sleep deliberately for many years. Therefore, he only knows the older existence, but the old fresh meat like Ludao immortal doesn't know it. Who told you I don't know? It's just that the other party died before I was born. It's even weird if you even know your appearance. Xiao Si rolled his eyes, and in some places he couldn't even compare with Bai Ye, which made him feel very uncomfortable. There is an illusion that has been in vain for so many years, making him like a countryman who has never seen the world. By the way, how was your strength during your heyday, and can you compete with those two? Bai Ye showed an expression of pretending to be silly and stunned, and quickly changed the subject, with a secret voice in her heart. A person who doesn't pay attention to himself will get up again, and it will be a little troublesome if he makes the other person a bad suspicion. And it seems that you have to keep a low profile anytime in the future, because Xiaozi will stay by his side for almost 24 hours. No longer do you have to deliberately restrain your behavior when there is only one person around, as long as there is no other person around. Look at what you are talking about. Of course I can't reach this level in my life. Advertisement. Obviously unable to reach the opponent's strength, Xiaozi also put on a very proud expression. So, what use is it for you? Even though Bai Ye didn't hold any hope at all, she was still aroused by a little bit of anticipation. The facts proved that the reality was really cruel. If it is really possible, he will definitely find a way to help Xiaozi recover his strength, so that he can relax in the future. Sure enough, in Naruto world, it is better to cultivate the protagonist. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's just that Shiraya's only hope is for Naruto and Sasuke, so that they won't be born directly because of their own intervention. Otherwise, Yuya would be embarrassed when no one accepts his plug-in when he is desperate. Although Bai Ye was sure now, the other party could indeed interfere with the world, and the power would not have to be small when he was alive, maybe even stronger. But in terms of the opponent's temperament and current state, it was like Wukong saying that he would not interfere in the living world when he died, and then left with a combination of skills. You have the ability to remember what you are saying now, so don't ask me about my soul skills at that time. Xiao Si was frustrated by Bai Ye's words, showing an expression that I was unhappy, come to coax me. 5 roasts. Deal. Sure enough, there is no time when things can't be solved by barbecue. If there is, then come a few more meals. Of course, Bai Ye would definitely not pay for the 5 barbecue meals, and he was thinking about whom he should take a few meals from. Do you have to fight like this? In the other half of the air, Yuya, who had handed Huang Quan for a while, finally spoke again. You should know that I just want to pursue that. Huang Quan responded with a calm expression after punching Yuya again. From the surface, without using other abilities, the two should be evenly divided at this time. But this situation is obviously abnormal. You must know that Huang Quan staying here is not the main body. In theory, it should be weaker. It is precisely because Yui understands this that he specifically asked this sentence. Huang Quan wanted to temporarily increase the strength of his clone, needless to say, it would definitely cost him a lot of extra. Advertisement. But you should also know that you will lose sooner or later, so why bother to delay for a while? Yui was obviously not optimistic about the other party's behavior, feeling that this was completely meaningless. As long as he doesn't choose to give in, Huang Quan's choice to escape is hard to say, but wanting to take away Bai Ye together is a foolish dream. And Huang Quan finally succeeded in grabbing the flaw that Yuya had exposed because of his words, and his right foot abruptly kicked the opponent's abdomen. Soon, at the place where Yuya fell into the water, a large group of oblique splashes appeared in the direction of Huang Quan. At the same time, he felt a tingling sensation on the surface of the skin everywhere, and some bloodshots could be seen faintly emerging. Yuya returned, with a hint of indifference in his words, and some changes have taken place in his shape at this time. Presumably you are already enlightened. The white knight who wanted to open his mouth to say something, only felt that the wind was pouring into his mouth frantically, causing his entire face to be blown out of shape, and he could only make some strange noises. To help Bai Ye murder's clone, the strength also does not need to be particularly strong, and this little strength is also sufficient. The avatar that Huang Quan flew over didn't waste a second, pulling up Bai Ye and rushing to the direction of the water country as quickly as possible. Boom. Huang Quan didn't expect to be able to defeat Yuya with this kind of body, anyway, it was enough to hold the opponent for a period of time. Yuya was like a cannonball fired. The air along the road was pushed away layer by layer, and his body slammed into the sea at an extremely fast speed. He held a black tin rod made of Chu Dao jade in his right hand, the two ends of which were in the shape of the sun and the moon. *##%##. Anyway, it's the last chance. Why don't you give it a try? After repelling Yuya temporarily, Huang Quan immediately condensed a clone around him, and flew quickly in the direction of Bai Ye. There are 9 jade for seeking Taoism suspended around the body, and the overall temperament and the initial appearance also have undergone some changes. Staying in the white night in the distance, it feels like a storm has started. Chapter 147 Another Way. I have used all the jade for seeking Dao so soon, your clone can't stand it. The frontal gust of wind made Bai Ye a little unbearable, so he had to reluctantly twist his head to the back, just to see the sight of Yuya coming out of the water. If possible, Bai Ye really wants to stay and see the scene when the two fight with all their strength. This is a rare opportunity to broaden the sight. I can do it for a while, but I just try it anyway. If I fail, I can only say that I'm dead. Bai Ye turned his head and glanced at Huang Quan quietly, and found that he was completely unaffected when he spoke. I really don't know if it is because the body strength is high enough, or there is any special method. Unlike when I open my mouth, I will rush into it. Boss, there is actually another way to awaken Bai Ye's personality. You don't need to smash with this old immortal. Xiao Si suddenly remembered another personality of Bai Ye, who had mentioned this matter before returning back. At that time, he judged that Bai Ye would deliberately avoid this happening in the future after he knew the reason for his appearance, so he told Xiao Si smoothly. Are you stupid? There are other ways I didn't say it earlier. I won't be able to get it now and come here at will. After Huang Quan heard of this, the violent mood swings made his figure lose his control. A perfect arc was drawn like a cannonball, and it was falling rapidly toward the water. At the same time, he wondered himself a bit in his heart. At the time, he didn't even think about asking carefully, and suddenly he was dizzy. Without asking for the specific method, Huang Quan could judge that the method at least would not interfere with the present world, so that Yuya could only observe secretly at best. You didn't ask me, you didn't decide this on your own at the time. Xiao Si rolled his eyes silently. Because he was patronizing the barbecue in front of him, he didn't even notice what Huang Quan was talking about with Bai Ye. The other party only notified himself when he officially set off, and then it was seduced by the barbecue of the country of water for a while. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly ran into Yuya to block the way, and things never stopped completely along the way. Little Four had no time until now. He could think about Bai Ye's other personality, and then he told Huang Quan all the details he remembered. I said, how about admitting a mistake in the past? With the other side's mind, I shouldn't care too much about these trivial things. Advertisement. After all, you haven't done anything that interferes with the world for the time being, and I feel that as long as you make sure, the chances of the other party's ending are quite high. Quote. Bai Ye thought for a while and then persuaded him, because he felt that the current clone of Huang Quan's clone felt a little unreliable. He wanted the other party to kill Madara, and he was a little lacking in confidence when he was a clone. But Huang Quan proved like Bai Ye that even if he was only a clone, he could still reach the 6th level of combat power. But after the opponent was dragged there by Yuya, how high the upper limit of the clone's strength could be, made him even more unsure. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Don't get rid of the spot when the time comes, but embarrassing you to take yourself into. As for the fact that Huang Quan wanted to let his own personality come out, Bai Ye didn't care much. Because it only lasts for a period of time anyway, just treat it as if you just slept and had a dream. Acknowledgement. Are you kidding me? And that old guy is asking me to admit my mistakes, then where should I put my face down? When Huang Quan heard Bai Ye's words, he immediately exploded his hair, and at the same time stopped his trend of falling, showing an expression that you dare not change. No, boss, I heard that you didn't win the opponent once, so you vowed to never step out of the Pure Land again before you won. I saw that you really haven't been out for over 1,000 years, thinking that it seems really shameless to the other party. Quote. Xiao Si unceremoniously exposed Huang Quan's old bottom, and his opponent suddenly became embarrassed. Damn, it must be the B*********** D that Xiao San told you. Looking back, I don't want to clean it up. Huang Quan's figure completely stopped advancing, as if he was considering whether to reconcile with the other party. And Xiao San, who was sleeping deep underground, trembled unconsciously, her closed eyes suddenly wanted to open desperately, as if she had suddenly had a nightmare. By the way, you can tell me the specifics first. At this time, Huang Quan was a good student, even if he had a bottom line in his heart, he was still ready to learn more about it first. If there is some deviation from what you expected, it's better to continue on the road while it is now. It is said that as long as Bai Ye's heart is really longing for the other person to appear, it is enough. Xiao Si's eyes became a little evasive, and he spoke out with a little guilty conscience. After all, it was only yesterday that Bai Ye tried to call the other party when he was hunted down. Advertisement. I don't know if it was sincere enough or the formula was wrong, but I didn't get any response anyway. It's that simple. I warn you, I don't have any good fruit to fool me. Huang Quan squeezed his punching fist, a dangerous look came from his eyes. This is really good, at least that's what the other party said before disappearing. Xiao Si shrank his head. In this case, he must not let go anyway, otherwise he would be really beaten. Everyone has lived together for so many years, Huang Quan's temperament has long been penetrated by it, and the little San doesn't have a long memory. Don't look at me, I tried it, but nothing happens. Bai Ye shook his head desperately, looking like this was not what I said, so it had nothing to do with me. What are you two doing? Am I so scary? I usually persuade people with morals. The performance of these two made Huang Quan look upset, making himself like a big villain boss. Bai Ye and Xiao Si nodded first, then froze, and immediately shook their heads. It's not as knowledgeable as you laymen. Bai Ye, how did you try before? Huang Quan couldn't help but moved his fists, but in the end he chose to temporarily suppress it, otherwise he really seemed very violent. It was. Bai Ye just wanted to say it, but it suddenly occurred to him that she was fooled by the little fourth yesterday, and what she said was a lot of words that were extremely second. And the environment he was in was extremely safe, and he was shy and speechless for a while. As long as you are in a hesitating state, it is really hell to be able to call out successfully. Huang Quan looked at the shy expression on Bai Ye's face, and felt that if he could succeed, unless it was another personality that was extremely narcissistic. In another place, since Yuya got serious, the clone that Huang Quan stayed to intercept began to be completely crushed and beaten. Although he was constantly being beaten, Huang Quan's expression appeared to be relatively relaxed, and he did not seem to have suffered much damage. Chapter 148 Sword Zen. You don't have to demonstrate anymore. By the way, hasn't your teacher taught you skills such as mind cultivation? Huang Quan scratched his head helplessly. In his opinion, this should be a simple matter. Shoksan, why don't I know that ninja still needs to know this? Bai Ye was stunned by what Huang Quan said. At the beginning, he tried hard to recall the plot of the original book, and found that he could not find the concept in this respect. It made him somewhat doubt whether his ears were a problem, and he always felt that this kind of vocabulary appeared in Naruto world to be a bit contrary. Boss, are you fooling Bai? How come I don't know there is such a thing? Xiaoxi also stood up at this time and sang the opposite, saying that he didn't even know what the hell was Shoksan. You know the lazy guy every day, unless the sun hits the west. Huang Quan choked on Xiaoxi, with his eyes indicating that the other party was not embarrassed, and he actually belonged to the same level as a kid like Bai Ye. I suddenly remembered that it belonged to our era. It seems that your era has completely abandoned it. At the beginning of the year, there were no ninjas who did nothing. Everyone practiced Bushido and the like. For the samurai, there is another way to cultivate the mind called Sword Zen. Quote. However, Xiaoxi's words also reminded Huang Quan to wake up, as he remembered that people are taking different paths now. At the beginning, because of the sudden appearance of ninjas and possessing various powerful powers, the originally strong line of samurai was completely lost. You are talking about the warriors who don't learn ninjutsu in Iron Country, so what is the point of doing this, and it won't make you stronger. Bai Ye understood this to a greater or lesser extent, and understood that Dao Zhen was just sitting there, putting the body of the knife on her lap. But he didn't understand how he could improve his strength in such a motionless manner. When Bai Ye encountered a bottleneck, he tried various methods, so he tried it once in this regard. I realized that I was just wasting a day and doing it in vain. I finally realized that I was like Xiao Li, who exercised his reality crazily with willpower. Of course that was also because Bai Ye felt that he should be able to get Bamandunjia from Dai, and this time he would be able to persist on this road. Otherwise, if he is simply an orphan, or is adopted by ordinary people, he might be ready to be an ordinary person with peace of mind. Advertisement. I'm too lazy to talk about the other regular ninjas, but fortunately, you are still a swordsman. How do you train? Huang Quan showed a look of hating iron but not steel, feeling that Bai Ye had such a peculiar knife, it was simply insulting this knife. Isn't it just practicing chopping and slashing all the time? I haven't seen Kakashi sit in any sword meditation. Bai Ye was said to be full of black lines, feeling that this thing is not to study the angle at which it should be cut to achieve the best killing effect. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, and even if it's because of a task to go out, other training may not be done in the White Knight, but the knife training has always been unstoppable. What's more, when he asked Kakashi for advice, the other party didn't mention any sword meditation, mainly talking about the angle and strength of the sword in different situations. The other party was taught by Konoha's first person with a knife. If it is really important, you shouldn't forget to talk about it. Who is Kakashi? I tell you, although because of so many years of accumulation, I have a lot of things. But I am best at swordsmanship. Sword Zen is a compulsory course for samurai every day. Quote. Huang Quan looked a little excited when he heard that Bai Ye actually compared him with a younger generation. His other clone would be easily suppressed by Yuya, and it had something to do with not having a weapon with him. Otherwise, even if you will lose in the end, you will definitely be able to hold on for a long time, and you will have the confidence to drag you to another clone of yourself and bring White Knight to the water country. As for Huang Quan's failure to reserve weapons in the pendant, it was simply because he had never thought of intervening in the world at all. Moreover, a knife that could be used against Chu Daoyu had requirements on the material and forging techniques, otherwise he would ask Bai Ye to borrow the Zanpei knife to use it. Although Huang Quan could see the special nature of Zanpaku Dao, he also understood that the strength of this thing needs to keep getting stronger along with Bai, and may only have a chance to reach that point in the future. Sword Zen is true in this respect, but boss, don't talk about the strange vocabulary of cultivating the mind in front of you, that ghost can know. At this time, Xiaoxi came out again to help Huang Quan confirm that he had often seen this aspect. It's just that Xiaoxi's body is not suitable for practicing swordsmanship, so he didn't spend much energy to study it. Okay, then. I am doing the so-called Sword Zen now. Bai Ye didn't argue anymore. After all, he was originally an outsider, so why bother to fight against these natives? Regarding cognition, he really only knows what the original book mentions. After all, this world is so big, there will always be many things not mentioned. Advertisement. For example, Huang Quan's identity can still have something to do with the ghoul seal. And the three-headed hell dog to which the small 3 and small 4 belonged, there is really no special clue. Pain's psychic three-headed dog with wings seems to be obviously not forcibly connected with them. As Bai Ye keeps on doing tasks everywhere, he will surely learn more unknown information slowly in the future. Like the Kyuubi rebellion to Uchiha's extermination, and then Uchiha's extermination to Naruto's graduation. There is a long blank period in the middle. What will happen in the past 10 years, but Bai Ye is completely unpredictable. You take the lead, even if you are a genius in this area, it takes at least 3 months to get started. Do you think you can do it in such a ghost environment on your own terms? Quote. Huang Quan curled his lips in disdain. Needless to say, the so-called genius in his mouth must be undoubtedly himself. In this regard, Huang Quan is very conceited and does not believe that anyone can break his own record. After all, no matter what, they are all guys who can fight against the 6 immortals by virtue of their swordsmanship, and they have reached the climax on another road. Then what are you doing with so much nonsense? I thought you could have any ideas. Bai Ye rolled her eyes silently, wasting so much tongue, and she didn't say the same. I didn't want you to succeed at this time, and this is the only way I can think of for the time being. In fact, a quicker way is to use Yuya's special pupil technique to directly and forcibly invade your spiritual world. It's a pity that I am not good at this aspect. Quote. Huang Quan now really wants to beat the White Knight violently, and he kindly told him the way, and still showed a strange look of yin and yang. After so many years, although Huang Quan got a lot of ninjutsu from many dead, he also created a lot of things. But in those blood inheritance limits, he has not been able to successfully crack, so some unique abilities have not been fully learned. It's like writing round eyes to a high level, and it can invade the spiritual world of other people's spirits relatively easily. But Huang Quan would be very troublesome if he wanted to do the same thing, and he had to do it by himself. Chapter 149 Seal. Puff. As he spoke, Huang Quan suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, and his expression suddenly became a little wilted. Are you eating too much tonic, and you can spurt blood everywhere? Xiao Si was caught off guard and was sprayed all over his face. If it wasn't for his current state to be worse than that of the opponent, he would definitely go ahead and do it. Bai Ye wanted to try Sword Zen before, so he stood a bit farther away and was not affected. That old guy is so cruel, he didn't hesitate to get hurt in order to get rid of my clone quickly. Huang Quan closed his eyes and quickly adjusted his state, barely stabilizing his injury. The current performance of the other party made Bai Ye feel very curious. I don't know what is the principle of Huang Quan's clone, but after one is killed, it will affect other bodies. As far as Bai Ye knows, the various clone techniques in Naruto, except for fatigue, shouldn't have any effect on others. You actually stopped here. I don't think this kind of injury will make you unable to walk. Not long after Huang Quan finished speaking, Yuya appeared behind him like a teleport. Bai Ye found that Yuya's left hand was hanging down unnaturally, and understood that there should be the part where Huang Quan said that the opponent was injured. You don't allow my conscience to find out. I and you are both managers, okay? Huang Quan's tone revealed his unhappiness, but it wasn't because the other party had to stop him. Huang Quan knew why Yuya did this. Although he didn't agree with it, he couldn't say he was particularly against it. What makes Huang Quan feel uncomfortable is that he has been practicing in retreat for so many years. In the end, the defeat was too fast, almost to the point where Huang Quan was completely unacceptable. Although it mainly has something to do with his inability to exert all his strength, it cannot be an excuse for failure. You still knew your responsibilities. I thought you would have forgotten who you were for so many years. Advertisement. After Yuya rushed over, he didn't mean to do it right away, instead he was still interested in taunting the other party. It looks like you have completely controlled the situation, and you don't care if talking more nonsense will cause the plot to reverse. But you should also know what my main purpose is. I didn't do it all for myself. And you are too rigid, and I don't think your persistence has any meaning. Quote. Huang Quan's tone became stronger and stronger, and it seemed that there should be some differences between Yuya and Yuya in some respects. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It doesn't make sense for you to tell me this. The purpose of my willingness to stay alone in this world is to prevent the existence of out of specification from destroying it. As for the locals, they can do whatever they want. I have no right to interfere with their lives too much. Quote. Yuya's expression seemed relatively plain, and he was quietly telling Huang Quan his ideas. I really convinced you. Anyway, those people will go to the Pure Land sooner or later. There is nothing wrong with me sending them off in advance. Okay, let's not say, I have given up on this idea, you go back to where you should stay. Quote. Some places where Huang Quan can't understand you are here. Obviously, many people die in struggle every day. As a result, the other party has been turning a blind eye to this kind of thing, and he has to come over to stop him, obviously doing the same thing. After so many years, your temperament has not changed at all. Yuya shook his head helplessly. Huang Quan seemed to him a bit too casual, he didn't like to think about the consequences of anything. As for Bai Ye's words, he could only stand aside stupidly, watching the two big guys frantically communicate something he didn't understand at all. In fact, at this time, he wanted to interrupt and ask Yui where his brother Hamura had gone. Even if Hamura's strength is slightly weaker, in theory, he should have the same ability to survive by relying on his soul. The current situation is that Hei manages the world, Wangquan manages the Pure Land, and Hamura seems to have evaporated out of thin air. Seal. After Yuya finished talking with Huang Quan, he turned around and came to Bai Ye's body, and quickly tapped his chest with the tin stick in his hand. Then a small piece was directly separated from the weapon made of Chu Dao Jade, and it was wrapped in the pendant on Bai Ye's chest. Then he continued to slowly penetrate into the pendant, and after a short period of effort, it returned to its original state. Advertisement. Why don't you guys be so cruel, you actually sealed the power transmission node. Huang Quan thought at first that Yuya wanted to say something to Bai Ye. Huang Quan waved his hand irritably, feeling that Yuya looked more and more unpleasant. This time, I can only say that the selected time was too unlucky, and it didn't play any functions at all. As a result, the other party suddenly sealed the pendant and hit him by surprise. According to the current situation, there is only one unavoidable situation left. Moreover, with Huang Quan's method, he can actually block his perception for a short period of time without Yui's knowledge. I didn't completely drive you back. It's already a lot of face for you. If you were not going to interfere with the world, you wouldn't need these extra powers. After Yuya finished this matter, he was completely relieved. After all, he could not really observe the entire ninja world all the time. Then he was going to discuss the location with Bai Ye first, and then suddenly appear for harvesting, so that even if Yuya's movements were fast, he couldn't stop it. Before Yuya was able to rush over at the first time, he just happened to pay attention to the situation of Bai Ye. Next time Huang Quan was thinking about coming over to make trouble, he might not be able to stop it in time. As long as he came one step late, it would be meaningless. Originally, Huang Quan had a secret plan. If Bai Ye's comprehension was too bad, he would not be able to awaken another personality in his body. Moreover, he could clearly perceive the strength of this seal, and it would take more than 10 years for him to slowly wear it away. At this time, Huang Quan who had gotten only felt that the power of his body was constantly dissipating, and there was only some if there was no connection with the body, so that he could barely stay in this world. In order to make the power in his body completely out of control, he might have to slaughter the village in the later stage, so as to achieve the desired effect. If a major battle broke out in a certain place recently, and Bai Ye happened to be a participant in it, then everything would be safe. As a result, there was no room for implementation in this plan. But this situation can't be delayed for too long, otherwise as Bai Ye itself keeps getting stronger, then the pendant bonus will only get smaller and smaller. Forget it, you go quickly, don't you want to be lazy here and let me invite you to dinner? Chapter 150 Ask Yuya for a big gift bag. Of course I have something to tell this little brother, I'm tired of looking at your shameless face a long time ago, and how old you are still pretending to be tender here. After Yuya turned his back to Tukao Wangquan for a moment, he carefully looked at Bai Ye. Although Bai Ye's breath is a bit strange, Yuyi has often observed it in secret. But it was the first time to observe at such a close distance, and it felt a little different. Your name is Bai, right? I don't ask why you know what I look like, but how did you see my existence? Yuya touched his long beard. This aspect made him completely incomprehensible, and he felt a little out of the rules of this world. If the soul wants to be observed by living people, there are only a few methods in total. One is a soul body that is self-summoned by special items as a medium. This is only visible to the caster and the caster, such as the seal of the ghoul. Another is that you need to be in a special space. Under certain circumstances, there will be some unknown rules that can also make the soul body appear, such as the sealed place where Shaosun currently stays. Or, like Xiao Si, directly use some special methods to forcibly transform his soul body, so that all living people can see themselves. However, the cost of doing so will be very high. Like Xiao Si, he has almost lost all his strength and must find a way to slowly recover. And doing so does not actually make sense to most people. To know that the channel connecting the world is controlled by Huang Quan, it is basically impossible to return to the world. Moreover, even after passing the Wangquan level, Yuya would not allow the opponent to come back at will. With a background like Xiao Si, plus a contract signed with Bai Ye, Yuya only opened one eye. If other people want to return to this world, they can only rely on the techniques allowed in the rules of reincarnating from the dirty soil. So the last method is Yui's own means to enter the spiritual world of others, in order to achieve an alternative meeting. As far as Yui knew, there were only 4 methods in theory, but what Bai Ye showed had nothing to do with these. In addition, the breath of Bai Ye was a bit weird, so Yui's attention to him became more and more high. I can see what's so weird about you, don't they all see you too? Advertisement. A lot of question marks appeared on Bai Ye's forehead, and he didn't know what Yuya meant. Because after touching the soul body, Bai Ye could clearly see all the people he met, which caused his reaction to this aspect to be somewhat dull. It seemed to Bai Ye that he could see each other, although it was relatively rare, but it should be normal. After all, he knew that Yuya had been silently guarding the ninja world after his death, so theoretically there was a chance to meet. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The only thing that Bai Ye didn't expect was that he was really lucky enough to see this existence that reached the apex of the ninja world. And when he was so young, he thought that even if he was lucky, he should have been in the Fourth World War. This one. Yuya suddenly felt a little embarrassed. What Bai Ye said seemed to him to be nothing wrong, so it was quite troublesome to explain specifically. But Yuya had already got the information he wanted from this, and had no plans to continue to struggle with this issue. Judging from Bai Ye's current reaction, it can be determined that the other party does not know the cause of this incident. Then there is a possibility that Bai Ye's bloodline has undergone an unknown change. Not only Wangquan can sense the messy power in Bai Ye's body, Yuya can also perceive these things. Moreover, Yuya was more sensitive, he always felt that Bai Ye was a little incompatible with this world. But this aspect is not as strong as when he first discovered Bai Ye back then. In layman's terms, it feels like the so-called adopted child, and there are more or less barriers in the beginning. As time goes by, the estrangement between most people will slowly dissipate. Of course, it is not without such an example of intensifying. Forget it, I won't take care of you and Huang Quan's affairs, as long as you don't think about relying on his power all day long. Yui thought for a while and finally didn't say anything. Regarding some strange things about Bai Ye's body, he decided not to say it for now. After all, no matter what happens to the other party, theoretically speaking, he doesn't need to worry at all. Just like their usual policy, just let them develop along the way. Oh, advertisement. Bai Ye's heart couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Fortunately, he just raised his ears specifically, thinking that the other party, as a 6th immortal, could say something. As a result, after holding back there for a long time, he said, forget it, making him look forward to it for a while. 6th immortals don't know if I can make a small request by myself. The mentality of seeing the other person is indeed a little different. It is completely different from when Bai Ye first saw him, except for some fear, it can be said that there is no other fluctuation in his heart. You didn't give him all the things that Bai Ye could learn at the beginning, and he couldn't learn other things that I knew. Bai Ye didn't intend to ask for anything abnormal, but after hearing Yui say this, his mind got alive again. Don't expect any more, this old guy can't do anything about it. Even his descendants have been annihilated, he didn't even think about teaching anything useful. Otherwise, with his usual temperament, no matter how small the request, he would not respond in any way. Can you give me a copy of the kind of ninjutsu that normal people can learn? Let me refer to it. Quote. He could understand Bai Ye's state as well, after all, Yuya's reputation in the ninja world should be considered the greatest. Tell me, I can promise you if you don't violate the rules. He secretly suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said this sentence pretending to be calm on the surface, and did not directly make his request. Seeing a trace of regret flashed in Bai Ye's eyes, Huang Quan suddenly knew what was thinking in the other party's heart, so he took the opportunity to taunt Yuya. Bai Ye deliberately showed a shy expression, staring at Yuya with pitiful eyes, as if you would cry for you if you didn't give it to me. After so many years of observation and protection, Yuya was forced to learn a lot of ninjutsu, but most of them were repeated with Huang Quanhui. Yuya showed a generous appearance, and it was obviously still affected by Huang Quan's words in front of him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Ahem, look, the ninjutsu given to me by Lord Grim Reaper is not unsuitable for living people. What Huang Quan said that Yuya wanted to use Daoyu to smash his clone into fly ash, and he was still beeping beside him in a few words. And by the way, he cleverly resolved Huang Quan's words, otherwise, if the other party said so, wouldn't it be shameful that he didn't teach anything? Even if it shouldn't be the reincarnation of the other party's son, it is impossible to obtain the power of the 6 realms, but at any rate it should be casual. 6 PS Chapter 151 The first person to return. Why don't you directly ask me for this kind of thing? Huang Quan was still a little curious about what Bai Ye would ask for, but he didn't expect that his request would be so simple. So you still have these, why didn't you give it to me directly, so I thought you wouldn't. Bai Ye knew that this request was not a big deal to Yuya, so he felt that there was a high possibility that he would agree, so he specifically mentioned this. Although that kind of messy ninjutsu didn't help them much, it was of great value to Bai Ye. Because Bai Ye had seen the ninjutsu that Huang Quan gave him, but there were many secret techniques unique to other villages, and there were also many lost secret techniques. Although most of the techniques in Bai Ye are somewhat unattractive, it is still very good if you find a way to take it slowly and secretly hand it over to the village. In this way, he can improve his position in Konoha invisibly and make a lot of money by the way. The only trouble is that although the principles of these techniques are similar to the original ones, they are not for living people. He needs to think of a way to reverse it, otherwise he won't be able to explain why there are so many errors in the details. Originally, Bai Ye gave up a bit in this regard, but suddenly he had the opportunity to obtain the genuine product directly, so he must find a way to fight for it. Are you stupid? Most of the techniques I gave you were modified by me personally? How could there be no original version on hand? Huang Quan replied with some speechlessness. He originally thought that Bai Ye was a witty person. He didn't expect that he would be stupid in some places because he felt too young. As for Huang Quan's failure to give the original version to Bai Ye by the way, he simply felt that anyway, neither of the other parties could learn directly, so he didn't have to spend extra energy. It doesn't matter, anyone can do it, just give me a copy of the information. Bai Ye selectively filtered Huang Quan's ridicule. At this time, it didn't matter what it was more reliable to get things first. Come and give it, anyway, Bai Ye already has one in his hand, and it won't be a violation of the rules for you to give another similar one. Seeing Yuya looking at him, Huang Quan immediately pushed this alive. Not only is he not here, but the source of his power has been cut off by the opponent for the most part, so he is unwilling to waste a lot of energy to do this kind of thing. Alright, I'll do it if I come. Advertisement Yui originally thought that Huang Quan could do the same, so he didn't really want to take it personally, but the other party showed a posture of not looking at me, so he finally responded. In this regard, Bai Ye has signed a contract with Huang Quan, and in the future will have to pay for the help he gets. But if Yuya personally took the initiative to promote this, no matter what, there is some suspicion of violation, which is ambiguous. Then I'll go back first. Bai Ye remember not to forget to ponder about the sword and Zen. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After Huang Quan picked up the tin stick in Yuya and tapped it towards Bai Ye's chest, he was no longer ready to stay in this world. Without waiting for Bai Ye to say something, he swiftly got back into the pendant and completely cut off the connection with this side. Just now Huang Quan had consumed a lot of energy to fight Yuya, not to mention that the other clone as the main body was completely wiped out. In addition, Yuya also cut off the source of strength, which made Huang Quan weak, and he wanted to return to the Pure Land a long time ago. Therefore, the speed of slipping away was faster than Yuya, and after seeing that everything had been dealt with almost, he didn't wait for a moment. This scam just forcibly took me to the sea, and I didn't know that I was going to send me back before I left. Bai Ye also seemed a bit distressed at this time, although he had not fought a battle like Huang Quan. But because after doing all kinds of things, the body has also reached its limit, and there is no energy to go back to the country of the vortex on his own. Then I will give you a ride. Seeing Bai Ye staring at her pitifully, Yuya didn't feel embarrassed to wave his hand and leave for a while. He could also see that Bai Ye's current state was very poor, and for himself it was just a small effort, and he kindly took Bai Ye to the Uzumaki kingdom. Well, 6 Tao Immortals, do you have time to send me back to Konoha by the way? Bai Ye originally tried it, but he never thought that Yuya would really agree to it. And after the other party really agreed, Bai Ye started to get a little better again. If Yuya can agree with one, then he should be the fastest of the 4 to return to the village. I'm still in some urgency, so you should think of a solution for the rest of the journey. Yuya quickly brought Bai Ye back to the place where he had landed before, and after putting it down, he found an insincere excuse and slipped away. Advertisement, obviously I have been idle since I died, this reason is a bit too fake. Looking at the direction Yuya left, Bai Ye only felt a little pain in his head. The other party might as well just say that he didn't want to help. What happened? How come you were the only one to come back? A few days later, at Danzo's office, Kazuhiko was kneeling halfway there, receiving Danzo's question. Among the people sent to Wuyan village this time was Kazuhiko, a member of the route, and it was only after Oshimaru recommended Shiroya that Danzo temporarily voluntarily added him. Of course, the main purpose is not to monitor or anything. With Bai Ye's current strength and identity, it doesn't take Danzo to spend so much time and effort. Originally, according to the progress, it should be the fastest to use Xiaoxi to rush to the White Knight of the country of the Vortex. As a result, only Kazuhiko came back for this mission, which made Danzo a little nervous. If it had known that it would come back, it would definitely put out the fire first, and all the work it had done before was wasted. However, because he was not familiar with the next distance, Bai Ye chose the wrong direction to move forward, and finally let Kazuhiko, who has the best detection ability, succeed in overtaking. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at Hot MTL Novel for free. My barbecue. So Kazuhiko had waited up, and he didn't refuse the appointment. Needless to say, seeing this picture, Kazuhiko was really pulled into the roots by the Danzing people. And some of the cells in Bai Ye's body have also been secretly stolen by Kazuhiko to prevent Da Xuan's conscience from discovering that he will not continue to cooperate with him. But after a while, he was looking for Danzo, and he didn't report to the 3rd generation of Hokage. After all, Danzo is Konoha's real power elder anyway, and there are many people from the Oil Girl clan who work in the roots. But because of Bai Ye's special physique, Danzo wanted to collect more useful information. Little C, who was lying on Bai Ye's head, looked at the barbecue that had been roasted into coke, showing a look that was about to shed tears. After all, the progress of the experiment so far is still far behind. If the main participant is dead, it will be funny. I don't know how much work it takes. Chapter 152 The Contents of the Scroll. Master Danzo, something unexpected happened during this operation, which caused me and Bai Ye to choose to evacuate separately. With the opponent's ability, if there are no accidents on the road, he should be back to the village soon. While explaining, Kazuhiko took out 2 scrolls from his arms and handed them to Danzo. Then he went back down again and waiting for Danzang's other questions. Among the 2 scrolls, one of them was given to him by a partner in the same village when Kazuhiko was in Wuyan village. And in the other scroll, Kazuhiko accidentally took the opportunity to collect some hair and the like in the White Knight. Danzo opened the 2 scrolls and looked at it. After seeing one of them sealed with Bai Ye's cell, he nodded in satisfaction and put it away. Encrypted? What's in it? After Tuan Zhang discovered that another scroll had been specially encrypted, he asked directly because the person involved was right here. This information was collected by someone else, and I don't know the specific content. Kazuhiko answered plainly, and to be honest, he himself was a little curious about what the information was. When Danzo saw this, he glanced at a certain direction, and soon a ninja with a mask emerged from it. Then you first report to me in detail, the specific situation during this mission. Danzo first handed the scroll to this subordinate and sent it to the code interpretation department as soon as possible, and then began to ask Kazuhiko about the specific situation. Kazuhiko's words, because the memory has been sealed for a short period of time, I don't remember anything about the sealed land below the ancestral hall of the Maelstrom family. As a result, although he had some doubts about the situation during that period, he finally chose to start talking after entering the water country. However, a lot of details on the road were also omitted, only some information that I thought was more important. When Kazuhiko talked about the night that the Shui Wuyue clan was exterminated, his speech speed subconsciously slowed down a bit. I became a little entangled in my heart. I don't know if Bai Ye's abnormal behavior should be reported to Danzo at this time. Advertisement, what? The group of Wuyan guys really did it, and they actually killed the Shui Wuyue clan. Just when Kazuhiko was hesitating, Danzo interrupted him to continue talking for the first time. The news was really amazing. This should be the first case of a family that was destroyed by the village itself since the beginning of the ninja village era. It was this news that allowed Danzo's thinking to start alive, and it faintly increased his determination to learn from Wuyan village and find a way to get rid of the Uchiha clan. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You continue to talk about why you suddenly decided to evacuate this evening. Yes. After thinking about it for a while, Tuan Zhang found that Kazuhiko was still here, so he asked him to continue talking about what he hadn't fully said just now. After Kazuhiko heard what the other party said, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief quietly, and he didn't need to continue to struggle. There is nothing to say about this aspect. After all, the specific reasons should all be recorded in the scroll, and the rest is simply a rush. Grown-ups. Just as Kazuhiko had just finished speaking, the guy who had left with the scroll came back again, and respectfully handed the cracked document to Danzo with both hands. Kazuhiko, who should have retired at this time, couldn't help subconsciously staying because of his curiosity. Just watch it if you want, after all, it's the news you brought back. After quickly scanning the contents of the file, Danzo found that Kazuhiko was looking at him cryptically, and after a little thought, he understood the other party's thoughts. Danzo did not act too unkind at this time, and directly threw the documents in hand to Kazuhiko. Immediately afterwards, he got up from his seat and walked out. The direction of his departure was just enough to pass the Hokage building. Obviously, he was going to discuss something with the third generation of Hokage. Special weapons, or special creatures. Kazuhiko couldn't help muttering a word in a low voice after reading the whole content quickly. The general content of the scroll is that all the spies who sneaked into the Water Shadow building that night, there has been no news, and this is not only the situation of the Konoha family. Seeing that the situation was not so good, the people staying outside found a way to exchange information with people who came in from other villages. Advertisement at the time, everyone had discussed it and was ready to try it together. After all, this should be the best opportunity in a short time, so not many people raised objections. But just as the action was about to take place, a flash of blood suddenly flashed across the dark sky, directly disrupting these people's plans. At that time, they thought they had been discovered by someone hiding in the fog, and they were all ready to fight to the death. It turned out that in addition to the Water Shadow building, a large hole was penetrated at the top. As a result, the falling of the stone caused a commotion, and there was no ambush in the so-called Hidden Mist village. Because of this unexpected incident, the group had some disagreements, and as a result they split into two small groups. A group of people are ready to continue to sneak in without changing their plan, feeling that a special situation has occurred in the Water Shadow building, and it is still very suitable to sneak in at this time. But the other group wanted to retreat to the tall building in the distance to observe the situation from the big hole that was punched out for no reason. The guy Konoha stayed outside was among this group. After the decision was made, the second group moved very fast, just to prevent someone from coming to plug the hole. The fact is indeed as they thought, they just rushed to the tall building to the side, but after a glance at the situation inside, they were completely sealed off. The thing that was used to seal the entrance of the cave was very much like a tree, and after a while, a guy who was proficient in soil escape was transferred. He covered this place again with a thick layer of soil, which completely covered up everything inside. As for what I saw before being sealed, it was a bunch of huge closed eyes, which only made the scalp numb to those who saw it. After that, Mu Dun made the two Konoha ninjas face horror. After all, this was the exclusive ability of Hokage. After seeing these scenes, the two of them knew that there was no need to stay in Wuyan village. These important messages must be brought back to Konoha as soon as possible. And when the two of them saw the giant eyes, they understood that everyone who entered should be dead. It is even more speculation that the bloody light just now originated from this unknown thing. It even felt that even Mu Dun was the ability of this thing, because some of the skin that this guy exposed looked like real tree bark. Chapter 153 Back to the village. White Knight, are you sure you are choosing the right direction now? Xiao Si was a little weakly lying on Bai Ye's head, but it was suffocated in the last few days. Because Bai Ye didn't have much money on him, Xiao Si had no chance to eat a big meal at all, and his current state was like a guy who was addicted to drugs again. Don't worry, just follow in the back garden of our house after entering the country of fire. It is absolutely impossible to get lost again. Bai Ye's condition looked pretty good, and she continued to shuttle leisurely through the forest. For him, there is plenty of time at the moment. There is still more than a week before the new year. Even if he chooses the wrong direction, he still has room for correction. You have said this sentence almost 72 times in the past few days. I very much doubt whether you can get lost in your own home. Xiao Si already didn't believe Bai Ye's explanation at all. In theory, it was only 1 or 2 days away, which just made Bai Ye expand 2 or 3 times more. Ah, I can't be completely blamed for this. I have never been here to do a task. It is normal to be a little unfamiliar. Bai Ye was also a little depressed. He had remembered most of the area in the Land of Fire. As a result, the landing place this time happened to be a place that he had never visited. The Oshimaru base he is currently staying at was to establish the location of a Tonin village after he was close to the opponent's late rebellion in the north of the Fire Country. Therefore, the mission that Maru received for Bai Ye some time ago was mainly located in the north of the Country of Fire. Therefore, the geographical environment of the White Knight is really familiar, and he has secretly remembered the situation of other nearby countries. But the place where White Knight came back this time was not far from the junction of the Country of Fire and the Country of Bear, almost in the southeast. Although Bai Ye has not been to the south and has done some missions, the current area is just his blind spot. In this way, they wandered around here for a long time, and even went to the country of the bear once halfway, which resulted in a lot of wasted time. That's fine, you can find Liu Kai to ask even if you ask for directions, this is really no one. Later, after returning to the country of fire in the White Night, and came to a small town, I was happy to find someone specifically to ask for directions. Xiao Si felt that the other party looked a little unreliable at the time, and then Bai Ye still trusted the other party very much, saying that he was right to see others. Advertisement sure enough, as Xiao Si expected, Bai Ye picked a wrong direction and ran a long way out until he felt something was wrong and then asked the way again. Leaving aside other things, just this trip back to the village made Bai Ye recognize a lot of specific scenes in the southern part of the country of fire. If he comes here in the future, he will not be so confused as he is now. Don't worry, I think I've been to this place before, and the direction will definitely not go wrong again. Bai Ye felt a little headache when Xiao Si was talking about it, and she unconsciously speeded up her advancement. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After about a few more hours, Bai Ye finally succeeded in seeing the gate of Konoha village. Yeah, our little genius is back. As Bai Ye approached, the gatekeeper ninja waved his hand and greeted Bai Ye, showing a very familiar look. Previously, due to the range of activities of White Knight's team, it was deliberately restricted by the 3 generations of Hokage. As a result, the locations where they basically performed their missions were very close to the village, so they could rush back quickly almost every time, so they could meet the ninja guarding the gate every day. In addition, a small team is a genius, it is difficult to remember the other party after seeing it for a long time, and the two sides have gradually become familiar with each other. Uncle Chu Yu, Uncle Ziyu hasn't seen you for a long time. Bai Ye also waved to the other party and finally returned to the village successfully, making him feel pretty good. These two were named Shen Yue and Gang respectively, and they were the fathers of Izumo and ZT who would come to guard the gate during Naruto's time in the future. When Bai Ye learned the name of the other party, he secretly sighed. I felt that there was a gap between Hokage's families and ordinary civilians, and even this kind of job of guarding the gate was contracted by someone. And in theory, it is difficult for civilians to appear true geniuses. Like the Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang in the future, they are basically the strongest group of peers, and they basically have their own families. Hey, who is this guy? Have you learned Spiritism? It was Chu Yu who waved his hand to greet him. As for Ziyu, he was attracted by the little C on Bai Ye's head at the beginning, and he just came back to his senses and asked questions. The main reason is that Xiaozi's varieties are too peculiar. Although there are many strange creatures in Hokage, there are not many that can be adopted by people. Advertisement at that time, if the news reaches Dashimaru, it will leak completely. Bai Ye didn't deliberately conceal this matter. After all, there are many people who know the news, and it is estimated that it will be completely spread in the ninja world in a short time. After that, this little guy began to pester me, and I had no choice but to keep it by my side. He has always been concerned about the fact that White Fang committed suicide because of rumors, but he does not want another genius to be ruined by this kind of thing. Since I haven't seen it for a long time, Xuangyi chatted for a while about what happened recently, and then Bai Ye got up and left and walked in the direction of the Hokage building. Then it shows that Bai Ye's identity is nothing to worry about. Don't make any rumors just because your group talks too much. Unexpectedly, the Shui Wuyue clan would be annihilated by their own people. In his opinion, the 3 generations of adults have never expressed anything, and Lord Oshimaru also specifically accepted each other as a disciple. Chuyue couldn't help laying out a sigh after Bai Ye left. This kind of thing was a little too unexpected. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Bai Ye's reason was thought up in advance. Although it sounds unbelievable, he really couldn't think of a better reason. Spiritualism is not optional in the first place, not to mention that Dashimaru is mainly a contract signed with Longdadong, let alone the other party has not taught White Knight Spiritism until now. When I saw that Ziyu wanted to say something that shouldn't be said, he immediately interrupted the other party. I remember that Bai Ye seemed to escape on ice. It seemed that Dai picked it up back then, you said. Although this reason sounds like a bit of a joke, at least it is not completely impossible. This guy, I met on the way back, when I saw it was hungry and dizzy by the roadside, so I brought him some food. People who don't know see you like this and think you belong to the Inuzuka clan. Ziyu didn't think much about it, but made a laugh with Bai Ye. Don't talk too much, no matter what Shiroya's identity may have been before, it is enough to know that he is now Konoha's ninja. Chapter 154 Unexpectedly popular Little Four walking slowly towards the Hokage building along the way, Bai Ye felt a festive atmosphere from around. Although this period cannot be said to be too stable, as the new year approaches, most people still forget their troubles. You two are dating now. Bai Ye suddenly discovered that there were 2 acquaintances who were shopping together at a small stall on the side of the street. He touched it quietly, came behind them, raised his hands and patted them on the shoulders. Ah, Bai Ye, what are you doing? You almost scared me to death. The girl who screamed was Hong, and Asma on the side came to accompany her to buy things with her. You two are also ninjas anyway. When I walked by, I didn't even notice whether the souls were all hooked away by the other party. Bai Ye was very happy to see the 2 of them, because of the task. When he came back during this period of time, he was perfectly staggered with each other. I haven't seen each other for about 4 months so far, and I still have some strange misses in my heart. Baya, you have also returned to the village. Did your teacher give you an annual leave? After Asma discovered that the person was White Knight, she took the initiative to step forward and hug the other person, and her eyes also revealed unhidden joy. He didn't know that Shiraya had just returned from a secret mission this time, and thought that the other party had come back from Oshimaru. At this time, Asma and Hong both chose to ignore what Bai Ye said, and deliberately took the topic elsewhere. It's almost the same. Now who else is going out to perform tasks? Let's find time to get together. Bai Ye didn't specifically explain his own affairs, and Da Shiwan did give him a vacation at the beginning, and he didn't need to go back to the base if the mission was completed early. Most of them are here, and you also know that apart from you and Kakashi, we are still stubborn, so we have not been assigned the task that is too troublesome to get out of. In addition, the Chinese New Year is coming soon. Tasks that are not very urgent have been postponed slightly, and those that are really urgent are not our turn. Asma showed a somewhat moved expression. Since the ninja exam at the beginning, people shouldn't have been as good as they are now. But the main thing missing is your two teammates. Do you know when they will come back? Advertisement. Asma paused for a while, and quickly filtered through her brain, and found that only you and Swift were still outside the village. I don't know too much. I don't know where their teacher took them. When Bai Ye heard the news, he couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling that it was a bit beyond his expectation. I don't know where Jiraiya and Tsunade are now. There seems to be no sign of going back to the village at all. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Compared with my teacher, Dashawan, the teaching plan feels quite different. At least I and Hongdu can often come back and stay for a while. However, Bai Ye felt that this might be related to some experiments of Da Shiwan in the dark. Fortunately, his own words are almost completely stocked, and the red beans have basically been with the other side. If Da Shiwan has something urgent to deal with, and feels that it is not suitable for Hongdo to know for the time being, letting her return to the village with Bai Ye is indeed a good plan. What are you and Dashimaru-sama learning? Why are you also taught by Sanin? You seem to be very leisurely. Bai Ye was full of black lines by Asma and didn't know what it meant to be very leisurely. He felt that he had killed more people for more than 3 months than the opponent had killed in his current ninja career. Hong, who had just said a word at the beginning, was staring at Xiao Si on Bai Ye's head and kept watching. And Xiao Si saw that the other party was staring at him all the time, and not to be outdone, took his 6 small eyes and stared at each other. Bai Ye, where did you get this breed of pet? It's not convenient to tell me. The little red face revealed a trace of desire, and the little hand raised her from time to time, as if she wanted to reach out to touch her. For Bai Ye, Xiao Si's appearance may not be his food, but for most girls, he can't ignore it at all. Xiao Si's current petite body looks too cute, and it doesn't match the fierce and vicious look after he gets bigger. In this regard, you can refer to the 9-tailed beasts that were just separated and compare them with how they grew up many years later. That's. When Bai Ye Jianong asked about this suddenly, he repeated the rhetoric he had used before. I don't know if it's because the relationship between the two parties is good enough. The reason why this is not very reliable has been successfully mixed again. Advertisement. The two groups instinctively thought that Bai Ye would have no reason to lie to themselves, and all subconsciously ignored some of the loopholes. Then, I can hug it. Xiao Si was a bit regretful and decided to stay outside all the time. At first, he wanted to stay outside so that he could better eat with Bai Ye. Unexpectedly, your popularity is quite high. I think you can follow these young ladies in the future. This little guy can talk. He looks a lot like Kakashi's Parker. Seeing Xiao Si's actions, Hong felt that the other party seemed more and more cute. The desire revealed in his eyes made Xiao Si shrink his head subconsciously. Why don't you talk so much nonsense? Who is accustomed to these stinks? Seeing that Xiao Si didn't cooperate at all, Bai Ye directly put his hand to his head, grabbed the back of the opponent's neck, and put it in Hong's arms. From today it has completely understood that women are actually the most terrifying creatures in the world. I found that many people were looking longingly at Xiao Si. The other party's hidden ability made Bai Ye see endless business opportunities. There was an expression of impossibility on his little face, and he didn't expect that he would fall to this point. The three of them just chatted for a while. Bai Ye felt that it was late before he chose to leave, and continued to walk towards the Hokage building. On the other hand, Xiao Si showed an expression of being broken by the game, and returned to Bai Ye's head motionless. After Hong listened to Bai Ye's explanation, some regrets appeared unconsciously on his face. It seemed that he had no chance to make one by himself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Xiao Si immediately exploded Mao after hearing Hong's request, and snarled 3 small mouths before demonstrating to the opponent. Asma is obviously the same as Bai Ye, not cold at the appearance of Xiao Si at all, and the main focus is on the fact that the other party can talk. Xiao Si wanted to struggle, but after seeing Bai Ye's terrifying eyes, he had to obediently nest in Hong's arms and let him touch him. It's just that I didn't expect to suffer from this kind of crime, so it's not as refreshing as learning to steal from Chiyuna's house. Little girl, I warn you, don't get into it. Because of Hong's previous performance, Bai Ye deliberately paid attention to the expressions of the girls on the roadside this time. Chapter 155 Meet Hokage. I'm the last one to come back, it shouldn't be so slow. Bai Ye looked at the scroll he held in his hand speechlessly. It seemed that it should be useless. You are ashamed to say that if you didn't recognize the way, we would definitely be the first to arrive. Xiao Si uttered a white knight weakly, and Kazuhiko, who came back first, was only a day and a half earlier than them. As Bai Ye chose the wrong direction, the time he wasted was estimated to start at least 2 days. Just come back safely, there is no need to worry about this anymore. The 3 generations of Hokages sitting in the position knocked on the pipe in his hand, and he had just told Bai Ye a little bit of news. Since your teacher chooses to let you rest for a while, then I won't be troublesome to arrange tasks for you. Stay in the village with peace of mind these days. Since the third generation of Hokage still has a lot of things to deal with, they are not prepared to leave more blank nights. As for the information detected by the other party, in his opinion, it should be almost the same as what Kazuhiko knew, so he did not deliberately ask again. 3 generations of Grandpa. Wait a minute, I have something I want to tell you, but I'm not sure if it's true. But Bai Ye didn't plan to leave for the time being. The news he found this time really didn't have much to say, but he still knew a lot of news that he hadn't found. According to the actual situation, Bai Ye plans to find a way to reveal it to the third generation of Hokage, and maybe it will cause some interference with Madara's plan. Oh, if you have any insights, just talk about it. If you make a mistake, there will be nothing wrong. 3 generations of Hokage saw that Bai Ye still had something to report, and showed a kind smile to encourage him. In the current generation, the 3 generations of Naruto are the most optimistic about Bai Ye and Kakashi, and he also deliberately cultivates each other in his heart. 3 generations of Grandpa, didn't you say that this news mentioned it in the Water Shadow building? You saw skins like tree bark and creatures with huge eyes. I seem to have read this information in a book. It is said that the appearance of the beasts defeated by the 6 immortals in those days seemed to be like this. Yuya had indeed sealed 10 tails back then. As for whether this news has been circulated among the people, Bai Ye remembers it not very clearly. Advertisement anyway. He also said that he didn't know the truth or not, but just tried to plant a seed in the heart of the 3 generations of Hokage. Whether the opponent believes it or not, he has no loss. If this can increase the vigilance of the 3 generations of Hokage, it would be great. Are you sure this news is reliable? 3 generations of Hokage frowned after hearing Bai Ye's report, feeling that the matter might be worse than he thought. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He and Konoha's other high-level officials originally thought that Wuyan village was using some secret weapon, so they only recently made some weird moves. A series of plans have been arranged for this, and the ninjas who secretly spread the news to other ninja villages are already on their way. If what Bai Ye said may be true, then the research conducted by Wuyan village is estimated to be more serious than he expected. This is a legend. If the people in Wuyan village are resurrected successfully, who knows whether the entire ninja world will usher in disaster. I think the possibility is still very high. Isn't a legendary monster being the sacred tree, but I don't know why the riot occurred, and finally the 6 immortals put everything down. Seeing that the 3 generations of Hokage looked cautious and felt that there was a play, Bai Ye immediately tried to increase the weight of his words. Moreover, what Bai Ye said was true. Even if the 3 generations of Hokage and others would try to find a way to verify it, the answers they received would not be too far apart. Just because this matter is a bit too exaggerated, no one will think about it at all. But after the first mention, everyone will definitely find a lot of similar descriptions and decide that this may be a fact. Hurry up and inform Danzo and the others, saying that I have something urgent to discuss. Bai Ye didn't know what the 3rd generation of Hokage had done, and suddenly a masked dark part appeared beside the opponent. After receiving a specific order, he quickly disappeared into this room. Then can I go now? Seeing that her purpose had been achieved, Bai Ye didn't plan to stay longer. There is no idea about the specific plan they will discuss afterwards. After all, with their current strength, it is not suitable to blend in. And Bai Ye didn't think that his current position was qualified to participate in such a high-level meeting. He thinks that the people that the 3 generations of Hokage are looking for, besides Danzo, should be Mito Menyon and Zhuang Shaoqun. These 3 people are all Konoha with the highest status. Advertisement. Wait, don't worry, what do you think about this matter? Wait for them to come and talk about it together. The 3rd generation of Hokage rubbed his temples, and told them this with some headaches. Danzo and the others came very quickly, and not long after the Anbu left, the 3 of them appeared at the door together. The 3rd generation of Hokage was also prepared for this, although he felt that the possibility of Bai Ye's talk should be great. But such an important thing must be verified, otherwise the impact will be very bad if something goes wrong. After Bai Ye heard the news, she wondered if she had heard it wrong. He was the one who most hoped that Konoha could unify the ninja world, and he didn't want anything unexpected to happen. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. This is what I have to say, and it may be trickier than we thought. As for the 3 generations of Hokage who chose to stay with White Knight, they simply wanted the other party to brush their faces. As a disciple of Orochimaru, Bai Ye was completely labeled him. Surely this is true. Do you want me to send someone to look up the information? However, because of being taken out of the village to experience, his sense of presence was much weaker than Kakashi, so he was picked up by the way. Originally, there was not much harmony between the various villages. In the worst case, it might trigger the 3rd ninja war. The only thing that can be taken is the identity of Da Xuan's disciple, and among this group of big brothers, it is not enough to see. Moreover, he is not like Shikamaru and Shikageyu, who is in the form of a military commander, and it is estimated that he can't make any constructive suggestions in this regard. Danzo also felt a bit tricky after hearing the news, and didn't want it to be true in his heart. When I sent someone to look for you, I have already sent someone to look for information at the same time. It should not be long before we have the exact news. Sun Zan, what happened again? You must know that because of the news 2 days ago, we are all very busy now. The 3 generations of Hokage unexpectedly kept him here, and specially allowed him to attend the meeting waiting for the meeting. Chapter 156. Participate in the meeting. These ideas are provided by Bai Ye. Seeing that the situation was almost over, the third generation of Hokage then spoke of the White Knight standing aside. This kid is the genius who is called Kakashi. Menyon reached out and pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. After entering the door before, he glanced at Bai Ye and stopped paying attention. As for the other party staying here, he didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, he still believed in the processing ability of the third generation of Hokage. Since the other party would do this, it must be reasonable, but I didn't expect this person to be a White Knight that was in full swing some time ago. The aura looks pretty good, and Dashimaru's ability to train disciples seems pretty good. Xiaochen also looked up and down Bai Ye, feeling that he didn't have the childishness he should have at this age. From the appearance, it can be roughly estimated that he should be a qualified ninja, and there will be no such thing as innocent mission failure. Bai Ye's current temperament was indeed cultivated entirely by Dashiwan, of course. This is also the reason why he has not deliberately restrained now. Bai Ye guessed that the third generation of Hokage should have deliberately let him behave, so he did not pretend to be harmless to humans and animals. Danzo didn't say much about it. He probably knew more about certain parts of Bai Ye than the third generation of Hokage. Moreover, he usually looks gloomy and quiet to the outside world, so it will make people feel that something is wrong. Menyon and Xiaochen also received a report at the beginning, which is about the information record of the Bai Ye Zhongren exam period. In the following words, Kakashi often went to perform some more difficult tasks with Watergate, so that they had always heard of it. Bai Ye almost didn't hear any news at all, causing them to not recognize that this was the genius who was called together with Kakashi if it hadn't been specially reminded by the three generations of Hokage. Bai Ye, let's say what you have any thoughts together. Here are your grandparents. Even if you make a mistake, there is nothing wrong. The three generations of Hokage said that. Danzo and the three of them instantly understood what each other meant. This was obviously intended to cultivate Bai Ye, and he used this sentence to secretly remind them of these three old guys. Advertisement, but what made them a little puzzled was that Kakashi, who was more active than Bai Ye, didn't see this treatment. And to be honest, they are actually more optimistic about Kakashi. After all, the other party has a dad who has grown to a movie level. Moreover, in terms of Kakashi's current performance, his strength is already stronger than when his father was at the same age, and it is already tangible to see how far he can grow in the future. As for Bai Ye's words, it does not seem to have anything to say at the moment, but no one has walked the path. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Relying on a knife to play various abilities, it seems to be better than the Ninja 7. But if there is any bottleneck in the future, and it will be impossible to break through it for a lifetime. So although it must be a very important combat power in the village, it is still a grade behind the real top powerhouse. Bai Ye seems to be a little unstable at the moment, which makes them more optimistic about Kakashi. There are indeed some things about this. Don't you think that the Shui Wuyue clan was annihilated a bit strange? Seeing that the three generations of Hokage had already begun to pave the way for him, Bai Ye couldn't lose the chain at this time. I started racking my brains and thinking, trying my best to make my next performance more perfect, trying to make a good impression on these people. However, these people did not include Danzo. Bai Ye felt that he was still very weak and would not arouse hostility from the other party for the time being. But if he is strong enough in the future, and at the same time he is interested in Hokage's position, he will definitely become a target that the other party particularly wants to get rid of or drive away. This old guy was unrelenting in murdering the people in the same village. If it weren't for the excellent relationship between him and the third generation of Hokage, he often dealt with some things that the other party could not handle. Coupled with the fact that he is really devoted to Konoha, it is estimated that he might be forced to leave the village like Oshimaru. Indeed, but because the other piece of information is more important, I don't have the time to spend on these things. Men Yan nodded slightly. This matter is indeed a doubt. It is difficult to understand what the other party's Shui Ying is thinking. Then have you heard of religions like Cthulhu? I suspect that this may be a so-called blood sacrifice, to awaken the legendary sealed beast. After seeing the success of turning the attention of these people in this direction, Bai Ye officially opened the blowing mode. This aspect of Cthulhu cult would definitely be able to find out. As for the blood sacrifice, it was pure White Knight's nonsense. He himself didn't know whether there was such a thing in Hokage. Anyway, you can pull it where you can, and first convince them of the news before you talk. Advertisement. The evil god taught me a little bit. I have never heard of blood sacrifices. Do you suspect that the so-called evil god is the beast that was sealed by the 6 immortals? Danzo interrupted when he heard the Cthulhu cult. He was quite interested in this religion at the beginning. It's just that I haven't been able to find out the exact location, and then I started to work with Dashimaru officially again, and I don't care about the religion that I don't know where it is hiding in. I think so too, otherwise, whoever is fine will kill the big clans in their own village. When I first arrived in the War country, the Shui Wuyue clan had a very high status in Wuyan village, and there was no possibility of active rebellion. Bai Ye couldn't help but secretly gave Dan Zhang a thumbs up. He hadn't thought about this aspect of things just now. Because Bai Ye himself knew what was going on with Togo in the Water Shadow building. Therefore, his thinking was somewhat restricted, and the purely reason to talk to Cthulhu was to strengthen the authenticity of the blood sacrifice. Danzo just said this, which directly made his words seem more reasonable, and the other party's words were more reliable than his own. If this matter is true, then we may have to prepare for joint action with other villages. Xiaochen also seemed to really believe in Bai Ye at this time, and had already begun to think about the next countermeasures. I think the most important evidence is the sudden appearance of Mu Dun. You must know that the first generation of adults has been able to do this for so many years. And the legendary monster body is a sacred tree, so the Mu Dun that appeared at that time convinced me completely. Bai Ye's words made Tuan Zhang show the expression of nostalgia. Regarding this news, he originally thought that someone, like him, used the cells between the pillars to conduct experiments in order to make some terrible biological weapons. Danzo made this point of view 2 days ago, and it was unanimously agreed with the other 3. Now it seems that the people in Wuyan village are much more frenzied than him. If the experiment is not done well, the entire ninja world will be destroyed. Of course, if they succeed, there will be a chance to dominate the ninja world. At the same time, there are some changes in his heart. If possible, Danzo wants to take the opportunity to engage in some of the monster cells, thinking that the effect may be much stronger than that between the pillars. Chapter 157 The Figure of the Moon, White Knight, what do you think needs to be added? The third generation of Hokage was still very satisfied with the performance before Bai Ye, and when the other party stopped, he asked again. 3 generations of Grandpa, I can think of that. In fact, Bai Ye still had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he was not ready to continue talking. I feel that these reasons are sufficient at the moment, and if you say it again, it will be a little superfluous. Don't accidentally say something that shouldn't be said to be funny. For the time being, Bai Ye's highlights are still linked to folklore, so it doesn't seem strange to know these things Yi. According to what I have heard, in fact, they have all heard of the 3 generations of Hokage, but it is difficult for normal people to make associations in this regard. The main reason for sending someone to check is to see if there are any detailed records in the books. You should know that these messy legends have many different versions in the folk. And there is a more important purpose, which is to see if there is any record in the book, and whether there are any weaknesses in this so-called monster. In this case, you can take a good rest these days. The 3 generations of Hokage saw that their goals had been achieved, and they didn't want to leave more white knights. In the next words, he's going to discuss some details with Danzo and others, and these aspects are not suitable for the white knight. It's not that the 3 generations of Hokage don't have enough trust in Bai Ye, but that some things must be done step by step, and if it is too much, it is easy to backfire. Bai Ye heard the 3 generations of Hokage say so, and after a resignation, he immediately went off. Although the 4 people inside did not deliberately target him, Bai Ye's inner pressure was still not small. After all, he can only be regarded as a small soldier, but he stays in the same room with the 4 highest-ranking national leaders. The 3rd generation of Hokage is better, and the number of meetings is relatively large, so there is no special impact. And the other 3, 2 of them are old and stubborn, and some of them will be troublesome if you don't pleasing to your eyes. The last one is even more old-fashioned. On the surface, he may not say anything, but behind his back, he is probably wondering how to play the black hand. However, Bai Ye thinks that his performance just now is not bad, not to mention kindness, at least the other party should not be hostile. Advertisement. Do you think that the ninja beast lying on Bai Ye's head is a bit strange? After Bai Ye left here, Men Yan suddenly raised the issue of Xiaoxi. A dog with 3 heads, everyone will find it weird. Xiaochen gave Menyan speechlessly, and when no one else was around, her character seemed to be more active than before. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The 4 of them are not only the highest status of Konoha, but also the disciples of the 2nd generation of Hokage. In private, there is no need to be as serious as usual, and there is no need to deliberately maintain your external image. I'm not talking about appearance, don't you think that even the breath is a little weird? Menyan still looked very serious, still looking down to recall the situation of the junior. Isn't that little guy's teacher Dashimaru? The psychic beast style is a bit weird and nothing to care about. Let's quickly discuss the countermeasures against Wuyan village. Danzo has no interest in discussing things about Bai Ye. He still has some more important things to do after the meeting, so he doesn't want to waste time on this. Teacher Jilaya, shall we not go back to the village for the new year? In a small town in the country of Kawanoi, Yu carried a big package and followed Jilaya quickly. During the time she followed Jilaya, she could feel that her experience had grown by leaps and bounds. For various emergencies, many solutions can be quickly thought of. Unlike some time ago, the scope of activities was limited, and the tasks performed were not difficult. It is almost equivalent to encountering a bottleneck, and many aspects of skills cannot be improved quickly. You, I told you that ninjas must be able to endure loneliness. You've been homesick after less than half a year after we came out. Jilaya said very nicely, but his eyes kept peeking at various beauties. Especially after discovering the bathhouse in this town, his eyes shone straight out, and his legs and feet unconsciously walked in that direction. It was clear that I had a vacation. Yu pouting her little mouth and reluctantly followed Jilaya to the bathhouse. Advertisement she followed Jilaya and practiced everywhere. Of course, she was very happy to be able to improve her strength quickly, and she felt that she would not be too far away from Bai Ye again. But after coming out for a long time, there is some desire in my heart instinctively, wanting to go back to see my relatives and partners. Especially when the Chinese New Year is coming soon, Yu thinks that the chances of meeting Bai Ye and Swift when she is back at this time will be greater. This has directly trampled on the minefield of Yu, causing her to rush over to sabotage every time she has to peep at Jilaya. When Yu first followed Jiraiya, she thought everything about the other party was so perfect, she was worthy of the name of Sanin. But why didn't I know that peeping in the women's bathhouse still has to be a lesson? Jilai also showed a mean smile, and he didn't let up on this aspect. Of course, Jilai would do this for his reasons, otherwise he wouldn't behave as if he was bullying a little girl. Occasionally, he hides special secrets, so as to test the inside of the school month to a point. Jilai didn't care much about it either, but rather enjoyed it a bit. HMPH, don't you say that deception is also a compulsory course for a ninja. Jilai, who was smashed and thrown all over his head, also had Venus in his eyes, and there were 2 bloodstains in his flushed nose. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. But since she accidentally discovered that her teacher was actually conducting a peeping activity, she suddenly felt that the whole worldview had collapsed. It seems that all the villages are almost recuperating, and all kinds of small conflicts between each other are constant, and only a key figure has come out to completely detonate the war. Then there were screams in the female bathhouse, and several tubs flew over Jiraiya's face. Since the end of World War II, the ninja world has ushered in a relatively gentle period of development on the surface, and there will be no major battles for the time being. However, Jilai can also feel that in the recent period, there has been a solemn atmosphere in various places. Yu looked at Ji-Leia, who was lying on the fence. She couldn't help feeling very headache, and she deliberately shouted loudly. Especially at that time, Ji-Lai also still had a month to worry about, saying that she was completely uninterested in her bean sprouts, so she would never peek at her. Therefore, Ji-Lai has also specially raised the intensity of the teaching plan to a higher level, and the holidays and other things have also been directly deleted. During the war, Ji-Lai had to do many dangerous tasks, and then he would not be able to continue to teach Yu in such a leisurely manner as he does now. Chapter 158 Little Gambler. Big, a 6 or 7-year-old girl followed a lady who appeared to be in her 20s, shouting loudly at the gaming table. Open. 1, 2, 3, 6 o'clock. The dealer flipped the dice cup, but what appeared was a number that the two of them didn't want to see at all. You be asterisk 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 D, hurry up and say, are you out of 1,000? How could it be possible to lose 49 in a row with my old mother's luck? After the little girl lost so many hands, her mentality completely collapsed, and finally she could no longer suppress her heart. With a light touch on his toes, he easily jumped to the top of the gaming table and stretched out his left hand to yank towards the collar of the man who opened the cup. With the loud noise of bang, the dealer's head was heavily smashed onto the dice, and his forehead was directly cracked. Ah, are you stupid? Don't you want to copy the guys and kill them? It's nothing to raise your rubbish. This seemingly innocent dealer, I didn't expect to be the leader of this group. Except for being a little dazed at the beginning, he immediately reacted and commanded the little brothers who were still stupefied to draw out weapons to save themselves. Swift, stop making trouble, and quickly slip away. The person who spoke was Tsunade, who took Swift to practice, and she grabbed Swift by the back of the collar and walked out. What? Then there was another scream. It turned out that Swift was still pulling the collar of the dealer and didn't let go. And she wasn't in the mood to take care of each other specially, so that this person dragged the floor along the way, bumped, and was tortured so miserably. At this time, Tsunade was leading the front, followed by a large number of casino personnel chasing by dudes. After she chose a certain road and turned a turn, a silent figure appeared not far in front. Master Tsunade, did you take Swift to the casino again? Not long ago, Silent was choosing ingredients to prepare dinner, but when she turned around, she found that Tsunade and Swift had disappeared. I immediately understood that these two people must have done nothing good. After all, this situation is not the first time that this has happened. Tsunade-sama, don't run away. It's fine if you don't learn well. Why take Swift with you? Advertisement Silent was so irritated by Tsunade's actions that the other party actually ignored her presence and ran away from her side. But Mute immediately felt that the current scene seemed a bit familiar, and there was always an uneasy feeling in his heart. Go and save Big Brother and come back, brothers. Quickly hack these scumbags to death. How dare to make trouble on our site? I am afraid that we have never heard of our name in Longtu Town. Sure enough, Silent immediately heard various shouts coming from behind him, and could even feel a slight vibration on the ground. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After that, she forced her mind, pretending that she didn't know anything, and turned her body to the right by a 90-degree angle, preparing to sneak into the nearby store. Don't let that guy. I just saw that she and the stinky lady are in the same group. Then there was another word, which quickly penetrated from the Silent right ear, making her stiff involuntarily. Tsunade-sama, wait for me. Silent let out a weak groan, and ran towards Tsunade's direction with a sad face. When the angle of view is zoomed to the maximum, you can see that there is a woman leading a girl in the forefront, and the girl is dragging a man around. And there was another girl in the middle, showing a crying expression, followed desperately behind. At the end, there were a bunch of big men, chasing them fiercely with weapons, as if they were going to shred the corpses of the people in front of them. After a long time, as Tsunade consciously went around, he finally managed to get rid of the gang completely. Tsunade. Your lord. You, in the future, can you, don't be like this. In a dark alley, Silent bowed his body, resting his hands on his lap, and was strenuously accusing Tsunade of his behavior. Silent, you can't talk nonsense. This time Swift provoked everything. Tsunade looked up at the sky speechlessly, and every time he encountered this situation, he had to blame Swift. Although Tsunade would lose every bet, she was at best trying to get away with it. And Swift's gambling products are much worse. Every time they lose red eye, they will explode, causing them to often run around. As for Swift's cheating artifact, it was banned by Tsunade, because it would be boring to gamble otherwise. Tsunade-sama, you know that Sister Swift is being falsely accused. How could she have done such a thing because she is so cute? And every time you secretly take her to the casino, what if you become like you in the future? Silent rubbed his face against Swift's small face, showing a satisfied expression on his face. Advertisement, I'm so. Seeing Swift blinking his eyes innocently, Tsunade vowed in his heart that he would never take the other person next time. The fact is that whenever he arrives in a new town, Tsunade can't help but take Swift to look for casinos everywhere. In the past few months, this scene has become their commonplace. Of course, Tsunade didn't just take Swift to play in casinos everywhere. Every day, she sets up a practice plan for Swift and Silent, so that the two can quickly grasp some medical points. At the same time, I did not forget to do evasion training for them, which is similar to the training that Sakura will receive in the future. Regarding the strange power technique in the Yin Seal, Tsunade hadn't thought of teaching it yet, thinking that the two of them could not learn such high-end things with their current abilities. Mute and even the next 4 wars, there is no way to master the housekeeping skills of these two Tsunade. Different from Zilai and Dashawan, Tsunade also has the special identity of Swift because of his fear of blood. During this period of time, she didn't take the two of them to perform any tasks, just wandering around casually. Regarding the matter of returning to the village during the new year, Tsunade's thoughts are different from those of Zilai, but the final decision is still the same. Because of Swift's identity, Tsunade deliberately erased traces of his actions along the way. She has repeatedly told Swift about this technique, thinking that this kind of thing is more meaningful than learning medical ninjutsu. This time I did not choose to go back to the village to prevent the exposure of my trajectory, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Ah, so boring, these two guys really haven't come back. In the White Night in the village, he was lying on the river in the 3rd exercise field. When he was resting, he did not forget to continue to strengthen his control of chakra. Tomorrow is about to usher in the new year, which means that the possibility of being able to confirm his teammate's return is almost completely zero. Bai Ye held a scroll in his hand and tossed it casually. What was sealed in it was the soul-wasting tea given to him in front of Huang Quan. Now I don't know when you and Swift can drink it. Regarding soul-awakening tea, during the White Night, there was a special way to secretly let other friends drink some without knowing it. He believes that in this way, the speed of his own partners should be further improved, and the upper limit of strength in the future should also be higher than in the original book. Chapter 159 Time Base. I'm back, how have you been feeling this time? Bai Ye hurried back to the base with Hongdu, but Dashiwan was actually waiting for them both at the gate. Because the previous task was completed early, Bai Ye felt that he had spent enough time in the village, so today was actually the 3rd day of the new year. Theoretically speaking, a few more days of rest would not matter. There is still a short period of time before the deadline set by Dashiwan. However, it is worth mentioning that because Bai Ye had picked it up, he didn't know the exact date of birth of his body. At that time, Kai shared his birthday with Bai Ye, so he officially turned 7 on January 1st. How can I stay in the village and have nothing to do? It's not the same as training that day. Hongdu's holiday is much longer than that of Bai Ye. Not long after she left in Bai Ye, she was also driven back to the village by Dashiwan for some reason. Moreover, because Hongdu's mission plan was entrusted to Dashawan, the village did not take the initiative to arrange missions during this period of time, which caused her to be a little bored and crooked. The task that Dashimaru had previously selected for Bai Ye was also a long-term task deliberately selected, so no one knew what he had done in this period of time. I'm fine, too, but because of the excitement of the battle, my strength has improved substantially compared to before I set off. Bai Ye replied casually, thinking about what method should be used to move Oshimaru and let the other party teach him about ninjutsu. Originally, because of the need for rapid improvement in strength, too much distraction could not be allowed. Although he thought at the beginning, he did not have that desire. After getting the pendant, I understand that as long as I can ensure that the strength in my body is not out of control, I can find opportunities to improve rapidly. After there was no psychological pressure, Bai Ye wanted to quickly learn some ninjutsu that was especially practical for him. For example, the method of escaping into the ground and trees. This thing Bai Ye has always found to be particularly useful. Good use of it can bring many more tactics. There are also various clone techniques such as shadow clones, which can also have miraculous effects at certain times. However, the thing that Bai Ye wants to learn most at the moment is God of Thunder. He feels that this thing has the highest practicality. I just don't know if I have the potential to learn, especially I need to make special reforms myself, which makes learning more difficult. What Bai Ye wants to learn are some auxiliary abilities. In terms of combat, he thinks that relying on the lethal power of various Zanpaku knives is enough, and there is no need to learn too complicated and waste time. Advertisement. If I'm right, the red bean holding in his arms should be one of your gains this time. Dashiwan had seen Bai Ye and Hong Doi glance at the beginning, and then all the attention was attracted by Xiao Si. He is the only one who has noticed what is special about the other party among all the people who have seen Xiao Si so far. Dashimaru has been studying the soul for some time, and it can be said that it is particularly sensitive to things in the soul. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although the research on immortal reincarnation is still a lot worse, it is very insightful in the aspect of reincarnation from the dirty land. Teacher Oshimaru, why can't this be raised by me? Hong Do glanced at Xiao Si a little strangely, wondering where Dashiwan had seen it. Xiao Si was looking very curiously at Oshimaru, wanting to see why Bai Ye admired each other so much. There is a reluctance hidden in this little guy's eyes, which shows that he doesn't like being held by you very much. Dashiwan stretched out his hand and rubbed at Zuki Bean's head, but his eyes were still fixed on Xiao Si's body. Of course, it is impossible for the reason to be such a thing. Dashimaru can faintly feel that there is a connection between Xiao Si and Bai Ye. This is the reason why he dared to confirm that Xiaozi is not Red Bean, as for his reluctance to guess simply by instinct. Little 4. I have made you so many delicious foods before, how dare you reluctantly? Hongdu trusted Dashuan very much, and began to grit her teeth and hug Xiaozi tightly to vent her dissatisfaction. It's not like this, listen to me explain. Xiaozi, whose neck was strangled, groaned weakly. As a result, its heart was wary of Da Shiwan, and it was unexpected that the other party could even see through it, indicating that there must be something real. Okay. Don't stand outside, lunch is ready for you. Da Shiwan took a deep look at Xiaozi last, and then turned and walked into the base. Bai Ye and Hongdu looked at each other, and didn't say much, and walked in quickly together. Bai Ye, regarding your new training plan, I have reworked it. Advertisement. At the dinner table, Da Shiwan took the lead to break the calm and brought up the things that Bai Ye was most concerned about. Teacher Oshimaru, is there anything about me? For example, I will also perform tasks on my own. Bai Ye grabbed a chicken leg in front of him and stuffed it directly into Red Bean's mouth, making the other person glaring at him. In the next period of time, in addition to basic training, I will explain to you how to create a normal ninjutsu. Quote. Also, Red Beans, you will also listen to it when you come. It is not required that you can create or transform any ninjutsu, but listening more is also very beneficial for you to learn the existing ninjutsu. Dashimaru smiled and shook his head, occasionally watching his disciples playing around there. It felt pretty good. After Bai Ye pointed to Xiaozi, Hongdu had to put down his hand and snorted, choosing to gnaw on the drumstick angrily. Seeing Hongdu calmed down completely, Bai Ye looked at Oshimaru again, and wanted to listen to the other party's new arrangement. After all the current ninjutsu is not suitable for Bai Ye to perform, and you can't always expect others to help yourself free of charge. It's just that the singing system is still too immature. It will develop slowly in the future, and maybe it can be completely perfected. In theory, it can do all kinds of things. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. However, relying on singing to perform ninjutsu and relying on Jayin to perform ninjutsu are essentially the same, and both use auxiliary means to mobilize their own strength. The words about Oshimaru specifically mentioned normal ninjutsu, because in his eyes, Bai Ye had created an alternative ninjutsu. Let's talk about it when you are promoted, don't think about what you don't have. Hearing the new training plan, Itsuki became a little awkward, and immediately interrupted Dashimaru's next words. Oshimaru wanted to teach Shiraya himself to create a normal ninjutsu, which was obviously much more difficult than transforming the existing ninjutsu. Didn't you want to learn how to transform ninjutsu reasonably? She also wanted to prove herself by performing tasks independently, rather than growing up under the care of Oshimaru all the time. Dashiwan thought for a while, and decided to pick up the red beans by the way. It is always good to know a little bit more. But for the same reason, if you fully understand the principle of ninjutsu, it will be much easier to transform it into something suitable for you. This is more meaningful than Dashimaru actively cooperating with Bai Ye to transform some of the ninjutsu the other party wants to learn. Chapter 160 Target Iron Nation. Iron Country. I didn't expect that one day I would really come here to study, and I don't know how Akina was doing. Bai Ye's figure at this time looked much taller than before. The teaching plan on ninjutsu was completed not long ago. He is now preparing to go to the country of iron to study the knowledge of swordsmanship according to the meaning of Oshimaru. But what I didn't expect is that my talent is really so bad. It took 2.5 years to get started. Bai Ye stepped on the thick snow, with emotion on his face, recalling what had happened this period of time. Since Oshimaru started teaching White Knight ninjutsu, he almost stopped his mission activities by the way. Even so, Bai Ye still took 2.5 years to absorb the knowledge. And this only means that he is qualified to develop ninjutsu, not that he has successfully developed something. On the other hand, Kakashi, who followed the water gate swaying everywhere, after the initial guidance of the White Knight, the current concept of Chidori is almost completely formed. The current difficulty is still not enough dynamic vision, how to transform to avoid opponent's counterattack when moving at high speed. When Bai Ye heard the news from the other party, the whole person was Spartan. I felt that I should give up the idea in this area, or it would be better to study the Zanpaku Sword's ability with peace of mind. In the original work, Kakashi used Chidori for the first time when he was promoted to Shinobu at the age of 12 to perform the task of blowing up the Bridge of God. On the surface, the time should be about 2 years ahead of schedule, but in fact it is uncertain how long it will be. Because at that time Chidori was actually the same as it is now, with obvious flaws that could not be regarded as truly complete. So it is also possible that Kakashi has reached the current level long ago, but has been thinking of ways to improve due to relatively large defects. It wasn't until Tai-Tu gave Kakashi a riding wheel to make up for the shortcomings in disguise. It's not clear exactly what Bai is, anyway, he can understand his talent in this area, and it's not a bit different from Kakashi. Advertisement. Of course, Bai Ye still had his harvest during this period of time, and the shadow clone and various escape techniques were already very proficient. These were all researched by Da Shiwan when he was teaching the basics of Bai Ye. As for the Flying God Thunder, although Bai Ye had it in his own hands, he also had a special cheek to let Da Shiwan develop a practice method. After all, I don't know the origin of my things. I really let myself learn how to use it in the future. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, Bai Ye obviously thinks too much about this aspect, and Fei Lei Shen itself is very difficult to learn, let alone transform it himself. In addition, Dashimaru is currently not interested in researching spatial abilities, and all of his mental power is mainly placed on the soul. Without the guidance of professionals, Bai Ye's current progress can be said to be almost zero. That's the main thing about Bai Ye. As for Xiao Si, it is painful and happy. Although Dashimaru was aware of the special nature of Xiao Si from the beginning, he hadn't mentioned it at all during this period of time, pretending to be completely unaware of it. Then, I spent a period of time secretly observing it, and I can get a thorough understanding of the basic information of the small four. Then he took out some food from time to tempt the little four to cooperate with him obediently. Sure enough, Xiao Si didn't disappoint Dashi Wan. After accepting the bribe, apart from concealing where he came from, other aspects had completely fallen. Bai Ye even had a feeling that Dashi Wan seemed to have lost interest in herself, and all the fanatical emotions were transferred to Xiao Si. Judging from the performance of Maru, Bai Ye believes that even if the research on the other side's reincarnation is not successful, it is estimated that it will not be too far away. Maybe it can be completely solved before the outbreak of the three wars, so that Maru will not be as urgent as in the original book. As a result, the villagers will not be caught to conduct experiments in this area, so the probability of being driven out of the village by the third generation of Hokage will also decrease. Bai Ye's backing will also become more secure, and she will not be affected by the opponent's defection in the future. Continuing in this current form is what Bai Ye wants to see most, and everything is moving in its favor. During this period of time, there was another major event, the hidden village of Fog that was pitted by the White Knight. Not long after Bai Ye left Hokage's office, the Anbu found out the exact information and rushed back. Advertisement. Among the reasons for Bai Ye, except for the blood sacrifice, there are other documents mentioned. Before his follow-up plan was implemented, he had completely controlled Wuyin village inexplicably. This allowed Konoha's senior management to unanimously decide to start their previously discussed plan as soon as possible. However, although everyone in the alliance said that they were going to crusade against each other, they were not willing to give their all in actual action. In any case, Wuyin is also one of the 5 major villages, and they are worried that their village's strength will be greatly damaged because of this, and other villages will be worried about it. As the behind-the-scenes man behind Wuyin village, Ma was a little dumbfounded about all this development. Of course, senior officials in other countries cannot believe this. There are many such methods. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. But now that it seems that it might not be able to resist, they all started to act in secret, and together they figured out a way to make other villages believe this. When I first saw the situation inside the Water Shadow building, it was not only Konoha, but also some spies from other villages. There are a lot of conflicts between each village, as long as it is not in desperation, no one will do their best, so the Wuyin village will be enough to support him to complete the plan. As for the other villages coming together to attack Wuyin village, Madara didn't worry at all, he had a thorough view of this matter. Under their secret control, the ninja world soon raised some rumors about the hidden Mist village. After a period of gestation, many villages have formed an alliance to target the Misty village. As a result, Wuyin village was so tenaciously supported, and the village's cohesion was greatly improved. But when the legend of the 6 immortals began to circulate on a large scale, some people began to be unable to sit still. It's just that everyone didn't know what that meant, so they didn't worry much, they all stayed there. After all, because of its geographical location, Wuyin village wants to expand abroad, and it is mainly carried by Muya village and Union village. The progress of Zanpo Dao was also very gratifying, but he also encountered what he least wanted to happen. As for Bai Ye, although he didn't formally participate in this encirclement and suppression plan, he still had some time to come over and experience it. Chapter 161 Arrival. Stop, how come I haven't seen you? Bai Ye searched for a long time in the Iron Country, and finally found the samurai base camp, but he was stopped just as he approached. The guard who stopped Bai Ye did not cover himself tightly in armor and helmet like the original. However, because of the year-round cold, the clothes on his body are still slightly thicker. The reason why this guard chose to stop Bai Ye was not simply because he hadn't seen each other. After all, there were so many people in the village, and there were many others he hadn't seen. The main thing is the current shape of Bai Ye, which is a bit too incompatible with the surrounding environment. Bai Ye is not wearing his iconic clothing, but it is also very cool. In fact, Bai Ye regretted it not long after stepping into the country of iron. Normally, it should be still summer, and staying in the country of fire is a little hot. Who would have thought that the weather in the Iron Country was as abnormal as the Snow Country, and it was still so cold in this season? Bai Ye had no impression of the trivial things at all. Wearing a thin piece of clothing, walking around in the ice and snow, with a knife hanging from his waist, it was a bit too conspicuous. However, the guards had no impression of this face, even though it was so conspicuously dressed. So whether it is an enemy or not, it must be an unknown strong person anyway, and it is not someone who can look like nothing in this way. I belong to the Mitsui family. This thing should prove my identity. Seeing that she was stopped, Bai Ye didn't have any surprises, and took out a token from her arms without any haste. On the token are carved 3 wells in the shape of a product, which is exactly the family emblem of the Mitsui family at this moment. This token was something that Oshimaru deliberately handed to him before Bai Ye set off, saying that this trip should go smoothly with this. This is why Bai Ye didn't bother to go back and take another trip after discovering that he was not dressed properly. He believed that Dashawan would definitely not lie to himself in this regard. As for the Mitsui family's status in the Iron Kingdom, and what its strength was, Bai Ye didn't quite know. At that time, Oshimaru gave him this token and left directly, showing a look like don't ask me, and wouldn't explain it after asking. There is also the issue of his own appearance. Apart from having a high profile in Wuyin village, Bai Ye almost faded out of most people's vision for the rest of the time. Advertisement. Moreover, the current situation of Wuyin village is not very good. He does not have to deliberately cover up his appearance to prevent unexpected situations. The token is genuine, but whose illegitimate child are you? The guard took the token thrown by Bai Ye and looked at it roughly. After feeling that this thing should be genuine, he walked over with a smile on his face and hugged Bai Ye's shoulder. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Do you have such a big brain? Bai Ye put away the token speechlessly, and found that this person was a little too familiar, so he dared to say such things in person. If you meet a guy with a bad temper, you might be able to fight on the spot. My name is Sugimoto Masaichi, and I have been with your Mitsui family for generations. I still don't know the situation of your family. Chang Yi smiled and said the reason why he suddenly appeared so close. Bai Ye had a headache when she heard it. She hadn't figured out the situation in the Iron Kingdom yet, so she had something to do with people inexplicably. I don't know what attitude I should face Chang Yi. If I choose the wrong way, it may affect my next purpose. It's okay. Don't worry, if you can't live at home, you can come and find me. Brother will cover you in the future. Chang saw that Bai Ye didn't say a word, and thought he was worried about the situation after returning home, so he swept the matter down with a big wave of his hand. Of course, Chang Yue did this, not because Bai Ye was from the Mitsui family in his eyes. As the guard of the gate of the Iron Kingdom, let's not say how strong he is, the ability in terms of eyesight must be full anyway. Chang Yi could faintly judge that Bai Ye's strength might be stronger than himself, and it is likely to be a genius. In particular, it should be the first time that the other party has been called back to the family. It is the time when the investment can be made in advance, so it may help him. Okay, you should also see that I am the first to come back. Can you tell me how to go next? Bai Ye thought about it for a while, then took the olive branch that Chang Yi threw over. His current thinking is similar to that of the other party, and he feels that it is better to establish a network first, and it is always better than harm. Who is this guy? It looks like you have a good relationship with him. Advertisement. After Chang Yi pointed out Bai Ye and watched his figure go away, another guard came over and asked curiously. I guess it won't take long for you to find out. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. But it is also possible that the plot of Bai Ye will be greatly changed, and there has not been a situation of abandoning the previous suspicions and fighting the enemy together. Maybe it is also possible that that kind of peace will never be ushered in. Just like some of Konoha's famous families, as long as the talent is not too bad, they will always be more popular than those who come from civilians. The country of iron should be the world of ninja, the only country that does not have to worry about war. Cut. How rare I am talking about. Not to mention the specific strength of Bai Ye, the reputation of the Mitsui family is worthy of attention. Chang Yi smiled and sold it off. He was full of confidence in Bai Ye Mizi, and felt that the reputation of the other party should spread quickly. After Bai Ye bid farewell to Chang Yi, he began to wander around, and did not choose to rush to Mitsui's house immediately. The current situation in the country of iron does not seem to be much worse than Konoha's usual flow of people, and from a certain point of view, it is even better. With the guarantee of peace, there will definitely be many people willing to gather here, even if the weather conditions here are more harsh. The kind of refugees who were born out of the chaos of the war have no ability to keep warm. If they want to find them on foot, they are more likely to freeze to death. Seeing the pedestrians on the side of the road in the white night, the expressions were relatively relaxed, and it was obvious that they were basically satisfied with the current life. At present, if it is in Konoha in this slightly cold environment, the traffic on the street will be relatively reduced. Of course, those who are capable of migrating here will not have too bad economic conditions. Bai Ye also had some speculations about this situation, and it should have something to do with the Treaty of Permanent Neutrality. If it hadn't been for his intervention, the ninja world would have become like this as a whole, then at least it would have to wait until the end of the 4 wars. If the country of iron can, like the country of snow, create a large heater to make the overall environment warmer, then there should be more people willing to come over. Even though the guard said so, the curiosity in his heart has been successfully aroused by Chang Yi, wanting to see what Bai Ye will do next. The prosperity doesn't feel much worse than Konoha. Chapter 162 Unexpected. Before going to Mitsui's house, Bai Ye spent a lot of time to get a general understanding of the situation in the country of iron. There are almost no ninjas here, and the only way to practice is samurai. Therefore, if you have mastered the existence of ninjutsu, it is good to say that you usually hide it, but as long as you expose it, you will be deported. For ninjas passing by in other villages, here is also an unwelcome attitude. Unless it is a secret order from a high-level person, they will never let them go. However, Bai Ye discovered that he actually wanted to sneak into the iron country. It should be the relatively easy batch among all the nations in the ninja world. Because the practice of ninjutsu is restricted, this leads to their single methods, and the strength of their defenses is therefore relatively low. Of course, although the country of iron is easier to infiltrate, other shinobu villages will not spend too much energy here. Moreover, the Iron Nation can also rely on these spies, like each shinobu Hideo, who wants to sign a permanent neutrality treaty, he must be strong enough. With regard to the news of some powerful families, Bai Ye also inquired a lot about what he could know on the surface. Just as the most powerful one is the Mifune family, followed by Mitsui, Sugimoto and other four families. The family of Mifune is named Kitashima, which can basically be called a family of generals, and the samurai leader of each generation is selected by their family. Being able to be passed down like hereditary indicates that the Biadao family's genes are good enough, and the strength of the leader selected by each generation can at least convince the crowd. The four families including Mitsui represented the families of the four lieutenant generals of the Iron Kingdom. As for the further subdivisions, Bai Ye didn't care too much. Of course, it's not because of lack of strength, but too much playing sounds a bit troublesome, and it's tiring to remember it all at once. This is just a division of status, and there is a set of divisions in terms of strength for other samurai. A level corresponds to the upper ninja, B level corresponds to the middle ninja, C level corresponds to the lower ninja, and D level can be counted as an apprentice who is still studying in a ninja school. This classification method is the same as that of ninjas, and it is a bit vague, especially in the A level classification, the gap between the strengths may be a bit huge. Just like Jiraiya and Oshimaru, although they have always been included in Sharingan, their strength should be regarded as a shadow level. Another point is that the strength of the samurai is not all like a ninja. There is a special upper ninja sandwich between the upper ninja and the middle ninja. A samurai who can inherit the title of Major General must be rated as at least A level in strength. Advertisement. As for the Lieutenant General, if he wants to inherit, his strength also needs to be the best in the A level. As for inheriting the position of General, just like other shinobu villages, you need to touch the strength of the Shadow class. To say so, but Bai Ye didn't believe in the strength of the Iron Nation as simple as the surface division. Taking the number of Shadow rank powerhouses, it should be more than the General. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Just like Konoha's current situation, in addition to the 3 generations of Hokage, there should be more than 5 shadow-level combat powers in the village. Some of this information was inquired by Bai Ye, because it was not a secret, and it took no effort to get it. There is still a part left, that is, Bai Ye relied on known information, some of his own guesses, and more reasonable ideas. Excuse me, is this the residence of the Mitsui family? After Bai Ye found out some of the circumstances, he also had some insights in his heart, so he chose to come and contact the Mitsui family. The architectural style of this mansion is completely different from the big families that Bai Ye usually sees because of the environment. It looks more simple, and the main functions are estimated to be in the direction of keeping warm. Yes, is there anything wrong with you? The guard at the door seemed to be of good quality, and his tone of voice to Bai Ye was good. This eldest brother, someone introduced me to your master for some urgent matters. Seeing the other party's reaction, Bai Ye also breathed a sigh of relief, and handed the token in his arms to the other party. He had inquired before that the guards of the Mitsui family had several waves of rotations, and some of them were particularly difficult. It seemed that Bai Ye's luck was pretty good today, and he didn't have any disadvantages, which was a good sign. This is really a bit embarrassing. Our adults are not there, so I guess I won't be able to come back until the evening. How about this? You can go to the living room and wait for a while. I'll tell our young master to come over. Quote. When the door guard saw Token, his expression was shocked, and a trace of respect appeared on his originally polite face, ready to lead Bai Ye into the house directly. Bai Ye couldn't help but look at the token he got back. He didn't know where the Osh pill came from. It looked really useful. First of all, at the gate of the country of iron, Changeki let him in without checking carefully. Advertisement. The guard of Mitsui's house now too, suddenly put his posture very low. I'm not in a hurry, just look at the arrangement. Although the other party seemed to be obedient, Bai Ye didn't take the opportunity to make any excessive demands. After the doorman brought Bai Ye to the meeting room, he only left him and ran out in a hurry. When Bai Ye saw the food on the small table nearby, she felt a little hungry. The temperature is also very suitable. It should be equipped with heating and other things. He hadn't seen this kind of thing when Konoha. Bai Ye didn't expect the other party to call out his name directly. Before long, a teenager who looked about 15 or 16 years old arrived in the living room. Bai Ye recalled it, as if he would encounter this situation every time in a larger mansion that he had been to. Logically speaking, this was just a temporary motive. The token that Dashi Maru gave him was a bit unexpected, but he didn't expect that the other party seemed to have known about it. Just now he followed the guard all the way to the meeting room, but he didn't find any figures in the mansion. What Bai Ye is thinking about is not the next thing, but has discovered a strange thing in the world of Naruto. After Bai Ye followed the doorman in, he found that the decoration inside was not bad. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. I checked it a bit and confirmed that there should be no problem, and then ate it with a big mouthful, and it felt that the taste was not bad. He was dressed in white, with a samurai sword hung around his waist, which made him feel quite capable. Big brother Run, how did you know that I was coming over? Did my teacher inform you in advance? It stands to reason that these places should hire a lot of people to do miscellaneous work, but I don't know why Bai Ye has never met. Run's chest rose and fell a little hurriedly. It seemed that after receiving the news, he ran with all his strength. This is going to study in the Iron Country, but Bai Ye himself proposed it for some reason. Hello, you should be the White Knight, my father said. If you don't dislike it, you can call me Big Brother Run. You can enjoy these tea and cakes first, and I will invite our young master over immediately. Chapter 163 Shelf Testimonials. First of all, I would like to thank Rui greatly for bookmarking me, and thank some friends who have given me tips. The testimony was written a bit late, and to be honest, I didn't plan to write it. I didn't expect any good results after this book, which I can't do anymore. I can write an ending for those who are willing to keep watching. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. During this period of time, I owe 6 chapters because of some things, and I will find a way to make up for it later. If you add a change, you can order it evenly, and think of a way to add a chapter for every 50 increase. I won't talk about the other aspects of the changes. Anyway, I guess there will be no drama. It depends on the mood. Just talk about it briefly. I hope I can write some wonderful plot later. Chapter 164 runs past. Don't you know, your teacher notified us 1 or 2 years in advance. We didn't expect you to arrive more than half a year later than the scheduled time. Run scratched his head subconsciously, feeling that the situation was a little different from what he had initially expected. Not only was the person late for a long time, but he also looked like he didn't know anything. If it weren't for the token, he would suspect that Bai Ye was fake. It's been so long, maybe I have said it, I forgot it. Bai Ye recalled it carefully, confirming that Da Wan hadn't talked to herself, but she didn't show it directly. When the other party said that he was late for more than half a year, Bai Ye was embarrassed secretly, and he had a general guess about it. Oshimaru should be expected to learn the main points of ninjutsu in Shiraya, and it should only take 2 years. Then it is estimated that I made a secret appointment in advance, and I will go directly to the next stage after this stage is completed. As a result, Bai Ye's learning ability may be a little worse than expected, and this matter has been delayed until he takes the initiative to apply. Bai Ye also guessed from Run's current performance that all of this should be dominated by Da Wan. Otherwise, it's impossible to be so late, and still be very concerned about these things, and look like it doesn't matter even if it's too late. These are trivial matters. My father should have come to receive you. However, he happened to be called away by Master Mifune today. If I have a bad reception, please bear with me as much as possible. Quote. Run somewhat enthusiastically poured tea for Bai Ye, and at the same time explained where his father had gone. It was really difficult to come back early. The attitude of the other party made Bai Ye very curious about the relationship between Dashimaru and this Mitsui family. It's okay, I don't care about these little things, you should know that I came here to refine the knife skills. Bai Ye didn't continue to be courteous with the other party, and directly chose to get to the point. Of course I know that I was originally arranged to teach you. Although I don't know anything about ninjutsu, I will never disappoint you with swordsmanship. When Yun mentioned this aspect, there was a trace of pride hidden in his eyes, and he was obviously very confident of his own strength. Bai Ye has also heard about this, knowing that the other party has basically been designated as one of the 4 lieutenants of the next generation. To know the population of a family, according to normal circumstances, there are many. Advertisement. In particular, the Iron Nation does not participate in the dispute, and the population will not suddenly and drastically decrease, and there will be no Kakashi left like the Kimu family. The generals who succeed to the throne are generally selected from all branches of the strongest generation of this generation. Unless the strongest is unwilling to succeed, he will go along and choose the next best candidate. There is no main line to say, as long as one's father is a general, this son can definitely be passed on to himself and the like. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Being able to stand out among a bunch of people with excellent genes is enough to prove how strong one's talent is. And this is still in the lieutenant general's family, some of whom are slightly less powerful than many who inherit the position of major general. Then let's start quickly. Where are your usual training locations? Bai Ye stretched out the back of his hand and wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth at random, and was ready to get up and start training with Run. Aren't you going to rest for a while? After all these journeys, your body should be a little tired. Run did not expect Bai Ye's temper to be so anxious. Before coming over, he took the time to order the cafeteria to prepare some food. Thinking about relaxing today, and waiting for business or something to be done tomorrow, after all, it is not something that you must do. No, it's not good to develop this lazy habit. After Bai Ye stood up, she stretched her waist and moved her muscles and bones a bit. With the noise from all over her body, she only felt refreshed. Run shrugged helplessly, and had no choice but to start leading the way, since Bai Ye had already stated so clearly. Then it is not good for him to continue to persuade him more, otherwise it will easily cause the other party's unhappiness, then some of the gains outweigh the gains. How long do you train every day? As long as there are no tasks, I generally need to practice for about 14 hours. Except for sleeping and eating, you have been practicing all day long. Wouldn't your body be overwhelmed? It's okay, my physique is quite special, and my resilience is much stronger than ordinary people. On the way, the two sides naturally communicated together. Because they are interested in befriending each other, the two communicated quite happily. They are all quickly learning about the other party's basic information, and of course what they are talking about is what they are willing to reveal. Advertisement. Just like Bai Ye knows some information about Run, which is much more detailed than external rumors. According to what he said, Run's talent was not as strong as it is now. His father had even given up completely at the time, and he was not ready to train him as the next term. This is supposed to be a normal thing, and this kind of thing that father and son cannot be re-elected is also very common. But there was another problem at that time, that is, the relatively poor talent of Run was related to the increase in the total amount of chakra. Just like the beginning of Bai Ye, because of physical reasons, no matter how hard you exercise, there is no good effect. This can be regarded as a relatively normal thing. After all, genetic inheritance is inherently unstable, and it is not surprising that it is inherited to be poor. But Run's talent for swordsmanship is ridiculously strong, and he can easily understand the swordsmanship of any genre. However, this is in the world of Naruto. No matter how good your sword skills are, as long as chakra is seriously behind, it means that you have no future. Because of this unique talent, Yun's father thought of various ways to increase his chakra total, but they all failed without exception. I have been tossing until Run is about 10 years old, and he has almost completely given up. It was during this period that Run made the decision to run away from home and wanted to go to the outside world alone to relax. It was also at this time that he ran into Oshimaru in the territory of Tanokuni. It should have been a few years after the end of World War II, and it was the beginning of Dashimaru's scientific research. Dashimaru had a conscience at the beginning. During this period, his experimental subjects were all recruited with funds, and basically all of them were refugees who could not survive. Run, who was already in desperate situation, had a brain twitch at the time and was willing to be the other party's experimental subject if he didn't need anything. Because the subject of the Oshimaru experiment is how to greatly increase a person's potential. The success rate of this kind of experiment does not need to be thought to know that it is definitely not much higher, and the purpose of -1 itself is not this. In the end, only a few lucky ones survived. Needless to say, Run is one of the lucky ones. Since then, Run's life has undergone a big change, which is why he is so passionate about Bai Ye. As for the details of the experiment, Bai Ye was not quite clear. The other party didn't say much, nor did he foolishly ask. Chapter 165 White Knight vs Run. What a big dojo. As Run pushed open the door of a room, an extremely spectacular scene emerged in front of Bai Ye's eyes. The size of the Mitsui's dojo is visually about the size of 2 football fields. There were many people training there at this time, all wearing loose white samurai clothes with the Mitsui family emblem embroidered on the back. Bai Ye felt that the clothes these people wore were similar to Run's, but Run's looked more delicate. There are currently 872 students in our family, of which 73 are disciples from their own family, and the rest are more mixed. With a showy nature, Run revealed some conditions in the dojo to Bai Ye. There are many large and small dojos in the Iron Kingdom, and currently only the number of Biadao family has broken the threshold of thousands. The Mitsui family ranks 3rd in number, and the Yamaoka family ranks 2nd, which is currently the strongest among the 4 lieutenants in the world. The total number of people is almost in the thousands, and the specific numerical value is not very clear. The Yanagita family is closely followed by the 4th family, and the Sujihun family, who had been in contact with Shiroya, is at the bottom. The more students that can be recruited, the higher the degree of recognition of one's own strength. Being able to rank in the forefront of a family of equal status is indeed arrogant. If converted to the situation in the early days of Konoha's establishment, the Mitsui clan's status is equivalent to the Hyuga clan, which is second only to the Senju clan and Uchiha clan. Hello big brother. After Yunpiao opened the door and gave a brief introduction to Bai Ye, the people who trained carefully inside finally noticed the situation here with sharp eyes. Ever since someone got his head up, more and more people followed him, and Bai Ye's ears were a little bit painful with the continuous sound. Among them, the senior brother Run is, but there are some who are older than him. The title of elder brother is a bit special in the Iron Kingdom. Under normal circumstances, the person who gets this title is usually the next curator. And only the most powerful person in the family can be qualified to inherit this title. Of course, there are also cases where foreigners have become the strongest students of that generation. Advertisement. There is also a way to deal with this situation, and that is to change the surname into the redundant entry. As long as it can be done, there is also the opportunity to inherit the position of the master of the museum, that is, the position of lieutenant general. It is this kind of people who are willing to absorb civilians or other small families to come in, which allows the families in the forefront to maintain their prosperity. Even if it is weak, it will only float in the same level of the family, and there will rarely be a direct drop to the next level. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Big Brother Run, your popularity looks quite high. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye was deeply shocked in his heart. The scene where hundreds of people were training together was indeed a bit unusual. Sharia in other villages is not particularly clear, but at least Konoha Ninja's cultivation model is completely different from that of samurai. As long as Konoha can pass the basic assessment, the village will make full arrangements, and each class has a limit on the number of people. After reaching the graduation requirements, the division will be more detailed, and the class of dozens of people will be directly reduced to a 3-person team, and one shinobu will teach. In general, which training method is better, Bai Ye is not very clear. After all, the strength of the 2 countries is not weak, so the choice must have their own ideas. That's the way you haven't seen me before, and I didn't suffer from other people's eyes. Run bitterly smiled and shook his head. At the beginning, he was completely a useless person. He only knew a lot of theoretical knowledge. Chakra's flaws were too serious. Originally this was fine, but he was the son of a lieutenant general. Even if he didn't inherit the position, he shouldn't behave so badly. A lot of people were sarcastically and indirectly, in order to blow his father in disguise. This world is still very realistic. Bai Ye was also a little bit worried, his condition was not very good at the beginning, and he could only exercise hard. The only thing to be thankful for is that he is just a small and transparent, and Dai is also not a particularly famous person. No one cares about him except Ziyi. Don't talk about it, don't you want to start training? Let's play with me first and see how your basics are. Run did not choose to fight against Bai Ye directly here, and slowly led the opponent along the edge until he came to a door. This is my usual training room, so let's start when you finish warming up. By the way, remember not to use ninja abilities. Quote. Advertisement. After sliding the door in, Run did not close the door again, and at the end he leaned in and whispered Bai Ye. You said, who is the kid brought by the big brother? I guess he should be a genius boy. I brought him into his training room. This was the first time he played against someone with a simple sword technique. The opponent in particular was the guy he tried his best, and he might not be able to win. It's not so miserable. Looking at the solemn expression of the big brother, there are dozens of tricks. This way of fighting purely by swordsmanship made him feel a little awkward, feeling that no matter how he did it, he couldn't effectively kill the opponent. Look, they seem to be ready to fight. Will anyone come to bet that this kid can hold a few tricks in the hands of the big brother? Run looked very casual, standing still the same as at the beginning, the only change was that she was holding the scabbard in her left hand. It was this kind of flaws that made Bai Ye wonder how to start. Seeing that the other party had always been in this posture, Bai Ye didn't take the initiative to take the initiative. He couldn't help becoming a little irritable in his heart, and finally made up his mind to start taking the initiative. At this time, Bai Ye bowed his right foot in front of the battle posture, but he pressed his right hand on the Zanpaku Sword, and some sweat was leaking from the palm of his hand. He didn't even move much, just turned his right hand slightly, and the scabbard and Zanpaku Sword reached this position at the same time and intersected. Bai Ye used all his strength from the beginning, using Shungu's skills to the limit he could reach. I think 10 strokes are more than enough. With the sound of clang, Bai Ye reappeared behind Run's body, and a knife was already slashed to the opponent's right shoulder. After Bai Ye followed Run in, most of the students on the field couldn't help being curious, and they all squeezed to the door. There are many invisible guys behind, all of them remember to jump their feet. And his right hand was still hanging beside him, and he had no desire to draw a knife at all. Because I understand that Jun is a very tricky guy, especially in terms of swordsmanship, he is definitely not as good as the other party. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The group of guys who seized a good position in front were talking enthusiastically, looking forward to the next fight. Moreover, the angle of swinging the knife was relatively tricky, but it was easily blocked by the scabbard. Chapter 166 Fiasco. Bai Ye frowned slightly. He had predicted that this blow would not make a contribution, but he didn't expect it would be blocked so easily. As the blade turned, Bai Ye controlled the Zanpaku Sword and continued to slash down the scabbard, wiping out a large amount of sparks in an instant. The goal of this knife was Run's left hand holding the scabbard. Seeing that he wanted to pretend, Bai Ye would give him some color. Run's figure still did not move, but the left hand holding the knife quickly touched down a few inches, and it was placed at the junction of the handle and the scabbard. It is worth mentioning that the style of the knife used by Jun is similar to the one that Sasuke will acquire after following the Oshimaru. At the junction of the handle and the blade, there is no specially designed protruding hand guard. Originally, Bai Ye didn't know why Run moved his hand back, because even so, he controlled the blade to continue cutting, still being able to cut the opponent's fingers. Until Bai Ye moved the blade to the end, Jian Yun's left hand turned slightly counterclockwise. A huge resistance came from his right hand holding the knife, and it instantly became unable to move forward. A closer look reveals that Run didn't know when he opened the scabbard into a tiny gap. Just changed hands and adjusted the position of the knife, just in time for the Zanpaku Sword to be embedded in it. At the same time, he secretly used his force to get stuck there, causing Bai Ye to receive another resistance when he wanted to withdraw. What the hell happened? How can the two of them stop moving? This perspective is so uncomfortable, the specific details are all blocked by the body of the senior brother. I really want to go in and look at it from a different location. Why doesn't Bidu choose an outside venue? It's obviously wider outside. Because of the perspective, all the people who were blocking the door and watching were all complaining there. I could only see that Bai Ye froze there with Run after flashing past, and I couldn't see some specific details. Bai Ye drew too vigorously, but found it difficult to get it out directly. I don't care about it, I'm just trying to test the swordsmanship, lift up my left foot and start to accumulate energy. He was going to kick Run's butt fiercely to force him to loosen the restraint on his right hand. I don't know if Yun's back has long eyes, but he can't see but once again judges Bai Ye's movements. Without continuing to hold the blade of Bai Ye, he pulled out the scabbard slightly, and quickly turned the scabbard against Bai Ye's toes. Advertisement. Seeing that the attack was blocked again, Bai Ye didn't feel annoyed, and stepped on the scabbard on the tip of his left foot to continue to exert force. Then he kicked back hard, and the whole person ejected toward the rear. Without the strong resistance as before, Zanpaku Sword finally took advantage of the trend and pulled it out. In the process of retreating, Bai Ye's right toe has been lightly rubbing the wooden board, ready to change the trajectory of her actions with her strength at any time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. To prevent the opponent from attacking suddenly at this time, there are better ways to deal with it. This B asterisk 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 D really underestimate me. As a result, Bai Ye found that all his defenses had been shown to the dog. Run also just turned the knife in his hand around again, and finally touched it casually on the board. I still don't have any plans to take the initiative to attack, as if I'm standing in place and letting you come and chop. Bai Ye knew that his insights and skills in swordsmanship were completely inadequate, and he planned to continue to win with speed as he did at the beginning. He didn't believe that Yundu was so arrogant that he was not ready to attack. Could he really not hurt the opponent? Always maintain a high frequency of offensive speed. Defense is not allowed to make any mistakes. Just like Gaara versus Xiao Li, due to the lack of sand movement speed, as long as the defensive direction deviates a little, he will be hit directly. Although Bai Ye didn't have much confidence in swordsmanship, she hadn't been afraid of anyone in terms of speed. Then you can see the figure of Bai Ye, quickly appearing in various directions. Sometimes he will swing the knife in advance during the movement, and it will confuse Run with the situation of not swinging the knife. The sound of ding, ding, ding has been heard continuously on the field, as if two people have discussed in advance and are cooperating with each other to perform. In order to resist all the attacks, Run's own swing was also much larger than before. No longer just turning his left hand, the body also began to selectively dodge, to avoid certain blades that are not easy to resist. This person is really fast. But as expected, Big Brother is even better. Just standing still can block all attacks. By the way, you haven't noticed a strange place. Huh, did you notice it too? Advertisement. Don't play dumb riddles, what's wrong in the end? Bai Ye's current performance has already exceeded these people's expectations. At this age, reaching the current level has proven that his talent is good enough. Once he loses the support of various special forces, his combat effectiveness declines somewhat too severely. Bai Ye almost lost confidence in her sword skills, feeling that she and the other party no longer exist in the same dimension. The Zanpaku knife that was supposed to be in Bai Ye's hand was forcibly picked up and flew by the opponent at the moment when he had just formally engaged with Run. The Zanpaku knife that got out of his hand was inserted into the roof at a very fast speed, and the lamp tube directly above Run was chopped up, leaving a lot of broken glass on the surrounding ground. He also subconsciously adjusted the direction he was heading, not just sprinting in a straight line in order to pursue speed like before. This should be his most frustrated battle in so many years, and he didn't even cause an effective attack. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Of course, despite this, they still think that as long as Run is willing to take the initiative, Bai Ye can also be easily solved. Bai Ye once again appeared behind Run's side, and quickly slashed towards the opponent's waist. It looks like it's almost. The light in the room also dimmed, and the sound of glass bursting also reached everyone's ears. The moment when Bai Ye Yurun passed by, he noticed that a ray of light flashed before his eyes. Hateful. At the same time, Run's face also showed a serious expression, actively turning to the back and looking at the direction that Bai Ye was rushing towards. Following the pain in the right hand holding the knife, the grip of the palm was forced to loosen a little, and then he could not feel the weight that should exist in the hand. Seeing that Run had finally acted, Bai Ye's heart beat fiercely after this time of backlog. I even wonder if the compulsory course of swinging the sword every day for all these years, besides adding some experience of Zanpaku Dao, is there any real effect? But the attack that was still blocked had caused his mentality to explode, especially since he did not force the opponent to move. Not to mention let Run pull out the knife to fight himself head-on. Chapter 167 Shortcomings. Does this count as a trick? I bet it is within 10 tricks. Don't make a mistake. I don't care. That guy's attack is counted. Anyway, I think I have already passed 100 moves. What the two sides discussed was the sword technique, and now Bai Ye had even been knocked off his weapon. In everyone's eyes, it was equal to losing. Moreover, in the view of the Iron Kingdom, the samurai lost his sword, which is no different from death. Don't surround yourself. Do you think it's too idle? Then double your homework today. After blasting Bai Ye's weapon into the air, Run walked to the door and blasted away all the people around here. Yes, Big Brother. With what Baron said, everyone hurriedly fled from here and quickly returned to their previous training state. It wasn't until Run completely closed the door that he breathed a sigh of relief, and some people were eager to try, and wanted to sneak over to listen to the corner. After Yun Zai had dealt with these matters, he jumped to the ceiling and took down Bai Ye's Zanpaku sword. At this time, Bai Ye was still in a state of lacking eyes, always remembering the scene before. If the opponent cut some part of him, he might feel better. The situation of being unable to attack for a long time has made Bai Ye realize that as long as Run is ready to take the initiative, then he will lose out quickly. It's just that the opponent chose to face him head-on, and he didn't know what special technique was used to forcibly knock the Zanpaku knife into the air. This once again made Bai Ye feel how bad he was in terms of swordsmanship. The fighting style of your ninja is a lot worse than our samurai. Your performance just now is actually quite good. Run Jian Bai Ye was unmoved, and directly squeezed the Zanpaku Dao into his hand. He shook his hand in front of Bai Ye's eyes, trying to see if he could regain his consciousness. I know, after all, I was here to learn this, but I didn't expect that I could be so bad. When Bai Ye touched Zanpaku Dao in his right hand, he recovered. Advertisement. Frozenly raised the blade in his hand and held it horizontally in front of his eyes, as if he had knocked over a bottle of 5 flavors for a while. It's because you have too high demands on yourself. You can solve most people of the same age if you just talk about speed. Even if I train a few years longer than you, it would be very difficult to reach your level. Quote. Run recalled the speed that Bai Ye had shown before, and his face also showed a little emotion. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Although he could see clearly at this speed, it was a bit difficult for his body to reach this level as well. In particular, Bai Ye can always keep moving at a high speed, and even the speed will continue to increase over time. Sure enough, I can see the speed. Swordsmanship is a rookie among rookies. On the contrary, Yun's words made Bai Ye a little more melancholy, making him a little doubtful whether he had just acted too much. You are mainly based on ninjutsu, and the basic skills of swordsmanship can reach this level, which is already considered very good. Run was a little tangled and began to comfort Bai Ye, feeling that the person sent by Oshimaru was more troublesome than he thought. You have been observing for so long, and you think I am not good at what aspect, that makes you so easy to fight. Bai Ye didn't continue to think about it, he took care of his own mind, and began to ask for advice very seriously. The original purpose of the competition was for this, but Bai Ye's loss was a bit too miserable, and this made his mentality collapse more powerful. Like I just said, your basic skills are pretty good, you should practice there every day. But the skills of swordsmanship are not less than those of ninjutsu. It is said that the history of samurai is longer than that of ninjas, and there are also many places to learn. It is enough for fighting ninjas at your level. After all, your main focus is on ninjutsu. Because there are fewer people studying, no one will think about cracking the moves, and we samurai rely on this for food. Quote. Seeing that Bai Ye finally recovered to the way it started, he was relieved, and after considering his words, he began to explain to the other party. It means I went too straight just now. Bai Ye recalled the situation just now. The method of cutting the knife was indeed only ordinary slashing, and because of the fast enough speed, it appeared to be magnificent. Not all. You just used some skills. I have been procrastinating for so long just to observe this. If I'm not wrong, this should be the sword technique of your Konoha Flagkey family. Quote. Advertisement. Run just always felt that Bai Ye's offense had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After observing for a long time, it was discovered that there was a trace of white teeth in the wood leaf. Well, what else do I need to pay attention to? Run by the way pointed out some shortcomings of Bai Ye just now. Many cutting angles can only be effective with a short knife. The main reason is that there is a sense of violation in your sword technique. If you don't find out why, you will feel congested in your heart. I remember that the sword technique of the Hokage family requires a short blade to play. If you choose to use this long blade, it will only have some counterproductive effects. Quote. Bai Ye didn't understand this very well, and he was a half-hearted person. It is also necessary to make some clever fake moves while offensive to interfere with the enemy's judgment. This is more difficult to learn, but it is also necessary to master. Quote. Now that the other party has said so, it is enough for you not to deliberately use these skills in the future. Bai Ye cut in speechlessly, but Run said more euphemistically. White Fang had studied in the Iron Country for a while, and he was also one of the more popular ninjas in the Iron Country. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Doesn't that mean that I can only bully people who are much weaker than me? Run was fortunate to have seen White Fang use the sword technique once, but because of the long time, his memory was a bit blurred. As for the translation, there is no highlight in his sword skills. It is better to choose ninjutsu to deal with the powerful guys. Run Jian Bai Ye didn't go astray as before, and continued to add some shortcomings, thinking about the other party's future teaching plan. Others are nothing, mainly because your moves are too simple, and are only suitable for people who can't see your movement. You also know that we ninjas have very few people who specialize in swordsmanship, and there are even fewer powerful ones. I did ask people for advice for a while. Bai Ye didn't expect Run's eyes to be so sharp, and what she learned was the direction of the knife, but she didn't expect that this could also be seen. It's okay to say that, and when you swing the knife, the action is a bit too big, and someone who knows a little bit can easily see through your next action. Such nondescript borrowing as Bai Ye not only has no effect at all, but it also takes more effort to use it by yourself. Chapter 168 History of the Iron Country. You have a very good foundation, and there is still half a year, maybe you have a chance to get a good ranking. Run instructed Bai Ye in the training room for an afternoon, and the other party's progress made him very gratifying. As long as the mistakes are pointed out, they can be corrected quickly, and it shouldn't take long to proceed to the next stage of training. Run thinks that Bai Ye's talent is actually pretty good, mainly because he lacks a capable teacher to give pointers. This leads to a lot of extra moves after the shot, so that experienced people can guess the next routine at a glance. I didn't expect that even the movements of facial muscles can be used to predict, and what you people study is too exaggerated. Bai Ye felt that in this short afternoon, he had made very obvious progress and got rid of many minor problems that shouldn't have been. For the remaining ones that are more difficult to correct, you need to slowly work hard by yourself. For example, before the knife is released, other parts of the body will instinctively produce some reactions, and it is particularly important to restrain this reaction. The smaller this amplitude can be suppressed, the more difficult it will be for the enemy to predict the next action. There is also a big problem with the speed of the White Knight's knife. Although it is already very fast for the average person, it is completely relying on the power of the flesh. How to increase the speed of the knife is also particular. Different effects of force can affect the time of a few tenths of a second. Don't underestimate these tenths of a second. This is also one of the reasons why Runyi can easily block the attack of White Knight at the beginning. Before the White Knight, various changes of one's position are completely meaningless. As long as there is a slight delay in the shot speed, it is enough for the opponent to arrive first. By the way, what do you mean by ranking? Bai Ye's thinking paused, only to realize that Run seemed to say something that he didn't understand. Well, I'm completely convinced, your teacher really didn't tell you anything. Run knocked on his head with some headaches, and found that besides knife skills, there were a lot of things that he had to explain to Bai Ye clearly. Bai Ye was also very depressed. He thought it was a request made by himself, but it was normal for Da Shiwan to not specifically warn him. The result now seems to have some purpose that I don't know. Advertisement. I didn't know what Dashimaru was anxious to do at the time, so he blasted himself out of the base without any advice. Have you ever heard that our country of iron holds a big competition every 3 years? Run Jian Bai Ye shook his head, only feeling that his head hurts even more, and now I have to start from the beginning. When Bai Ye shook his head, his heart also burst, thinking of the scene where he coaxed Chuna back then, but he didn't expect that the nonsense that he was talking about really existed. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Jing Run gave a detailed introduction, and Bai Ye finally understood the purpose of the big competition. In this triennial competition of the Iron Nation, everyone except the general can participate as long as they are willing to participate. And because this is a triennial event, basically all samurai who are not in a hurry will not be absent deliberately. As a result, each qualifier is particularly long, and finally 96 people are selected from all the participating samurai. Of course, this is only the total number of people, and the breakdown is also divided by age groups. Those over 20 years old are in the adult group, those between 10 and 20 years old are in the juvenile group, and those under 10 years old are in the children group. Each group has 32 people. This kind of competition is usually when various gymnasiums show their strength, and the ranking of the family is also based on this. At the same time, some civilian geniuses occasionally appear in the children's group, and then they will be wooed by many gyms. As for the prohibition of generals from participating, it is mainly due to reasons of status, and it is not suitable for people to watch the contest in the public. Speaking of which, the competition arena is several times larger than that of Naruto Nakkanen exam. But even so, there are still many people who can't get tickets, and those who are basically free want to come and watch. In addition to this simple reason, there are also hidden purposes that ordinary people don't know. 96 people who enter the top 32 each time have additional benefits. It is this special benefit that has caused all the samurai to participate in this competition even if they don't care whether they are famous in the Iron Country. There is a special place in the territory of the Iron Kingdom, which has been passed down from a long time ago. Back then, because of the rapid rise of ninjas, the samurai, who was originally the mainstream, suffered a major blow. As a result, various gymnasiums were forced to close, and many schools were completely cut off. And the remaining gymnasiums finally gathered together to figure out a way to deal with this situation. Advertisement. In order to avoid the suppression of the ninja, they came to this snow-covered area all year round and began to develop slowly. Since all the remaining schools have abandoned the view of the portal, the strength of these samurai has grown rapidly since then. And this group of samurai also understands that even if they are strong, they can't insult each other in reverse. After all, if it rises to the dispute of the cultivation system, they can't stop the cooperation of all ninja families. It was during this period that the samurai and the ninja signed an eternally neutral contract. And it took another 3 years to successfully arrange that special sealing technique in a secret place in the territory of the Iron Kingdom. At that time, the ninjas were still dominated by their own family, and no one alone could resist the samurai who gave up the view of the door. Moreover, the Maelstrom family back then because they didn't like to fight, and they all lived on the small island steadily, and their individual strength was particularly strong. It was not until the various ninja clan united to establish many powerful ninja villages, which led to the Whirlpool clan beginning to decline. But they also know that this kind of thing is built on the foundation that they are strong enough. After discussing some details, the two parties successfully signed this agreement. The concept of this chakra knife was first proposed by the people of the Iron Kingdom, and it is very dependent on it. Therefore, no family is willing to take the initiative to provoke it. It is the most powerful period. It is said that as long as this thing does not go to man-made destruction, theoretically it should be able to exist forever. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. He also worked out how to use the knife in his hand to mobilize chakra like a ninja. After that, the Maelstrom family spent more than 20 years of work, finally figured out the sealing technique the other party wanted. In order to prevent their descendants from suddenly declining, this group of samurai approached the Uzumaki clan who had already stayed in Uzumaki country at that time. This shows how powerful the Whirlpool clan had done their best to create a special seal at that time, and it has indeed been spread to the present and still functioning normally. And at the cost of a large number of specially made chakra knives, in exchange for the other party to devote the whole family to research a special sealing technique. The inheritance of the samurai was so successful and passed down in this extremely cold place. Chapter 169 The Power of the Samurai. Tabi is not allowed to use ninjutsu. You want me to squeeze into the top 32 among thousands of people, is my heart a bit too big? Bai Ye was staring at Run with an idiot-looking face, and felt that the other party was really worthy of him. You know, the competition is set for next year, when he will just reach 10 years old. If you are bullying a child under 10, Bai Ye may still have some confidence. But in the junior group, there are many heirs like Run. Basically, the ones that can squeeze in are the top-ranked existences of the family. After all, the family ranking is mainly based on this score, and the fluctuation every 3 years is generally not too large. According to the plan, you should have at least 1 year of cultivation time. Who knew you would arrive so late? Run shrugged helplessly, but their family was not strong enough to forcibly change the time of the competition. If you want to get a good ranking, you have to practice hard in the past 6 months, otherwise you can only wait for the one in 3 years. What you said, it seems like I can beat you guys who have been practicing swordsman for more than a decade in more than half a year. Bai Ye rolled his eyes silently. This is not a problem that can be solved in 1 or 2 years, okay. If you can borrow Zanpaku's ability, even if you are not sure to get the first place, it feels that there is no problem squeezing into the top 32. Zanpaku Dao, although theoretically a kind of advanced existence of swordsmanship, in the eyes of others, it can only be classified as a ninjutsu category. A situation like a slash and a fire may seem normal in other worlds, but there is no such ability setting in Naruto. Of course, it would be okay to insist on what kind of special ninja sword this was, but Shiraya was reluctant to do it. The other party may not know his identity now, but he will become famous in the future, and it would be too embarrassing for these people to learn that he has cheated. Don't be too pessimistic, your physical fitness is so good, you can completely make up for the lack of swordsmanship. There was a hint of envy in Run Persuasion's tone, but Bai Ye's physique had a very high potential. For a ninja, his physique is strong enough, and generally speaking, he will at best strengthen his own anti-strike ability. This kind of pure physique ninja also requires extremely high physical strength. Advertisement. Like Tsunade or Raikage the 4th generation, they all seem to be mainly hand-to-hand combat. But in fact, the requirements for the physical body are not as high as Kai. It is more of the manipulation of chakra to perfectly use the strange force or thunder chakra mode. But the samurai is different, because they don't practice ninjutsu, the method of strengthening chakra has always been in the most primitive stage. Just like Kai and Shaoli, they usually rely on their own body to be strong enough. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Then the samurai wants to shoot the sword faster, and also needs a strong body to support. Chakra is more used to strengthen the sharpness of the knife and use some special tricks. The power of the samurai in Naruto has reached a very high level, and can also cut out the sword spirit like a martial arts novel. One of them is to borrow internal forces, and the other is to use chakras. In essence, they are not much different. The various sword moves derived from the sword spirit are the capital that the samurai uses to fight against the ninja. Otherwise, if the ninja loses ninjutsu in the distance, he can easily fly a kite to death the samurai who can only fight in close combat. I'm working hard every day, and it's not that I have a strong talent. There should be many of you samurai who can achieve this level. Seeing that Yun Yun said so easily, Bai Ye couldn't help but explain it, and informed him of the amount of training each day. He thinks that the profession of samurai who eats physical qualities, theoretically there should be many training madmen like him and Kai. The only difficulty is that you can't persist every day, but as long as you persist, your physical fitness should improve quickly. What you think is too simple. There are many people who can persist in high-intensity training, but the final effect is difficult to reach your level. You don't know how rare your physique is. Normally everyone's physical fitness is the same as that of chakra, but there is an upper limit. After listening to Bai Ye's explanation, Run really wanted to blast his head. This invisible show-off was really frustrating. Is there any such saying? Why don't I know? Bai Ye was also a little confused about the amount of chakra. He knew that each person had different limits because of their different physiques, but he had never heard of the concept of physical limits. After Bai Ye usually trains, he can always feel that his strength will increase steadily. Kai's situation is similar, and he has never seen the other person mention similar things. With Bai Ye is not quite clear. The other party has been on missions all year round, and there are not many opportunities to train together. Advertisement. Please, you have to recognize one thing first, you ninjas don't have such high requirements for physical strength. And because of our ancestral training, we are not allowed to study the ability of chakras to strengthen cells, saying that these are abilities that ninjas use. In this case, if you want to increase your shot speed and movement speed, you can only take the most primitive way to increase your physical strength to your limit. Quote. Through communication with Shiraya, Jun found that the systems of the ninja and the samurai really differed greatly. In addition to using chakras, the rest of the training methods and the use of strength are also different. Run's physical exercise has already reached its current limit. Of course, with age, there is also room for continued growth, which will not be completely fixed until adulthood. The specific time of adulthood is different for each person, depending on the speed of their own development. You are so obsessed with not touching what is the meaning of ninjutsu, unlike some people who can't learn it because of their talent. Bai Ye had seen some sword moves that Run showed for herself before, and the other party did not choose to deliberately conceal it, and directly told him the detailed method of use. From this, Bai Ye could understand how high the requirements are for using this kind of thing. He still hasn't even mastered the most basic method of cutting out the sword energy. If these samurai are willing to study the method of activating cells, their strength can definitely be greatly improved. This is a belief that you ninjas will never understand. Run shook his head, and didn't want to say anything to Bai Ye in this regard. The samurai who couldn't stick to their heart in everything had been expelled from the Iron Kingdom. I think the main thing is that you have always been in a peaceful environment, and for us, if you are not strong enough, you may die in the next second. Bai Ye feels that this is still related to the comfort of these samurai. There is no particularly strong external pressure, which makes them qualified to be so hypocritical. It is also important for them to improve their strength, but as long as they stay within a certain range, it is enough to prevent others from coming over to make ideas. Bai Ye believes that if a powerful enemy comes one day, there is a high possibility that they will discard these so-called beliefs. For example, in the Fourth World War, the samurai eventually chose to become part of the ninja army. Because they know that if they remain neutral and do not take action, their country will eventually be affected by Madara's plan. Chapter 170 Mitsui's situation. Boom boom boom. The sudden sound from the door caused Bai Ye and Run to look at each other subconsciously, and both sides immediately stopped the conversation. What they are talking about at this time is not very suitable for unrelated people to hear. If Shiraya's identity as a ninja is revealed, the next thing will become very troublesome. He doesn't have the prestige and knife skills of Beifang, so that people in addition to the Mitsui family can look at him differently. Huh, it's so quiet, doesn't it mean you are training inside? A middle-aged man who looked a lot like Runchang opened the door and showed some surprise on his face. The scene in front of him was a little different from what he thought. This is my father, Kenichiro. Seeing that the visitor was his father, Run whispered to whom the visitor of Bai was. The worries just disappeared. He was afraid that the people at the door would hear something that shouldn't be heard. Judging from the current situation, Kenichiro should have just returned from Mifune, still wearing a very formal general uniform. Master Kenichiro, I will trouble you a lot from now on. Shiraya, who was reminded by Jun, specially used honorific words to Kenichiro who came by. Although the other party is not a high-level person in his own country, it is better to give enough face or something. After all, I need to trouble each other for a lot of things in the Iron Country, and it is better to find a way to get close. On the surface, Oshimaru is kind to them, but who knows how the other party's temperament is. At least Bai Ye didn't know what could restrain the other party at the moment, otherwise he would be isolated and helpless in the Iron Country if he was trapped. Just call me Uncle Kenichiro for what you call such a student. Kenichiro's appearance is very kind, and he is also deliberately drawing closer to Shiroya. Uncle Kenichiro, we went to dinner as soon as we were about to take a break. It is a coincidence that you will be back. Shiraya did not pretend to shirk, and followed Kenichiro's words and took it. Advertisement. He didn't care about the purpose that the other party was willing to show up, thinking that it would be best to keep this state until he left. It didn't take long for Bai Ye and the three of them to leave the training room together. Although they had different goals along the way, they were still talking and laughing on the surface. What do you guys say about this guy's backing? Don't worry, big brother, even the owner of the museum is like this now. HMPH, the ghost knows if it's an illegitimate child, there must be something tricky in it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yes, as far as this kid's previous performance was, he was obviously ignorant of swordsmanship, and his identity was very suspicious. You guys don't want to die, you have the courage to chew the patriarch's tongue. After Bai Ye and the others left, the people who were still training in the dojo immediately began to talk. Most of the people who were still here at this time were from the Mitsui family, and most of the disciples from outsiders left the back door and went home. This made the communication between these people a little unscrupulous, because the people who remained were basically from the same faction as theirs. Originally because Junichi was not talented at the beginning, the first heir was someone else, whose name was Mitsui Hisa. The heir's father, Shuichiro Mitsui, was the one who had failed to compete with Kenichiro for the position of patriarch. Although the other party did not resent Kenichiro very much, he felt a little regretful in his heart and began to do his best to train his son. And Juya did live up to Shuichiro's expectations, and he had already successfully taken the position of senior brother. Shuichiro was also trying to pave the way for his son. From then on, he began to form cliques, trying to find a way to secretly suppress Kenichiro's majesty. Kenichiro knew all these things well, but he didn't say anything about it. His father also helped him to do this kind of thing back then, mainly for the transfer of the position of the patriarch, without any instability factors. After all, everyone knows the abilities of the old patriarch, but the new patriarch is full of various unknowns. It was a normal thing, but with Runyu's sudden strong rise, he took the position of heir from Ju's hand again. The atmosphere of the Mitsui family began to become weird, and it was directly torn apart into two different factions. At the time of Jun's rise, Kenichiro also began to pave the way for it. He brought back some people who were neutral and were not very firm with the other faction center. Relying on the advantages he had accumulated over the years as a patriarch, Kenichiro soon suppressed Shuichiro's painstaking efforts to manage the faction. Advertisement. Originally, if Run's strength could be stronger, this matter should have stabilized like this. But in terms of strength, Run and Ju are at best mutually winning and losing, and being able to win the position of heir has a lot to do with his father's help. Because there is still the possibility of becoming the heir again for a long time, so their faction just keeps stubbornly refusing to give up. Usually, they don't do much to fight against each other. After all, whoever supports them successfully becomes a lieutenant general, then they can get enough benefits. This discordant atmosphere is expected to continue until a certain person officially becomes a lieutenant general, and the clan will restore the original calm. However, even though the two sides didn't deal with each other, they both knew how to measure themselves and wouldn't do anything that crossed the line. You must know that because the Iron Country has always been relatively peaceful and stable, it is difficult for a sufficiently strong family to suddenly decline, and the few times that happened in history were basically caused by civil strife. In particular, a major event that happened that year made everyone take a warning. Originally, the most powerful in the Iron Country was not the Byadow family, but the Furukawa family, and it was much stronger than the current Byadow. At that time, the disciples of the Furukawa family accounted for almost one-third of the samurai in the Iron Country, and it was in the most powerful period. The result was that it was too strong. At that time, the Furukawa family had 4 outstanding and ambitious geniuses, all of whom wanted to command all the samurai. The contradiction between the 4 people intensified, and his staff even engaged in assassination and other activities. In the end, the conflicts accumulated to the apex, and the first super-large civil strife broke out since the founding of the Iron Country, and basically all the samurai were forced to participate in it. The end result was that the number of samurai at the time had shrunk by nearly half. In particular, the main members of the Furukawa family were basically dead in this battle, and fell into a small family that was not influential. The Byadow family took advantage of this opportunity to rise to the top, and this was the only time in history that the family of generals was rotated. At that time, the Byadow family was just a small and medium-sized family with no outstanding strength. As a result, a large amount of vitality was preserved by avoiding the crisis. And it has been developing steadily to the present, becoming the most powerful family of genuine goods at a fair price. There were still some more capable families at that time, and they all became one of the current big families, and only a small part of them climbed back up again later. The Mitsui family was one of those who managed to survive, and left the ancestral instruction not to kill the tribe in any way. 7 PS Chapter 171 The True Purpose of the White Knight. Hey, I knew I wouldn't come with you, now I can only eat some leftovers, and it is better to have a spicy drink with your teacher. In the past few years, Xiao Si's body still hasn't grown, and he is lying on the table eating food from Bai Ye Shun. After having dinner with Jun and Kenichiro shortly before the White Knight, they were arranged to a well-prepared guest room. Xiao Si held himself independent for a long time, and now he can finally come out and breathe. Then if you have the ability, don't eat it, but I kindly stole some for you. Bai Ye rolled his eyes unhappily. In order to get the food, he secretly created a shadow clone to steal it. By the way, didn't you come here to learn sword zen? Why did you learn that useless thing all afternoon? Seeing that Bai Ye wanted to do something, Xiao Si immediately took all the food into his arms and quickly changed the subject. I barked at the other 2 small mouths, as if you dare to reach out and I would really want to go down. I also want to learn this directly, but you don't know. I tried the method Huang Quan said to no avail. In the past 2 years, Bai Ye has occasionally summoned Huang Quan. Every time the other party shows up, he advances this matter, and also specifically lists several ways of insight. However, because the 6 immortals sealed the pendant, the time for Huang Quan to come here could only last more than 10 minutes. There is no way to guide Bai Ye hand in hand, and Bai Ye can't penetrate the various details raised by him alone. In addition, Bai Ye usually devotes all his energy to the study of ninjutsu, so there is no progress in the sword zen. And Bai Ye didn't pay much attention to this thing at first. After all, it's just that Huang Quan especially wants White Knight to call out Li's personality, and he himself doesn't have much interest in this. The 2 years of long-term hard work has caused Bai Ye's heart to swell slightly. I feel that, except for a very small number of people, I can at least run even if I can't beat them. There is no need to rely on another one's strength. Everything was fine originally, especially Zanpo Dao has evolved again, and it has also gained the ability of Jing Hua Shui Yu. Advertisement as long as this Zanpaku knife has been seen by others at the moment of liberation, it can completely hypnotize each other's 5 senses. If you want to avoid the effects of the mirror flower, you only need to touch the blade before the ability is activated. And this was Bai Ye's swelling reliance, which directly allowed him to evolve from an illusionist idiot to a magnate in the illusion world. Bai Ye has specifically tried it, and even if the Oshimaru is not paying attention, it can make him trapped in a fantasy world without knowing it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, the consumption is also extremely large. For the stronger the existence or the more people, the current level of Bai Ye will not last long. Especially when Dashawan noticed something was wrong, the backlash almost drained the White Knight. After all, the world of Naruto is different from the world of death, and there are various illusions in itself. Although there are some differences in principle, the means of resistance can still produce some effects. After all, it is mainly to use different means to interfere with other people's brain centers. Of course, if Bai Ye's own energy is enough to keep up with the consumption of the opponent's resistance, it can also trap the enemy in the illusion. Bai Ye's somewhat swollen situation didn't make his mentality begin to collapse until Zanpo Dao was charged with energy again. After a few years, there was once again a situation where the experience value was full, but there was no change. The strength strengthened by his own exercise was once again greatly reduced, only the increase in physical strength was not affected. However, unlike before, the pendant left a glimmer of hope for Bai Ye. Although the effect has also been weakened a lot, only about 1/3 of the original increase is left. But the impact on Bai Ye was not great. As long as he kept fighting on the battlefield, the speed of his strength improvement was still considerable. This made Bai Ye's mentality not completely collapsed, and in this case, he can continue to learn about ninjutsu with Dashiwan. Of course, the anxiety that Bai Ye should have in his heart is still not a lot at all, and he has specially tried various methods. But no matter what method it was, it didn't work anyway. Dashiwan checked it and found nothing wrong. Therefore, Bai Ye pinned his last hope on Dao Zhen, thinking that he might have a chance to break through the current bottleneck. He would think so because Huang Quan had told him that the original intention of Dao Zhen was to strengthen the connection with his love of knives. The ultimate goal is to make the sword a part of the body completely, then the strength will be improved by leaps and bounds. Advertisement and being able to dive into one's own spiritual world is actually just a collateral item, representing the most perfect state. There you can see the world constructed by your inner subconscious mind, so it's called cultivating the heart again. For ninjas, there is no need to cultivate the mind, because few people specialize in a certain weapon like White Fang. Even the 7 ninja swords were basically just the swords in their hands, just as a special weapon. Then you start practicing completely from scratch. You are really planning to stay in the Iron Country for half a year. My recovery speed during this period of time must not stop. The little four's little face was full of melancholy, suggesting that the trauma he had just seen had worsened. After all, the Iron Kingdom is no better than the Oshimaru, and Bai Ye couldn't leave the will as before. It's only half a year. You, an old monster who has lived for hundreds or thousands of years, can be considered a blink of an eye at best. If he could easily learn it, Bai Ye didn't really want to learn it. After all, the skill of swordsmanship was at best the icing on the cake. Bai Ye felt that her current real strength was qualified to become a shinobu, and what she lacked was the number of tasks completed. For example, Kakashi has now become a special Shangnin, and it is estimated that the time to officially become Shangnin is approaching. In addition to Yu and Swift, who took soil and went out to practice, the other friends also became Zhang Ren in advance. Regarding Taito Baya, he felt that the opponent should be able to qualify for the Zhongnan exams that will begin soon this year. As for Bai Ye's own team, although the strength has been greatly improved, the position is still standing still. All right, as long as you can prepare enough meat for me every day. Xiao Si smiled in his heart and said so much, this is actually its main purpose. For it, let alone half a year, even if it drags on for more than 10 years, it doesn't matter. Anyway, as long as you don't take the initiative to attack the enemy, there is still no problem in suppressing the hidden injuries in the body. Otherwise, Xiao Si would have been completely wiped out. This kind of injury has tortured it for hundreds of years, and it has not been successful until now. Chapter 172 Sign up, Junior Brother Baya, just let me go. I promise I won't pick things up again. In the dojo of Mitsui's family, a fat man who was bigger than Bai Ye was walking back crying. It seemed as if it was a demon that was approaching him, and he couldn't resist at all. Brother Bowen, I just learned something again, so you can practice with me again. Bai Ye showed a harmless smile of humans and animals, and followed each other closely, pretending that the two were very close. It has been more than a month since the beginning of the White Knight to reach the Iron Country, and he has almost completely integrated into this environment. The clothes he was wearing now were replaced by the white samurai uniforms of the Mitsui family. However, the specific identity of Bai Ye is a mystery to most people, except for a few people. In the past month or so, you have asked me for advice 231 times, an average of 6 or 7 times a day. Your brother, I really can't stand it anymore, you should change your personal choice. Bowen's eyes were full of regret at this time, that is, his mouth was a bit cheap at the beginning, but the brown candy was stuck and couldn't be shaken off. The situation is like this, Bai Ye was taught by run every day during the first week. After that, just like the other disciples, they mainly focused on training in the largest venue, and occasionally let Yunlai give pointers. The members of the faction to which Mitsui Hisa belonged, seized the opportunity of Bai Ye's order to come and inquire about the reality. Of course, many people are vying for this rare beauty. After spending some price, the little fat guy finally got this opportunity to make merit. Bowen's policy at the time was to deliberately come over and pick things up to get Bai Ye to compete with him, so he could take the opportunity to teach the other party severely and show his muscles. After all, he also saw Bai Ye and run at the time. Although the speed was a bit tricky, he thought it would be okay to spend a little effort to defeat the opponent. Bai Ye was a little bit beyond the blog's expectations, and he didn't expect to easily take the bait when he provoked at will. Not only that, he still didn't know what happened to Bai Ye, and he even gave up the speed advantage, and he had a serious confrontation with himself there. The blog post didn't care about that much at the time. Anyway, he abused the White Knight so badly that he got a good deal. Advertisement he estimated that he would come a few more times, and he would understand how powerful he was when the night came, so that it would be easier to ask questions again. As a result, Bai Ye once again did something unexpected for the blog post, and it didn't take long for him to be alive again. As if he wasn't the one who was injured just now, he specifically ran over to challenge the blog post again. Although the blog post was a little unclear at the beginning, he still abused Bai Ye with great pleasure. But when this happened several times a day, the heart of the blog inevitably appeared a little irritable and even suspected that Bai Ye was a tremor. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. To this day, the blog post was completely destroyed by Bai Ye, and for the first time he gave a cry of rejection. From Bai Ye's perspective, he didn't even know the messy housework at Mitsui's family. After all, this kind of relatively private matter is not suitable for disclosure to outsiders, let alone Bai Ye is still a ninja. Bai Ye challenged the blog for the first time, but it was really because the opponent's mouth was too stinky. Because Bai Ye came here to practice the sword technique, in order to further comprehend the sword zen, so he did not take advantage of his own speed. The result was a miserable defeat, but Bai Ye found that she had learned a lot from it. Since it was not easy to bother run, Bai Ye decided to use the blog post as his own whetstone, and it was unrelenting in using it. As long as you feel that your previous comprehension is thoroughly understood, you will immediately launch the next challenge. Bai Ye's strength also lost quickly from the beginning, and now he can fight the opponent for a long time before losing. The reason why Bowen suddenly chose to reject Bai Ye today, apart from being very upset by being harassed, is that he also felt the speed of Bai Ye's terror. From the beginning of the little rookie with many flaws, he has grown up to now and must do his best to solve the opponent. Therefore, the blog also understands that if this situation continues, it will be sooner or later that you lose. If this happened suddenly one day, then one's own face would be completely lost. You must know that Bai Ye is still the first rookie in everyone's eyes, and the only one who has played against him is Run and Bowen. Only the two of them can understand the horror of Bai Ye. If the other people's first impression is to be completely reversed, it is estimated that they will have to fight once in person. Don't make trouble, there are so many times. Obviously, the details are made up casually. Bai Ye showed an innocent expression, he was not familiar with others, and this just right whetstone could not be let go. Advertisement. As for the reason for the unfamiliarity, besides Bai Ye himself was too lazy to waste time making friends, there was also his exaggeration of blog posts. Those who don't know the truth all think that Bai Ye's performance during this period of time is purely to deliberately disgust the other party. But to be able to choose to be beaten every day for this kind of trivial matter, this is simply a complete perverted lunatic. Let other people quickly detour when they see Bai Ye, for fear that a look in their eyes will provoke them and stick to themselves again. Haha, what? I suddenly remembered that the registration for next year's competition has already started. And after all, there are only 3 days. In order to prevent forgetting, I need to register now. Seeing that Bai Ye still followed closely, Bowen flashed a flash of light in his mind, turned around and immediately fled towards the door. After making up my mind to leave this time, I won't be here for the next few days, so I must take a sick leave. And sincerely hope that Bai Ye can find a new hapless person in these few days, so that he will be relieved. It's time to sign up. That's a good relationship, I'll go with you. After Bai Ye heard what the blog post said, she became even tighter and continued to chase after her. Because Run was absent from business today, Bai Ye thought about it and chose to follow it. He was also afraid that he would forget to sign up, so he felt that it would be better to solve it directly. But Bowen's words didn't think so at all. He felt that he had already left the dojo, and the other party didn't let him go. What a sin is this? I shouldn't go to join in the excitement at the beginning. I didn't even mention the benefits, and it made me almost nervous. Okay, don't pull it, can't I take you with me? The blog post showed an expression of impossibility and moved slowly towards the destination like a walking dead. And the little friend who had a good relationship with him was watching from a distance with a sympathetic expression on his face. Because of Bai Ye's crazy behavior, as long as they saw each other in the dojo, they didn't dare to get too close to Bowen, fearing that they would be implicated. At the same time, I secretly rejoiced in my heart. Fortunately, they were all a little moved at the time because of the fierce robbing of the blog. Chapter 173 Conflict. I said, I am obviously only 9 years old now, why am I classified into the juvenile group? Originally, Bai Ye learned from Runa that the registration time was this year, so he felt a little refreshed. As a result, the operation of the staff really made him panic, and eventually something he didn't want to see happened. That's right, your birthday is January 1st, and it was just 10 years old when the finals were held. The staff responded righteously to Bai Ye and chose to ignore Bai Ye's appeal. No, I actually had my birthday on October 1st, and I accidentally missed a 0 when I filled out the form just now. Seeing that the staff member looked uncomfortable, Bai Ye took back the list he had just handed in, and wanted to change it. Anyway, I just want to see if I can lose it. The pressure to join the junior group is still too much. Bai Ye just learned that the qualifiers will officially start a week later. Run that pit cargo didn't specifically notify him, making him mistakenly think that he still has plenty of time. You know that Bai Ye can't even beat blog posts at present, and there are still many better than blog posts at this age. If it is too memorable, I have met someone who was more powerful recently. Didn't you just say that you are 9 years old? Does your date of birth do not match your age? The staff saw through the loopholes at a glance. He has registered so many contestants here, and it is the first time he has encountered such a top-quality guy as Bai Ye. After all, if you are a native of the country of iron, you know these rules very well. Even if you want to cheat, it is impossible to do it directly in full view like Bai Ye. I said, Junior brother Bai, stop making trouble, you will be disqualified for playing tricks. Bowen was stunned by Bai Ye's operation, and he hurriedly called out to stop him after he recovered. It wasn't that he had been in love with Bai Ye for a long time, but it was really embarrassing, and the eyes of many people around had gathered. Bowen and Bai Ye are wearing the same samurai suit at this time, and a discerning person knows they're together. This made him want to pretend not to know him, so he had to find a way to persuade the other party to end the farce as soon as possible. Advertisement. Bai Ye was also entangled for a while. If it weren't for the top 32 rewards, it might have helped him. Then he wouldn't want to do such a shameful thing at this time. No matter how thick his face is, there are limits. What are you? The Mitsui family is so hungry that they don't choose food. No matter what garbage is collected. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When Bai Ye was about to admit his fate, a discordant voice suddenly came from the rear, attracting everyone's attention. If you don't want to sign up, just get out. Didn't you see that there are so many people queuing here? The person who made the sound didn't know when he had come to the front, and suddenly made a move to push both the unsuspecting Bai Ye and stunned. Then he flicked his robe and started to take the form and quickly fill in his information. Ag Yanagita, I warn you not to go too far. Although Bowen felt a little ashamed of standing with Bai Ye before, he didn't feel angry about it. And this person suddenly appeared and pushed the two of them away, making him really annoyed. If he didn't say anything, he would lose face of the entire Mitsui family. Yeah, this isn't Mr. Bowen, I'm so sorry, I didn't expect that it was you who stood with this insane person. After Ag made a hateful voice in the blog post, he pretended to find out who the other party was. The irony in his words became speechless. It looked like he had deliberately used Bai Ye as an excuse to run over to provoke him. Bai Ye, who didn't know the truth, had a dumbfounded expression, and vowed that he had never seen this person. As soon as the other party appeared, he started looking for things frantically, making him secretly guess whether he was lying down innocently. After all, Bai Ye's behavior seemed shameful, but it took more than 10 seconds in total. Obviously it is such a short time, and obviously it cannot be the real reason. HMPH, you guys are defeated, our chosen disciple is better than your crooked melons. The blog post is not to be outdone, no matter how powerful, it can't be weaker than the other party. You have the ability to go to the duel with me, what's the point of nonsense here? AG understood that the blog post was about the last big competition, and he wanted to say something to refute, but the other party was telling the truth that everyone knew. Advertisement: the Yanagita family, who was originally ranked third, has been, and it has been going on for decades. Until the sudden rise of the last run, they were caught off guard, and eventually fell to fourth with a slight gap. From then on, Liangza of the two families was settled. In fact, it was mainly because the Yanagita family was unbalanced in their hearts. At first, they were mocking and mocking there, and the Mitsui family who was behind began to look at each other uncomfortably. However, this situation is considered normal in the Iron Country. In the absence of threats from foreign enemies, humans instinctively like infighting. Although there are more or less contradictions among many families, they still know the proper measures. At present, the strength of the 5 ninja villages is not weaker than that of the Warring States period, and some of them are even stronger. If the Furukawa family rebellion broke out again, then it is very likely that some villages will take the opportunity to make trouble. Being neutral forever and not participating in disputes is to deceive children. In troubled times, a big fist is the only truth. Otherwise, the ninja world would not have been in the chaos of war all the time, and it would be unscrupulous to fight for their own interests. Why don't you speak anymore? You weren't very capable just now. Seeing the blog post, Eiji couldn't speak for a while, and he was secretly refreshed. Since the last big match, both families have secretly collected information about each other. Therefore, each other knows the approximate strength of each other, and the current strength shown by Bowen is definitely not able to beat Eiji. According to the current atmosphere, if the blog post agrees and loses, it is not just him who is embarrassed, even the Mitsui family will be forced to take it together. Don't say that I don't give a chance, since you dare not alone, then bring the guy next to you on it. Even if he had already earned enough face, Eiji still refused to let him go, and once again pulled Shiroya in. Bai Ye was also helpless when he heard it. The other party wanted to find trouble with the Mitsui family, but he didn't want to worry about pretending to be an ostrich. After all, it is impossible to have any sense of belonging to Mitsui's White Knight. As for the other party to mock him at first, Quan regards it as a dog barking. Entering the White Knight of bombarding the subject again, I subconsciously looked at the blog post, wanting to see what the other party meant. At present, the most uncomfortable thing is the blog post. As long as he wants to do a fight, Bai Ye doesn't mind being with him. It's the love of the pair training that has been so long. Chapter 174 2-1, Compared, Who is Afraid of Whom? On the surface, the blog post was very hard-hearted, but underneath his heart secretly groaned. He dragged himself in front of him, mainly because he wanted to see if his family was nearby. As long as you are lucky to have a stronger presence than the other party, then all problems will not be a problem. As a result, after waiting for a long time, no one came forward, and Eiji said that again, and the face of the confidentiality family would be lost. For the families of the Iron Kingdom, face is their only pursuit now. Then please move. Eiji put the 5 fingers of his right hand together and spread it forward, making a move to let the other party take the lead. The blog post didn't say much, and went to the forefront to lead the way. A large crowd of onlookers also followed behind the 3, looking very interested in the next fight. White Knight, you can play whatever you want in the dojo, but this time you have to use your full strength, otherwise, don't ask me to practice. On the way forward, Bowen got close to Bai Ye's ear and began to mutter. He felt that as long as he was directly restrained by himself, Bai Ye would interfere with speed on the sidelines, and the winning side was actually quite large. That's what you said, so don't regret it then. By the way, the strength of that guy makes me prepared. Bai Ye originally wanted to deal with it casually, and by the way, feel the feel of playing against other people. But seeing that Bowen had sold himself in order to win, he put away that mentality and prepared to do his best without revealing his identity. Let's put it this way, in the last big competition I was eliminated in the middle and late stages, and E.2 almost squeezed into the top 32. However, it has been almost 3 years now, and I am not sure if the opponent has hidden strength during this period of time. Regarding strength, it is not easy to describe directly, so the blog chose to take the big comparison as an example. One thing he is more worried about right now is that Eiji doesn't know how much strength he hides. It would be even more embarrassing if both of them lose together. Advertisement: in fact, Bowen himself rarely uses his whole cards, just to avoid being targeted by opponents when the game is critical. This hidden strength has become the norm in the Iron Nation. 3 years after each competition, many people will practice some new tricks. I don't know what you are talking about. I haven't participated in or watched the big competition. At present, Bai Ye still has no image concept in his mind, only knowing that the other party should be much better than the blog post. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As for how big the gap is between the middle and late stages to the final stage, I have to wait and see for myself. At this time, AG had been regarded as a false target by Bai Ye, and he wanted to be at least stronger than the opponent if he wanted to get into the top 32. Which ravine did you get out of by the big brother? Is this really your first time participating in the competition? No wonder you would make such a shameful move before. Bowen looked at Bai Ye with the expression of looking at the alien. His 3 views have been refreshed by this guy. There was a weirdness everywhere on his body, and there was nothing like a warrior should have. If you haven't figured out a countermeasure yet, I can give you an hour to think about it. After arriving at the destination, AG saw that Shiroya and Bowen were still whispering there, and couldn't help but start talking aggressively. Although he has confidence in his own strength, he is also afraid that the other party will think of a good way, and he will be really embarrassed when the car rolls over. The place where they are staying now is a huge square. Every 10 meters or so, there is a 10 meter by 10 meter ring. Of course, this is only on the outermost periphery. There are still many bigger arenas inside, leaving more room for people to watch. And what Bai Ye and the others currently chose was a 20 meter by 20 meter ring that was slightly closer to the inside. These arenas were built by the Baidao family. At present, it is for the various families to have a place to resolve conflicts. To prevent the backlog of contradictions, which will eventually cause domestic turbulence when they break out. Don't cry when you lose. After Bowen was urged by AG for a while, he didn't continue to say more, and easily jumped to the top of the ring with a little toe. In order to highlight his strength, Yinger Xiang appeared on the opposite side of the blog with a flash. Advertisement. This hand is also really beautiful, causing many onlookers to shrink their pupils, and with their dynamic vision, they can only see an afterimage. Hey, if you have any requirements, you can mention it first, and the provincial ones won't admit it after they lose. A smile appeared at the corner of AG's mouth, and when he was about to enjoy the exclamations, there was a sound that made him creepy. AG, who was frightened, quickly turned to the left for nearly 120 degrees, then made a sudden force on his feet and jumped directly to the edge of the ring. Under this operation, many cracks were stamped on the stone slab where he was originally standing. Obviously, he was frightened that the control of power became imperfect. It was only after AG stopped his figure that he could see clearly. Suddenly behind him was the white knight that was still below. Because AG focused his attention on Bowen, he didn't notice how Shiroya came to him. The exclamation just now was not for AG, but for Bai Ye, who had a more spooky figure. Regarding Bai Ye's movements, many people didn't even see the afterimages. It was as if they were teleported in the air. Well, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you don't want to be repaired, give me up quickly. Bowen's chubby face smiled like a chrysanthemum when he saw this scene. Bai Ye's operation made him feel uncomfortable. This is actually a plan that Bai Ye had discussed with the blog before. First, the blog was to attract AG's attention, and Bai Ye took the opportunity to detour behind the other party as quickly as possible. Judging from the results, the implementation was perfect. With AG's current hideous face, his mentality was obviously messed up. In a formal battle, there is a high possibility that you will become a little eager for quick success and quick gains, which will easily cause some flaws. With the speed of White Knight, it should not be so easy to escape the capture of E2 in the following. After all, as long as you focus on the blog post, you can see the specific action. Good, good. I want to see how good you two can be. AG lost such a big face at the beginning, and his emotions became a little out of control. Staring fiercely at Bai Ye, I wanted to get rid of the culprit first. After AG showed this posture, a few masters secretly touched the edge of the ring and focused their attention on him. This secret person was specially arranged by the Baidao family to protect the safety of those who are more than fighting. Otherwise, it would be funny if someone hits a real fire and causes the opponent to die tragically. Chapter 175 AG. Boom. AG used all his strength at the beginning, and he stepped on the edge of the ring and collapsed. The tip of the knife hanging down on the right hand pulled out a slender drag mark on the ground, rushing away from the White Knight. When he chose to fight against Bai Ye, he still had his own considerations, and he didn't completely dazzle his head. AG felt that Shiraya's speed was particularly troublesome, even if he was completely unaware of it just because of carelessness. In addition, because of the sudden appearance of Bai Ye, the intelligence is also very inadequate, making him mistakenly believe that Bai Ye's strength is stronger than the blog post. Your opponent should be me. What, do you want to bully the newcomer first? Bowen had been staring at AG's movements, and at the moment the opponent moved, he also shot at the same time. In the middle of the road, he swung a knife to cut AG off, still not forgetting to say something to stimulate him. Bowen will not let Bai Ye fight AG head-on, so that he completely loses his speed advantage. Why are you so annoying? AG tried to escape several times, but he was forcibly stopped by Bowen with an intensive attack. Although AG's strength is much stronger than Bowen, it is not strong enough to completely ignore the opponent's attack. After Bai Ye stopped AG for him, Bai Ye also started to act. The figure keeps flashing around the ring, and has not yet launched a formal attack. This also made AG had to allocate a part of his energy to lock in the movement of Bai Ye. As a result, he is currently only fighting with the blog post, and he is unable to achieve good results for a while. Eiji, it seems that you have not grown at all in the past 3 years. I have already caught up with you in strength. At this time, the blog only feels that he can compete with someone who is much better than himself, and has a sense of unspeakable pleasure. The harassment on the lips is also constant, always thinking of ways to disturb the opponent's mind, to create opportunities for Bai Ye to attack. Eiji's current defense is too good, and he can't find a good place to intervene at the level of White Knight. Therefore, Bai Ye did not attack rashly, and felt that it would be better to be there to put pressure on him all the time. Advertisement. After all, one shot will reveal one's true level, and it will be difficult to rely on the pressure on the other side as it is now. Do you just run around? Eiji became more and more disgusted by Shiraya. Whenever he wanted to make a heavy hand on the blog, the opponent would deliberately get closer to force him to give up and continue the attack. Eiji has already regretted the battle against the two at once, and the development of the plot is completely different from what he imagined. Read more at hotmtl novel.zi. Who is this man? How come I have never heard of his name at such a fast speed? Compared to this, I want to know why he hasn't shot yet. How many good opportunities for offense have been missed? Does he want to hone his fellow students? That's why he suppressed Yanagita's people in this way. Among the onlookers, many people were confused. Among them, some high-level guys are explaining and analyzing to others. During this period of time, they found many flaws in Ying'er's knife skills, which is very suitable for the White Knight to cut into the attack. As a result, Bai Ye knew to turn around, leaving these flaws alone. This intention was really unpredictable. Except for the blog post, all the estimates present were deceived by Bai Ye's speed, and no one thought that his insights on swordsmanship were actually bad. Eiji even vaguely wanted Bai Ye to give him a good time. This style of play was really too awkward. Bai Ye said that he was also desperate. He had heard many flaws pointed out by the onlookers, but he couldn't find even one. Moreover, these flaws were just a matter of a moment, and they would have been missed when they heard it. The only thing that feels great is the blog post. I can't wait to fight for 3 days and 3 nights like this. You two bastards, you forced me to use it. You originally wanted to hide from the big Bai. After Eiji tried to push the blog back a bit, he quickly inserted the blade back into the scabbard. At the same time, his eyes narrowed slightly, as sharp as an eagle eye, causing bursts of chill to rise behind the person being followed, and the whole person exuded a powerful aura. As this trick, there were some knowledgeable presences in the audience, and they had vague guesses about Eiji's current posture. Bowen also had a tingling scalp at this time. As Yanagita's opponent, he recognized Eiji's moves at a glance. He began to take the initiative to control his figure to retreat, and the palm of his hand holding the knife also shed a lot of sweat. Advertisement. Although Bai Ye was a little unclear about the reason, she also started to retreat after learning the blog post, and she was a little wary in her heart. Secret skills. Chasing stars. Eiji's preparation time was just an instant, and he disappeared after uttering the word secret skill. Following the falling of the word, chasing star, everyone suddenly discovered that he had appeared behind the White Knight that was supposed to be behind him instead of the blog post in front. The figure of Eiji reappeared, still maintaining the same posture as before, with his right hand still resting on the hilt of the scabbard, as if he hadn't pulled out at all. It seems that I was careless too. Bai Ye did not expect that Eiji's speed would suddenly increase, causing him to only come and block the sword in front of his chest, unable to dodge and avoid. The speed at which the opponent exploded at this moment, Bai Ye estimated that he should have caught up with the speed after he opened his life. Moreover, the speed of the knife is faster, and Bai Ye can only see a rough idea, and the blocking movements are all instinctive reactions of the body. To avoid this blow perfectly, Bai Ye had to use 8-door Dunjia in advance. It's beyond my expectation that you can block, but unfortunately you haven't been able to fight with you normally. Eiji turned around slowly, said such a sentence when passing by Shiroya, and continued to walk in the direction of Bowen while holding the knife. The Zanpaku knife that Bai Ye blocked in front of his chest suddenly broke apart after the opponent left, and straight into the ring. A wound from the shoulder to the waist appeared on his chest, dyeing the snow-white samurai uniform with blood. At the same time, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ye, holding up his body that was slowly falling forward. Big brother. Seeing that Bai Ye had suffered such a serious injury, Bowen didn't have any intentions to compete. After seeing Run suddenly appeared, he ran over faster. Don't look at me like that, I didn't kill me, otherwise I would have been stopped by someone. When Eiji saw the sudden appearance of Run's heart, he suddenly explained that he didn't want to compete with the other party. This injury, I'm afraid you deliberately controlled it, just to prevent Bai Ye from participating in the next preliminaries. Although Yun's tone was calm, the content made Yinger's scalp numb, for fear that the other party would be troubled by it. Chapter 176 Shortcut. How could Eiji do this kind of thing? Jun, it's a common thing to get hurt by the fight. When Eiji had no idea how to answer, another 15 or 16-year-old boy appeared on the ring. This person is Yanagita Nobuhiro, the heir of the Yanagita family. Like Jun, he quickly rushed here after receiving the news, putting down his things. That's right, Mitsui family won't be unable to lose. Seeing that his backer had arrived, Eiji was no longer afraid that Jun would attack him, and his tone became arrogant. He had just deliberately injured Bai Ye like this, and his goal was also guessed. In Eiji's view, Bai Ye, a kid who didn't know where he came from, may not be very strong, but it may affect next year's ranking. After all, the strength of the Yanagita family and the Mitsui family are almost the same, and some inconspicuous combat power may rewrite the final outcome. In this way, Eiji reveals that his new trick is not at a loss, and he can vent his suffocated breath by the way. You'd better pray not to be in the same group with me in the preliminaries. Seeing that there was no chance to take advantage, Run didn't make more stops, and hurried home quickly after carrying White Knight. After Bowen hummed, he followed Run's back. He was quite worried about Bai Ye's physical condition. It's gone. I thought the heirs of these two families would pinch it. Don't dream. They are not stupid. The competition is about to begin. How can they expose their specific strength? That is, if you exert your full strength, you will expose your whole cards, and waterproofing will lose face. It is completely thankless. Many people see Jun and Shiniro leave separately, and still have some regrets in their hearts. If the two can fight together, it would be absolutely wonderful. However, anyone with a discerning eye knows that this is simply impossible. As long as they are confident to get a good ranking, they will basically be in public for at least 1 year. Unless there is a big gap between the goal of the battle and his own strength, he will not reveal anything if he is confident, just like Run just deliberately wanted to teach Eiji. Afterwards, most of the onlookers dispersed, and only a small part of it went to other arena where competitions existed to stop and watch. Big brother, how is the situation with Bai Ye? After returning to Mitsui's residence, Bowen specifically asked about Bai Ye. Advertisement. When he was on the road, the blog was a bit wanting to ask, but he was stopped by Yun's eyes, making him a little unclear. Now that they have returned to their own territory, there are basically very few outsiders walking around here, and Bowen feels that he should be able to choose to ask questions. I'm fine, and the injury looks scary. Seeing Bowen's question, Bai Ye didn't continue to pretend to be dead, and broke free from Run's back. You are still a little too cautious, so you have to at least fit into the house. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Run shook his head helplessly. If someone saw him, he would have been in a white back for a long time. Then what's the matter with these bloodstains? Could it be that the Yanagita family co-acted a play with us? Bowen looked at Bai Ye's okay appearance, and couldn't help reaching out his hand to touch the place where he had just been chopped down. He could only feel that the skin here was extremely smooth, it didn't look like he had been injured at all, and a big scene was automatically made up in his mind. The wounds are all real, but Bai Ye's body is quite special, with strong self-healing ability. Run did not lie, and directly told the other party that people with special physiques are actually quite common. He deliberately deceived those outsiders just for the consideration of Bai Ye's next pre-selection. In this way, the first few games should be easier to play. This physique is really convenient. Isn't it related to your physique that your speed is so fast? There was a look of envy in Bowen's eyes, and the hands that had been slapped by Bai Ye couldn't help touching it. What do you think it is? Bai Ye didn't continue to say anything, it was pretty good to be able to tell the other party about his self-healing ability. Okay, don't ask, go and train yourself, I have something to discuss with Bai Ye. After entering his mansion, Run interrupted the words that Bowen wanted to continue to inquire. Really, I don't want to ask for less meat, so I don't like you being the chief. Seeing Run leaving quickly with Bai Ye, Bowen couldn't help but mutter. Of course, this is just his casual complaint. Choosing a supporter for such an important matter will definitely integrate all aspects of the situation. On the other hand, Hyundai Bai Ye left in the direction of the bathhouse, and it seemed that he was ready to talk in it. Do you feel anything about Eiji's cut just now? Advertisement. Bai Ye was to wash away the blood stains on his body, and Run didn't know how to wash his body at this time. Quick, it's unreasonably fast, how did this speed explode? Bai Ye's bathing face was faintly solemn, and he really couldn't figure out how Eiji did it. In fact, for a samurai, all the secret skills and other unique tricks are mainly based on this. Quote. I can't say it very clearly. There is indeed a feeling that cannot be described in words. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Bai Ye couldn't help but shine when he heard Run say that this kind of cultivation method couldn't be more suitable. The pain caused by the injury is just commonplace for him, and he doesn't care how many knives he will suffer if he wants to master it thoroughly. Fortunately at present, Dai Yuan's life and death calamities should not be encountered. After all, most of the forces in the ninja world are closely watching Wuyin village. After Bai Ye heard Yun's words, she fell into memories, and found that she had a strange feeling, but she couldn't completely hold it in her hand. It was not until Jun saw Eiji's actions, coupled with Bai Ye's own resilience, that he decided to try and see if he could take a shortcut. Is that okay? Isn't that as long as I get a few more shots? The most worrying thing is that if Madara's heir is still bringing dirt, then whether Shiraya has the ability to prevent this from happening. I don't know the specific cultivation method. After all, this is a secret technique developed by the Yanagita family. It's fine if you have it. Didn't you ask me about the sword Zen? Eiji's trick is to comprehend it only after making achievements in this area. The time of the three wars is getting closer and closer. In order to pursue strength, Bai Ye is getting more and more ruthless to herself. The speed that the opponent showed at the beginning was clearly far from Bai Ye. In fact, Run had arrived long ago, and Eiji's last star chaser was also stopped by him. Just because Run knew Bai Ye's approximate abilities, he specifically asked him to take the knife with his body to see if he could understand what he could learn from it. When Bai Ye asked Run about this earlier, he just replied that it was not time to know. But the point is not this. Have you noticed the connection between the opponent and the knife? Quote. Otherwise, as long as he prepares in advance, he is still sure to avoid this trick. Chapter 177 Research Results of -1. Don't make trouble. This can only point you to the general direction at best, and it depends mainly on your own comprehension. If it is so easy, everyone will find someone to cut himself off. Anyway, as long as you have a good sense of measure, you won't die. Quote. Run silently rolled his eyes. This way of perception is occasionally used according to some special circumstances, and masters are not so good to train. Run felt that it was feasible to do so, and one more thing was because Bai Ye had been practicing knives there since he was a child. Although the training method may not be very good, if you do it for a long time, you will theoretically lay a good foundation, and there is only an opportunity to guide it. Moreover, according to the situation of a normal samurai, as long as the talent is not too bad, this sage can more or less feel the connection between himself and the sword. That's why Yun chose to try this way. Otherwise, it would be difficult for someone who has never touched a knife to get a sense of what he has cut for a year. It's okay. Anyway, I've decided. If I can increase my growth rate a little bit, it's a little bit. After Bai Ye finished washing her body, she comfortably soaked in the warm water, thinking about the next arrangement. The timing of the knife also needs to be carefully considered, otherwise it will affect the usual normal training and the gain will not be worth the loss. You can take care of this by yourself. By the way, since your original knife is broken, you can pick one from our armory and use it first. Run see that Bai Ye's attitude is so resolute, so he doesn't want to persuade him, but he has a lot of people who are looking for feeding and recruiting. It is rare to see living people. After confirming this, Yun suddenly remembered that Shiraya's knife had been cut off in front of him. Then you have to change one as soon as possible and get used to it. The preliminaries are about to start. Yunwei chose to let Bai Ye's knife break, mainly because Bai Ye's current level is low, and he has not established any connection with his sword. Even if it is changed temporarily, it will have an impact, but it is still within the controllable range. Big brother Run, there is no need to give me a special one. Bai Ye has used the Zanpaku for so many years, and has long understood some of its characteristics. When he left before, he specially brought back the other half of the blade so that it would automatically recover after a short period of time. Advertisement. Dashi Maru also used the past to study it. It was not clear what Bai Ye had been researched specifically, and the other party didn't tell him. It's okay. Don't mind if there are no good things in the arsenal. If you have a chance to enter the top 32, you can pick a suitable knife and use it for a lifetime. The one Shang Run is using now is the prize he got last year. So he can feel the difference between the prize knife and some ordinary knives. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I don't mean this. The knife I use is also specially made and has the ability to recover on its own. Seeing that Yun wanted to say something, Bai Ye interrupted quickly. After changing the knife, he was afraid that he would be really useless. His main abilities are all pinned on the Zanpaku knife, that is, all the famous knives of the country of iron are given to him, and he will not change it. Can be repaired. It should be similar to the effect of a decapitating knife. You ninjas love to study strange places. Jun didn't expect Shiraya's sword to have this effect, and the Iron Kingdom rarely made this kind of sword, which was completely different from the research direction of the ninja. Okay, let's not talk about this. You will teach me how to increase the strength of the knife when you have time. I don't want my knife to be cut again. Bai Ye didn't really want to continue talking about Zanpaku, so she got up and prepared to go outside. For the samurai, how to inject his chakra into the sword is also particular, and Shiraya is still at the initial stage. He is very experienced in how to use the Zanpaku after the initial solution, and the Zanpaku, which is still in a shallow hitting state, has his eyes blackened. The things I learned in the previous month were also about moves, and I didn't learn how to make the knife sharper or harder. Otherwise, as long as the Zanpaku continued before Bai Ye, it would actually be considered as blocking Agee's attack. Why are you in such a hurry? You can't do this thing overnight. It was obvious that Run had some wrong estimation of Bai Ye's thoughts, and quickly got up and chased after him. My disciple is really interesting. In a dark laboratory, Dashi Maru looked at the masterpiece he had researched, and his face also showed a happy expression. The place he is staying now is not the base where he usually stays with Bai Ye and the others. Advertisement. However, the instruments placed around them were very similar to those in the base, and there were many more that Bai Ye had never seen before. For this thing, Dashimaru had disappeared for more than a month, and the red bean was temporarily placed on the border of the water country for training. Due to the emergence of White Knight, Dashimaru is much busier than in the original work, and a lot of experimental items have been added. Now that he has initially succeeded, he is ready to recall the red beans and let the other party be the first tester. However, because of some new ideas, he has no plans to change his body for the time being, and he is theoretically still in his prime at this period. After Dashi Maru failed many times in secret, he finally managed to make a copy today. As for the effect, he has not tested it. It seems it's time to go back. I don't know how this fellow Hongdu is doing. I understand that my thinking has always been bad. The raw material of Zanpaku is not a rare metal, it is actually forged with soul power as the raw material. What Bai Ye didn't know was that because of the influence he had caused over the years, an existence that had been hidden in the dark had also begun to make some layouts. At that time, according to the specific data, we will look at where we need to make adjustments. It wasn't until she saw Xiao Si who was brought back by Bai Ye that Dashi Wan suddenly reacted. Regarding non-corpse reincarnation, Dashiwan is almost completely perfected. Some animals like the cells that had been injected into the White Knight and successfully survived were all secretly transferred to this place. At this time, what was placed in front of Oshimaru was a knife that was very similar to the Zanpaku knife that Bai Ye was holding. Among them, the animal with a small hollow on its chest had already expanded to the size of the mouth of the bowl. Regarding the research on Zanpo Dao, he had taken action from the very beginning. However, at the very beginning, Dashimaru couldn't understand the material of the Zanpaku Sword at all, and couldn't figure out how Bai Ye used it to unleash various abilities. As the White Knight keeps flapping its wings, the trajectory of the world deviates further and further. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. In some places on their body surface, white matter produced when the White Knight is vacant also appeared, and some of them looked like exposed bones. Chapter 178 Start of Preliminaries. At best, I can only put you into the weaker group of seated players, and the rest is mainly on your own. Run patted Bai Ye on the shoulder, and then left here alone. Bai Ye, what is the relationship between you and the big brother? You actually opened the back door for you. Bowen looked at the direction where Run was leaving, stabbed Bai Ye with his arm. His curiosity made him want to scratch his head. Does this still need anything to do? Obviously because of my talents, I can't bear to be buried. Bai Ye raised her brows, and said these words shamelessly, without the realization that she was still a good dish. After a week's time, the division of the pre-selection group has already been settled. Each age group is divided into 32 groups, among which the scheduled seed players are generally the top 32 of the previous session. If there is one who enters the next age group because of age, or for some special reasons, he didn't participate in the competition. Then it will be selected from the last 64 to ensure that each group has at least one seeded player. The rest of the people will be directly assigned to all groups immediately. The 24 group that Bai Ye currently belongs to is one of the theoretically weakest seed players. The blog post just happened to be assigned immediately, and it has nothing to do with Run. In this competition, there are a total of 3,982 people in the juvenile group, with an average of 124 or 125 people in each group. With so many people in each group, for the remaining 4 months, they would fight with others almost every day. Until the last time everyone has handed in, the ranking of each group will be arranged according to the number of wins and the relationship between wins and losses. Then the top 2 in each group will advance to the top 64 to participate in the next round of competition. To determine the strongest 32 people, they need to wait until the stipulated time to conduct a duel under the eyes of everyone. This is basically a fixed process for each big comparison, and it rarely happens that the rules are changed. Don't lose in the first round, otherwise you will never have a chance to advance to the next round. The blog post looked at Bai Ye a little speechlessly, feeling that the other party's heart was too big. Advertisement. He admits that Bai Ye's potential is great, but no matter how great it is only potential. In terms of strength, the opponent is currently not as good as himself. Bowen has no confidence in himself to advance, but just wants to get a good ranking and contribute to the overall ranking of the family. Don't worry, the guy the first played against is not very strong. If I lose, I might as well take a piece of tofu and kill him. Every day's matchup table would be announced the night before, and Bai Yezhao learned about the strength of his opponent from Run's mouth. He is currently assigned to the 31st round in the morning, but there is still some time before the official start of the battle. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bai Ye came here so early on purpose, just to identify the venue, and he would choose to get stuck in the future battles. He also needs to spend a lot of time to hone himself, otherwise he will encounter a card that cannot be beaten and rolls over. So even if the strength is greatly increased at the end of the preliminaries, there is no use of the power to enter the next round. Have you forgotten that the last big brother was also pretending to be a pig and a tiger? Being weak on the surface doesn't mean being really weak. Seeing Bai Ye's conceited look, Bowen couldn't help but shook his head. The strength of the last run, but the people were divided into the weakest group, jokingly called the send-off boy. At the beginning, Jun also pretended to be weak in cooperation, and every time he seemed to win with good luck. As a result, without everyone noticing, he only deliberately lost to the hot-seated player once and advanced to the second place. It will make people totally unaware of the difference, because the specific score will not be announced before the end, so generally only the person concerned will know his detailed situation. There is also one more point, the specific battle situation in the preliminary rounds is only for the examiner to see. In addition, under Run's deliberate control, those who lost to him would not take the initiative to talk about his information. Therefore, no one has been investigating the recent intelligence about Run, and it was too late when he was noticed. At that time, he had already successfully killed the top few as a dark horse. The opponent's encounter did not have time to study the means to deal with it, instead, Run was groping out many combat plans based on the existing intelligence. Maybe I can become the dark horse of this year. Bai Ye shrugged, showing a look that he didn't care about the reminder of the blog post, and the other party twisted his head with a little emotion. Bai Ye has so much confidence in herself, but it also stems from Eiji's trick of chasing stars. He hadn't thought about using the power of Bamandunjia, just because he was afraid that some sharp-eyed people would notice something. But after discovering that the speed of the original samurai could be so fast, Bai Ye's mind came back to life. Advertisement. Since others can improve their speed by certain tricks, he can also disguise the 8 doors Dunjia. Run also went to help Bai Ye research together, and came up with some decent moves. To ensure that the possibility of sudden defeat in the White Knight's preliminaries is greatly reduced, and you can have more time to hone your sword skills. I don't bother to care about you, I'll go to the competition first. Bowen rolled his eyes. Bai Ye's narcissistic look really made him unbearable, and just took this opportunity to slip away. I really want to know how you will look when you find out that you can't beat me. A playful smile appeared on Bai Ye's face, looking forward to the next development. After losing to Bowen for more than a month, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Since becoming a ninja, Shiraya really hasn't been defeated so many times. It feels like he has been possessed by dirt. Hey, you will be my next opponent. It's a good start. I'll be disabled in the first game. Leaning against the wall alone in Bai Ye, when he closed his eyes and rested his mind, a discordant voice suddenly came into his ears. In order to pretend to be weak, Bai Ye deliberately wrapped his upper body with bandages. As long as someone with a little better information, he could hear the news that he was seriously injured by Ag. Hey, it's you. It's said that the boss who lost 81 in a row in the previous session has been admired for a long time. Bai Ye opened his eyes and took a look, and suddenly felt that this person was a little familiar. After a closer look, he discovered that it was his next opponent, named Jun Miyata. Judging from his previous record, this man is the bottom guy, and it is also the reason why Bai Ye didn't think he would lose. Of course, in fact, Jun's record was even worse before he met Dashimaru. Except for someone who would release water when he met his family, all the others lost without exception. So in theory, even if you used to be a fighter among the rookie chickens, you might have a comeback one day. Don't be proud, don't rely on me when you are seriously injured and dead, let's wait and see. Miyata Jun's face flushed a bit by Shiraya's words, and he saw that many people were looking at him with strange eyes. As a result, he didn't dare to stay any longer, leaving a ruthless word and immediately strayed away. Although this kind of record is quite common, after all, there is always a group of people to come to the bottom in no competition, but it is a bit shameful to be said out loud in public. Chapter 179 Miyata Jun's Battle Plan. Hey, such a good person is rare, and he has to come over to give us points with a severely injured body. Who said no? Brothers, when you meet Bai Yejin, you should be gentle. You said, if the wound recurs and you die accidentally, it's someone's responsibility. Look, this guy got up and went in. I really hope he can continue until the end of the qualifiers, otherwise he won't count as points if he retires. The exchanges between Bai Ye and Jun Miyata completely caused everyone who was waiting to start communicating with each other. The topics of communication are also on Shiraya, and no one mentions Miyata Jun who has been losing streak. Even if there was the most, it just sighed that the other party had good luck and could meet the severely injured person Bai Ye in the first scene. If you retire in the White Knight, other people's wins will still increase by 1, but they will no longer be counted in the ranking points. Although it seems useless on the surface, there will be 1 more wins announced to the outside world. In this way, the face will be slightly better, especially for those guys who have no confidence in their own strength, they can all win a game. Brother Bowen, do you think this guy Bai Ye is ill? He is so seriously injured that he still participates in any competitions. Isn't this a hindrance to our family? After Bai Ye entered, the Mitsui family also began to participate in the discussion. In their eyes, Bai Ye has no drama at all, and this kind of bottom-to-last result will only lower the grade of Mitsui's family. You underestimate him. Even if his physical condition is very poor, he can still deal with many existences. You know that Bai Ye's normal strength is much stronger than me. If he is not injured, he can definitely achieve good results. Quote. Regarding this question, the blog post has already thought about the rhetoric, and also deliberately said it out loud so that everyone around him can hear it. In this way, a seed can be planted in the hearts of everyone, so that even if others lose, they will not think too much about it. But, while saying this, the blog post was still frantically motioning his own eyes. It's just that there are still some guys who are not in the Dao, so he can only twist the tender meat on the opponent's waist to forcefully cut off the next words. Advertisement. Brother Bowen, I also know that Bai Ye is very strong, but who knows how many layers are left after he is injured. At this time, a wary guy hurriedly stood up to help make a sound. Although he didn't know the significance of blogging about Bai Ye's strength, he was always right to follow along. When there was a lot of discussion in the lounge, Shiraya and Jun Miyata in the competition venue would immediately start to compete. You should give up. I don't want to bully the disabled. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. After the referee announced the start of the game, Miyata Jun did not choose to do it directly, instead he stretched the distance somewhat vigilantly. Although he knew that Bai Ye should be hurt very badly at the moment, he still inquired that the opponent's original strength should be very strong. So Miyata Jun also said that he was fierce, he was still quite afraid that he would lose to Shiraya, and he was even more afraid that he would be seriously injured as a result. In the qualifiers, the referee can only guarantee that the participants will not die at best. As for the serious injuries that affect the next game, the opponent will not care. In the previous session, Miyata Jun was beaten to a serious injury because of provoking someone else, and then he lost the game until the end of the qualifier. Although his previous record was similarly not good, it was not so bad. So surrendering in time is also a science, which is also one of the elements that Tai Pili needs to examine. When it is time to give up, you need to let it go as soon as possible. Why are you so long-winded? How can you compare? Bai Ye felt that he was really defeated, the other party said so cruelly, but whenever he moved forward, the other party would synchronously step back. If it weren't for the fact that he had to pretend to be seriously injured, he would have increased his speed to catch up. This opponent would have been a bit too good. After chasing a somewhat impatient white knight, he finally decided to use a prepared plan in advance. In the process of moving the body, I used the dark energy to gather towards the chest, and the tip of the tongue was also placed in the teeth at the same time. Puff. After feeling that the strength on his chest was evenly distributed, Bai Ye's teeth bit through the tip of his tongue forcefully, and a mouthful of blood came out from it. Immediately afterwards, at the place where Eiji had been slashed, a lot of blood began to leak out at the same time. In order to pretend that she had been seriously injured and unhealed, Bai Ye had already stuffed a long blood bag under the bandage. This is to simulate the scene where the wound is torn apart again due to strenuous exercise. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, don't you like to chase? Are you chasing one to see? Miyata-jun also didn't expect that Shiraya's injury was much heavier than he thought. Shiraya pretended to be sad and angry, and pointed at Miyata-jun and shouted loudly. The referee felt that he couldn't stand it anymore, so he couldn't help but persuade Shiroya. At first sight, Jun Miyata had nothing to expect. In order to achieve the real effect of the performance, Bai Ye has been vomiting blood there, staining the surrounding ground with blood. Even if I die, don't lose to this shameless guy. Bai Ye's words aroused all interest, making them squeeze to the door regardless of their image, wanting to see if they could hear something interesting. The content is also particularly vague, just to make others associate in some strange aspects. Ahem, Bai Ye, do you want to admit defeat directly? Don't make yourself lose too much blood and have an accident. Although these cluttered discussions were not as loud as Bai Ye's shouts, they were enough for the hearing presence in the door to understand some general content. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. But even if Shiraya pretended to be this way, Miyata-jun still refused to step forward and accept the head. When the referee saw this picture, he was really afraid that people would be killed in the place he supervised. The last accidental death was not known how many years ago. This shout directly penetrated the barrier of the door wall, making everyone who stayed in the lounge hear particularly clearly. This hasn't officially started the battle, just ran around the field a few times at random, and his body looked like he was about to take a break. In that white knight pretending to be dead, he didn't expect at all that there were people who could be so cheap. This voice sounds like the badly injured guy, what happened inside? How can I hear the endless humiliation from it? And the very few old drivers outside did not disappoint Bai Ye, and analyzed a series of unbearable situations with brainstorming. Still hanging from a distance and watching, as if preparing to wait for Bai Ye's blood to drain, it seemed that he was very afraid of the other party's sudden counterattack. Bai Ye continued to shout loudly, just for everyone outside to hear it. Miyata-jun, are you still a man? You did such a disgusting thing to me while I was injured. Chapter 180 Win easily. Damn, I won't take advantage of you, is it necessary to discredit me like that? When Miyata-jun heard some vicious words coming from outside the door, his face became darkened, and the little complacency he had previously disappeared completely without a trace. Just give a refreshing sentence, you can't make it through. Bai Ye looked at the other side provocatively, and occasionally glanced in the direction of the door to exert pressure. The referee reluctantly stretched out his hand to block his own eyes, always feeling that the two players are equally strange. One is a rogue, that is, he refuses to fight head-on and wants to drag the opponent to death. The other was seriously injured and had to continue to hold on, wanting to use this kind of body to kill the opponent. You will be seriously injured and killed, but don't lean on me. After thinking about it for a while, Shun Miyata finally controlled his steps to move in the direction of Shiraya. Some sweat began to appear on the palm of the hand holding the knife, and my heart was still a little nervous. In his cognition, Bai Ye is a very strong existence, and there is always an illusion that he will be killed even in this situation. Seeing that Miyata-jun finally had the courage to come over, Shirito deliberately vomited 2 more blood to show that he was really weak. He just wanted to speed up and rush up, to forcefully kill the opponent, otherwise the blood would be violent if he kept vomiting. Most people have this amount of bleeding, and it is estimated that they have been in shock due to excessive blood loss. Seeing Shiraya's shaky appearance, Miyata-jun was more confident in his heart, and slightly increased the speed of advancement. Carrying his own big knife to bully him forward, he came to smash Washin with a force, and his left hand also held the handle of the knife to increase his power. Seeing this move of Miyata-jun, Shiraya shook his head, and he could see many flaws from it at his own level, and he was sure to cut it in the middle of the moment when the opponent was accumulating power. However, Bai Ye currently pretends to be imaginary, and the other party will choose this powerful, but some cumbersome moves are not wrong. Although Bai Ye had the ability to win the battle directly, he did not choose to do so either. Instead, he continued to pretend to be a little strenuous and raised his right hand, holding the Zanpaku sword across his forehead, hoping to resist this blow. Advertisement. At the moment when the weapons of the two sides were handed over, Shiraya felt the power transmitted from it, and judged that the strength of the other party should belong to the category of AB rank samurai. Miyata-jun's current age of 15 or 16, with this strength is actually quite normal. For most people with average talent, if there is no special opportunity, the upper limit of strength is only B rank samurai or Zongnan. Bai Ye felt that although this strength was not bad, he didn't have much pressure to take it on. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, but in order to pretend to be more in place, Bai Ye also deliberately bounced backwards vaguely, looking like he was smashed into the air by a single move. This scene made Miyata's heart happy, and continued to deceive him, believing that Shiraya should be seriously injured and could not even take a cut of his own. When Bai Ye was slashed out, he inserted the tip of the knife into the ground to stop his retreating figure. Immediately afterwards, he began to shake his body, every time he seemed to dodge Miyata-jun's sword moves dangerously and dangerously. He spurts blood on the opponent's face from time to time, and even if it is not good to fight back, he will feel sick to the opponent. Bai Ye did this not only to pretend to be injured, but also for a more important purpose, to take advantage of this time to observe the opponent's swordsmanship. The time he spent concentrating on this technique was too short, and he had very few targets. This daily qualifier is also the best time for White Knight to improve his vision. As long as the opponent is not strong enough that he can't control the situation at all, he will choose to delay as much as possible. Until I feel that I can't learn anything useful from it, then I will start a formal counterattack. At this time, Miyata-jun had already cut his eyes red, and there was only one thought left in his heart, that is, even if it was just a little bit of the blade to the White Knight. Except for the first cut, he couldn't even touch the opponent's hair. In particular, Bai Ye seemed to be crumbling, but it was able to dodge all attacks with great precision. One cut. After letting me cut one, I will admit defeat. Shun Miyata swung his knife to a certain degree, and forgot that he was still in the game at this time. Bai Ye heard a question mark in his forehead, and he obviously didn't do anything. Why did this kid suddenly go crazy? He couldn't feel Miyata-jun's at all, and every time he almost felt a little bit of a grieved feeling. Advertisement. It's like you are a little close to reaching the peak every time, and your girlfriend kicks you out of bed at this time. This kid is quite strong, isn't it? The referee also didn't expect that Bai Ye would be able to sustain him all the time, but he was ready to come forward to rescue at any time, and deliberately chose to stand closer to the two of them. As a result, Bai Ye's performance was very eye-catching, and the referee was convinced that he could not do this when he was seriously injured. Therefore, a suspicion was formed in his heart, but Bai Ye's blood that had been vomiting out could not be fake. Shiraya was still carefully observing Miyata's shots at the beginning, but as time passed, the opponent's movements became more and more messy. Until now, I felt that there was no need to continue to observe, and my eyes flashed by, preparing for the first active attack. With a turn of his right wrist, he lifted the Zanpaku that had been dragged on the ground again, and slashed to the opponent's wrist at a very fast speed, successfully bringing up a piece of blood. Some of the enchanted Miyata-jun did not dodge this at all, until the tingling sensation came from his right wrist before he realized that it was wrong, but it was too late. The big knife that had originally slashed at Bai Ye's chest suddenly lost the support of its strength. It relied on inertia to continue to chop down, and then directly slashed into the ground. Bai Ye immediately lifted his left foot and stomped forward, making the big knife inserted into the ground even more deeply. Miyata-jun, who suffered a wound to his wrist and was somewhat unable to use his strength, directly and completely lost his grasp of the knife. With some tingling pain in his chest, he came back to his senses again and understood what the situation was in front of him. Bai Ye was holding the Zanpaku knife against Miyata-jun's chest at this time, and the referee also judged that Bai Ye had won. I actually lost to a handicapped in one move. Miyata-jun, who knew that he had already lost, knelt down as if he had lost his strength. I feel like a mentally retarded person, the other party is just playing with him all the time. You guys have lost, and you don't know how to accumulate morals. Bai Ye heard black lines all over his head, and felt that he should completely abolish the opponent's knife hand and let him experience what is called a 123-game losing streak. Chapter 181 Rapid Progress. Damn, it's so miserable, shun that guy is too cruel to start. As Bai Ye pushed open the door, all those who were eavesdropping around here instantly ran back to their original positions and began to communicate secretly. Bai Ye, are you okay? What happened inside just now? The words of the blog stayed in place and asked most people's aspirations. Hey, don't mention it. I'll go back first. After Bai Ye left some thought-provoking words, he limply walked outside. Bowen was also very cooperative and quickly followed up, helping Bai Ye to leave here together. Leaving a bunch of people to meet each other, I became even more curious about what happened inside. Hey, what did you do and how did you make the other person like this? Soon after that, Jun Miyata was invited by the referee, and everyone who didn't know why had to use him as a breakthrough. What's your business? Get out of here. Miyata-jun was very annoyed at first, but was stopped by these guys who watched the show, and immediately went violently. Pushing the crowd away forcefully, he quickly fled here with an unhappy expression. Why did this guy pull? He hangs himself thinking he's hit a badly injured guy. Bah. There was a sharp contrast between Miyata-jun and Shiroya who left here, and he looked completely unharmed. Let everyone subconsciously believe that the final victor of this battle will never be a sickly White Knight. Many people are secretly praying in their hearts, hoping that the White Knight can support a few more games, so that they can also take advantage of it. Well, you should have won, so you won't overturn this little character. On the other hand, the blog post who helped Bai Ye leave, couldn't help asking questions immediately after walking out of the preliminaries. It is true that Bai Ye's current appearance is a bit too miserable, causing him to generate a thought that the other party may be defeated. What do you mean? When Bai Ye saw a question from Bowen, he showed a wicked smile with the blood on his face. Advertisement. Hey, Don't I care about you, the amount of blood bags I prepared for you shouldn't be that big. Seeing Bai Ye's attitude, Bowen knew that he was thinking too much. But this can't be blamed on him, who made Bai Ye's look more exaggerated than intended. It was as if he had just retreated from the battlefield, and his clothes were covered with blood. In addition, Bai Ye vomited a lot of blood in a short time, causing the recovery amount to be temporarily unable to keep up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Now his face was pale, with no blood at all, and it made people feel that a little bit of wind could blow him down. After that, Bai Ye began to lead a 2.1-line life. When the battle was about to begin, he immediately rushed from Mitsui's home to the 24th arena. For the rest of the time, he stayed in the dojo to concentrate on researching sword techniques, and trying to find a way to establish a deeper connection with Zanpaku Dao. During this period of time, Bai Ye's luck was pretty good, and he hadn't encountered any particularly difficult opponents yet. And every time the fixed routine is the same, it looks weak before entering, and when it comes out, it is more like the possibility of death on the spot in the next second. The bandages on his body became more and more wrapped, and the blood bags he prepared also increased. Let all the guys who don't know the truth think that Bai Ye absolutely lost again this time. And those guys who really lost to Bai Ye were embarrassed to say that they actually lost after the game. Otherwise, it would be too shameful. After all, in their opinion, others can win, but they have lost miraculously. Of course, this is also related to Bai Ye's acting skills. Except for Miyata-jun at the beginning, Shiraya deliberately pretended to be struggling to win when facing other people. Let the other party have the illusion that as long as I am a little stronger, I will definitely win. So only the referee thought that Bai Ye might have a problem, and everyone else regarded him as a boyfriend. How is your state recently? I looked at the match list. Your opponent is not weak in the next game. In Run's exclusive training room, he was sitting opposite Bai Ye, both putting his saber on his lap. The progress is pretty good, you can only know how to play against it. While communicating with Run, Bai Ye was also trying to establish contact with Zanpaku Dao there. Run was actually doing the same thing, and he did it very easily. Advertisement. However, the training effect was still affected a bit. After all, I still couldn't concentrate all the attention. They will train like this because the interference in the normal battle is much more serious than it is now. If you can't get into the current state in actual combat, then there is no point at all. To be honest, your talent should be stronger than mine. It's a waste of wasting so much time to learn ninjutsu. This is just my intuition. Which direction you are going to develop depends on your own judgment. The top group of existences from the Iron Nation are basically not one-dimensional. You haven't seen me use ninjutsu, how can you determine the power of my other system? In the beginning, Run actually didn't report much hope that Bai Ye could make the top 32, but it was only because the opponent was a disciple of Dashimaru that he was willing to devote some effort to it. As a result, Bai Ye didn't know what switch in his body was turned on, and the speed of promotion increased exponentially. This is also the reason why Iron Country obviously rejects ninjas, but also agrees with White Fang very much. Run still feels a bit pity, he believes that Bai Ye will be able to surpass himself in no time if he only needs to study the sword skills. For a traditional samurai like Jun, there has always been a desire deep in his heart. Bai Ye's initial growth rate was only good in Run's eyes. The only thing that makes Run a little uncertain is whether it is because of the special sword or Bai's simple accumulation of hair. But in fact, he has always been relying on the ability of the sword, and ninjutsu has only made up for it in the past 2 years. Ninjas are willing to study the existence of swordsmanship, but it is very rare. Basically, most of them are more willing to learn a sophisticated ninjutsu. I have been observing these runes all the time, and judging that the point of explosion was when Bai Ye first felt that Zanpaku Dao was like a part of his body. It's completely reversed from normal people, instead of encountering bottlenecks after constant diligence, which greatly slows down the growth rate. Run couldn't help but sighed again. Bai Ye's learning speed was so strange that he made a mistake in his judgment at the beginning. Maybe it's just like Run said, he is indeed more predestined with the sword. Bai Ye didn't expect that Run would have such a high evaluation of herself. Chapter 182 Yanagita Family. The possibility of encountering masters in the future is getting bigger and bigger. I hope I can at least meet the strongest ones later. Bai Ye looked around for a while, and the faces of the guys who were currently resting were different. Guys with good grades seem to be much more relaxed, and those with very poor records are all with a goddamn face, except for a few with a particularly good mentality. I said, why are you still dreaming about being promoted? I think you may not be able to survive this one. Bowen said helplessly that he really didn't understand why Bai Ye valued this game so much. Obviously once every 3 years, and with the progress of the opponent, the next time he is absolutely qualified to get good results. The blog post is mainly afraid that Bai Ye will be stunned if he loses this game. After the two have been in contact for a long time, the relationship has become quite good unknowingly. You don't have confidence in me so much, I can count you as half a disciple anyway. Bai Ye patted Bowen on the shoulder, and deliberately sighed. If the opponent didn't support him, it would be a big mistake. After such a long time of training, Bai Ye actually found that his strength had already surpassed the opponent. It's just that I didn't deliberately show it when I practiced in duels. It was to save some face for the blog post. At the same time, Bai Ye specifically asked about the previous ranking of the other party. Although the blog post's answer is rather vague, he also knows that he successfully squeezed into the top 10 in the group. This gave Bai Ye a lot of confidence, and felt that with the exception of a few people, he was confident to win when he met other people. Okay. Don't put gold on my face, remember to be careful in the game. The blog post tweeted Bai Ye, and then waved his hand to signal the other party to leave. White Knight's opponent in the game had just entered first. Hey, Bai Ye met him like this, then I didn't have a chance to take advantage. Your behavior is very boring. If you are a man, don't think about these evil ways. Damn, you swelled up after you won the White Knight, right? Why can't I win a match? Advertisement. Now the lounge is divided into two factions, one has already fought against Bai Ye, and the other has not yet fought against Bai Ye. The group of people who have played against each other obviously lost, and they have to pretend that they have won. All those who hadn't fought each other had a lot of misunderstanding, thinking that Bai Ye was really weak because of his injuries. As a result, the guys who played against Bai Ye one after another had to pretend that they had won. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Otherwise, the people in front seem to have won, and in the end they will lose all by themselves, and then they will not be the best among all. Anyway, the only one who finally announced the battle report was the victory. As for who he lost to, only some internal staff would know. You are the White Knight that was hurt by the second brother Ying. The luck is really good, it's been almost 2 months, and we avoid our Yanagita family perfectly. Quote. Shiraya's opponent is called Yanagita Eizo, who is the younger brother of Eiji who hurt Shiraya some time ago. Because of the hostile relationship between the Mitsui family and the Yanagita family, as long as the two families meet, they all think about how to kill. In order to prevent the opponent from continuing to participate in the next preliminaries, even if they can, their strength will be greatly reduced. So the two families are very careful when they meet each other, especially if they can't beat them, they will surrender immediately if the situation is not right. I'm lucky. Don't make trouble, just don't cry after you're dismissed by me. Bai Ye stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, with a fierce light in his eyes. Normally, even if you study in the gym of the Mitsui family, you will generally not go to fight on behalf of the Mitsui family. After all, everyone has his own family, and it's just because the family is not strong enough to go to other gyms to study. Such as Bai Ye is relatively rare, and there is no clear family behind him, so he can play for his gym within the rules. HMPH, what's the use of your aura? How much strength will you have after being abolished by my brother? After being glared by Bai Ye, Eizo took 2 steps back subconsciously. Later, he realized that his behavior was a bit unbearable, and immediately assumed a tough posture. My heart was also secretly annoyed that I had retreated. Fortunately, the battlefield was closed, otherwise it would be too embarrassing to be seen by a bunch of people. After making a last word of cruelty, Eizo rushed up holding his saber, fearing that he would be inexplicably frightened by Bai Ye when he waited. Advertisement. Bai Ye was still standing there, thinking about what she should do next. Judging from the momentum of Eizo's rushing over, it was indeed not weak in terms of strength, at least at the limit of a B-rank samurai. If you have mastered some powerful tricks, you can definitely reach the level of A in a short time. Bai Ye wondered how to pretend to be able to beat the opponent half-handed and make the opponent believe that he was really seriously injured. What's the matter? I only used 5 points and I was so scared to move. Eizo did not expect that the White Knight Club did not take any action at all. Because of the preconceived reason that the opponent is injured, the direction that makes his brain replenish is also a better side. As for the clamoring 5-point force, it was nothing more than putting gold on his face. In any case, Bai Ye was also promoted as a powerful existence. So no matter how confident Eizo was in his heart, he did not dare to relax at all in his behavior, and he did his best from the beginning. I was thinking, you have so many flaws, where should I go? Bai Ye learned how Run used to deal with her at the beginning, and Zanpo Dao's post came first to block the way that the opponent's saber must pass. I don't care about so much, but I still have to learn. To be honest, Yanagita's family has nothing to do with him. To force the other party to display various skills, and then concentrate on absorbing some experience, and then use it to deal with the stronger existences, this is what he needs to care about. Seeing that his blade was easily blocked, Eizo's heart was the same as his expression, without any fluctuations. In his mind, Bai Ye should be stronger than him. If he wants to win, he can only make good use of the opponent's injury. After Eizo returned with no success in the first blow, he immediately drew the knife back and continued to cut it out again. Bai Ye is also, every time the opponent cuts over, he uses the smallest movement to resist, pretending that he is not good at making too much movement range. Eizo's attack speed is also getting faster and faster, choosing a frontal fast attack, causing countless shadows of knives to appear in front of him and Bai Ye. At the same time, the impact sound generated by the transfer of the 2 knives was directly connected to one piece due to the speed of the collision. As if the bell was ringing in the temple, the echo was endless. Chapter 183. The same trick, different effects. I haven't used my best, you can't do it, hurry up and go home to recover from your illness. The two sides fought hundreds of moves in a short period of time, and Eizo found that Shiraya's right hand holding the knife had leaked some blood. It looked like a broken body, unable to support such a high-frequency duel. This led to the wound that had not healed for a long time, cracking open again. Poor boy, I've seen this fooling scene 68 times. The referee not far away turned away his head with a melancholy expression after hearing Eizo's excited scream. He watched 62 games every day, and every time it was White Knight's battle, the most eye-catching. And every time the routine is still the same, either the front is hard, or the desperate dodge. Then when the time is almost up, the wound somewhere in Bai Ye's body will always open on time, and a lot of blood will flow from it. At this time, Bai Ye's opponent would start to be excited, as if victory was beckoning him. The wounds in other parts of the White Knight were also not to be outdone, and they cracked one by one. When the situation is almost the same, Bai Ye will start to spurt blood continuously to deepen the opponent's belief. The referee has already memorized this set of procedures by heart, and he mourns for 3 seconds of silence for Bai Ye's opponent every time. Bai Ye, a wicked guy, can win every second after the opponent has a possibility. Suddenly he started to erupt, directly hitting his opponents, and when he left the field, the whole person was muddled. Bah, just like a bear like you, I can press you to death even if only my little finger is left to move. At this time, Bai Ye also bit the tip of his tongue, and a mouthful of old blood hit the opponent's face. It can not only express that oneself is very weak, but also arouse the anger of the other party, so that the behavior cannot be as rational as the beginning. Once it appears, it is this trick that spits people with blood, which will reduce the IQ of the recruited by 20% and begin to make some irrational behavior. Seeing that the plot began to develop in the direction he expected, the referee couldn't help but nodded. At the same time, I was still thinking about whether I should learn this trick. It feels really easy to use. However, after thinking of the pain of biting the tip of the tongue, the body trembled involuntarily, and immediately threw the thought behind him. Advertisement. Even if you use it accidentally, I'm afraid it's not even the taste of the food after a long time. If you want to die, I will fulfill you. Azo, who seemed to be very upset by Bai Ye, was even more upset after being sprayed with blood all over his face. The effect of Bai Ye's move was outstanding. Although Azo's offensive seemed to be stronger, the attacking method was also more messy. In Bai Ye's eyes, there were already many loopholes in the moves, but now they are full of flaws. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In Azo's eyes, the white bandages on Bai Ye's body slowly showed various blood colors. On the contrary, he thought that he was not wrong in such an offensive, and believed that sooner or later, Bai Ye's body would be worn down. Is that the same for you? Bai Ye specially cooperated with Ying San for a period of time, but found that the other party used only these tricks, and he was a little tired of seeing it. He moved his figure for the first time, and the moment Yingzhou closed his sword, Bai Ye also took the opportunity to bully him forward, leaning against the opponent's ear and whispering. Zanpaku had also been tightly clinging to Azo's saber, completely disrupting the opponent's rhythm. The suppressed blade was completely unable to be re-swinged under this circumstance. Impossible. Azo was shocked suddenly in a cold sweat, and quickly moved his body that had not moved for a long time. He quickly retreated from Bai Ye's side, and the pressure from his hand disappeared. Ying Sanyi, who had left the battlefield, did not dare to go up again, only panting for breath, trying to calm his mind. Hey, aren't you quite strong? How come you are not as good as the rookies I met before? Bai Ye put the Zanpaku Dao on his shoulders casually, and at the same time tilted his head and looked at Azo, very much like a bully. Especially the blood stains on Bai Ye's body are more like the blood of others splashed on him after he was cut off. HMPH, don't be proud, it seems that I need to help you remember how you were cut by my brother. Azo's face flushed a little when Bai Ye said, as if he had made some decision in his heart. Quickly inserted the saber back into the scabbard around his waist, and assumed the posture that Eiji had originally posed. Hey, have you mastered this trick at this age? It seems that his talent may be stronger than his brother. The referee's eyes could not help but brighten up, and he watched Azo with interest. The current plot development is somewhat out of his expectation. Advertisement. It's no surprise to master some tricks at this age, but the difficulty of learning different tricks is also different. For example, ninjutsu is divided into several grades according to the difficulty of learning. For example, although Kakashi has mastered a lot of A-level ninjutsu, he hasn't learned any S-level ninjutsu yet. The Yanagita family's secret skills, star chasing, are not much less difficult to learn than S-level ninjutsu. Of course, Azo's current age is also 2 or 3 years older than Kakashi, and Kakashi himself is mainly studying Chidori, so he has not concentrated on learning S-level ninjutsu. The moment Azo finished his preparatory work and his body disappeared, Bai Ye used the Zanpaku knife on his shoulder to block. And I don't know if it was intentional, the blocking posture was exactly the same as when he was blocking Ying or Shi. How could it? Impossible. Azo was full of confidence in this move, and he didn't expect to be blocked by Bai Ye at will. You must know that the opponent is currently seriously injured, and that he is seriously injured under this move. But I failed. This does not mean the so-called genius, but just a joke. I was a little bit looking forward to it just now. I didn't expect it was just a silver-head wax gun. First of all, your preparation speed was too slow. It took a second and a half, enough for me to take the opportunity to kill you forcibly. In addition, your movement speed and the speed of the knife are also too slow, which is completely different from your brother. Quote. After Bai Ye easily caught Ying San's trick, he still commented decently. He hadn't deliberately stopped before, just wanted to see how he would face this move now. I just didn't expect the other party to use the essence of this trick at all, it was just like a copycat version. At the speed that Yingzhou rushed over just now, Bai Ye was completely sure to avoid it in advance, just to feel the move positively, so he didn't dodge. Moreover, Bai Ye was also the one who made the sword, still faster than Ying San's sword. The sharpness is also somewhat unsatisfactory, and even the blade of Zanpo Dao can't be broken. You must know that Eiji cut the Zanpaku knife off easily at the beginning, and the fracture was extremely smooth. Bai Ye still has some expectations in his heart to use this to test his own strength, but he has always wanted to get back from Eiji's body. Chapter 184 Exposure. This guy's mouth is really poisonous, and the initial use is enough to prove that the talent is excellent. The referee looked at Azo, who was ashamed of his face, and secretly guessed whether the opponent would be beaten and he would never recover. After a long period of observation, the referee has a general understanding of everyone's strength, and the only thing that can't be seen through is Bai Ye. In his eyes, Bai Ye has been suppressing his own strength to fight against his opponent. And the ability to control the field is becoming more and more perfect, can guide all the strength of the opponent more and more easily. With the eyes of the referee, it can only be inferred that the upper limit of White Knight should be very high, but it is a bit illegible to see how high it can be. Although your move is not perfect, but in response to you, let you see my newly developed move. With a slight effort, Bai Ye's subordinates forced the somewhat absent-minded Yingzhou away. This action, no, it should just be that the other party is deliberately disgusting me. Azo felt the strength from the blade, and then recalled that he was fighting. And only the move was blocked, and it has not been judged that he has lost his qualifications for this game. Secret skill starburst. The corners of Bai Ye's mouth raised slightly, learning Azo's movements to insert the Zanpaku Sword back into the scabbard on his waist. It is worth mentioning that Bai Ye didn't have a scabbard originally, and he has been in a state similar to streaking. It's only recently that I've made it by Duo Run, who has a bad taste, just to match this trick and make it look more handsome. When Azo heard Bai Ye's move name, his face turned black at first. No matter how he looked at it, he was chasing the stars for their family. But Yingzhou then only felt that the whole world seemed to lose its color, and Bai Ye's body, which was thinner than him, suddenly completely filled his eyeballs. After Bai Ye deliberately read the name of the move, Zanpo Dao was completely inserted into the scabbard. At the same time, a very strong aura exploded directly from his not-looking body. In an instant, some of the surrounding rubble was shaken off, and some of them hit Azo's body, causing a trace of redness and swelling in the hit area. After the eruption of Bai Ye's momentum, Yingzhou seemed to be frightened. The opponent's figure disappeared for 2 seconds, and he still didn't respond. Advertisement. If this trick is really seen in Eiji's unique trick once in the White Knight, and then researched it out by himself, then this talent is too terrifying. Although the referee clearly saw all the actions of Bai Ye, until the opponent returned to the original position. I even think I can do this series of actions as well, and I can do it more easily. But the other party is really too young, completely different from those who have reached the apex of his strength long ago and have already begun to go downhill. In the referee's opinion, after Bai Ye grows to its peak, it is estimated that only one move is needed to kill him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You know, the juvenile judges who can be arranged are basically the top group of A-level samurai. In the adult group, because those patriarchs will not participate, many strong people are too lazy to participate, so the required referees are weaker. Therefore, it can be seen how high his evaluation of Bai Ye is. If it is not for the Iron Country system, the opponent can definitely compete for the existence of shadows. Your threat is really great. It seems that my brother's decision was not wrong. Azo's current look has calmed down instead, and he doesn't care much about the outcome of the game. After saying this, he couldn't continue to hold on, and his body fell straight forward. As soon as he hit the ground, large and small knife wounds appeared everywhere on Yingzhou's body, directly staining the surrounding ground red. In less than 2 seconds, Bai Ye switched positions at an extremely fast speed, slashing 81 knives everywhere on Yingzhou's body. However, every cut still avoids fatal injuries, and at most it prevents the opponent from playing for the next period of time. Bai Ye's starburst was indeed based on the blueprint of star chasing and jointly developed with Run. But the driving principle is completely different. The real core is actually Bamandunjia. The advice provided by Run is also about how to make Bamandunjia a secret technique. This kind of explosive speed trick is not unique to the Yanagita family after all, but theoretically they have the greatest speed increase. I'm afraid this kid was chopped stupid. This kind of difficult movement can be used by a seriously injured guy. The referee picked up Azo's body and prepared to hand it over to the medical team. It turned out that the corner of his mouth was still smiling, and he didn't know what to say. At first, I was blindfolded and could explain, but now I still think that the other party is really seriously injured, and I feel that my judgment of the situation is too bad. How is it going? Advertisement. After Bai Ye limped out, Bowen immediately greeted him and held him. It's not the same as usual, otherwise what else can be done? Bai Ye deliberately said this in a weak tone, with a look of emotion on his face. Although he deliberately lowered his voice, Bai Ye still heard a general idea. Not long after Bai Ye came in, these guys began to communicate quietly. Bai Ye was also a little strange about this. He, a guy who never went out except for the preliminaries, had no chance to do anything big. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. That is to say, if it hadn't been for Yingxin to abstain because of his injuries in the morning, we would still be kept in the dark. It is said that he seems to be undefeated so far, and he is obviously still being seriously injured. How strong this guy was originally. In the eyes of the people who don't know the truth, it is Bai Ye who has lost another game, and he has already seen this expression thoroughly in his heart. In general, it was because of a momentary moment yesterday that I accidentally hit E3 with too much heavy hand until he couldn't compete normally. However, Bai Ye didn't have much thoughts about this scene. The habit of dealing with things he had cultivated over the years had long allowed him to selectively ignore some things. The next day, Bai Ye, as usual, came to the lounge with Bowen. Shish, quietly, he looked this way. The only good news is that for the time being, no one seems to suspect that Bai Ye's injury was fake, and even gave him the title of Undead God of War. And the other party did not bother to conceal the fact of their defeat, which directly caused a chain reaction, and the group of people who had been defeated were also forced to follow along. I'm working hard there every day. The only time I get into trouble is to stay with you. The blog post standing with Bai Ye directly hit Ji Ling and asked in a low voice. Like blog posts, someone who knows the inside story knows that the other party should have succeeded again. But unlike usual, everyone's eyes suddenly focused on Bai Ye this time. Hey, what did you secretly do to arouse public anger? These people's expressions are not right. Chapter 185 Pre-selection for the second stage. You pervert, your strength has increased so fast. In the field of the game, Bowen was being held by Bai Ye with a knife around his neck. He also took a few steps forward indifferently, and after clenching his fist, he punched Bai Ye in the chest. I told you earlier that my goal is to advance first, and then squeeze into the top 32. Bai Ye shrugged helplessly, and didn't know what to say about the complaints of the blog. The preliminary pre-selection was officially over for him just now. Bai Ye didn't expect that Bowen would be her last opponent, which caused no pleasure in the fight. After the opponent had solved several existences stronger than him in Bai Ye, he knew that his own strength was estimated to be surpassed. Therefore, after Bai Ye really defeated the blog post, the face of the opponent did not show the expression he expected. Seriously, where did you freak come from? He was a beginner who knew nothing about sword art at first. This is the most incredible part of the blog post. I feel that I have learned from dogs for so many years. Down the road of White Knight, Mengxin quickly advanced from a young age to become a big boss, and only lost one game in the qualifier. Luck is also good and a bit perverted. In the early stage, he perfectly missed a lot of existence when he was not an opponent. Okay, let's go and celebrate. Bai Ye didn't want to talk more about this topic for the time being, so he grabbed the blog and hurried out. Regarding the question of his own identity, Bai Ye plans to tell the other party before everything is over. Now he still doesn't want to go too far, and he has reached the most critical point, and it will be very hard to fall short of success. This time, all the top 64 candidates are determined, right? In a large conference room, there are probably hundreds of powerful people sitting. The people who can sit here are almost the top group of existence in the Iron Nation. And the person who was sitting in the main seat and making a sound was Sanchuan, who was still at its peak. Advertisement. Most of them are the same as predicted, and almost as usual, there are still very few dark horses. The adjutant sitting on the right-hand side of Sanchuan quickly glanced at the information in his hand to make the final confirmation. But one of them is strange. He is the kind of person who has never participated in the competition and has suddenly risen this year. The adjutant got this information in front, and after reading it once, he was already a little concerned about one person. At this time, after deliberation, he still chose to say it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Otherwise, it stands to reason that it is not suitable to talk about these small issues in this arrangement of specific matters for the next competition. Strange. It's not that the little guy called the Undead God of War suddenly spread recently. Mifune didn't express any dissatisfaction with his adjutant's proposal. Instead, with a smile on his face, he took the stubbornness and motioned the other party to continue. The fact that Bai Ye was called the Undead God of War was widely spread in the Iron Kingdom. First of all, Bai Ye is an existence that suddenly appeared out of thin air. No one knew about the past experience, which successfully attracted the interest of many people. Relying on the body that was obviously seriously injured in the back, but still insisted on participating in the competition, and every time he won dangerously and dangerously. This kind of deed is very in line with the appetite of teenagers, so it has become a household name in a short period of time. Mifune-sama, it is true. Even many people in the Mitsui family don't know Bai Ye's identity. It seems that only Lieutenant General Kenichiro and his successors know the specific situation. Quote. For this matter, the adjutant devoted some energy to investigating, but in the end he found nothing. Well, Shuyong, I remember you should be the person in charge of the group of Bai. What do you think about this? Although Mifune didn't have the time to investigate Shirito specifically, he still heard a little bit about the other party's group. Yes, Mifune-sama, how to say it, I feel that the other party should be a very talented and very smart existence. I have a feeling that every battle in the White Knight is learning the strengths of the opponent, and the strength should be improved a lot from the beginning. Quote. Shuyong, who was called, stood up in shock, never expected that there would be a chance for him to speak. Don't look at so many people sitting on the court at the same time, but it is the small group of people near the three ships that really have the right to decide. The rest is mainly to wait for the other party to issue the order, and then the meeting can be carried out. A person with such a high-sightedness would actually praise others. It seems that this little guy named Bai Ye is eligible to be included in the key observation target. Advertisement. Mifune stared at Shuyong in surprise, while the other party scratched his head in embarrassment. As mentioned earlier, as long as you have the ability to enter the top 32, you can get a special reward. But even if it fails, there are also special places. Those who are included in the key observation target will still have the opportunity to get a free reward according to the specific situation. Okay, Next I will arrange the precautions for the big match after the new year. I remember that I can't make a mistake, but I can't lose face in front of people from other countries. After Mifune paid a little attention to this little incident, his face returned to a serious state. This 3-year competition is not only a matter of their country, but also a way to show muscles to the outside world. Most ninja villages are in the invitation list, and the invited village will definitely send someone there. This is not only a situation of giving or not giving face, but being able to understand the strength of other countries with integrity. Few decision makers will refuse. Quote. Teacher Oshimaru, I'm really fed up, isn't the thing you faked is completely useless. In the open space outside the base, Hongdu was holding the imitation Zanpaku knife that Dashawan gave her. At first, the Red Bean was very excited when he got it, and he believed in the abilities of Dashawan. I feel that my strength might also be able to increase by leaps and bounds. Even if she doesn't like to use this kind of long knife, she can change it specifically for this. It turned out that this broken thing was almost 4 months old, and Hongdu found that it was an ordinary shinobi sword. It's totally impossible to do what Bai Ye did, using this as a medium to use all kinds of abilities. The most shameful thing is that Hongdu was also asked to shout various Jifang languages every day. This was nothing at all. When Bai Ye shouted, she even felt a little handsome. But Hongdu herself shouted, shoot him, sharp spear, to the knife every day, but she didn't react at all. It made her feel like a mentally retarded person. Had it not been for no one else around, she would have quit her job. Okay, I'll take you to a good place, maybe it will be done then. Dashi Wan reached out and rubbed Itsuki Bean's head, and didn't plan to let her try anymore. Originally, Oshimaru thought it was a pronunciation problem, just like Poto's kind of special singing rhythm. But in the past 4 months of continuous failure, even a great scientist with his kind of spirit and determination began to be somewhat unsupported. Chapter 186 Meet Ju for the first time. The rules this time are the same as usual. All the second-placed players have a chance to challenge one of the first-placed players. Those who fail will directly lose the qualifications for the challenge, so it is best to choose the target according to your ability. And those who are challenged will also gain the power to challenge once, until everyone loses or gives up the opportunity to challenge. Quote. 96 people gathered in a slightly wide house. One of them is standing in the center of the field, like everyone announcing the rules of this round of qualifiers. What gathered here was basically the best talented group of the younger generation in the Iron Kingdom, and the top group of the older generation. The Shuyong referee of the Bai Ye group was one of them, and came over to monitor with the other 31 referees. The purpose of so many of them, the main purpose is no longer to protect the participants from fatal injuries. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful for so many masters to invest here. For them, the more important thing is to list the rankings from 33 to 64 based on the performance of the participants after some discussion. The weight of this ranking is much heavier than the original 32 groups, occupying the bulk of the total score. At the beginning, Run suddenly broke out of the siege and achieved a very high position. This allowed the Mitsui family, who was relatively backward as a whole, to overtake the Yanagita family at the last move, and was promoted to the first place with a slight advantage. In the current session, there are 7 members from the Kitajima family, 5 from the Yamaoka family, 5 from the Mitsui family, 4 from the Yanagita family and 3 from the Sujimoto family. Of course, the Mitsui clan included Shiraya, otherwise, there should be only 4 people like the Yanagita clan. There are a total of 24 personnel, which accounts for about 1/3 of the total number. And among those who enter the top 32 in each session, these 5 can basically account for half of them, and they are all relatively high. However, such a high proportion is also in the juvenile group. For various reasons, the proportion of the adult group and the child group is not so exaggerated. But the top 10 of each session have basically been contracted by these 5 companies. Many of you have probably heard it several times, so I'm not talking nonsense. Advertisement. Starting with the first group, the challenge will go down one by one, and the one who is defeated will move the challenge to the end. Quote. After the referee said these words, everyone instantly disappeared from the center of the field, leaving only the challenger standing there. At the end of the venue is a huge screen on which the names of the challengers and the targets that can be challenged are written. As for who is safer to challenge, it depends on the ability of your family to gather information. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This rule seems a bit unfair, and due to the lack of strength of the family, it is likely to become a drag on yourself. But this is also one of the objectives of the inspection. After all, the ultimate goal is to separate a comprehensive ranking for all families. Who should you challenge later? Wait for me to observe first. In the stands on the second floor, Run was slightly relaxed and whispered to Bai Ye. The 5 members of the Mitsui family, no matter what the internal relationship, are all standing in the same place at this time. White Knight, I participated in a lot more games than Run, these are my old opponents. If you are willing to come and help me, I can help you analyze a set of perfect strategy. Quote. Run's rivals took a long time, and immediately acted after he said this. For a long time, this kind of behavior of digging a corner in front of moisturizing, it really doesn't change the color of the face, as if it is a daily routine. Originally about Bai Ye, Ji Yi didn't care much at first, but sent a blog to inquire about the news. Then the blog post also reported some news at the beginning, such as Bai Ye is very weak and very annoying. The following blog post was like a rebellion, and there was no further useful information to convey, making Bai Ye almost forgotten for a long time. as a result, I didn't expect that the first time I met Bai Ye was in the final round of the qualifiers. Zhu could not help but secretly scold Bowen for being unfavorable, otherwise he would have thought of a way to win Bai. Among all the members who have been promoted, the faction of Run has occupied 3 people, while Zhu currently has only 2. The situation suddenly went from the original evenly matched position and suddenly developed in an unfavorable direction. For a long time I felt that I didn't want to win Bai Ye over, so it would be very difficult for me to become the heir again in the future. Advertisement. For the Mitsui family, the heir first looked at his own strength. If the strength is not good, everything is empty talk. In the case of similar strengths, you need to see how your approval rate is. Run estimated that he could see it too, and understood that Bai Ye would not stay in the Iron Country for long, and he also specifically avoided these matters. But Zhu's behavior seemed a bit too much, and he had to fight back. Brother, look, the Mitsui family has a good relationship, I want to be like this too. Ignoring Bai Ye's reluctant expression for a long time, he put his hand on the other's shoulder, and it seemed that the relationship between the two seemed very close. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. You are so polite, the family still cares about these things. Bai Ye was also a little depressed because of this, and always felt that the remaining short period of time might not be able to play as happily as before. Some things about Mitsui's family, even if Bai Ye was too lazy to inquire, but had lived for so long, it was inevitable that he would hear about it. With a bright smile on his face, Run refused for Bai Ye, and put his hand on Bai Ye's shoulder, and at the same time he did not forget to take advantage of it for a long time. The reason for this is mainly because the younger generation will be the heirs in the future. After Bai Ye said these words for a long time, she suddenly felt that the atmosphere had become a little dignified, and she couldn't help but feel a little painful. He did not expect that the other party would say so directly, so that the originally somewhat relaxed and happy Run, suddenly a trace of murderous aura appeared on his body. It feels that this is more painful than going to a life and death battle, and I am clearly uncomfortable, but I have to keep a smile on my face. People of the older generation basically wait for the new patriarch, that is, when they retire with the old patriarch. But this approval rate is dominated by the younger generation, and those strong in the older generation most influence their children. To be honest, Bai Ye didn't want to intervene in this kind of thing at all, so there are some reasons for keeping such a low profile. Bai Ye, who had been uncomfortable when caught in the middle, felt like crying after hearing the words from a distance. Brother, I still don't bother you with this kind of thing. As an elder brother, how can I bear your hard work? Actually, I don't have to trouble you anymore. I'm already embarrassed to trouble you. Chapter 187 The White Knight Not to be Seen. Although the situation where Run and Zhu had been fighting for a long time made Bai Ye a little uncomfortable, he also took the opportunity to gain a lot from it. The personnel who fought at the scene were the top group of this generation. Even if in some respects, compared to the elderly, there may be some more immature places. But the use of various techniques is already very good. In particular, the challenger will not touch the existence that is clearly impossible to defeat, so that the two sides in the war will not be side to side. Bai Ye took this opportunity to absorb experience frantically, and Run Zhenju would make comments from time to time to help Bai Ye understand better. Moreover, in order to show that they are stronger in their professional knowledge, the entry points of the two selections are also different each time. It has greatly expanded Bai Ye's knowledge and understood a lot of things that can only be easily understood in actual combat. At present, because he remembers too many things in one breath, Bai Ye lacks a little time to conduct a retreat and integrate all these skills. At that time, the strength can definitely go further, and it will be more stable for entering the top 32. The only regret is that there is no intermission for this special pre-selection, so Bai Ye can only write it down temporarily. If you want to leave, you can only wait for all the top 32 personnel to be completely determined. Of course, those who are disqualified for the challenge are theoretically allowed to leave early. However, no one will do that at all. Except for some special circumstances, the participants of each session basically leave together at the end. Not only Bai Ye alone can learn the situation of these people against each other, but it is actually quite worth seeing for most of them. However, these are only superficial reasons. Those who disdain to refer to others and only follow their own paths will generally stay until the end. Because this is also one of the items examined, but only those referees know the specific deduction items and scoring items. And the confidentiality measures in this regard are quite strict, otherwise the specific details are known, and there is no need to investigate at all. Bai Ye, remember these people I said, as long as you don't make mistakes, the chances of winning are still very high. As time passed quickly, the sky was almost completely dark, and after waiting for almost a whole day of White Night, it was finally possible to play. Advertisement. Because the combatants are very strong, each battle is often longer than usual. Otherwise, according to the situation of the last round of group matches, the slowest group should have finished early, and it will not be the 24th game now. White Knight, don't listen to him, my analysis is obviously more detailed, these guys are more suitable for your opponent. After Run finished speaking, Zhu Yi immediately added a sentence. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The behavior of the two of them not only made Bai Ye a little tired, but the other two who had followed them long ago wanted to cry without tears. I didn't see that the heir I chose helped me analyze the situation, and I started to wonder if I was following the wrong person. Don't worry, it's okay. Bai Ye also hurried away after leaving a sentence, and he was about to be tortured with a nervous breakdown all day. This person is the very hot god of undead. I don't know if his true strength can be worthy of this title. There are still some estimates of strength, but I want to squeeze into the top 32 before the injury is good. It is too much to put us in the eyes. I actually want to know who got this title. It's too dull. The appearance of White Knight still caused quite a stir, and many people began to talk about it. However, most of them are based on his unhappy existence, and there is nothing optimistic about him at all. After all, Bai Ye's recent limelight has been too high, and their sense of existence has been suppressed, making the other party seem to be the first person in this generation. It's the same truth. In a relatively peaceful environment like Iron Country, the main pursuit is to save face. Especially for the guys like Bai Ye who didn't know where they came from, the bigger the reputation, the more upset they would be. Especially recently, there has been a rumor that Bai Ye is someone's illegitimate child, making them completely disdain to admit that the other party is a person in this circle. As for the person who first reported the news, it was the guard of the Suji family that Shiraya encountered when he first came to the country of Iron. In the beginning, Chang'e really wanted to help Bai Ye, but Bai Ye had forgotten this trivial matter in order to practice the sword, and had no intention of looking for the other party. Originally Chang'e had made friends with this situation, and since Bai Ye hadn't been to him, he didn't think much about it. Until Bai Ye's reputation suddenly spread among the people, and it spread more and more, this made Chang very unhappy at first. Advertisement. But Chang'e hadn't gotten the job of spreading any bad news. After all, the illegitimate child was originally only his guess. As a result, one day he was in a bad mood and went to a pub to drink, and after drinking too much, he said something annoying. Bai Ye's incident was one of them. In addition, many people had collected information about Bai Ye in secret, which caused the news to spread quickly. And Chang'e's performance at that time was in tears, so this was really disseminated by many people as real information. For ordinary people, this is just to listen to it, and even feel a little inspirational. But for the people in these fields, it's a different matter altogether. To put it bluntly, these aristocratic families, another way of saying is actually equivalent to the so-called nobles, illegitimate children are completely within the scope of the scandal. Therefore, people who are already very upset with Bai Ye's reputation are even more upset because of this reason, including Ju. Don't look at him being so happy to draw in Bai Ye, but when he achieves his goal, he will definitely find a way to quickly marginalize Bai Ye. I choose Yanagita Eiji. After Bai Ye arrived on the court, he keenly noticed that there was a trace of hostility in many of his eyes. But he didn't think too much, calmly told the opponent he wanted to challenge, and selectively ignored these gazes. After all, Bai Ye did not belong to the country of Iron, and if the best people in Konoha were hostile to him, he might still find it a little troublesome. Is this man crazy? Has he forgotten who caused his injuries? When he wasn't injured, he couldn't beat the opponent in 2 hits and won. Why did he swell him one-on-one? Sure enough, it is a low-level existence. It is really stupid to be able to make this choice at this critical moment. As long as you know the existence of Bai Ye, you basically know how the opponent's current injury came from. So no one is optimistic that Bai Ye can win, and it is too unrealistic to want to catch up with the opponent's strength in a few months. Not to mention that the other party will also improve during this time, even if it stays in place, it is basically useless. In addition, Eiji had only played 1 game before, and his form was very good, and he won the victory easily. Chapter 188 Scrapped Right Hand. Is this something you recommend? After seeing Bai Ye's decision for a long time, he was a little confused, and asked Run a little dazedly. Regardless of whether you wait to see Bai Ye, I still hope that the other party can achieve good results. The better Bai Ye's results are, the better their family can be completely stabilized in the 3rd position. How is it possible? When Bai Ye asked me about Eiji earlier, I also warned him specifically. Run silently rolled his eyes. Among so many people present, it is estimated that he really hopes that Bai Ye will be promoted. At that time, Run also warned Bai Ye not to be arrogant. He thought that Eiji's use of star chasing was probably not what it showed. Even if Bai Ye opened his life, there was a possibility that the speed would not be able to catch up with the opponent. The risk of doing so was too great. Not to mention that the opponent may also hide some other whole cards, there is no need to touch this brow. I didn't expect that you would choose me. I remember I didn't cut you here. Eiji, who was called off the court, was also a little surprised, and even pointed his head with his thumb. The last Eiji too fell at this step. In order to successfully advance this year, he took careless efforts. He deliberately acted so easily before, just to show his strength, to make those who are strong enough have scruples. You slashed me in public. Don't tell me how you can do it. Bai Ye lowered his head slightly, stretched out his fingers and slid over the place where he had been chopped off, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Some time ago, Bai Ye deliberately gave in without a fight and chose the 2nd place in the group. Just to have the right to challenge now, I want to try whether I can snipe Eiji in the top 64. Bai Ye stayed with Dashi Wan for a long time, and his personality was somewhat affected. This kind of certainty is not very high. Obviously it seems that his other personality can only do something, and his current personality is unknowingly a little more crazy. Although I didn't think much of you, but if you have to choose to be terminated by me, that will only satisfy you. Eiji shook his head helplessly, took out the saber around his waist and aimed it at Shiroya, which was considered to have accepted the challenge. Advertisement. To be honest, Eiji heard from his younger brother that Bai Ye had developed a trick similar to star chasing, and he was quite interested. But what he wants to fight against is the White Knight in its heyday, not the White Knight that has not recovered because of the need to fight every day. In Eiji's view, if Bai Ye can step on other weaker people to the upper position, he can barely make it to the top 32. Strive for a good rest during this period of rest, enough for the White Knight to recover from the injury. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When the time comes, it will be interesting for him to face the opponent again and defeat it head-on in the race. This can definitely improve his reputation in one go, and in front of everyone who thinks he will win. Even if he wins, there is no pleasure. I'm also not who I was a few months ago. Bai Ye didn't think that in terms of his insights into swordsmanship, it would be difficult to fight head-on as it was last time. He admitted that he may still have a gap with Run, but at the level of Eiji, the gap is more reflected in the fact that he does not have any real tricks. However, relying on auxiliary means such as Bam and Dunjia, Bai Ye can also simulate similar tricks, which in his opinion is still powerful. When Eiji uttered these last words, he had already chosen to take the initiative to attack. In his cognition, the most troublesome thing about White Knight is that he moves too fast. After images. How do you achieve this speed normally? When Eiji's voice just fell, he cut it in the waist with a speed, but the feel of the sword was completely wrong. Sure enough, in the next second, Bai Ye's slashed body turned into a phantom, and slowly disappeared. Want to learn? Please, I will teach you. When the White Knight disappeared, he appeared again behind Eiji. However, Eiji also seemed to have noticed it early, and he made a quick turn, and when White Knight carried the knife to cut it, he also cut it simultaneously. The two knives fought together to form an X shape, and at the same time they both trembled slightly, and the power competition was just half and a half. Although Bai Ye's current master method is Shun Step, he also knows a lot about Shunshu and other things, so what he said didn't deceive the other party. However, these are all ninjutsu except for Shunbu. Whether Eiji learns it or not will be expelled from the samurai status, it depends on his own good fortune. Fighting is not as fast as it is useful. Advertisement. Eiji really had a small heartbeat, but immediately discarded these distracting thoughts. With a light shake of his left hand, a short blade began to slide out of his sleeve. When the short blade reached Eiji's palm, his left hand had already been swung forward. Bai Ye was still a little unclear at first, but a tearing sensation came from his right forearm, which made him realize that his muscles had broken. Zanpaku Dao, who had lost its power support, was oppressed by Eiji and put it in front of Bai Ye himself. Seeing that Mianman was about to be hit by his own knife, Bai Ye had to retreat quickly with strength and quickly opened the distance between the two. What the hell is the second Dao style? When Bai Ye retreated, he took the time to cast Run a glance, feeling the run of Bai Ye's vision and quickly turned his head in another direction. All the information about Eiji was given to Bai Ye, and Bai Ye was quite sure that there was no such thing as the second sword style. Otherwise, Bai Ye wouldn't be attacked so easily, causing him to temporarily be unable to hold the handle of the knife with his right hand. You admit defeat. I want to recover from a broken muscle, but it takes a long time to recuperate. Eiji throws the short blade of his left hand somewhat casually, and it seems that his proficiency is obviously not a short-time training. He didn't want to expose his whole cards so early, but deep down he didn't know why he was always a little upset. It is also unusual for Bai Ye to challenge himself. If the other party is not a brain dead, it means he has enough self-confidence. Eiji didn't want to experience the source of his opponent's self-confidence, so he chose to actively expose his whole cards to abolish Shiroya's right hand. For him, as long as he can enter the top 32 this year, it is enough, and he is still within the acceptable range if he is not ranked high. It is also very important to save energy as much as possible. Although there is an upper limit for the number of times a person is challenged, there is still the possibility of overturning within the number of times. These various considerations made Eiji feel that as long as he can take the opportunity to solve the White Knight, it doesn't matter if he exposes more of his cards. Eiji is very prepared this time. Why is this idiot Bai Ye going to provoke others? Run before the White Knight, please, but a lot of human resources have been specially mobilized to investigate. This kind of treatment is generally only available to the heirs of other families. As a result, some secret information has not been found. Chapter 189 Counter Move. It's really troublesome. Bai Ye temporarily switched to his left hand and tried the knife. After slashing twice at random, he found a sense of jerky from it. If it can be solved at first, then for Bai Ye, whether it is left hand or right hand, there will not be too much difference in using it. But what he learned during this period of time requires a high level of sensitivity in his opponents, and a slight mistake may have the opposite effect. The right-handed time that I used to exercise was not enough, and I didn't exercise at all for the left-handed White Knight. To get the left hand to catch up with the right hand, Bai Ye estimates that the time required should be much shorter than starting from scratch, but no matter how short it is, there is nothing to expect in this game. On the surface, the injury on Bai Ye's right hand didn't seem to be very serious, and he didn't even shed much blood. But that was because Eiji's left-hand knife was fast enough and sharp enough. Although the surface wound was not big, it had actually cut to the bone. To return to the point where it can be used normally, Bai Ye estimates that it will take at least 3 minutes or so. In this short period of time, he has to find a way to survive. He is not stronger than the opponent in the first place, so he can't even think about winning with his unaccustomed left hand. When Bai Ye can take the initiative to control the speeding regeneration one day, this kind of small wound can theoretically heal instantly. The current passive repair speed has been maintained at the same state as the virtual power recovery speed, which is equivalent to the overflow part being used by waste. What's the point of you sticking to it? Eiji wanted to wait for Shiroya to surrender directly, but when he saw that he was trying to hold the knife with his left hand, he didn't plan to give him time to adjust. While Shiroya was still wielding a knife to find feelings, Eiji brought up a piece of smoke, exerted the greatest force under his feet, and approached the opponent at the fastest speed. After Bai Ye saw Eiji rushing towards him, he also started to escape at a faster speed. Keep both sides within a safe distance, as if mocking each other in the process, and from time to time he moved his left hand and waved a few swords. The eyebrows are also tight and loose, constantly thinking about how to use the left hand and how to make the angle of the knife better. Why did I give birth to an illusion that Shiraya does not put Eiji in his eyes at all? After Bai Ye's right hand was abolished for a long time, everyone thought that the opponent had lost. As a result, Shiroya is currently leading the way easily and freely, and put his mind on the left-handed knife, seemingly not afraid of being killed by Eiji. Advertisement. I don't care about the others. I have to say that Bai Ye still has great potential in terms of speed. There is definitely a chance to become the fastest man in the history of our Iron Country. It is estimated that Eiji has never been so aggrieved before. His opponent obviously can't beat him, but he can't catch up with his opponent. Look at it, it seems that Bai Ye has been moving at a high speed, and his body has begun to be a little unable to hold it. With the exception of the Yanagita family and Mitsui family, everyone at the scene looked like a good show. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, especially some people who still have the opportunity to challenge, hope that Bai Ye can persist for as long as possible. In this way they have the opportunity to pick up the leaks and easily replace the exhausted Eiji. After Bai Ye fled for a certain distance, he didn't forget to do those daily operations. Secretly exploded the blood bag hidden under the bandage and slowed down a little. Shuyong, Bai Ye's original referee, couldn't help but turn his head after seeing this scene. He was about to see the devil in this scene. As for Eiji, seeing this scene was completely another reaction. His face was extremely excited, and his eyes flashed brightly. He is willing to chase desperately behind him, the main purpose is this, and Bai Ye's broken intelligence in this area is already rotten on the street. It's all like this, are you still going to keep going? When Eiji saw Bai Ye's speed drop sharply, he had hoped to catch up. But after the distance between the two sides was almost 3 meters, Bai Ye's feet seemed to be suddenly equipped with springs, and the distance was stretched again instantly. After repeating this several times, Eiji felt that he was about to collapse, and couldn't help but open his mouth again to persuade him to surrender. Don't be funny, why do you think I keep insisting on not giving up? I'm still waiting to see you get killed by someone else next time. When the distance between the two sides was the closest, Bai Ye turned his head to respond to Eiji, with a deliberate smile on his face. After the remaining challengers heard these words, the corners of their mouths showed goodwill smiles, which made Eiji chills behind him. Finally can't help it. Bai Ye realized that Eiji, who had been following him, suddenly stopped, and couldn't help but look back again. I saw Ying with a chill on his face, staring at Bai Ye's back. Bai Ye guessed it directly from Eiji's behavior and expression, knowing that the other party's mentality had reached its limit, and he was not ready to go shopping like this with himself. Advertisement. It is worth mentioning that even if both sides lose if there is a tie, the next challenger can directly get a top 32 position. It is said that Bai Ye's knife was directly cut off last time. I don't know if I have thought of any countermeasures after so long. Eiji was also very annoyed after watching it. I don't know if the two have discussed it, and at the same time, they have used very similar secret skills at the same time. At the same time, I was curious as to how Bai Ye would deal with it. Many people felt a bit of a headache for this ultimate speed. Secret skill chasing stars. Although the speed of both sides is very fast, Bai Ye will cause a sonic boom when it moves. I've heard of this before. Bai Ye seems to have developed a trick called starburst. It is said that it is also a secret technique mainly to increase his speed. But isn't his right hand useless? Is it possible to use it successfully after changing another hand? All subconsciously lowered their breath, looking forward to how the battle would go. But at the same time, for comparison, many people still find that there are many differences between the two moves. And Eiji was more like being integrated into the space, the surrounding air did not form resistance to him, and there was no sound at all in the process of moving. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Secret skills are inherently very demanding in detail. In their eyes, Bai Ye will know what it is, but it is too arrogant to use a hand that is not good at it. Should have it, otherwise there is no confidence in picking the opponent to be the opponent. And Bai Ye's subsequent actions left many people at a loss. Secret skill starburst. What does this guy want to do? Why does he perform similar actions to Eiji? After Eiji stopped, the audience outside the field also concentrated their attention, for fear that they might have missed any details. The two people who were back to back were so motionless, so that the sound of communication on the scene suddenly disappeared. The two passed by in an instant, and appeared at each other's position just now. Chapter 190 Counter Move. It's really troublesome. Bai Ye temporarily switched to his left hand and tried the knife. After slashing twice at random, he found a sense of jerky from it. If it can be solved at first, then for Bai Ye, whether it is left hand or right hand, there will not be too much difference in using it. But what he learned during this period of time requires a high level of sensitivity in his opponents, and a slight mistake may have the opposite effect. The right-handed time that I used to exercise was not enough, and I didn't exercise at all for the left-handed White Knight. To get the left hand to catch up with the right hand, Bai Ye estimates that the time required should be much shorter than starting from scratch, but no matter how short it is, there is nothing to expect in this game. On the surface, the injury on Bai Ye's right hand didn't seem to be very serious, and he didn't even shed much blood. But that was because Eiji's left-hand knife was fast enough and sharp enough. Although the surface wound was not big, it had actually cut to the bone. To return to the point where it can be used normally, Bai Ye estimates that it will take at least 3 minutes or so. In this short period of time, he has to find a way to survive. He is not stronger than the opponent in the first place, so he can't even think about winning with his unaccustomed left hand. When Bai Ye can take the initiative to control the speeding regeneration one day, this kind of small wound can theoretically heal instantly. The current passive repair speed has been maintained at the same state as the virtual power recovery speed, which is equivalent to the overflow part being used by waste. What's the point of you sticking to it? Eiji wanted to wait for Shiroya to surrender directly, but when he saw that he was trying to hold the knife with his left hand, he didn't plan to give him time to adjust. While Shiroya was still wielding a knife to find feelings, Eiji brought up a piece of smoke, exerted the greatest force under his feet, and approached the opponent at the fastest speed. After Bai Ye saw Eiji rushing towards him, he also started to escape at a faster speed. Keep both sides within a safe distance, as if mocking each other in the process, and from time to time he moved his left hand and waved a few swords. The eyebrows are also tight and loose, constantly thinking about how to use the left hand and how to make the angle of the knife better. Why did I give birth to an illusion that Shiraya does not put Eiji in his eyes at all? After Bai Ye's right hand was abolished for a long time, everyone thought that the opponent had lost. As a result, Shiroya is currently leading the way easily and freely, and put his mind on the left-handed knife, seemingly not afraid of being killed by Eiji. Advertisement. I don't care about the others. I have to say that Bai still has great potential in terms of speed. There is definitely a chance to become the fastest man in the history of our Iron Country. It is estimated that Eiji has never been so aggrieved before. His opponent obviously can't beat him, but he can't catch up with his opponent. Look at it, it seems that Bai Ye has been moving at a high speed, and his body has begun to be a little unable to hold it. With the exception of the Yanagita family and Mitsui family, everyone at the scene looked like a good show. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, especially some people who still have the opportunity to challenge, hope that Bai Ye can persist for as long as possible. In this way they have the opportunity to pick up the leaks and easily replace the exhausted Eiji. After Bai Ye fled for a certain distance, he didn't forget to do those daily operations. Secretly exploded the blood bag hidden under the bandage and slowed down a little. Shuyong, Bai Ye's original referee, couldn't help but turn his head after seeing this scene. He was about to see the devil in this scene. As for Eiji, seeing this scene was completely another reaction. His face was extremely excited, and his eyes flashed brightly. He is willing to chase desperately behind him, the main purpose is this, and Bai Ye's broken intelligence in this area is already rotten on the street. It's all like this, are you still going to keep going? When Eiji saw Bai Ye's speed drop sharply, he had hoped to catch up. But after the distance between the two sides was almost 3 meters, Bai Ye's feet seemed to be suddenly equipped with springs, and the distance was stretched again instantly. After repeating this several times, Eiji felt that he was about to collapse, and couldn't help but open his mouth again to persuade him to surrender. Don't be funny, why do you think I keep insisting on not giving up? I'm still waiting to see you get killed by someone else next time. When the distance between the two sides was the closest, Bai Ye turned his head to respond to Eiji, with a deliberate smile on his face. After the remaining challengers heard these words, the corners of their mouths showed goodwill smiles, which made Eiji chills behind him. Finally can't help it. Bai Ye realized that Eiji, who had been following him, suddenly stopped, and couldn't help but look back again. I saw Ying with a chill on his face, staring at Bai Ye's back. Bai Ye guessed it directly from Eiji's behavior and expression, knowing that the other party's mentality had reached its limit, and he was not ready to go shopping like this with himself. Advertisement. It is worth mentioning that even if both sides lose if there is a tie, the next challenger can directly get a top 32 position. It is said that Bai Ye's knife was directly cut off last time. I don't know if I have thought of any countermeasures after so long. Should have it, otherwise there is no confidence in picking the opponent to be the opponent. After Eiji stopped, the audience outside the field also concentrated their attention, for fear that they might have missed any details. At the same time, I was curious as to how Bai Ye would deal with it. Many people felt a bit of a headache for this ultimate speed. What does this guy want to do? Why does he perform similar actions to Eiji? I've heard of this before. Bai Ye seems to have developed a trick called Starburst. It is said that it is also a secret technique mainly to increase his speed. But isn't his right hand useless? Is it possible to use it successfully after changing another hand? And Bai Ye's subsequent actions left many people at a loss. Secret skills are inherently very demanding in detail. In their eyes, Bai Ye will know what it is, but it is too arrogant to use a hand that is not good at it. Eiji was also very annoyed after watching it. Secret skill chasing stars. Secret skill Starburst. I don't know if the two have discussed it, and at the same time, they have used very similar secret skills at the same time. But at the same time for comparison, many people still find that there are many differences between the two moves. Although the speed of both sides is very fast, Bai Ye will cause a sonic boom when it moves. And AG was more like being integrated into the space. The surrounding air did not form resistance to him, and there was no sound at all in the process of moving. The two passed by in an instant, and appeared at each other's position just now. The two people who were back to back were so motionless, so that the sound of communication on the scene suddenly disappeared. All subconsciously lowered their breath, looking forward to how the battle would go. 8 PS Chapter 191 Suppress. Tick. Tick. On Bai Ye's chest, there was a bloodstain on the blood bag. Now there is another bloodstain on the completely opposite position, and it crosses the original one to form a big X. Sure enough. With the unaccustomed left hand, the reaction is much slower. A lot of blood spilled from the corner of Bai Ye's mouth, and the power of this knife had obviously spread to the internal organs. Advertisement: it wasn't the kind of blood he had spewed out from the tip of his tongue by deliberately biting his tongue in order to pretend to be hurt. But, it seems that I got a bit of it. Although he suffered a serious injury, Bai Ye's mouth still revealed a hint of smile. He leaned against the tip of the knife that supported his balance on the ground, and he could still see a bright red. Damn. It seems I still underestimate you. Obviously, he caused more damage, but AG's face revealed a slight uncomfortable. Some people couldn't believe that the person facing him was the guy who had been cut off by himself. The tingling sensation in his chest kept reminding him that it was true. At this time, AG still had some regrets in his heart. He just didn't use all his strength to preserve his strength. This caused Bai Ye to use the tip of a knife on his chest, rubbing a not very deep but very long wound. As long as the speed was up a little bit, AG was sure to avoid the knife perfectly. He didn't treat the injury as a family property like Bai Ye's pervert. The pain will affect the normal battle to some extent. Especially when the strength of the target is not weak, a small mistake will be infinitely magnified. Moreover, fighting forever will only cause the wound to tear constantly, and the blood loss alone is enough to sentence death. I guess you should be thinking now, the other party is already hurt like this, and he will definitely surrender. I'm sorry, I'm probably letting you down again. Bai Ye tried to make a fist with his right hand, feeling that most of the forearm muscles had healed, and the remaining part could barely be ignored by willpower. Then let the restoring force of overspeed regeneration act on the chest, and want to restore this area first. After so many years, Bai Ye has not been able to actively strengthen the effect of recovery, but it is still possible to restrain the recovery of one part and give priority to the ability to recover other parts. Isn't it? I'm all hurt like this and I still don't admit defeat. What did AG do to Bai Ye? Advertisement: I see. This should be the reason why Bai Ye is called the God of Undead. It's estimated that there will be no more drama this time. He really considers himself immortal. The people on the field are totally not optimistic about Bai Ye's continuing to fight. In their eyes, the useless persistence is simply stupid. It's really you guys. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the eyes of ordinary people, Bai Ye may have fallen into a worse situation, but Yun knew that the situation had begun to reverse somewhat. What do you mean? Can Bai Ye hide some tricks to come back? After hearing Yun's low muttering for a long time, he immediately became interested. He thought that even if he played on his own, there would be no good way to get to the current situation. With such a serious injury, no matter what you do, the effect will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the other party's injury is much lighter, and then as long as he procrastinates for a while, bleeding alone can be a headache. You who don't know anything, are you embarrassed to grab White Knight with me? Run angrily rolled his eyes, just deliberately not telling him for a long time. Seeing the other person's unhappy face, I felt very relieved. You are hurt so much that you can't sneak attack. Is it necessary to smash me to death? AG didn't choose to step forward at the first time, but tore off his samurai uniform and made a simple bandage. For him, preserving more combat power is the most important thing, and it is no longer a big problem that the White Knight is not white. However, during the period, AG focused his main attention on Shiraya's body to prevent the opponent from taking this opportunity to attack him. As a result, the opponent was completely unmoved, still waving the knife with his right hand on the spot, as if he was looking for a feeling. This made AG very depressed, and he didn't know what Shiraya was thinking about. The right hand was suddenly ready for use inexplicably. He was very confident that he had just made a sneak attack. The depth of the wound was less to say, and he had to rest for 10.5 days. You should know how much I want to pull you into the water from the moment I choose you as the target. Bai Ye was very happy to continue chatting with AG. The longer the delay, the better for him. The wound in front of him has initially healed, and he will no longer continue to spurt blood out, but as long as the movement is slightly more intense, it will reopen. If there is too much blood loss at that time, not to mention direct shock, but the brain must not run away due to insufficient oxygen supply. Advertisement: as long as there is a momentary delay in thinking, it is enough for the other party to put the knife on his neck. AG, who doesn't know the details, is also happy to chat with Shiraya. He didn't know that Bai Ye's blood had stopped at this time, and the bandage had already been completely stained red, making it difficult to observe the current bleeding situation. However, as time passed, AG finally noticed something wrong. Bai Ye's face, which had become pale due to excessive blood loss, unknowingly showed another blush. AG didn't know exactly what happened, but his instinct told him that he couldn't hold on any longer. Cut. I can't do it so soon. At present, only the 5th and 6th floors have been restored. There is still a lot of danger if you do it. Seeing that AG had carried the knife and rushed over, Bai Ye had no choice but to manipulate his unrecovered right hand against the enemy. The reason for not running away is to keep moving at a high speed, and the impact on the body is also not small. And one more thing, Bai Ye also wanted to see how his frontal combat ability was. The two sides had been fighting for so long and hadn't had a good frontal fight. So that's it. After Bai Ye accepted Eiji's first move, a smile appeared unconsciously at the corner of her mouth. The strength transmitted from Zanpaku was much smaller than the initial blow of the two of them, indicating that the other party was also afraid of affecting the wound on his chest. However, although the opponent is not very powerful, but for the first time encountering the White Knight of the second sword style, he was forced to be a little rushed. In particular, the left-handed knife used by Eiji was faster than the right-handed knife, and it was more troublesome to avoid it. Bai Ye feels that she is currently dealing with two people who cooperate very tacitly at the same time. Every time Eiji used a long sword to force Shiroya to return to defense with a Zanpaku knife, he then used a short knife to sneak attacks at a tricky angle. Realizing that he was in a weak White Knight, when he wanted to take the distance first, Eiji also refused to give him a chance at all, and kept pressing hard all the time. If you want to forcibly leave, there is a high probability that you will be more severely injured. In just a dozen seconds, Bai Ye had a lot of wounds on his body. However, apart from the pain, the wound itself does not cause much impact. This made Bai Ye have been suppressed, but there was no sign of rapid defeat. Chapter 192 Simplified version of the trick. Don't look at me with such a look. I can't help it. Bai Ye has spent less than half a year learning knives. How can I teach him how to deal with the second-hand style? Jun felt Ju's weird look and couldn't help but explain. Bai Ye's swordsmanship was Junjiao, which was basically known to everyone in the Mitsui family, and it was not a secret at all. So seeing Bai Ye being suppressed so miserably, the first reaction for a long time was to look for problems from Run. Is Bai Ye really only learning the knife from you for such a short half a year? The news that Bai Ye is a beginner has been heard for a long time, which is one of the reasons why he didn't pay much attention to Bai Ye in the beginning. But after seeing White Knight in this place, he had already regarded the news as fake news, but he didn't expect it to be true. Bai Ye has really only practiced some basics before this. The good foundation is also the reason why he can break out in a short time. Run Tan spread his hands. He didn't expect Bai Ye to make progress so quickly at first. It's just a bit too arrogant. Otherwise, pick a player who is relatively easy to deal with, and maybe you have won it now. When Run and Ju communicated in a low voice, Bai Ye's dodge movements began to become more and more fluid. The first encounter with her Dao Lu did make Shirai a little confused, but he had been observing Eiji's movements during the fight. From the initial discomfort, to now it seems to be a bit more comfortable. Eiji's face also slowly began to look a little difficult. Although Bai Ye has been in a state of being suppressed, the number of injuries has become less and less. Eiji was a little skeptical, and Bai Ye didn't seem to be hurt. All the movements seemed to be too flexible, and his own offense is a bit uncoordinated because of his injuries. Otherwise, there were several chances during the period that Bai Ye could be seriously injured again, but he had stopped reacting before letting the other party avoid it. This is also related to the comfort of the samurai in the Iron Kingdom, and injuries are generally rare. It's not that your own restraint is too bad, but the body will always be a little uncomfortable instinctively. Have you reached your limit? Advertisement Shiroya, who was suppressed, looked at Eiji with an irritable expression, thinking that the other party's injury had relapsed, which made him hide more and more relaxed. I never thought that it was my own understanding of swordsmanship, which had reached a very high level without knowing it. So after adapting to a period of time, the anticipation of the next move of the British second edition has become more and more accurate. It is not that the opponent's reaction has become sluggish. I admit that you were great, and I will take the initiative to concede defeat if you can take this trick from me. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As if he had figured out something, Eiji suddenly took the initiative to withdraw from Bai Ye's side. He laughed at himself and found that he was really stupid. In fact, there is no reason to have to fight Bai Ye. It was only because of his self-esteem that he wasted a lot of physical energy, and he was accidentally injured. Eiji had to admit that Bai Ye's strength has indeed improved a lot from a few months ago, so strong that even if he wins, he will lose out. The main purpose of coming here today should be to enter the top 32, rather than irrational death. But Eiji was still a little unwilling to exist in his heart, and only then did he say the last resort. Otherwise, it should be the perfect strategy to save these physical strengths and later use them to challenge other talents. Both of them are very strong. Through this battle, the attitude of the people around him towards Bai Ye also slightly changed. Although they still don't agree with the illegitimate origin, there is nothing to say about their strength. Just now, even though Run Genju had deliberately lowered his voice, some people with sharp ears still heard it. Especially, in just a few minutes, Bai Ye quickly figured out some routines of the second sword art, which undoubtedly proved his talent. All the people watching on the second floor could clearly see that the level during the English second period did not decline. Although the aristocratic families of the Iron Kingdom had some bad habits, they would sincerely respect the strong in swordsmanship. Just as Shirataki is a ninja, but also recognized by the samurai who rejects the ninja. At present, Bai Ye's talent has been recognized by everyone, so the previous hostility has also disappeared. In that case, I will also show you the new things I have researched. When Bai Ye heard Eiji say this, her heart was tight at first, and then she showed some interesting expressions. Advertisement he hadn't noticed at all, he had been addicted to swordsmanship unconsciously. Sure enough, Zanpo Dao would appear by Bai Ye's side. It was not without reason, everything was only an opportunity. My second sword style is not just the level just now, otherwise it would be too cheap. The effect is of course not as strong as the original version, and the use limit is relatively large. It is far from the easy and practical that Zanyu can release as long as the energy is poured into the knife. Therefore, the samurai of the Iron Kingdom basically followed a one-sword style, and it was too difficult to establish contact with both swords at the same time. This move was achieved by Shiraya based on the principle of Zhanyue Tianchang, combined with the samurai's secret skill of slashing sword energy, and combined with the skill of Ihezan. Because of the development of the system, the second sword style gradually declined. I spent a lot of effort on this trick. If a samurai wants to perform secret skills, he must first establish enough contact with his saber, and then cooperate with each other to perform. And second Dao Lu is like, after you have successfully married your wife, you go to raise a junior, this is still in the presence of your true wife. Not only that, but it is even more exaggerated to ask his wife and Xiaosan to get along with each other in harmony. It is difficult to do this perfectly. A crescent-shaped slash that exuded light blue flashed past it, and instantly flew to Eiji's face gate. Of course, Bai Ye was stunned by these things, and didn't know where the so-called difficulties were. After making the decision, Eiji's expression became much more relaxed. Jane Crescent Moon Chong. On the other hand, Eiji crossed his hands between his waists, and the two knives were held upside down. He bowed his body slightly, and put on a posture slightly similar to Hokage running. This was also the reason why Run hadn't mentioned it to Bai Ye at all. He had never thought that there would be someone who had succeeded in the second round of swordsmanship this year. The only difference is that he is holding the scabbard in his hand at this time and laying it sideways on his chest. Shiroya didn't move his body this time, and his right hand slashed towards Eiji's direction at an extremely fast speed. Eiji couldn't help but sighed, looking forward to the reaction of others after seeing this trick. Bai Ye's actions at this time were very similar to the previous starburst posture, all of which were to insert the Zanpaku Sword back into its sheath. Chapter 193 Physique Problem. What's this trick? It's obviously a very popular ability. Swordsmanship is actually a compulsory course for a level samurai, and occasionally very few people are too lazy to learn it. However, this trick is a long-range offensive method specially developed to deal with ninjas. As far as the battle within the samurai is concerned, because the specific methods of use are known, it is easy to be predicted, and the power is not as high as directly cut with a knife. So few people use it under normal circumstances, especially Bai Ye, who seems to have just mastered it and is still relying on the skills of Ihezan to release. Among the personnel present, no matter how bad they are, they have already touched the edge of the A-rank samurai. Because of this, many people are a little unclear. It seems like they don't understand what Bai Ye said, but the ability they use is so popular. Really, as many people expected, Yinger didn't even hide and went straight up. As the figure flickered, the light blue sword aura suddenly broke from the middle. Lost their balance, two crescents tremblingly rushed to the ground on both sides, leaving two long trailing marks. When Eiji appeared again, the figure had already appeared behind Bai Ye, and the position of his hands had returned to normal. Does anyone know what this trick is called? I can only see an afterimage just now. If the speed of Bai Ye's confrontation with Eiji before, most people can still see clearly. So Eiji's current trick, many people can only see a flash of afterimages in their eyes, and they can't see the specific details. This is the Star Chaser of the Yanagita family. The speed and power are about 1 in 5 times that of the original version. I didn't expect this kid to actually practice it. The one who answered aloud was a member of the referee team. Seeing that no one knew it, he couldn't help but penetrate the young man's topic. This can be regarded as a trick in the legend, and I don't know how long it has not appeared in people's sight. This kid Bai Ye won't be cut into several pieces by Eiji. Hearing the explanation of the older generation, many people looked at the body that Bai Ye could not move and couldn't help but feel a little pain. Although I didn't want to see Bai Ye in my heart, it was still not enough to hope that the other party would die. Advertisement. You two underestimated us. If it was really dangerous, we would have acted long ago. It was the referee who just gave an explanation, and couldn't help rolling his eyes, really wanting to give a shudder to those who questioned them. Just now, these referees tightened their bodies at the moment of Eiji's action. If it hadn't been for Bai Ye's follow-up actions, he would have almost stopped collectively. They could see that Yinger's move was still a bit jerky, otherwise the speed of the move would not be slower than Bai Ye, leading to some doubts that the opponent could not control the strength. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So, Bai Ye is the next success? The people present were not idiots, and from the tone of the referee, they successfully analyzed the general information. They all stared at Bai Ye intently, trying to find something out of it. According to the agreement, I lost. After taking a breath, Eiji shook his left hand and put the short blade back into his sleeve. His right hand also inserted the saber into the scabbard. After Eiji finished saying these words, the visual afterimage of Shiroya left in place also turned into a long bandage. Then they were torn apart immediately and scattered on the ground in piles. I almost finished playing just now. Bai Ye's figure also fell from the sky at the same time, and the bandages originally wrapped around her upper body had disappeared, and it seemed that it was the ones that had just shattered. The speed at which Eiji used the cross to chase the star just now was not like the referee said, but was only 1.5 times faster than the star chasing. Eiji's use of star chasing has never done his best. The actual situation is that the speed has almost doubled. Originally, the opponent suddenly broke out with such a speed, it was difficult to escape with Bai Ye's basic reaction speed. However, while Eiji was on the move, he paused in order to split Jane Crescent into the sky. Bai Ye seized this moment of opportunity, and instantly opened to the stage of injury. With the help of the power provided by the 4th gate of the 8th gate Dunjia, Bai Ye successfully used Shunbu to its extreme, using the skills of Kongchan for the first time. Kong Cicada is an advanced technique for Shunbu. The effect is that in the fast movement, the visual afterimage makes the enemy mistakenly believe that the target has been hit, but it only hits the outer clothing. However, this trick must be to abandon the outermost clothing in order to confuse the enemy. That's why Shiroya left the originally broken bandage in place, and successfully allowed him to take Eiji's blow on his behalf. Advertisement: he hid in the gap between the first floor and the second floor, and the hiding place was somewhat similar to the original Jongman exam. Wait, your body? This battle should have come to an end after the British second conceded defeat. But when the two sides were about to leave each other, Eiji suddenly noticed something was wrong. After discovering that Bai Ye's upper body was not covered by a bandage, the physical condition was completely different from what he had imagined. What's wrong? When Bai Ye was called to stop, he was still a little confused, but when he felt that his upper body was colder than usual, he immediately realized what the problem was. Just now, because of the tense situation, Bai Ye completely forgot about her own body, and now she is exposed to everyone without any barriers. The many wounds originally cut by Eiji can see a lot of blood stains on the surface, and it can also be found that they have successfully healed and scarred. The distance is completely restored, and it looks like it won't take long. That's the case, so all the injuries are pretending. ****, I really want to kill you. Eiji's reaction was a little dull at first, but he immediately guessed what happened. The calm mood was clouded all of a sudden, and I regret that he had given up his defeat and spoke too quickly, and there was no chance of regretting it at all. Let's not talk about how Bai Ye did this, but I was deceived throughout the process because it was an established fact. I also set up some plans specifically for this. Just thinking about it feels very horrible. I will talk to you later when I have time. Seeing that the situation was not right, Bai Ye quickly applied oil on the soles of his feet, leaving the other party with a lot of things he wanted to say but nowhere to vent. If you lose this game, you don't care too much. With your abilities, hurry up and recover. It's easy to win back later. After Eiji retreated back to the auditorium, his big brother Nobuhiro Yanagita stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder, and offered comfort. Big brother, that guy may be stronger than you think. Eiji didn't say much about this, instead he chose to draw his saber around his waist. Nobuhiro couldn't help but narrow his eyes after seeing the mark on the knife body, and his brows wrinkled deeper. Chapter 194: The Arrival of Dashimaru. It actually cracked. How did this happen? Nobuhiro stretched out his hand and stroked Eiji's saber, carefully feeling the situation at the crack. The opponent was able to cut off Bai Ye's saber at first, but now his saber has been cut out by the opponent, which is really unacceptable. The blue crescent-shaped sword in front doesn't feel like the usual one. At the beginning, Eiji didn't care too much about Shiraya's sword spirit, so he chose the plan of frontal smashing and wanted to be more handsome. Otherwise, with his reaction speed, he is completely sure to avoid this trick successfully. As a result, I didn't expect the sharpness of this move to be stronger than that of Bai Ye, directly strengthening the blade for battle. At the same time that Eiji successfully cut off his sword, his two sabers were also knocked out of a gap. This means that Bai Ye uses a modified secret technique, not the common secret technique. There are secret techniques for improving sword chi in the Iron Kingdom, but like the second sword style, the spread is not high because it is too difficult to learn. Of course, the other is that it is enough to learn routines directly. To learn some fancy things, it is easy to drag yourself down. But as long as it succeeds, there is definitely a high probability of becoming the most powerful group in the same period. Changzi, you'd better change your goal later, some omissions are not so easy to pick. After Shinong thought for a while, he turned his head and exhorted the clansmen standing behind him. After careful consideration, Bai Ye's tricky difficulty is much higher than imagined. Nobuhiro had no confidence in the Yanagita family regaining the third position. Originally, the number of people who entered this place was one less than that of the Mitsui family, but the other party's sudden addition of newcomers was much stronger than expected. How do you feel? Can you continue to fight? On the other hand, after Bai Ye returned, Run immediately took off his coat and draped it on the opponent's body. He also didn't expect that Bai Ye would remove the bandage. There are definitely a lot of sharp-eyed guys who have found something wrong. But the concealment that should be done is still indispensable, thinking that I can conceal a few more. Advertisement: it's okay, I didn't put much effort into it, and the wound healed well, but... Bai Ye didn't have any worries about the next challenge. The degree just now was just a warm-up pose for him. It's not like some of the abilities after the initial solution, all of which are large consumers, and it will not take long to suck themselves dry. What Bai Ye is more worried about right now is his physical condition. Just a careless result was exposed to everyone. The players are fine to say something, but with the eyes of those referees, something is definitely wrong. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It would be a bit embarrassing if it would affect his future battles. Don't worry, Mifune-sama already knows what happened to you. Although he seems a little unhappy, he doesn't intend to prohibit you from continuing to compete. Runxiang understood what Bai Ye was worried about, and directly uttered a message to signal him to relax. After Mifune heard about the adjutant's advance in the previous meeting, he specially invited Run's father to visit. Some conditions about Bai Ye have all been clearly understood, and the original spot of the key observation object has been relentlessly removed. In that case, can I use some other abilities? After Bai Ye heard the good news, all the worries in his heart were gone, and some thoughts that shouldn't have been turned around. If there are no restrictions, Bai Ye feels that he has no chance to fight for the first place. When I return to the village, I will have an extra boast of capital, crushing the title of the younger generation of the Iron Country. It is very emotional just thinking about it. Don't dream, If you show some abilities that violate the rules, you will definitely be suspended for life. Run didn't roll his eyes angrily. The other party's thoughts were a little too naive. Sure enough, this is what a 10-year-old child should have. In some aspects of Bai Ye, in Run's eyes, it was a bit mature and terrifying. But Jun thought this was a ninja normal state. After all, when the battle situation was tense, even a few years old would be transferred to the battlefield. Like the samurai, they are too comfortable, and the mature ones are a lot more knights than the ninjas. Bai Ye is slowly growing with age, and now there is very little time to pretend to be children. And in the ninja realm, the ones that mature very quickly are only a few of Kakashi and Itachi. So what are you talking about? Standing on the side for a long time, I found myself completely unable to intervene, feeling that the topic of the two people's exchange was like a heavenly book. Advertisement. Master Oshimaru, is this the Iron Country? It doesn't look kind to us at all. Itsuki looked at the invitation card in his hand, and remembered what had just happened. Teacher Oshimaru, how did you do it? Why did I just raise it? In Hongdu's concept of consciousness, this kind of weapon pairing usually occurs during the lower or middle ninja. Because the weather is too cold, and what she and Oshimaru learned about snake ninjutsu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. After Oshimaru retracted his hand, a small snake with a core spit out from his sleeve. After learning some great forbearance, the situation of close combat with the enemy will be greatly reduced, and it feels that it is meaningless to learn. Dashimaru reached out and rubbed Itsuki Bean's head, and told her some information about the samurai by the way. As Bai Ye here to learn swordsmanship. What's so interesting about this kind of thing? And it warned them too much that they were a little restful during this period of time, making them look like some big villains. There is no ninja in the country of iron. It is a kind of existence called a samurai who guards this place. It is normal to reject us. You'll know after a while, it's not a good habit to be too arrogant. Some time ago, after Dashimaru asked for an invitation from the third generation of Hokage, he set off with the red beans. In this weather, her combat capability will have a natural disadvantage. Originally, the first senses were not so good, but when the two of them entered the city, the guard still showed a look of disgust. Hongdo looked at the fast-moving little snake in Dashiwan, and then at the little snake in her hand that was about to fall into hibernation. It was not a single-dimensional existence at all. It turned its head to judge the direction first, and then quickly disappeared into the street. After a period of hard trek, the two finally felt the capital of the Iron Kingdom. In fact, Hongdo didn't feel wrong at all. Her teacher was really an out-and-out wicked person who acted completely recklessly. Hongdo had already expressed that she didn't like this place as soon as she entered the scope of the Iron Country. Chapter 195 Converge. This is. Bai Ye was doing daily compulsory courses at this time, and suddenly he noticed some movement under the ground. Regarding the qualifiers have officially ended, Bai Ye always officially got the place he wanted. At that time, some people thought that Bai Ye was seriously injured, and they all came to pick up the bargain, which really caused him a lot of pressure. Not to mention the abilities of these people are abnormal, but the players who can enter here are also unlikely to have any weak ones. Especially in the last battle of White Knight, because it consumed too much energy before, it almost overturned. Eiji's words were not as good as Shiroya's wishes, and finally succeeded in the promotion. Is it raised by Mr. Oshimaru, but why does it appear here? When Bai Ye was on alert, a small snake with a probe suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. He was very familiar with this kind of things, and immediately thought of his teacher. Speaking of this time, it should be the longest time that Bai Ye went out alone. He lived alone in the Iron Country for half a year. After seeing the White Knight, the little snake opened his small mouth and spit out a scroll that was out of proportion to it. Teacher Oshimaru actually came to the Iron Country with Itsuki beans, but how did you find my direction? Bai Ye took a quick glance at the contents of the scroll and got a rough idea of what happened. But looking at the little snake wrapped around his fingers, Bai Ye's forehead unconsciously showed a few more black lines. He very much doubted whether his body had been moved by Dashiwan. Otherwise, it's not a perception-type ninja beast like a ninja dog, how could it track its position so easily? In that case, my body is also passive. At this time, Xiao Si, who was lying on the side gnawing on his bones, trembled as if thinking of something. Do you have passive hands and feet in your body? Haven't you been forced to count? Stop chewing, come back soon, I'm going to meet the teacher who I haven't contacted for a long time. Quote. Bai Ye kicked Xiao Sisei unhappily, and found that after he had followed him, he didn't know why he became more and more like an ordinary dog. Advertisement. The kind of forced disappearance without a trace at the beginning, if it weren't for 3 heads, it would definitely be a pet dog. Just go by yourself, why call me? Xiao Si threw the bone into his mouth reluctantly, chewed twice at random and swallowed it, then turned into a light and sank into the pendant. Bai Ye also put his left hand in his cuff, hid the little snake that was used to guide the way, and rushed to the target. Opening parenthesis. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi as the person Konoha sent this time one of the 3 ninjas. Mifune, who was dealing with things, immediately someone came to report it after Onimaru entered the Iron Kingdom. This is very unreasonable. Don't those villages only send a man to collect information every time? The adjutant on the scene frowned when he heard that the person was Dashimaru. For all shinobu villages, Shangnan is a scarce existence, and it is generally not wasted in such a meaningless place. What's more, it's hard not to be suspected of having ulterior motives for a strong like Dashawan. I know some of the reasons why the other party came over. Don't be too nervous, and let others see the joke at that time. However, the vigilance is still indispensable. I won't need to teach you how to do it. Quote. Had Mifune not just learned about Shiroya from Mitsui's house before, he might be even more nervous than his adjutant at this time. After all, ninja is no longer in the warring states period, and the detached status of the samurai is long gone. If there is a conflict with the 5 ninja countries, there is a high possibility that they will be involved in the war. This is not what Mifune wants to see. Yes, the adjutant got up and left after thinking for a while, ready to go to receive Dashawan himself. Now that you have decided what to do your best, and the identity of the other party deserves him to go out in person. ... It's so luxurious, it's too corrupt. Following the guidance of the little snake at his fingertips, Bai Ye quickly came to the most luxurious hotel in TZ. Specifically, he understands that the price of staying here for a night is almost equal to the total bonus for performing the B-level task. Hey, Bai Ye has finally come and taste these delicacies, they are so delicious. Advertisement. As soon as Bai Ye pushed open the door of the private room, Hongdo waved to him, with a pile of food stuffed in his mouth. There is another reason why this hotel is so expensive, that is, the food is completely casual, or the kind made especially delicious. However, the charges are calculated on a per capita basis, and there are also a bunch of other entertainment facilities. Azuki Beans, do you always live in such a luxurious place every time you perform a task with teacher Dashi Wan? Just like a standard weapon made with the same mold, the user himself needs a special method to distinguish it. Dashi Wan blushed a little rare, and proved to Bai Ye that what Hongdu said should be true. Hongdu glanced at Dashawan disgustingly, her condition was worse than Bai Ye. How could it be possible that an uncle brought us here, and Mr. Oshimaru is so prickly? It is totally unrealistic to bring me to this place. The source of research funding is mainly from Danzo, so in some places where there is no need to spend money, it will be a little stingy. At this time, Bai Ye wanted to make a complaint. Shouldn't it be an invitation to have a meal with him at this time, right? Dashi Maru has always been obsessed with research, rarely doing tasks, resulting in not much income. Is this an imitation of Mr. Oshimaru? It looks exactly the same from the outside. Bai Ye also subconsciously touched the Zanpaku knife on her waist to confirm whether it was still there. But after seeing the knife handed by Hongdu, his mind was completely attracted instantly. Here, do you feel different from yours? Bai Ye pulled the knife out, and found that not only the style of the handle was extremely similar, but also the curvature and weight of the blade could not tell the difference. At any rate, Bai Ye has the right to choose a good place to live, while Red Do must sleep on the street, and Dashiwan is also known for its will to exercise. Ahem, Bai Ye, besides watching your game this time, we have one more thing to study with you. He also tried to swing a few knives, and felt that the hand feels very familiar. The only difference is that when Bai Ye held this knife, she lost the unknown intimacy, indicating that this was indeed not her own knife. Bai Ye saw that it was envy, jealousy, and hatred, thinking that she often sleeps on the street, she couldn't help but feel a sense of grief and anger. After getting a signal from Dashawan, Hongdu untied the imitation Zanpei knife from her waist and handed it to Bai Ye. Chapter 196 Trial Knife. With this knife, can you still use those moves? Hongdu stared at the white knight with his eyes bravely, ignoring the food in front of him. After this period of time, this broken knife was about to become Red Bean's nightmare, and she couldn't help but miss the spell when she saw the knife-shaped weapon. I'm not sure, let me try it first. Bai Ye was also curious whether this knife was really effective, or if it was just more similar in appearance. But the things that Dashi Wan had made him subconsciously think that it should not be parallel imports, otherwise it would be too uncomfortable. Shoot him, sharp gun. Bai Ye thought about it carefully, and decided to use the ability that she has acquired the longest and most familiar with. As Bai Ye's voice fell, a white light flashed across the body of the imitation knife, and the heartbeat of the 3 people present couldn't help but slow down. Bah! In the expectant gaze of Hongdu and Dashimaru, Bai Ye's brows couldn't help but frown, and some white smoke emerged from the hand holding the knife. It didn't take long for the room to have a burnt smell, and there was even a faint smell of meat mixed in it. Hiss! Bai Ye continued to hold on for a while, and finally reached the limit, causing the shiny knife to fall. He easily penetrated the floor, leaving only one handle of the knife exposed. After losing the source of power, the light quickly dimmed. Is this something so scary? Even Bai Ye can't bear it. Seeing this, the Red Bean couldn't help stepping forward and carefully poking the shimmering knife handle with his fingers. As a result, there was no sign of injury. Bai Ye's bearing capacity can be regarded as the strongest in Konoha, which proves that this thing should be very powerful. And now although the light is dim, there should still be residual power, and the Red Bean does not behave exactly like a okay person. This thing is poisonous, why can't I touch it? Bai Ye couldn't help but touched it again, and immediately felt a force of destroying his hand, which was completely different from Red Bean. In particular, seeing the Red Beans easily pulled it out of the ground, Bai Ye glanced at her somewhat scorched palms, really wanting to cry. Since there is a response, it should be effective, and the research direction should be correct. Advertisement. Dashi Wan did not know where he took out a small notebook, and recorded all the circumstances that just happened. Although I don't know what caused this phenomenon, one thing can be confirmed, that is, this knife is not entirely a waste product. Shoot him, sharp gun. Seeing Bai Ye's words reacted to Hongdo, he couldn't help but experiment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi, but because the result just now was not good, she unconsciously twisted her head, her eyes narrowed as she stared at the knife in her hand. The nerves have also been completely tightened. As long as the situation is not right, she will immediately let go. She doesn't have the abnormal physique of Bai Ye, and she doesn't want to take the damage hard. Shoot him, sharp spear. Shoot him, sharp spear. What the hell, why I said there was no reaction at all. After waiting nervously for a while, Hongdu found that the knife still hadn't changed much, so she couldn't help but yelled a few more times. As a result, this world is still so cruel, this knife just doesn't care about her. Shoot him, sharp gun. Bai Ye couldn't help trying it with her Zanpaku knife, this time with a white light flashing, it easily became a sharp spear. It was completely stress-free to use, and with the movement of Bai Ye's mind, the sharp gun stretched out without any sense of blocking. Why can you succeed? Hongdo watched Bai Yuan fly up, and then looked at the unresponsive thing in his hand, and couldn't help feeling even more depressed. She has already followed the method Bai Ye said, not to mention reaching the same point in an instant, but at any rate, she should have a little reaction. Try it with mine, maybe it's because of the details of this knife. After Bai Ye felt the sharp gun for a long time, he relieved Hajime and handed it to Hongdu. He also wanted to see how the red beans would react with genuine products. After so many years, no one has ever tried this thing. Yes. Hongdo was also a little excited to take the Zanpaku Dao, wanting to know whether it was her own problem or the knife problem. If you can't do it yourself, then you will be more honest with Oshimaru's ninjutsu in the future. There is no need to waste time on this. Hey, I have a reaction. This time, with the red bean pouring chakra into it, Zanpaku Dao immediately rose to change. What? Advertisement. But before the red bean was happy for long, he quickly threw the knife in his hand. Why is it so painful? Bai Ye, you have just been able to hold on for so long without letting go. A faint mist appeared at the corner of the red bean's eyes, and the palm of his hand was put in front of his small mouth and started to blow gently. Will you get hurt with my knife? Seeing Hongdu's current reaction, Bai Ye's thoughts gradually became clear. Okay, don't try, let's eat first. Dashimaru also closed his notebook at this time. It seemed that he, like Bai Ye, also got some information he wanted. Don't patronize yourself and no, just share it with me. Hongdo saw that Bai Ye and Da Shiwan both looked thoughtful, and she was eager to know why. After being dealt with in this way, she didn't want to find out the specific truth, and she had no appetite at all. You can probably understand it this way. This kind of knife is special, just like the misty shark muscle. It can choose the owner by itself. So your knife will repel me to enter chakras into it, and my knife will also repel your chakras. Bai Ye thought for a while, and took the shark muscles for reference, so that red beans could be easier to understand. Of course, this is just a metaphor, and the specific principles will certainly not be exactly the same. This thing is alive. After hearing Bai Ye's explanation, Hongdo shook slightly, and almost threw the knife in her hand. I don't know why there is a feeling of panic, unconsciously, a knife with eyes full of eyes is staring at him. Why didn't I see you scared when I was raising snakes? It's obvious that snakes are more terrifying. Also, I'm just making an analogy. You can also understand that the knife is spiritual and only recognizes a master. Bai Ye rolled her eyes without angrily. Shouldn't girls be afraid of things like snakes? As a result, Hongdu has a special liking for this kind of things. He has raised a lot of them in the base, and he loves snakes more than Dashiwan. Bai Ye felt that the base was becoming more and more gloomy, and various corners looked like hiding poisonous snakes. Chapter 197 Starter. In the following days, Bai Ye began to run between Mitsui's house and Dashimaru's residence. During this period, not only did he thoroughly absorb some of the previous experience in the preliminaries, but also learned some information about Zanpaku Dao from the mouth of Dashimaru. In this short period of time, the strength of swordsmanship has undergone a new change. It was also the first time that Bai Ye learned from the mouth of Da Shiwan that Zanpaku Dao was actually made of soul matter. Theoretically speaking, normal people should not be able to see it, but because of the very high purity, this substantive phenomenon appears. And because of the addition of the Red Bean Control Group, Dashimaru has understood some things that were previously unclear in the past few days. The only regret is that Red Bean currently does not seem to have the ability to fight with the help of Zanpaku knife. And because of Bai Ye's refusal to use it, he couldn't judge the difference between what he had imitated and the original one. If you want to verify it, then you have to wait until you go back and make a new one. However, although the production principle of Dashiwan is roughly understood, the production efficiency is completely unattainable. Because the most critical point is to make the material, it must be made with soul energy. Although Dashiwan has developed a device that can absorb the energy released by some creatures after death. However, the conversion rate is too low, and it takes about half a year to collect raw materials to make an imitation product. And this thing doesn't just need to be placed just like Bai Ye's pendant, which requires the death of the creature to be within a certain range. For this reason, Dashiwan specially arranged several subordinates to transfer the instruments between various slaughterhouses. If it weren't for fear of exposure, it would actually be faster to arrange it in such a small battlefield. Like Bai Ye's pendant, the stronger the souls of dead creatures, the higher the efficiency of absorption. Da Shiwan was able to study this thing, and also borrowed Bai Ye's pendant for reference. Otherwise, you can design one yourself out of thin air. Even if it succeeds, it won't be possible to make it in a few years. You should know that Dashiwan in the original work spent more than 10 years in order to study the reincarnation of the dead. You have to work hard, don't lose our Konoha face. Hongdu has a marshmallow in his left hand and an apple candy in his right hand. The corners of his mouth are still covered with traces of other food, and he is encouraging to the White Knight that is about to play. Advertisement. Since all the expenses were reimbursed by the Iron Nation, it is rare for Itsuki to have such a comfortable time in the mission. At the beginning, the hostility towards the Iron Nation completely disappeared, but I hope the mission time can be longer. Look at your mood. Bai Ye shrugged casually, looking completely devoid of passion. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. For him, the purpose of this trip has been successfully achieved, and the training of swordsmanship is completely on the right track. Then, as long as you train step by step, you should be able to achieve the results you want. Please, you represent Konoha. Wouldn't it be ugly if you were eliminated from the beginning? Hongdo poked Bai Ye's face with the bamboo stick in her hand dissatisfied. She still hoped to see Bai Ye killing the audience. I represent the Mitsui family, alright. If I can use ninjutsu, I will definitely beat all these guys away. Bai Ye was not completely disinterested in the glory of the championship, but it was too difficult to win when his own strength was limited. Since there is no hope, then he doesn't bother to go desperately. Stop talking, I'll go to the lounge first. Bai Ye didn't give Hongdo a chance to say anything, turned around and waved, and then disappeared completely in the crowd. This guy, Mr. Oshimaru, you didn't talk about him just now. Hongdo looked at the White Knight running away, not knowing why she felt so upset. Sometimes, the body will move on its own, don't take it too seriously. Dashimaru smiled and shook his head. He thought he was very clear about his disciple. People who can always work hard for a goal will not behave like Shikamaru and surrender when they are really on the court. It's coming. In the exclusive lounge of Mitsui's family, Junjun sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, and he judged the person without opening his eyes. Just you? How long? The game lounges were all allocated by the family. Bai Ye felt that he was slow enough, but found that he was not the last one. Advertisement. That guy probably doesn't want to stay with me, he probably went straight to the audience. Of course, not all players are willing to wait in the lounge all the time, so there is also a dedicated auditorium for players. Don't you two want to ease the relationship? Bai Ye couldn't help but recall the scene where Run and Ju got together, and he couldn't help but feel very painful. Let me tell you, wait for your opponent's situation. Jun's evaluation of Shinji is that he is a very weird person, but he is really strong. After all, if you are on the battlefield, your opponent can't pick it at all, and luck is sometimes an indispensable part. Because of this unique style, there is no secret skill to match it. This is one of the weaknesses. If a player of that kind of strength ranks in the forefront, it is normal for him to be eliminated early if he encounters a stronger opponent twice in a row. Regarding the schedule is divided into two parts. The losers will enter the loser group, so everyone has two chances. Regarding opponents, it is completely randomized, and there are no so-called seed players like in the beginning. Shiroya was the first player in the junior division to play, and his opponent was from the Kitajima family, named Kitajima Shinji. Run's advice to Bai Ye is that if the situation is not right, it is best to surrender directly. Because Shinji's attack was so weird, he killed his opponent without the referee's reaction in a certain match. However, it was the referee's dereliction of duty that was ultimately determined, which made many people hope to get him out of the Iron Country. This is still the suggestion that Yun made when he knew Bai Ye's ability to recover. As a samurai, the opponent used a sword that was not conventional at all. It was even more exotic than the swords of the 7 ninja swords. Similarly, Shinji's current status is also rather mysterious. His existence is actually not recognized, but his strength is strong enough to cause many people to argue about whether this is a new genre. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The overall fighting style is fast and weird, and new weapons may be hidden in every part of the body. Run obviously didn't want to discuss this topic, and pretended not to hear, and talked about the situation of Bai Ye's opponent. Shinji has specially modified his body. Blades can be ejected from his arms, and his nails become especially sharp because of the injection of a special metal. Chapter 198. The battle begins. It's a headache. The first one I met was the guy who felt very difficult. In a slightly gloomy passage, Bai Ye was slowly advancing in it. From the end of the passage, some noisy sounds kept coming. As Bai Ye got closer and closer to the dazzling passage, these voices became louder and louder. As soon as he stepped out, Bai Ye vaguely heard it as if someone was cheering for him. Bai Ye didn't hear it wrong, and it was Red Bean in the exclusive auditorium that cheered for him. Because the people in their area are all carefully recording various situations, it makes Red Bean's voice more obvious. Why did Konoha send a kid over this year? It's really noisy. Shish. You don't want to die, but the big snake pill is sitting next to the little girl. However, Hongdu suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, which instantly caused dissatisfaction among the people around him. However, after seeing the slightly cold Dashuan next to him, a sense of fear entrenched in the depths of his heart all grew up. Obviously the other party didn't do anything, just a look in his eyes felt like he was swallowed by a giant python. I couldn't help but let out a wailing in my heart, completely unable to understand what Konoha wanted to do, and actually sent this terrifying existence here. Sure enough, this venue is very similar to Naruto and their Jonin exams, but the area has been enlarged a lot. Bai Ye adjusted slightly to the bright light outside, and then carefully observed the surrounding environment. Such a large area looks bare, and there are signs of fresh renovation in some places. Those who left these traces were the children's group who had been fighting earlier, but Bai Ye didn't feel in the mood to come over to watch at that time. and felt that it was better to practice for a while. Is this man Shinji? From the outside, it doesn't look like there is any trace of being transformed. Before long, Bai Ye saw a figure walking out of the passage directly opposite. He looks neither fat nor thin, with ordinary black hair, and looks very popular. Bai Ye actually wanted to know if this guy had a deal with the state of sand. This human body modification technology sounded too much like a puppet technique. With the referee's concise opening remarks, the battle has officially started. Advertisement. Bai Ye can vaguely feel the surroundings of the venue, and there are about a dozen rumorous auras hidden. As if he was afraid that Shinji would also kill someone by mistake on this occasion, he specially transferred a group of masters to stare at. I heard that you were very resilient, so you should be able to withstand my attack. Shinji had a hint of excitement on his little face, completely treating Shiroya as his prey. How many parts of yourself have you remodeled? Is this a samurai? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bai Ye looked at her Zanpo Dao, which was blocked by the palm of the opponent's palm. At the moment when the opponent rushed over, Bai Ye reflexively swung his knife and slashed away. As a result, Shinji grabbed it directly with his right palm, and Bai Ye even saw a splash of sparks. No matter how you look at what he chopped as an iron bump, this is no longer the physical strength that Naruto world should have. It seems that you are also in the same group as those old antiques? Hearing Shiraya saying that he was not a samurai, Shinji couldn't help but tilted his head, and his tone became more indifferent. Seeing this, Bai Ye made a bad breath and ran into a child with an abnormal mind in the first scene. He tried to draw his own Zanpaku knife, and found that the opponent was holding it very tightly, and he was not afraid that his hand would be injured. Then, I will let you see how beautiful the genre I created. Shinji turned a blind eye to Shiraya's drawing of the knife, and a wild smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It feels like he's here to win over believers, and it's not like he's here to participate in a game at all. Full moon slash. When Shiraya heard Shinji reciting something like the name of the move, he felt some coolness coming from his neck, and he subconsciously lay down on his back. Immediately there was a blade of light flashing in front of his eyes, cutting a few strands of his hair directly, and falling to the ground with the wind. At the moment, a very fast blade was ejected directly from Shinji's right arm. After turning around the position of the palm, he returned to his right arm again. If Bai Ye had just reacted slowly, his throat would probably be cut open. But in the same way, Shinji had to temporarily let go of the shackles on Zanpakuto in order to use this trick. Let Bai Ye take the opportunity to kick hard and let his body slide backwards, so as to stretch a little distance to adjust his posture. Advertisement. The intelligence is not right. What era of intelligence is what run this scam tells me. After Bai Ye escaped, she showed a painful expression on her face, and found that she was almost trapped again. Not long ago, Run also vowed to guarantee that the information obtained this time is definitely the latest version. As a result, the device on the arm was 1,000 miles away from the description. Obviously, I can only rely on my own judgment to fight afterwards. Therefore, many of the modified parts of the body have not been used, and the strength has always been somewhat underestimated. In the audience, Run yelled at his family's intelligence personnel at this time, making himself ashamed again. Seeing this scene, Bai Ye was a little suspicious that this guy was willing to have a PY deal with the scorpion, and the effect was too much like the arm developed by the other party. In the end, the blade began to rotate rapidly around Shinji's wrist, and the audience seemed to have a tingling scalp from a distance, for fear of being cut off accidentally. People like Bai Ye who can move at high speeds happen to be the nemesis of such moves. The blade that popped out just now popped out again, but this time it only popped out about 90 degrees, almost completely perpendicular to his arm, and then the direction of the blade also turned 90 degrees. Although Shinji didn't think that Shiroya could be solved with a single move, the other party was not hurt at all, and he still felt a little bit unsure of his face. Shinji was not annoyed when seeing Shiraya easily avoiding his attack, but looked even happier. Regarding Shinji's currently spinning blade, the attack range is wider. The reaction is quick, but this trick depends on how you hide. Seeing Shinji approaching quickly, Bai Ye's focus was instead on the opponent's left hand, wondering what might be hidden in it. After learning that Bai Ye possesses abnormal resilience this time, he wanted to fight with all his strength to show others what he had researched. Sure enough, your speed is definitely the fastest among your peers, but of course my trick is not only this way. With only one hand, isn't it the same with the other hand? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. But Bai Ye didn't feel any pressure to dodge without being restrained. No matter how powerful an attacking this move is, as long as it can't directly hit the target, it's just looking at bluffing. Back then, because he accidentally killed his life, he seldom used all his strength in future battles, for fear that another accident would happen. Chapter 199 The Use of Crescent Moon. Oshimaru-sensei, do samurai fight like this? Hongdu also came here to watch it because of the White Knight's game today. It led her to watch the battle between samurai for the first time, and it turned out to be Shinji who did not take the usual path. Oshimaru's words were the same, and he was completely uninterested in this kind of battle that was similar to a performance. The Iron Kingdom also didn't care much about whether Konoha's people watched the game or not, and only hoped that the two sides would not have any conflicts. It should be a new genre, but I didn't expect the old stubbornness to actually not expel him. Because of Jun's relationship, Oshimaru also knew something about the samurai. Most of this group of people are a bit rigid, unwilling to practice ninjutsu, and pin everything on the sword in their hands. Although Shinji has been using the sword to fight, but the essential concept has been a little out of it. I don't know if Bai Ye will do it, I feel like I've been crushed and beaten all the time. From Hongdu's point of view, Bai Ye almost suffered a small loss at the beginning, and was chased afterwards, unable to counterattack. It seems that the situation is indeed in a crisis. This is also the opinion of most ordinary viewers, even if it is not the case. This is absolutely foul. When Bai Ye heard that the other party seemed to be ready to move the truth, she became more focused unconsciously. Therefore, aware of the slight changes in Shinji's right arm, he subconsciously chose to step back more when he dodged. This just avoids the situation that the attack range becomes larger along with the sudden extension of the arm. After getting some buffer time, Bai Ye's footsteps exerted force again, and this completely withdrew from the attack range. Bai Ye inspected it visually, and the limit length of this arm was about 10 meters. Most of the referees who are hiding in the dark are extremely upset when they see this scene, and they always feel an inexplicable irony. It's getting too much. Mitsune sitting in the chairmanship frowned after seeing this scene. Advertisement Shinji is actually his most optimistic junior, but after returning from a trip, he suddenly became obsessed with these things. Because he had been expecting Shinji to change his mind one day, Mifune kept pressing and did not deal with it. The result seemed to be invisible at all, but the other party transformed his body more and more exaggerated. After Shinji liberated the device in his hand, the attack no longer followed normal anthropology, and every movement would affect other parts of the body. Bai Ye found that the predictive ability she had learned during this period of time had completely lost its usefulness and could only rely on her own neural reflex speed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The altered arm would suddenly be distorted without warning, causing Bai Ye's actions that should have been able to evade success would fail. In this short meeting, there were a few more wounds on his body. If it weren't for your feet to stay close to the ground, you would leave yourself some room for forcibly changing the direction of travel. At this time, Bai Ye was not just suffering from such a small wound that healed in a short time. The blade that rotates at high speed originally seemed to be quite powerful. After Bai Ye personally experienced it with his body, he found that it might be much sharper than he expected. It can definitely cut off the hard bones in an instant like cutting tofu. Damn, why did you encounter this kind of perversion when you came up? The other party wouldn't be operating in the dark, right? Under this situation, Shiraya was still trying to make up for Shinji to use the power of the Kitashima family to secretly do some bad deeds. It shows that he is still in a relaxed situation now, and he has spare time to think about some unnutritious things. At the beginning, the attack would suddenly turn around, but it caused a lot of trouble for Bai Ye. But after evading for a period of time, Bai Ye found that as long as she dodges a larger range each time, she has enough reaction time to deal with sudden attacks. The thing is like this, because Bai Ye was a big consumer like the Zanpaku Sword, it was very easy to cause his own physical exhaustion. Therefore, in ordinary battles, you have to consciously compress your movement range to ensure that you can just avoid the attack, so as to reduce some unnecessary consumption. This thing has been controlled for years and months, and now it is obviously not as easy to lose energy as before, but it will instinctively avoid wasting energy. After changing his combat habit a bit, Bai Ye dodges more easily, and plans to counterattack. On Shinji's side, except for being caught off guard by Bai Ye at the beginning, he couldn't do any meritorious work at all later. I couldn't help but get irritable. I didn't expect that it would be cracked the first time I used it. I felt that the other party was as slick as a loach, completely unable to catch it. Advertisement, although I'm not skilled yet, you can try it. After Bai Ye made sure that Shinji didn't use other abilities at the moment and couldn't hurt herself for the time being, she condensed part of her mind. He inserted the Zanpaku knife into the scabbard, focusing all the extra attention on it. But he didn't understand the usefulness of this kind of evasive sword spirit in the current situation. Just now Shinji judged that although he was retracting the weapon, he did not think that the blade would be completely broken, more because he did not want Bai Ye to swing it. The direction of Shiraya's slash was not Shinji who was directly opposite, but the rotating blade flying from the right side of his body. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. With the sound of ding, the blade that was still spinning quickly broke away from the restraint and plunged into the ground with a fierce momentum. This special blade not only has a very hard texture, but he can continue to input chakras to strengthen it even if it is far away. However, Shinji did not intend to let go of this opportunity, taking the opportunity to increase his attack when Shiraya was distracted, and wanted to see if he could gain something. Breaking off means that if he had just fought with Bai Ye with a knife in his hand, he would probably be defeated directly. However, the reaction was still half a beat, and when it returned to its original length, the rotating blade at the wrist had long been known how many meters deep underground. And after Bai Ye finished swinging the knife, the light that was still attached to the knife body finally broke away from the knife body after a violent fight. And what was different from what some people expected was that Bai Ye's slash did not let the sword chi escape from the blade. What is the significance of this trick? Sensing the bad Shinji, he slammed his shoulder back, trying to quickly retract his arm. Everyone could see a light blue light attached to the body of Zanpaku Dao's knife. It was cut off. At the moment Shiraya was about to make a move, Shinji was ready to evade, but immediately realized that something was wrong. Jane Crescent Moon Chong. Shinji saw Shiraya's current moves, and instantly thought of the trick used by the opponent in the preliminaries. And hit the edge of the wall at a very fast speed, leaving a wide mark on it. Chapter 200 Shinji's left hand, success, luck is not bad. Runshuan is the only one who knows about this trick. He has seen it many times in the past few days. After Jane Crescent, who was cut out by Bai Ye in the preliminary round, was easily broken up by Ag, he began to think about how to strengthen this move. Because the power is much lower than the original version, although it is stronger than the ordinary sword, it feels like a tasteless one. After some summary of the White Knight, I felt that the strength of the slash could not be increased in a short time, so I tried to strengthen the toughness. After all, in terms of power alone, it is definitely much stronger than directly cutting with a knife. The main disadvantage is the lack of energy, which makes it easy to be broken up. Want to increase the total energy of slashing is actually the same as increasing the intensity of slashing, so I will not consider it for now. Only from the total amount unchanged, oneself constantly replenishes the energy consumed. In the end it was formed, trying to find a way to prevent it from being cut out in the first place, but to stay attached to the blade. In this way, the blade can be used as a medium to continuously input energy into it. As for transporting energy through the air, the difficulty is a bit exaggerated, and it is better to directly increase the intensity of the slash. This research was almost done by Bai Ye alone, and Run's main job was to conduct trial recruitment. After all, regarding the knowledge of sword chi, Run was only a preliminary grasp, and did not spend too much time, and could not provide Bai Ye with any particularly good advice. And because the research time is too short, Bai Ye hasn't fully grasped this trick, and the probability of each successful release is only about 1/3. But as long as it succeeds, the destructive power is indeed very gratifying. Run has never tried to use his own saber against the attack, and that kind of standard weapon, even with his blessing, can't resist too much and will become unusable. Of course, because the moves are not proficient enough, as long as Bai Ye's control strength is slightly deviated from behind, it will cause the strength to lose control and no longer be able to make perfect attachment. What else is hidden in other parts of the body? Let me take a look. After successfully destroying Shinji's weapon, Shiraya did not take the opportunity to attack. One is because he hasn't fully mastered his moves, which leads to a lot of energy, and I want to slow down a bit. Advertisement. Another thing is that Bai Ye is very curious about what is hidden in other parts, and it is a pity not to see it. Huh. As you wish. Shinji took a sigh of relief and tried his best to calm his irritability. The device on the right hand was so easily destroyed by the White Knight, it only shows that this kind of thing is not strong. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But he wanted to use White Knight to show his achievements to others. The current situation is completely counterproductive, and the feeling of loss in the mood is much greater than most people imagine. And Shiroya's words reminded Shinji that he had other treasures, which could also be used to prove himself. Even though the power is too great, I can't control it perfectly, so I didn't choose to take it out from the beginning. Bai Ye is so stupid, it's okay to take advantage of the opponent's loss of mind to kill him. The red bean in the audience couldn't help but roll his eyes, seeing this scene completely incomprehensible. In the education of ninjas, it is all about finding opportunities to kill the enemy, and reminding the enemy is too abnormal. After all, this is the kingdom of the samurai. It seems that the period of White Knight is also a bit too comfortable. Although Oshimaru occasionally has that kind of situation, let the enemy show all his abilities. But that's also based on absolute strength. In a battle like Bai Ye that cannot be won, there shouldn't be such an arrogance that shouldn't be there. Therefore, Oshimaru felt that Bai Ye had stayed in the Iron Country for too long, and some places were inevitably assimilated. While the audience was talking about the intermission, Shinji flicked his left hand sideways. Immediately, a dense cluster of small blades popped out of the arm, and all the blades were bent in a clockwise direction. Obviously, his hands have also undergone a precise modification. After making a perfect conical shape, some small blades have also been ejected from it. Then the whole arm began to rotate clockwise, and the speed was getting faster and faster, so that Shinji's upper right looked like a working drill. No wonder I didn't use my left hand before, it seems it should be used for melee combat. Bai Ye looked at the continuously rotating drill bit, not knowing why he felt the chrysanthemum tighten. However, with this type of close combat through the performance just now, you should know that it can't hurt me at all. Advertisement. Although this thing looks ridiculous, it may be more powerful than the propeller-like right hand. But Bai Ye felt that this thing couldn't touch him at all, and it seemed to be much cumbersome. Have you seen the performance just now? Do you still think that what I do is ordinary? Shinji, who was still far away from Shiraya, came close to Shiraya in an instant. And this is what I have only completed in the past few days. I just think you are particularly suitable for showing my ability. And with the continuous and rapid rotation of the drill bit, the small groove seems to have a further expansion trend. That's because in order to fit the current trick, I removed most of the useless weapons from my body. Shiraya's eyes shrank sharply when Shinji was moving, and he could only raise the Zanpaku Sword to resist when he was not in a hurry to dodge. The center of the drill hit the blade directly, leaving a small groove on it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Next, I can only count on those few guys who are good at speed to prevent accidents from happening at critical moments. Shinji, who had been depressed for a long time, made a temporary decision and wanted to show himself thoroughly. Many of them just didn't react directly, their own speed had been surpassed by Shinji. And Bai Ye's powerful resilience and movement speed made him believe that the opponent would not die in his hands so easily. You should be surprised. Why my moves are completely different from what is stated in the information. This drill-like weapon was developed by Shinji a long time ago, but he has never used it before. Those people who were hiding in the dark also had some cold sweat on their foreheads at this time. And it caused a strong storm on the venue, even affecting the audience area, blowing away the hairbands of many girls. Had it not been for Bai Ye's exercise of Baimandunjia, his own limit speed was also very fast, and the spirit was also highly concentrated, he would have almost failed to take this move. The improvement in your speed is greater than that of Yanagita's fans. At this time, Bai Ye's left hand was not idle either, only relying on the right hand to completely block the force from the drill bit through the right hand, and then he felt a little relaxed when he pressed his left hand on the knife. Chapter 201 Adversity. You can't help but value me too much. Bai Ye didn't know what to say at this time. The strength he showed was obviously not the strongest one, so he was spotted inexplicably. For Shinji, after seeing Shiroya's performance in the preliminaries, he specially used the power of the Kitashima family to investigate. He found that Bai Ye was often injured in the group stage. In theory, normal people would die early for a long time, but Bai Ye is still alive and well, which made Shinji highly appraise Bai Ye's resilience. Bai Ye didn't expect that the culprit would be to release the water to exercise his performance. I think you must still have hidden strength. You learned this fighting method from Mitsui's family in the past 6 months. Then you can learn everything before, why not use it together? In addition to the body's ability to recover, Shinji also had a vague intuition, feeling that Bai Ye might be the strongest among the 32 people. Especially the other party used what they have learned in the past 6 months to easily abolish his right hand. Shinji firmly believed in his own judgment, feeling that the other party could even easily destroy his left hand. For this question, Bai Ye didn't seem to want to answer very much. After blocking the drill for so long, he was finally ready to act. First, Bai Ye's body tilted slightly to the left, and then the Zanpaku Sword also turned, and slashed towards Shinji against the side of the drill. Because of the unique structure, the lethality of this drill bit sideways is not low, even higher than the front end, causing the Zanpaku knife to be cut off directly. Shinji saw the Zanpaku sword that was hacking at him, but did not dodge, but grabbed it with his right hand. There is no special color on the Zanpaku sword at present, so Shinji is confident that his modified right hand will be able to resist it. And at the same time Shiroya cut over, Shinji was also pushing his drill bit, even though he seemed to be attacking the empty place. Seeing that Shinji was about to grab the blade of the Zanpakuto, Shiroya suddenly squatted. Let the tip of the knife rub the lower part of the opponent's hand, and then continued to cut towards the body. Bai Ye didn't believe that Shinji would really transform his body into a puppet like the scorpion. Shinji's mouth rose slightly as the drill brushed Shiroya's right shoulder. Advertisement. Bai Ye secretly said a bad cry in her heart, and found that she might have been careless. This drill bit might also have other forms. But this time Bai Ye guessed wrong. The drill bit itself hasn't changed, but the speed has been directly increased by a notch. In addition to its special shape, the surrounding air becomes sharper, as if it is showing wind. In the air, the clothes on Bai Ye's right shoulder were directly torn into pieces, and the flesh seemed to have been cut by thousands of knives, quickly disappearing layer by layer. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bai Ye, whose escape action was slow by half a beat, suffered a heavy blow for the first time. No wonder this guy dare not use it to other people. Bai Ye, who quickly opened the distance between the two sides, glanced at his injured right shoulder, and he could see his bones in this place where there was not much flesh. This is still the case without being hit head-on, and it feels a bit like the effect of Naruto Wind Dun's Shuriken Burst, which can instantly expand the range of attack. This extremely dangerous weapon is really easy to cause casualties when dealing with other people. Especially the Iron Kingdom itself is in a relatively peaceful period, plus it also rejects ninjutsu, but there is no such thing as a medical ninja. Therefore, the level of medical care in the Iron Kingdom has remained at a relatively primitive period, and it is only suitable for the treatment of ordinary stab wounds. Even if it does not cause death, the probability that the right hand will be directly abolished is still very high. And after Shinji stepped away in the White Knight, his body dashed inexplicably in the direction of the drill's finger. It shows that this thing still has a powerful advancing effect, and Shinji is currently unable to effectively control it. As a result, there is a high possibility of accidents in human use, so it has been sealed up after being developed by the other party. Sure enough, this kind of injury should be nothing to you. Shinji saw that Bai Ye was obviously seriously injured and still maintained a calm face, and he became more affirmed of the other party's ability to recover. Being able to ignore this pain without expression does not mean that the willpower is extremely firm, but that the body has become accustomed to being injured. According to various circumstances, Shinji believes that Shiroya is undoubtedly the latter. It's really annoying, or else just give up. Facing this kind of guy with amazing destructive power and capable of super high movement speed, Bai Ye only felt very tricky. If you use Baimandunjia, you will undoubtedly need to drive to the wound or dome at least in order to be flat or catch up with you in terms of speed. Advertisement. But this is not easy to hide compared to the first 3 doors, and it will be easily exposed after use. Especially when Mifune already knew the identity of White Knight, she definitely knew the general ability of the opponent. And when the initial solution is performed, the shape of the sword will change, and it is easier to recognize than Baimandunjia. Teacher Oshimaru, how'd I feel that Bai Ye is about to lose? Seeing that Bai Ye was suddenly severely injured, Hongdo felt nervous for a moment, but he was not too worried. She knew best about Bai Ye's current recovery ability, except for Da Shiwan and Xiao Si. But the current situation looks very unfavorable for Bai Ye. Hongdo also knows that many abilities of Bai Ye cannot be used, and the original speed advantage has also been transformed into a disadvantage. It feels like there is no turning over. Who calls him arrogant, but he can break through himself even better in adversity. Maru is also not very optimistic that Bai Ye can win, and he does not feel his advantage at all. This has been out of the swordsmanship competition, Shinji actually only needs to choose to crush it head on. Unless Bai Ye currently hides a hand, any tricks that can reverse the situation are useless. Otherwise, I really can only count on something that I have learned temporarily under pressure. It's just too low in terms of probability. Whether it's ninjutsu or swordsmanship, it takes a lot of energy to research. It's really out of play. I lost in the first round. It's too miserable. Although Hongdu did not expect Bai Ye to be restricted, he could easily win the championship. But I didn't expect to fall in the first round, and the opponent is not that kind of championship favorite. The hottest candidate for the championship was heard from the conversations of passers-by when the Red Bean was shopping. The relationship that Shinji has always deliberately used without all his strength is indeed impossible to be mentioned. However, both sides showed their strength to the public in this game. Whoever wins will become the dark horse. Of course, even if Shinji wins, he won't necessarily use his full strength in the subsequent games. Chapter 202 Knife Off. I can only try to make Crescent Sky Chong stick to the knife again. During the period of White Knight, the main energy was spent on this, and there was no hidden trick that some people had guessed. He felt that if he could successfully strike an effective blow with this, he might be able to destroy the balance of the drill bit. However, Bai Ye was currently unable to use it for a short time after suffering a serious injury to his right shoulder. If you want to use your left hand to perform unskilled moves, the success rate will only be lowered by another level. Is this another trick? Do you look down on me? Shinji couldn't help feeling a little annoyed when he saw Shiraya posing in this pose again. From the bottom of his heart, he really thought that Bai Ye would use other tricks, but he felt very unhappy when he saw that the other party had destroyed his right hand with the move just now. It seems to be saying, to deal with you, I only need to use this trick. Bai Ye closed her eyes altogether this time, and it seemed to outsiders that she thought the other party was too noisy. But in fact, it is to be able to succeed with the left hand, selectively filtering out the distracting thoughts that shouldn't be there. Shinji also exhaled a suffocating breath, not planning to think so much. After aiming the drill at Bai Ye, he strayed slightly, preparing to use all his strength to hit the opponent. He chose a slightly biased angle, mainly because he was afraid that Bai Ye would not be able to resist it. He didn't want someone to die under his own hands. The time for the two to charge up this time was much longer than usual. The audience held their breath at this moment, and their mood became tense together. Jane Crescent Moon Chong. Drilling. Shinji's figure directly disappeared from the eyes of most people, and a powerful storm ran through the audience. Bai Ye opened his eyes at the same time, looking like he waved in the air. Then the whole figure was drowned in the dust that Shinji lifted up. What the hell, the quality of this land is too bad, you can't see anything. Which one of the two won? Did anyone see the picture clearly? Advertisement. The picture was lost at a critical time, and the audience was completely noisy, all talking about who won. In terms of proportions, more people support White Knight. Not only is it because of Shiraya's reputation as the undead god of war before, but Shinji does not look like a samurai at all. As a result, many people feel indifferent to him. Only some children feel so handsome that they support him. Teacher Oshimaru, do you see who won? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Adzuki Bean just felt that Shinji's figure had just disappeared, and everything suddenly ended invisible. I couldn't help feeling tense inside, wondering what happened to Bai Ye. The ninjas in the surrounding villages also pricked their ears, and there is no strong presence among them. The scene that flashed by at that moment was similarly unclear, and everyone was very curious about it. White Knight's knife is broken. After Oshimaru pondered for a while, then he said what he had just seen. Did you lose? After hearing the news, Red Bean's face was full of entanglement. She had never thought that in their generation, the two known as the strongest with Kakashi would actually fall in the first round. Wait, the knife actually broke. Then what should I do after Bai Ye? At the beginning, Red Bean thought about the game completely, but after a while, he realized that Zanpai Dao broke. Swords have the ability to heal themselves, don't you know? I remember that I should have told you before. I'm not trying to ease the atmosphere. Hongdu didn't remember whether Dashawan had talked about it, but it would be better to treat it as if he did. Who would let the other party be his teacher? As the smoke slowly dissipated, Bai Ye's figure appeared first. I saw that his right half of his body was covered with dense wounds, and the samurai clothes he was wearing had been completely torn. He was half kneeling there, relying on only half of the Zanpaku Dao to support his body. I can't look back anymore. After Shinji's figure was also revealed, Mifune couldn't help but murmured. He is actually very pleased that the opponent can have such a strong strength. However, the road has gone astray, and it is destined to be farther and farther away from the Iron Country in the future. Advertisement. Ahem, it's as powerful as I thought. Shinji couldn't help coughing twice, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. If you look closely, you can see that there is a long hole in the clothes on his chest. Although there is no wound under this opening, there is also a trace of bruise. Just as the two passed by, Shiraya's sword slashed onto Shinji's drill. In the White Knight brewing the failure of the move, the Zanpaku Dao broke directly, and the broken half of the blade did not know where it fell in the field. He was squatting in front of Bai Ye, reaching out a little hand to stroke his cheek. Shinji came to Shiraya from the edge of the field, and said these words as if mockingly. At the same time, they secretly said bad luck in their hearts, and they will be arranged to protect this battle from unexpected situations. However, Shiroya leaned on the remaining half of the blade, still slashing out a stab at Shinji, and successfully hit the opponent's body. So that you don't lose yourself as ugly as you are now. There has been a precedent once before. If there is something bad in Bai Ye, the situation that makes them come out is absolutely very big. Or if the simplified version of Crescent Moon Sky Chong was successfully attached to the Zanpaku knife, it should also have a significant impact. Bai Ye shook his somewhat bewildered head, and glanced at the direction where Mifune was. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. I don't know if it was because of excessive blood loss, a figure appeared inexplicably in front of Bai Ye's eyes, and it looked a little illusory. In this world, there are still many things you can't help but. Although he should have won at this time, he still felt a little unhappy, and he always felt that Bai Ye didn't try his best. If Zanyu was used to cast Crescent Moon Sky Chong, Bai Ye was sure to cut the drill in half directly. This is. Bai Ye suddenly shook her head fiercely again, trying to dispel the hallucinations in front of her. However, due to the fracture of the blade, most of the power was dissipated, and only minor injuries were caused to Shinji. And although Bai Ye himself didn't completely eat Shinji's move head-on, his body was still extensively damaged, and his expression was a bit trance at this time. The person hiding in the dark squeezed a cold sweat, wondering if Bai Ye was still unable to hold on, and felt that it would be better if he should go out to stop it just now. As I said, it doesn't make much sense to use this trick again. What's more ridiculous is that Chapter 203 Second Collision. Is your consciousness blurred? When Shinji saw Shiraya suddenly talking to himself, he didn't plan to say anything, and turned around to leave the arena. The power of that move just now, he has already played out perfectly. Everything that should be shown was also shown, and Shinji felt that there was no need to go on fighting in the current state of Shiraya. Wait, I can still make a cut. When Bai Ye turned around, he seemed to regain consciousness and stood up again with difficulty. After doing this, he began to gasp frantically, indicating that his physical condition has not recovered in a short period of time. Sure enough, it's like a rumor, it's really crazy. However, you don't even have a weapon, is it naive to want to beat me? Quote. Shinji paused when he heard the voice, and when he turned around, he saw Shiraya pointing at him with a half-cut knife. Enough for me. Bai Ye leaned on his left hand, who hadn't suffered much damage, and assumed a posture of drawing a sword out of thin air. The blood-stained face revealed a firmness, and even his breathing started to calm down. Although I avoided your body, if you cause a second injury, you may not be able to survive it. Shinji looked at Shiraya's body and found that there was no more blood flowing out of those wounds. My heart couldn't help but secretly envy, the wound really began to heal in such a short time. But in the short period of time, Bai Ye has lost a lot of blood. Shinji didn't know if the opponent suffered a second injury or died directly due to excessive blood loss, so he didn't really want to fight again. If you still consider yourself a samurai, don't say that anymore. Regardless of what the other party thinks, Bai Ye has already begun to instill energy into the Zanpo Dao. Obviously, many parts of the body have been severely traumatized, but the feeling of oppression is stronger than before. Shinji heard that Shiraya said, and coupled with the other's current aura, silently turned his body back. Advertisement. He withdrew quickly without saying anything. After pulling the distance between the two sides very far, he raised his left hand to Bai Ye. The hand that had been restored to its original shape once again transformed into the posture of a drill. Although Shinji's move is very powerful at close range, it still needs some distance to gain momentum if he wants to exert his full strength. Teacher Oshimaru, shall we stop it? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When Hongdo saw that Bai Ye was like this and wanted to continue fighting, she couldn't help but worry. The injury of the body can heal quickly on its own, but it does not mean that it will not die. Hongdo is worried that an accident will really happen to Bai Ye, and this is just a dispensable game, not the kind of task that needs to be desperate. Haven't you noticed that Bai Ye's aura has risen differently? Didn't you say that you will lose if you wait? Dashi Maru seemed to be much calmer, observing the changes produced by Bai Ye with great interest. Moreover, Dashi Wan also carried some special items on his body. As long as Bai Ye didn't die instantly, he would have the means to forcibly hang the opponent's life. Please, the body is already like this, no matter what the move, you need the body to support it. Itsuki rolled her eyes angrily, but she felt a little more settled. She knew that although her teacher's medical skills were not as good as Tsunade's, she might be even stronger in human research. Since the other party is so confident, it means that Bai Ye's current situation should not be as bad as he thought. Should I stop it? Mifune also felt some headaches at this time, and from time to time she glanced in the direction of Dashawan. He was quite taboo about Bai Ye's identity, and didn't want to see any accidents to him at all. At that time, even if war between Iron Kingdom and Konoha will not break out, the bad relationship will definitely not be able to escape, and perhaps it will not be as comfortable as it is now. With everyone having their own thoughts, Shiraya and Shinji's momentum also climbed to the apex. As soon as Shinji's figure disappeared, the half-Zanpaku sword in Bai Ye's hand also flashed a blue light. Starting from the place where the Zanpakuko broke, a new blade was quickly formed, which looked slightly transparent. Immediately, the newly formed blade should be directed towards the rushing drill. At the moment when the two sides fought, What was different from just now was that the ground beneath Bai Ye's feet seemed to have received a huge impact, and a lot of cracks appeared directly. Advertisement. Shinji was like a train running at high speed, and was forcibly stopped by Superman, and a lot of blood flowed from his left shoulder. Bai Ye's condition at this time seemed to be even worse. The wound that had barely healed before was split again because of the huge impact. However, the Zanpo Dao held in his left hand was still strong, not at all like it was breaking when touched before. This time, all the audience could see clearly, the two sides were in a stalemate there for a while, and they seemed to be evenly matched. Actually took it. Because Shinji needs to push the drill with all his strength, the voice sounded a little sordid. He originally thought it would be the same situation as just now, but the result was a bit unexpected. He didn't expect his opponent to become stronger after being seriously injured. Since 100% power is not enough, it's fine to surpass it. Shinji's mouth gradually showed a smile, but after miscalculation, he started to get even more excited. The original speed of the drill that has reached its limit has a tendency to be faster at this time. As the speed got faster and faster, Bai Ye was forced to move slowly towards the rear, dragging a deep footprint on the ground. However, Shinji's situation is not very good. The left half of his body looks like the appearance of the Hachiman Dunjia, and it is estimated that he has begun to suffer serious internal damage. The limit of this drill could actually be higher, but Shinji's body would not be able to withstand this force, so a safety valve was specially set up. At present, this valve has been lifted by him, and while gaining stronger strength, his body is also under tremendous pressure. Bai Ye, who was in a very poor physical condition, didn't have any time to respond to the opponent at all. Blood was constantly overflowing from the corner of his mouth. Originally, the blade was condensed by a large amount of energy, and some cracks began to appear on it. And as the White Knight kept retreating, there were more and more cracks, and it seemed that it would completely collapse in the next second. After Shinji discovered this situation, the smile on the corners of his mouth became more vigorous. Anyway, it would be better if he developed something by himself. The hearts of other people were also nervous at this moment, and it seemed that the final result was about to be announced. Of course, there are other people who don't care about the results. They just want to stop both of them. This group of people is the group hidden in the dark. Some of them specifically asked Mitsune for instructions, but only received instructions not to interfere at will. Chapter 204 Sudden Help. Why is the power still not enough? Is it too arrogant to want to win in a light fight? Bai Ye, who was under tremendous pressure, was eager for more power. Not long ago, Shiroya saw an illusory figure, which was not an illusion as Shinji said. After almost 4 years, Bai Ye once again met Ling Yu, who was staying in her inner world. Since this period of time, Bai Ye has never fallen into a coma, and has never passively entered her inner world. He doesn't use the active method, so he has never had a chance to meet again. However, during this little half a year, Bai Ye had been studying the sword technique, and the connection between himself and Zanpo Dao became stronger. Until recently, I felt that it was still missing, that is, I couldn't reach the most perfect point. Finally just now, Bai Ye himself didn't quite understand what was going on, and the two sides suddenly entered a perfect state. Therefore, the figure that Bai Ye saw was Ling Yu, who was still in the state of a child. But because the game was not over yet, and the two sides didn't talk much, Bai Ye took the initiative to call Shinji. When Bai Ye felt that Zanpo Dao was truly one with herself, she felt that she would never fail to attach Crescent Sky Chong to it again. Things are indeed as he thought, and they are not at the same level as before. For the first time, I felt that Zanpo Dao was fully cooperating with me, and it didn't consume so much energy. At present, the virtual knife shadow is part of Crescent Moon Sky Chong, and its degree of condensing has increased many times compared with the previous one. The power has also been strengthened a lot, and I thought it would definitely break the other's drill, but the two sides only fought a tie at the first time. What is even more unexpected is that Shinji still has the means to increase the power of his moves. To be honest, although Bai Ye is not without it, it is something that is currently unusable. The basic ability has reached the limit for Bai Ye, and there is still the possibility of improvement for more basic things like chakra. However, these things require long-term exercise, and there is no possibility of sudden outbreaks. Advertisement. While Shiroya's head was moving fast, thinking about the solution, Shinji had already pushed her body far away. It wasn't until he felt a hard object hit behind him that he realized that he had reached a point where he could not retreat. Prepare to act. It seems that Bai Ye is no longer good. Those who were hiding in the dark couldn't stand it anymore when they saw this situation, and they all touched it slowly in order to save Bai Ye at the last minute. The audience on this wall can't sit still at this time. The situation has reached the most critical moment, but suddenly they can't see it. Don't even think of how much they react. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Give up, you have no retreat. Shinji looked at the squeezed crack on the wall, really afraid that Bai Ye would suddenly be unable to resist it, so he jumped up with a drill. When Bai Ye heard these words, his face turned black. He was so miserable that he didn't have the energy to admit defeat. After being completely in desperation, Bai Ye's left eye suddenly turned blood red. Shinji was also taken aback when he saw this situation. If it weren't for the different patterns of his eyes, he would almost have regarded it as a riding wheel. As for the others on the court, no one noticed this change because of Shinji's back. Bai Ye's left hand, which was barely still supporting, had also undergone some changes in the Zanpei Dao he was holding. The place full of cracks suddenly turned blood red, and it spread all over the blade from the bottom. The drill bit that had never been cut in, suddenly became the same as tofu, and the outer defense was easily destroyed. By the time the stunned Shinji felt it, the drill had already been destroyed by more than half. This change was too sudden, and no response was made at all. By the time Shinji wanted to retreat first, Shiroya's remaining half Zanpaku sword was already placed on his neck. What happened just now? Why the situation suddenly reversed? All this happened too suddenly, and the only sign was blocked by Shinji's body. When it was over, Bai Ye's eyes had returned to normal, and the energy on the knife had also dissipated. Shinji's destroyed drill bit also slowly stopped turning, and the modified left hand remained in the shape of the drill bit, which was inserted in the ground between the two. Is that your real strength just now? Why didn't you use it deliberately? Forget it, the loser is not qualified to ask. Advertisement. Shinji's mind was still thinking of Bai Ye's eye at this time, and he felt a strong sense of evil in it just a moment ago. I couldn't help but enter a misunderstanding in thinking that this power was too evil and the other party was unwilling to use it. Although he doesn't know much about the death system, he also knows that the death god and the virtual are completely opposite. But now that there is a way to contact Ling Yu in his body, Bai Ye is ready to ask questions. The final power should be imaginary. In this regard, Bai Ye is also a guess based on speeding regeneration. Moreover, in the inner world, you may also see another personality of your own, and then you should also have a good communication. Let's not talk about the power of the Naruto system of chakra. Regarding the Zanpaku knife representing the god of death and the speeding regeneration representing the imaginary, Bai Ye wonders why they can coexist. This time, he walked towards the exit channel without turning his head back. He was afraid that he would never forget the bloody eyes. He knew that there were 3 different powers in his body, and the only power he could not control was the power held by another personality. The power provided by the Zanpo Dao was something that Bai Ye could always control until it reached a perfect point just now. Could it be that he borrowed my strength? It's not normal. Chakra should be his own power, which was originally controlled by himself. Bai Ye, before he had time to think about it, watched Shinji leave happily, and helplessly he had to leave with him. Only a bunch of confused spectators were left, and they all met there, not knowing what happened. After entering the exit channel, Bai Ye realized that his injuries had suddenly healed by more than half, and his recovery speed was obviously abnormal. When quickly controlling the power in his hands, the extra power in the body also disappeared without a trace. Seeing that a set of 3 in 1 Shinji came, Bai Ye walked away, also a little bewildered. There are many things that I want to know, and now I finally have a way to understand. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Just now, there was a sudden force in his body, and he broke Shinji's weapon in an instant, and almost didn't cut the opponent by the way. With all these conditions, Bai Ye had to guess about his other personality. Chapter 205 Return to the Inner World. Why is this guy suddenly so strong? In the audience, Eiji frowned unconsciously, and Bai Ye's strength changed somewhat beyond his expectations. The speed that Shinji showed just now was even faster than his speed. This means that if Eiji is fighting Shiroya, it is estimated that he will be defeated in a short time. Especially the sword energy that emits blue light could damage Eiji's saber. He believes that it will definitely break if he tries it harder now. This sudden increase in strength is already qualified to compete for the top few. Not only Shiroya, Shinji is also very difficult to entangle, but fortunately, the weapon is destroyed, and it should not be possible to repair it in a short time. Nobuhiro also felt a lot of pressure, and he no longer had the certainty that he would win before. Judging from the current situation, there is not only no chance to overtake Mitsui's family, but the gap between the two sides has been further widened. Like the Yanagita family, the heir of the Kitajima family suddenly felt the pressure increased. Not only did a white knight threaten him suddenly appear, but more importantly, Shinji, whose strength can definitely be dangerous to his heir. And he also knew that Mifune's original favorite was Shinji, but it was his turn when the other side went off the road. Now it seems that even if it is a deviation, the strength is still very strong. I am afraid that Mifune will suddenly change his mind. The first battle between Shirito and Shinji directly caused many people in the audience to feel complicated. This guy finally left, it's too stressful to sit near him. At the seats in other villages, many people were also relieved, and their mood finally calmed down. Dashi Maru left with the red beans after Bai Ye left, obviously not going to watch the follow-up game. But what is the purpose of Oshimaru here? It seems strange. I guess it has something to do with the samurai named Bai. That little girl cheered for him from the beginning. Could it be that these two guys stayed private forever? Oshimaru just came with the girl. Who knows, this news needs to be sent back to the village as soon as possible. We don't need to worry about what happens next. Advertisement. After the Oshimaru left, the somewhat depressed atmosphere here also disappeared. Basically everyone started to discuss why Dashawan suddenly appeared. The injury healed so quickly, it can almost compete with Tsunade-sama's creation and regeneration art. After Hongdu left the field with Dashimaru, he hurried to the direction of Bai. I am afraid that the other party's aggressiveness will cause the physical trauma to be unable to recover well. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So as soon as I pulled Bai Ye's body to check, and on the surface, it looked like he had not been injured. The surface is better and useless, but I still have a serious internal injury, don't toss me. Bai Ye watched Hongdu directly take off the new clothes she had just put on, and couldn't help but say it helplessly. It didn't feel obvious during the battle. Now Bai Ye only felt that her body was weak, and she just wanted to take a good rest. I'm caring about you, okay, you should accept it gratefully. Hong Do looked at Bai Ye's upper body without any major problems, so he didn't feel embarrassed to pick up his lower body. Standing on the side with arms akimbo, posing as a big sister. Don't stand on the side of the road and talk, let's go back first, Bai Ye needs a good rest at the moment. Dashi Maru looked at the remaining half of Bai Ye's blade for a while, didn't say anything, took the lead and walked towards the hotel. Hong Do also turned around and followed, and Bai Ye was a little bit crying, wearing clothes there. It's been a long time since I've been here, it's still the same as before, it's really pale. After returning to the hotel, Bai Ye first discussed some things with Dashi Maru, and then entered his room where he would occasionally stay for a while. He started to do sword zen with a little excitement, but when his heart calmed down completely, he successfully entered his inner world for the first time. This is also his main purpose for coming to the Iron Nation. Originally, he wanted to go to the special forbidden area of the Iron Nation, but now it seems that it is somewhat unnecessary. It was good to come to see me often, you big liar knows you are playing outside. Not long after Bai Ye entered this space, Ling Yu's body appeared directly beside him. He was pouting his little mouth and staring at Bai Ye with his big eyes, indicating that he was very unhappy. Advertisement. Bai Ye looked at Ling Yu, who was a lot shorter than himself, and couldn't help feeling a little bit inside. When the two sides met for the first time that year, it was obviously still about the same height. Now I have a new change every year, and the other party is still the same as before. He still has long snow-white hair, and even his pupils are white, just like a delicate porcelain doll. An inexplicable sense of helplessness rose in Bai Ye's heart, and felt awkward at the thought of two people staring at everything he did. I don't know how to peek. You go. Ling Yu, who controls the power of death, theoretically has the same power. Bai Ye looked at Ling Yu, who was a little abnormal, and a series of question marks couldn't help but pop up on his forehead. In the case of Xiao Si, he can also perceive the outside world through the pendant, but Bai Ye can actively screen it out. A liar, but I have been staring at the outside world. You obviously only started to think of a solution in the past 6 months, and it is even more annoying that it is not for me. Seeing Ling Yu, who was sulking and pointing at herself, Bai Ye scratched her head subconsciously, but she didn't expect to be exposed directly. Ling Yu's white and tender little face suddenly became blushing, and her speech was a little bit twisted. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. What are you talking about? What peeping at me? Wait, don't you even know what I'm thinking? I can't help it. During this period of time, I have been thinking of ways to get in. But then, as if thinking of something, he knelt down there directly, and found that he had no privacy at all. Just take a magnifying glass and observe it carefully to see what his heart looks like. If Bai Ye knew that Ling Yu should be related to the god of death, and there were no longhorns on his head, he would have almost thought that the opponent belonged to the Detongmu clan. To be honest, Bai Ye really forgot this agreement. He who has been working hard at ordinary times, has no time to think about superfluous things. As for the existence in the other two bodies, he was completely lost, and had no control over the body at all. The situation may be worse than he thought at first. It's not just stripping naked, it's not even going to let the skin go. Bai Ye suddenly realized that she seemed so stupid, and the consciousness that controlled the imaginary power could know the situation outside. Chapter 206 got pitted. By the way, what is your liberation language? I will try to liberate you first. From these Zanpo Dao that didn't respond at all, Bai Ye felt that he should not be able to gain anything from them. Moreover, Ling Yu looked like his real Zanpaku Sword, he was very curious what his potential abilities would be. My real name was not told to you a few years ago, it was Ling Yu. Ling Yu rolled her eyes anger, feeling that Bai Ye asked a very idiotic question. Normally, the god of death needs to live together with his own Zanpai knife, and through accumulation and training, inject the essence of his soul into the shallow fight, so as to create his own Zanpai Dao. Later, after knowing the real name of Zanpaku Dao, he can start the solution by calling his real name to liberate more powerful forces to fight. Yeah, but I'm just a half-hearted person who is not taught. I don't know that this is normal. Bai Ye Nuo nodded thoughtfully, feeling as if it was exactly what Ling Yu had said, but he had never noticed these things. You wait for me, I'll try it first. As soon as there was room for manipulation, Bai Ye left a sentence and left immediately. In his opinion, since he has successfully mastered the method that can sneak into his consciousness space, he doesn't need to be entangled before he can come in again. Really? Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished speaking yet. Seeing the figure disappear directly, it might not be the White Knight, Ling Yu stroked her forehead silently. The method is that this method is correct, but in fact there are some other minor problems. No way, I called you, why there is no response at all? Bai Ye left here for only 10 seconds, and returned as soon as Ling Yu expected. There is no doubt that it was unsuccessful. You forgot that I am still incomplete, it simply cannot provide power effectively. Ling Yu suddenly found that some parts of her master seemed very stupid, not as calm as usual. It's a headache, how can I recover you now? Advertisement. Bai Ye felt that all the problems were stuck here, and he would not be able to repair himself without evolution, but the lack of memory led to no idea of how to break through the bottleneck. Actually, if you test the soul ability absorbed by that pendant, a small part will be used to repair my body. Ling Yu tilted her head for a moment, and finally said something more practical after so long. Although she doesn't remember the other methods at all, she still feels that she will feel very comfortable when she absorbs energy in the White Knight. If there is a way, I will apply for permanent residence at the border of Water Country, and the Third Ninja War is not far away when the things in here are over. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hearing that there is still a way, especially when this method is not difficult, Bai Ye breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly gave Huang Quan a thumbs up. Although the other party looked horrible, he still did something good. That, in terms of conversion efficiency, I estimate that it will take about 20 years for me to initially condense the entity. Ling Yu looked a little guilty, and was staring at her little feet with her head down. Quote. Hearing the time it took, Bai Ye was really completely speechless this time, and even 4 wars could end in 20 years. Whether or not Ling Yu can be repaired at that time is no longer the most important thing. Also, I remembered that the energy that you absorbed by the pendant was impure, which caused the repair effect on me to be greatly weakened during the evolution. Otherwise, judging from the original situation, if you are completely relying on your own cultivation, it should just happen to be repaired simultaneously. Quote. When mentioning this, Ling Yu remembered something from when Zanpaku Sword evolved. At that time, she wanted to remind Bai Ye, but she couldn't get in touch at all. After experiencing it several times later, she was a little accustomed to forget it. Quote. The White Knight was already a bit uncomfortable, but his heart was severely cut twice again. Because at the speed of normal exercise, Bai Ye is sure to reach its current level within 5 years, which is much shorter than 20 years. Thinking about it, Huang Quan was pitted as expected, which inexplicably increased a lot of difficulty. And more importantly, the Reaper's power system has nothing in common with Naruto world, and I don't know where to find a solution. Forget it, let's go one step at a time. By the way, Ling Yu, do you know where the other consciousness in my body is staying? Advertisement. Seeing that he had reached the point where he was unable to return to the sky, Bai Ye didn't bother to think about it anymore, and asked him another thing that he cared more about. In theory, another consciousness should also be in this space, and Bai Ye didn't believe that there were other spaces in her body. If I want to find him, I can also take you directly. For this kind of thing, Ling Yu was still within the scope of Ling Yu's ability, and pointed a direction without any effort on induction. Bai Ye thought that in her inner world, all the places would be a vast expanse of whiteness. This is also the first time Ling Yu ran over, and she was looking at her surroundings curiously. Sure enough, the evil aura heavier after getting closer, I really want to drive him out and say. But since Bai Ye came here, not a short period of time has passed. Seeing Ling Yu frowning and saying, Bai Ye didn't feel any special aura at all, only that the colors here were indeed different. And all these years have passed safely, even if they meet each other, they shouldn't do anything bad. Induction can be sensed. The evil aura in the space is what he exudes, because I feel so annoying that I have never had a face-to-face encounter with him. As a result, a large patch of blood-colored soil appeared in front of him, completely isolating this space from the outside space. But Bai Ye actually didn't understand why Ling Yu was afraid of each other. Both of them should be the same. Let's go, it's all here. By the way, see how the guys living in my territory are doing. After waiting for a few seconds in the White Knight, the scenery in front of me flashed again, and some different pictures appeared for the first time. Bai Ye stretched out and took Ling Yu's little hand, trying to comfort him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. But after saying this, Ling Yu's expression looked obviously a little scared. He hid directly behind Bai Ye, and grabbed the corner of his clothes with a small hand, only revealing a small head looking towards the other side. I can only move to the edge, the control of the space inside is not entirely mine. And Ling Yu appeared in an instant, so the other party didn't really want to see him. Chapter 207 Body Shell. It's not like that. It's boring to stay here alone, so they can only observe you all the time. So I am very familiar with the fluctuations in your expression, and basically you can guess what you are thinking at a glance. Quote. Seeing that Bai Ye seemed to have misunderstood something, Ling Yu quickly explained it with a nervous expression, and her words became much smoother. That's good. No, why have my requirements become lower? It's horrible that you have been observing me all the time. Bai Ye, who was originally relieved, suddenly remembered that something was not quite right. Even if the level of terror was relatively low, it was still terrifying. Forget it, let's not talk about this. By the way, how can you speak? Your body is much firmer than before. But after seeing Ling Yu's aggrieved expression, Bai Ye quickly changed the subject and found that the other party really looked like a child. As long as you are in a bad mood, you seem to slow down and cry. Well, as I continue to evolve, a lot of my original damage has been restored. Sure enough, the child's mood changed quickly. Ling Yu bit her finger and began to think, and she left the incident behind her. Then, the Zanpakuto of the outside world is indeed your body. Hearing what the other party said, Bai Ye also began to make a series of associations and confirm some of his own guesses. It's not all, it can be said to be something similar to projection, otherwise I would have died prematurely if you broke it so many times. Ling Yu closed her mouth again when she mentioned the incident, obviously dissatisfied with Bai Ye Lao breaking herself. When the two parties were talking, the Zanpo Dao that was placed on his lap by Bai Ye outside was slowly recovering. Rehabilitation needs to consume Bai Ye's soul power, so he will feel that he has been very empty after the game. Ah, since you know about evolution, you should also know why it is stuck there and cannot evolve anymore. Bai Ye tilted her head with some guilty conscience, once again changed the topic of the conversation between the two sides, and asked what she wanted to know the most. Originally, Bai Ye thought that as long as it could establish the deepest connection with Zanpo Dao, it should be able to be further strengthened. But in fact, there was still no response, so Bai Yiguang couldn't think of a feasible plan with his little head. I don't know this thing too well, my memory is incomplete, and as my body recovers, I only think of insignificant matters. Advertisement. Ling Yu's brows were tightly frowning, and she couldn't think of any useful information. I just know that after each evolution, there will be more memories, and the body will be more solid. As far as she is still a relatively illusory figure, it can be confirmed that there is still a long way to go before a complete recovery. This is very incomprehensible. You can't remember some key things without Zanpai Dao evolving, but you can't evolve without knowing the method, and you're completely stuck in an endless loop. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Bai Ye rubbed her eyebrows, and without a solution, her strength improvement would slow down a lot. Then do you know the method of swastika? And there is a more important point, that is, the later stages of Hokage are all abnormal abilities, and Bai Ye doesn't think that the ability to solve the problem is enough. Only after the Zanpaku Sword is smashed can it exert its full power, so that it may be possible to confront Datongu Kagaya head-on without any pressure. This is one of Bai Ye's sources of confidence, otherwise he can only start from the direction of Bamandunjia. Ordinary power and that kind of external power is not the same dimension at all. I'm not sure. I heard that it seems as long as the Zanpakuto fully approve of you will do. In Ling Yu's mutilated memory, she only knew one thing, but she had no impression of the specific method. Recognize me, Sister Ling Yu, tell me what should I do to recognize me. Hearing the news, Bai Ye's eyes lit up, and he immediately moved forward like a strange bird. Rubbing Ling Yu's hair there, the smile on the corner of her mouth looked a little wretched no matter how she looked. They say I don't know, and you can't get me to start the solution. Ling Yu still enjoyed Bai Ye's touching, a very comfortable expression appeared on her little face. That's not right, let me do the calculation. I don't know that I have mastered the 6 powers of Zanpaku swords, although it is strange to be able to master so many at the same time. Bai Ye didn't quite understand what Ling Yu meant, and he had already mastered so much power, why did the other party still say that he would not start to understand? These 6 powers, Bai Ye, are not said to be completely understood, but each has developed a lot of usage. These can't be people who followed him in the illusion, in fact everything is fake. That's not what I meant. Those knives have nothing to do with me. Advertisement. Seeing that Bai Ye had moved her hand away, Ling Yu took the initiative to stretch her hand to pull him back, and then a satisfied smile appeared on her small face. Then with a wave of a small hand, the positions of the two people directly shifted, and they came to a special area. Bai Ye was also a little curious about this incident. He only remembered when he saw this picture that Ling Yu clearly had 7 knives in this world. This is the place where the sharp guns were once placed. As expected, there are 5 more. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It turned out that these knives were like dead objects, and there was no anger at all. They are arranged from left to right in the order in which they were obtained. Only when Bai Ye uses their power, will they react a little to provide their own power. But unfortunately, like when he usually uses the sharp gun, he didn't notice any abnormality at all. If Ling Yu hadn't told Bai Ye specifically, he wouldn't be aware of these things at all. The knives are here. You have always used them. It has nothing to do with me. What the hell is going on? Bai Ye leapt to the base of the sharp gun and pulled it out, wanting to see if he could feel anything from it. I don't know why, these guys seem to have lost consciousness, and only their bodies are still here. Ling Yu stayed here for so long, of course she had studied it specially. After coming to the inner world, seeing these strange phenomena, Bai Ye wanted to know how he traveled through it in the first place. Ling Yu shrugged, she moved to this place specifically to prove that she was right. How can I get them to agree? Can't they be materialized like you? Although the total number is not very large, the other party would not say that he was always alone. After appearing here, Bai Ye saw 6 Zanpaku knives inserted in different bases at a glance. And why these knives only left the body, and why Ling Yu became incomplete. Chapter 208 False Initial Solution. This should be the power of the two of you completely opposed, so you don't like each other. After Bai Ye stepped into this blood-colored land, he had a pretty good sense of this overall, and suddenly remembered why Ling Yu hated each other. Ling Yu didn't respond to this either, as if tacitly acquiescing in this statement. You are so annoying, knowing that I don't want to see you, I came here specifically. As a result, before Bai Ye continued to act, a guy who looked very similar to him suddenly appeared. To be precise, it should be very similar to what he looked like when he was imaginary in the country of water. The only difference is that although the body is still the same pale white, it is obviously not caused by that special substance coverage, but the original skin color is this special color. It looks exactly like mine. Bai Ye had originally guessed about the other party's appearance, but he hadn't even considered that it would look like his own. After all, from Ling Yu's point of view, it is completely like another independent individual, but with a special connection with herself. Bai Ye suddenly discovered that Shu Bai seemed to have a closer relationship with him. If the other party can get out of this space, someone will definitely mistake him for a twin who has some kind of illness. Huh, you are really annoying. You don't even know why I was born. Bai Ye's face was dumbfounded when she heard it, and she felt as if she didn't say anything, the other party was so angry inexplicably. It makes me come here to find the other party to fight, and the atmosphere is moving in a bad direction. I just said this guy is not friendly at all. Ling Yu, who was hiding behind Bai Ye, couldn't help but muttered in a low voice. At the moment Shu Bai appeared, Ling Yu instinctively had a lot of hostility. Darkness in my heart or something. Because Bai Ye didn't know the god of death, so he could only think of something similar from the world of Naruto. If it weren't for the difference in skin color between the two sides, Bai Ye felt like Naruto's inner dark side could be completely seen. Not bad, although it's not all right. Advertisement. Shu Bai raised his brow, but he didn't expect Bai Ye to guess in this direction. What is empty in the world of death is generally born because the soul after death is too empty in the heart. There is nothing wrong with thinking about the dark side of the heart. It's just that the principle of the birth of the imaginary white is not this, it is the existence different from the normal imaginary. He was totally uninterested in explaining this to Bai Ye, while Ling Yu didn't remember this aspect because of lack of memory. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I'm looking for you just to confirm one thing, have you helped me once before? Bai Ye didn't bother to worry about this aspect, his original purpose was not to explore the secret of the other party's birth. From White Knight to Naruto world, the original conventional theory can be discarded. It's just a whim because you are too miserable. If you want to thank me, then forget it. Shu Bai sneered, and didn't catch a cold on this topic, so he just turned around and left after speaking. Feeling that Bai Ye is still so boring, it was really a wrong decision to take the initiative to show up. In that case, please tell me how can I really use your power? After getting the affirmation of Shu Bai, Bai Ye quickly stated his true purpose while the other party had not gone far. You are too weak. After Shu Baidu said these words without answering, his figure disappeared directly in front of Bai Ye's eyes. With regard to the other party's statement, Bai Ye was silent for a while, not knowing what he was thinking about. Don't listen to him talking nonsense, I think you are already very powerful now, and it is a bit outrageous according to the normal progress of death. Ling Yu walked around in front of Bai Ye, looking at him with a worried expression on her face. No, I was thinking, since the other party said so, it doesn't mean that as long as I am strong enough, then he can be willing to help me. Bai Ye stretched out her hand and scratched Ling Yu's little nose, a warm current surged in her heart. Can you tell me something about the god of death? Now that you have decided to go in this direction, you still have to get a good understanding of it. The words Ling Yu used to comfort Bai Ye just now made him perceive some information. Knowing that the other party still has a lot of relevant memories of the death system, so he showed some interesting expressions. Of course, you can be regarded as asking the right person. Advertisement. Ling Yu patted her chest happily, and moved directly out of this space with Bai Ye. Although there are some restrictions on entering the area where Shu Bai is located, it is easy for Ling Yu to go out. And for Ling Yu, staying alone for too long, as long as Bai Ye is willing to accompany her, she will feel very happy no matter what she talks about. Bai Ye learned from Ling Yu that Death God's normal cultivation progress is actually very long, far more than he imagined. And Bai Ye's understanding can also be fed back to Ling Yu. The beginning solution mentioned here refers to the liberation of Ling Yu by the White Knight, rather than the other Zanpaku swords that appear inexplicably in the space. Moreover, Ling Yu also said that the Zanpaku knives that Bai Ye solved were just useless. Normally, his own spiritual pressure would be further liberated after Shijiji solved. But when Bai Ye used those Zanpo Dao, it was only purely to strengthen the Zanpo Dao's ability. That is, during this period of time, as the relationship between the two parties became closer, Ling Yu discovered that her insights on the sword technique would be directly reflected in Bai Ye's body. Ling Yu thinks that this should be related to her ability. There are no other death gods in her memory where the knife can help her master learn. This is the real reason for the rapid advancement of Bai Ye's sword technique, not as originally thought, but Bai Ye's own talent is too strong. The two discussed this, and felt that it might have something to do with the remaining bodies of these knives, and they finally defined it as a false initial solution for the time being. This is also the path the two chose after discussing, thinking that as long as they are strong enough, they can use the power of the initial solution as ninjutsu. Bai Ye also learned a very important thing from Ling Yu. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. It is very common to want to cultivate from the beginning to the captain level without knowing anything step by step, that is to say, at least to the point where it can be solved. P.S. The other consciousness is directly replaced by imaginary white, otherwise it will be too troublesome to describe. However, because the Reaper's lifespan is also very long, it should be within the normal range in proportion. According to Ling Yu, Bai Ye's current strength theoretically should be able to rank in the forefront of the official, reaching the point where it is sufficient for initial solution. Of course, there is another method, which is the same as Zanpaku, even if it doesn't know how to solve it at all at first. It can still rely on its own powerful spiritual pressure and combat ability, and can also reach the level of the captain level. It gives people a feeling that they can inherit memories from each other very much like shadow avatars. If you want to truly reach the level of the first few officials, it is estimated that only the time when Ling Yu can begin to solve it. Chapter 209 Both Exit. Reaper should be a soul body, I don't know what will happen to my body after death. Bai Ye learned from Ling Yu that the gods of death are all soul bodies that go to the corpse soul world after death, or are born in the corpse soul world from the beginning. Then, after a bit of hard training, can he obtain the qualifications to become a true god of death? Similarly, in the world of death, there are humans who are strong when they have a physical body, but the power system is not in the same line of death. However, Bai Ye was able to use the power of death when he was alive. Ling Yu said that she had never heard of it, and of course it was possible that this memory was missing. The power of Bai Ye's body is also the power of the soul. And theoretically, as long as Shu Bai wanted, Bai Ye could still use this power while alive. This strange situation cannot be explained in accordance with the original setting. Even if you can continue to stay in this world, it's useless. You didn't sign a contract with Huang Quan. That guy will definitely find a way to get you through. During this period of time, Ling Yu devoted a lot of time to research this. Bai Ye didn't feel the words of the contract, but Ling Yu could find that it was densely wrapped around Bai Ye's soul. Although Huang Quan didn't look malicious, Ling Yu still felt very uncomfortable and wanted to help Bai Ye to terminate the contract. Originally, Ling Yu had a black eye about the power of the Naruto system. Even if she could understand the ninjutsu training methods left by Huang Quan and Yuya, she couldn't penetrate it at all. It wasn't until Dashi Maru started to teach Bai Ye about this aspect. After Ling Yu listened to it, everything she didn't understand suddenly became clear. And the learning speed is much faster than that of Bai Ye, and the insights on the seal technique have reached a very high level. In fact, Ling Yu also shared this aspect with Bai Ye, but the other party hadn't noticed at all in the past 6 months of practicing the sword. It doesn't matter. Although the other party is very pitted, it has helped me a lot. Besides, there is speeding regeneration and I am not that easy to die. Bai Ye didn't care much about having to work for Huang Quan for a short period of time after death. After all, judging from the time of the opponent's existence, the world of Naruto should be the same as the world of death after death, even the soul can continue to survive for a long time. It's okay to take the time to help the other party for a while, and Bai Ye himself didn't think about what to do after he died. Advertisement. I don't know what the world is like. Even if you ask the fourth, but the fourth is extremely taboo in this regard, even if you use barbecue temptation, it is useless. It's too early today, so I'll go out first. Bai Ye sensed the outside world, and found that the sky had completely darkened unknowingly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Relax, as long as there are no special circumstances, I will come every day. However, after Bai Ye uttered these words, Ling Yu's eyes suddenly added a layer of mist, so he had to quickly comfort him. And Bai Ye is not a lie. 1 hour of sword meditation a day is already a compulsory course. Coming in to deepen the connection with your Zanpo Dao will definitely benefit you, so Bai Ye will not suddenly give up on Dao Zen. Moreover, it is stronger than Huang Quan's existence, and Sword Zen is still a required course for the other party. Okay. Ling Yu pressed her small mouth and waved her hand, and the figure watching Bai Ye slowly disappeared. Generally speaking, Ling Yu is still very happy today. She is not the kind of cold and solitary Zanpai, but just like her appearance, like a little girl who longs for others to accompany her. Bai, you finally figured it out. Run has been here for a while. As soon as Bai Ye pushed open the door of her room, she saw Hongdu just outside, and involuntarily pulled him towards the hall. I have forgotten about it, he should be here to send tomorrow's match list. Hearing Hongdu's words, Bai Ye remembered that he would still have a game tomorrow, and she hadn't remembered it long ago during the chat with Ling Yu. You didn't get beaten up in the morning, right? I want to watch you take the first place before returning to the village. Hongdu looked at Bai Ye with a foolish expression, and specially reached out and touched the other's forehead, to confirm whether Bai Ye had a fever. First, however, what Hongdu didn't notice was that Bai Ye's sudden interest in this incident was lacking. And it's not the kind of lazy state before, it's really that I don't care much about this champion. White Knight, your match list for tomorrow is out. As long as you are in a normal state, it will be easy to win one. Advertisement. Run was talking respectfully with Dashi Maru at this time. After seeing Bai Ye coming, he passed all the information he collected to Bai Ye. Bai Ye took the information and glanced at it, and found that the other party's last name had not been heard by herself, so it was obviously the heir of a small family. Sorry, Jun, I really trouble you. However, I was going to abstain directly in the subsequent matches, and it didn't make much sense for me to continue playing. Quote. After Bai Ye pondered his remarks, he handed the information back to Run again. Judging from his firm eyes, it was obviously no joke. What happened? Is the injury in the morning too serious, so it will affect the subsequent games? Before Run said anything, Hongdu took the lead in speaking with some worry. In her cognition, Bai Ye is definitely not a guy who gives up at will, so the feeling can only be due to the physical aspect. You think too much, mainly because I have other things to do and I don't have time to waste on this. After Bai Ye realized that as long as he had enough strength, it was possible to master the power of the virtual, he made this decision. Regarding basic swordsmanship, he has risen to the limit he can currently achieve. Coupled with the battle experience of the past 6 months, it is enough for him to continue to digest slowly, and there is no need to fight against those so-called strong. With this idle time, it's better to continue to study Zanpaku Dao's ability and try to master the power of the virtual before the start of the 3 wars. At that time, even if he still couldn't reach the level of Shadow Grade, he would at least be in the forefront of Shangnan. If you want to abstain, I will go back and talk to you. But I didn't expect that the 2 dark horses in this session would have abstained. Quote. For Bai Ye's desire to abstain, Run didn't mean to stay. After all, he has entered the top 32, and his initial goal can be regarded as achieved. In addition, Bai Ye is not exactly a member of the Mitsui family, and his points will also be restricted by Mitsune. The first or last place will not have much impact. Moreover, Bai Ye's strength is much higher than Run's expectations, and there is a high probability of winning the championship. As a samurai, Jun is more or less hopeless, and the champion is won by the ninja with his achievements in swordsmanship. Chapter 210 Special Training Method. Why did Shinji withdraw? Although Bai Ye knew who Yun was talking about when he heard it, some of them couldn't figure out why the other party did it. He himself didn't want to spend more energy on things of little practical significance because he didn't have enough time. After Shinji couldn't lose to him, he couldn't think about it for a while, so he was beaten and shut down. It is said that after the game, there was a dispute with Mifune-sama, and he left the country of iron in a fit of anger. Hearing Jun said this, Shiraya's strange thing was not that Shinji would argue with Mifune. After all, the other party didn't look like a samurai at all. What is even more strange is that Yun knew about this matter so quickly, and the intelligence network was a little too powerful. Normally, in order to take care of face, it will be more or less beautified when the news is spread outside. Then can we also prepare to go back? Adzuki Bean doesn't care much about Shinji's affairs, and the main focus is still on Shiroya. She and Dashimaru had no interest in watching these games, and felt that there was no reason to stay here anymore. Relaxing for so long is enough, it's time to go back and train. Especially seeing the gap between Bai Ye and Bai Ye getting bigger and bigger, Red Bean has no mood to continue to corrupt. Are you leaving now? White Knight's reward has not yet been received. Unexpectedly, they had a tendency to leave, so he couldn't help but speak out to stay. Of course, this is not emotional dissatisfaction, Run is not yet so hypocritical. As mentioned earlier, Run's current body was modified by Dashi Wan, so there are still defects in some places. So during this period of time, he would come to look for Dashi Wan whenever he was free, just to suppress some side effects to a minimum. In that case, let's stay longer. Dashi Wan thought for a while and settled the matter. He knew Run's real purpose as soon as he heard it. If it is the original, then Dashiwan will definitely not stay for long. But at present the most important non-corpse reincarnation has been developed, and Dashiwan has no idea of hurrying. After all, in his opinion, he is already an eternal existence. As long as he is interested in things, he can spend a lot of time to study. Advertisement. Run is a good material for Dashimaru, to perfect the subject that I gave up. Then I won't bother much today. Run's face was uncontrollably revealing a beam of joy, and the goal was achieved. Because of physical issues, he has always wanted to go to Dashiwan for several years, but he can't find it at all. Therefore, during this period of time, Runkai was more concerned about Bai Ye's affairs, and originally hoped that the other party could help him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the end, Oshimaru didn't know why he came to the Iron Country, but it was a good thing for him. What reward? Is it the guy who was defeated by you in the morning, those special ninjas equipped on his body? After Run left, Hongdu couldn't help but ask. She hadn't heard of the rewards, and she couldn't think of the rewards the samurai would give. If it is money or the like, it can be passed on by Torin. If you are an adult, don't interrupt the child. After Bai Ye flicked Hongdo's forehead, he quickly slid towards the service desk. He hadn't eaten for almost a whole day, and he also fought a fierce battle. He was already hungry. Damn it, stop for me. With the speed of Bai Ye's hand, Hongdo had no chance to react at all, so he could only cover his forehead in anger and chase Bai Ye. After that, Bai Ye has been training hard in the past few days, and Hongdu also went out to train with him, instead of playing in the Iron Country like a while ago. With the sword technique as the foundation, Bai Ye has become more and more proficient in the use of various Zanpaku swords, and has come up with many useful moves. In the evening, Bai Ye never visited Mitsui's house again, and basically stayed in the hotel all the time. The night time was used by Bai Ye to practice sword meditation, to further strengthen the connection between drinking Zanpaku Dao. Although he said that, Bai Ye always felt that since he could enter the inner world, Dao Zen has been a bit strange. Originally, he focused his attention on the knife and felt the existence of the knife. But now they always come in and start chatting with Ling Yu, it doesn't look like they are practicing. Of course, it was not entirely just chatting, mainly Bai Ye was absorbing information about the god of death frantically from Ling Yu. After all, the world view of the god of death is also very huge, it is impossible to explain all the details in one day. Is it okay to practice against you? Advertisement. Today, Bai Ye came to her inner world as usual, but Ling Yu didn't do what she used to do. Instead, she made other demands. Especially when seeing the other's small body, Bai Ye always felt that he was bullying. Some were worried that one of them would break their Zanpadao when they were young, and there would be nowhere to cry by then. HMPH, I'll be defeated then, don't cry. Seeing Bai Ye's questioning gaze, Ling Yu directly pointed the knife at him very upset. But it didn't look like any deterrent. Bai Ye only felt that Ling Yu was so cute. Well, I want to see how good our Ling Yu is. Bai Ye looked like he was coaxing the child, and he also took out the Zanpo Dao from his waist and assumed a fighting posture. And he had made up his mind to release the water when the fight started. He didn't want to hurt Ling Yu like a porcelain doll. However, not long after this thought came into being, he had completely regretted it. In order to prove herself, Ling Yu, who was not in a very good mood, directly used all her strength from the beginning. Before Bai Ye hadn't reacted, he saw a blade light quickly penetrated his right shoulder. And even more cruel, Bai Ye saw her right hand holding the sword, flying to the sky with the Zanpo Dao. Is that a lie? Bai Ye's attention was not enough, so when he found Dao Mang, it would be too late to think about the reaction. And the whole process was less than 0.1 seconds, and the real defeat was in an instant. HMPH, see if you dare to look down upon me. Ling Yu raised her little nose proudly, and she was satisfied with Bai Ye's dazed look. It should be a sharp gun just now, the initial solution speed and elongation speed are much faster than mine. Although Bai Ye didn't escape the blow, he could still see clearly what happened. He thought about it again, and felt that even if he was concentrated and escaped the first blow, it would be difficult to hold on for a long time in the follow-up. Ling Yu clearly should be in a weak state at this time. Bai Ye never thought that the other party would be so much stronger than herself. From this, you can think about it again, and then you can know how strong is the whiteness that makes Ling Yu a little afraid. Chapter 211 Ready to go to the forbidden area. Didn't you say that our capabilities and insights are not common? About this matter, Bai Ye heard from Ling Yu a few days ago. According to what the other party said, the skills of the two should be about the same. In addition, Ling Yu's body has not fully recovered yet, so normally Bai Ye's strength should be stronger. But when it was really time to start, Bai Ye only felt like she had been deceived, which was completely different from a well-written script. I'm just a guess, and just like the knowledge in books, the principles have been clearly written out. But in fact, if the ability to understand is not good, even rote memorization is of no use, you still need to turn it into your own. Quote. Ling Yu rolled her eyes anger, and Bai Ye would actually question her, which made her feel very unhappy. For the commonality that Ling Yu said, in detail, there are many perfect usages in her mind. It's like Bai Ye has already learned the usage of Flying God Thunder, but he just can't use it. Only that kind of very simple things, as if they don't need too much transformation, can Bai Ye use it directly from Ling Yu. The rest is like a reference answer filled with analysis, and Bai Ye needs to further absorb and digest it by himself. Is my talent so bad? Bai Ye couldn't help feeling a little bit painful. Not only did she think she was weak, but there was also a big gap between her and Ling Yu. Let's fight another good. Bai Ye shook his recovered right hand, feeling as if he had never been injured. I have to say that certain abilities in this space are quite convenient to use, and it is a bit of a mistake to enter here so late. The nervous White Knight finally did not lose in seconds this time, although the movement was a little slower, it still prevented Ling Yu's attack. But even if he succeeded in blocking it, Bai Ye didn't feel happy in his heart. Because Ling Yu used exactly the same moves as just now, even though she knew that the other party's character, it shouldn't mean to look down on herself. Looking at the two drag marks that he was pushed out by the sharp gun, Bai Ye barely turned around, and finally escaped the attack category. When the two focused on fighting, no one noticed that Shubai was floating in the air not far away. Advertisement. From the very beginning, Bai Ye was at a disadvantage, and Ling Yu flexibly switched various abilities, suppressing only passive defense throughout. After a short period of fighting, Bai Ye confirmed that the conversion time between the opponent's initial solutions was only about 1/3 of his own. As a result, Bai Ye would be restrained by his ability every time, and he was a little restrained in fighting. Before long, a big change occurred in a surrounding area, and there were pits and bumps everywhere. Ice and flames can also be seen everywhere here, just like the scene of a weakened version of the blue pheasant fighting with the red dog. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The two sides fought for such a long time for one night, and never rested on the way. Because Ling Yu deliberately released the water, Bai Ye also barely managed to sustain it in a high-pressure environment. After all, Ling Yu's main purpose is to let Bai Ye observe herself and digest the knowledge in her mind. Neither of them cares much about winning or losing. Shu Bai is also very leisurely, seeing from the beginning to the end the scene of a night of fighting. Fighting with people with similar abilities, really gained a lot. Bai Ye, lying down on the ground with no image, couldn't help but let out a sigh of emotion. I feel that I have been thinking about the harvest this evening for 4 or 5 days alone. There are many people who are better than themselves, but it is almost impossible to have exactly the same number of people. Especially the opponent is better than himself, and every trick has something worth learning. So the growth rate will be particularly fast. After all, if you can't even learn from it, you can go home and wash and sleep. It's better to be a salted fish with peace of mind, expecting the real protagonist to save the world, and then pray at home for your friends to stop accidents. How about, my proposal is not bad, you disliked me too much at first. Seeing the great help to Bai Ye, Ling Yu was also in a pretty good mood. Moreover, Bai Ye took time to see Ling Yu every day, so she would think of some ways to help each other. Otherwise, as usual, as long as there is nothing special, Bai Ye will train even at night. If Bai Ye was affected for her own reasons, Ling Yu would still blame herself very much. For the next period of time, Bai Ye's life seemed to be the same as usual, but no one knew that he was also training secretly at night. Advertisement. This situation ceased temporarily until a message that Yun brought over. Has this time been reached? Life flies so fast. Bai Ye originally thought Run was looking for Da Shiwan as usual, but she didn't expect to bring herself a token. According to Jun's explanation, this thing is a token used to verify the forbidden land of the Iron Kingdom. Moreover, Bai Ye's hand is only a sub-card, and the main card will only be in the hands of the general of the Iron Nation, so he will be relieved to hand it to him in advance. I should be back soon, this time I'm just going to see the world anyway. After all, this place is different from the village. There are no people I know around, so I get bored after a long time. In the case of Dashimaru, Bai Ye and Hongdu didn't know what the other party was doing during this period. It sounds like a secret in fantasy novels. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Chinese MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. You can leave tomorrow morning. The main reason I am here is to inform you to prepare in advance. After Yun finished talking about this, he was about to leave, looking like he was in a hurry. Of course there are some other benefits, but for Bai Ye there is no use for eggs. This should be within the territory of Iron Nation, and there are few things related to ninjutsu. Since Bai Ye can enter the inner world, the forbidden land of the Iron Kingdom has not attracted him much. Although the days here are moisturizing at first, they won't be interesting after a long time. Those who didn't carry the token approached at will, but they would be forcibly sealed by the things produced by the Whirlpool clan. Because what Bai Ye values most is what Yunyu told him, staying in the forbidden area will help strengthen the connection between himself and the saber. Seeing Run leaving in a hurry, Hongdo stretched out in an unimaginative way. The only thing that Bai Ye was interested in was that he didn't know how the Maelstrom clan had researched this thing, and he felt a little bit too far from Hokage. If you know that the strong people in the Whirlpool clan all have the ability to seal the tail beast, you can imagine how powerful the seal of this forbidden land is. That said, can we also prepare to go back? It's not Bai Ye that brings red beans to training together every day, she can't stand it long ago.